All right, big dog. Hey, excellent. Excellent job getting organized, big dog. Love you too. Don't be a stranger. Take care, big dog. Hey, Mr. Curry, how are you? Hey, are you feeling better? No, Mr. Curry is. That's right. That's right. No, nothing like that. We're friends. Yes, ma'am. What's going on? No, but we'll, we'll meet in real life. There's nothing strange about saying that. First thing we're gonna do is bowl. Yeah, I mean we will in the future. I'll meet you too. I'll meet everybody in this call. Exactly. But there is one problem. Yes, I do. She can come to the room too. Guys, guys, I told you everywhere that I should. Okay. Now I find it firstly disrespectful that Ruin said that he found me on YouTube and he found me through you, Sky Windy, and I don't believe you. Okay, okay, that's fine. I need you. So you're telling me I don't have any Polish people in here for like a year, and then it just so happens on the same day I get two Polish people? Okay, okay, very well. But you guys should understand. You guys should understand that you need to treat the Aquarians with respect. You need to treat me with respect, and other people here with respect. My friend, Sky Windy. I don't necessarily take all my campers outside, but I do go outside, and you know that. I told you where I stream. You've seen streams of me online outside, so you're making up lies. Yes, I told you guys like three different times. I streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and the desert and I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in at Disneyland. You can see my streams. They're online. I don't stream on YouTube on my outside. I only stream on Instagram outside. Yo, what's going on, Taik? How are you? What's good, ZR? I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Uh, what's on your agenda for today, ZR? Okay, very well. So we're just chilling here. We're free to enjoy. There's an MMA tonight.
them in the dick every time they made a move.
Yeah.
You know, they get their car repossessed. Oh, Jesus. Credit cards.
There's got to be something biological, though, that makes a man not. Like, you have the pride. Bert Kreischer, I just talked about it. Like, you guys have the pride in your children. Hardcore. Like, as soon as I met you, you showed me a photo of your daughter. You know what I mean? Like, but I do feel like there are a lot of men who are like, that's not my responsibility.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Well, it's the way they were raised, you know? But
maybe if you had lost your job, if you weren't in comedy and you were tired and didn't have your passion, maybe you wouldn't be as gung-ho about being a dad. Or maybe you feel like a failed dad. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they feel like a failed dad.
perhaps. I don't know. I would have figured it out.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that. If I lost my job doing something, I would find another job. I would figure it out.
Yeah.
There's other paths. You don't just stay still if the path doesn't work out. And some people do.
Some people do. I didn't know that. Some people really do stay still forever.
Oh, they quit. Well, that's why they love unemployment. You can just get a check and just still and just wallow.
So many people are against unemployment that still stay still. That are like, fuck unemployment.
No, it's weird, I guess. Yeah, people are weird. You know, it's just.
If I quit comedy right now, there'd be like 3 jobs that I'd be almost just as good.
Well,
I would love to be a full-time contractor out in the sticks. I would be a philosophy professor or a therapist.
Really?
Yeah, all of those sound sick.
Which one sounds the most sick?
Philosophy professor. So you kind of become a therapist when you are a professor. You know, and you have those kids that are fucked up, so they're reading philosophy. Like me, I was way in there being like,
or the guys that are trying to get ready.
Yeah. It's a lot of dorks.
Bet.
It's like I was the only girl major in my class, and the rest were
dorky guys.
Dorks who wore ties to class, yeah.
Well, philosophy itself is a strange thing because you're just thinking about a structure, how you interface with the world.
Yeah. It was the only thing I could study well. Everything else I was like, why would I study something that's already been known? It's crazy. But philosophy was like, no, they're all just trying to figure out life. And I was like, okay, I get that. And none of them are correct. Like, none of them are correct. I was like, great. Because I would study science and I'd be like, you know, the exact measurement of how to find out this thing. I'd be like, why do I want to study that? There's something there.
My favorite book of philosophy I started reading when I was I guess I was 16. It's the Book of Five Rings by Miyamoto Musashi. He's a samurai who killed 60 men in one-on-one combat with swords. But he was all about the way to become a great sword fighter is you have to be balanced. Like, you can't have any holes in your game as a human being. You have to be an artist, you have to be a poet, you have to be calligraphy, you have to be completely balanced. You have to see the thing for what it is. You can't have any bullshit. You can't have any fat. Right? We're talking about fat and bits. You can't have any bullshit. There's no bullshit in your sword fight.
But do you ever feel like you're in that flow state in your life where you'll be like, I have all these moving parts and I have it down, and like I recently had this where I was like, I'm oil painting, I'm doing stand-up, I have my friends, I'm in this groove, and then something will happen where I'll just like have like explosive diarrhea or something. Like something will happen where I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I thought I was fucking suave. I had this shit. I used to do that with poker where I'd be like, I have this whole poker game on lock, and then something would happen. Like it's almost like one of those swords that you have to have in balance is also humility. Like you also have to be like, and I'm a person who still has a butthole, you know?
Right.
And that
things go sideways, always.
Yeah, because I would be like, I'm gonna get this flow state, and then I'd mess up word on stage, and I'd be like, I'm an idiot, you know? So I have to keep that also, because most of our fallible.
Well, that's what's a good thing about stand-up is like it smash you every time you do it wrong. You gotta do it right.
It's crazy how good it is that you're only doing as good as your last set.
You are.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's why. Like, if you have a bad set, you can't wait till you're off stage.
Dude, I was like, I'm doing no sets and I was sitting Bob last night and hitting Rebecca up. I'm like, oh, you got it. You're crazy.
Oh, you bust out some
I should have
bullshit.
got mothership.
Yeah, come on. What are you doing today? My show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What time today?
7.
Yeah, that would actually be good.
That's fucking good.
Let's do it. There's a clip I wanted to post about that's really funny about your club where I was like, you get in here, and there's a guy who's like, my name's Kyle, I'll carry you up this flight of stairs. And I have a PhD in MMA. I'm going to pass you up to Derek. Derek has an AK-47. And we get in the green room. And I'm like, do you need anything? We'll kill people for you. And I was like, can I have some, like, almonds or snacks? And they're like, no, we don't smell like salt. I'm like, wait. I was like, is there any just, like, water bottles? They're like, no, we have neurotropic dust.
It's so funny. You're neurotropic. We were in the green room the other day, and someone had called us, like, some alt-right white supremacist club. I was in the room with Brian Simpson, who's black, Derek Poston, who's black, Hassan Ahmad, who's Muslim. It was Tony Hinchcliffe, Ron White, and me. I'm like, this is a pretty diverse lineup. Like, what are you talking? This is so silly.
You're looking at comments. See, it's hard.
No,
look at
it wasn't. It was a video. It wasn't a comment. It was a video of someone that one of the guys was playing. It was like, look how fucking stupid this is. The idea that it's like that you had to be like, I'm not even a Republican. Like, I voted for Trump because I thought we were going in a terrifying direction where there was not really a president for 4 years. The same people are now going to be running the government. Like,
weren't you like a Bernie bro?
Yes. So I've only voted Republican once in my life. The idea that you have to be a Republican to get into that club is so ridiculous. That club is filled with gay people, black people, straight people, white people, Asian. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah, that's
You're just doing comedy. You're just doing comedy. Whoever you are, whatever you believe, we have tons of lively discussions.
I would say one time I was there, Jordan Peterson walked through, and I was like, you can't be here. That's too on the nose.
He's here all the time.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. With his daughter?
Oh, yeah. He came with his daughter. Yeah. He's been there a few times. Yeah. He even did Kill Tony.
Oh, he was on it?
Yeah. He was on Kill Tony. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So was Post Malone. Post Malone had no idea. And I brought him on stage. He had no idea what the show was, no idea what Nathan was. I just brought him up there.
Really?
I did that twice. Once with Post Malone and once with Tucker Carlson. I was having dinner with Tucker Carlson. I'm like, want to go by and go see Kill Tony? And then we were there, and I told Tony, he's like, bring him on stage. I go, I'm not even going to tell what it is. So I go, we're going to go on stage. And he's like, what?
Oh, my God.
So he was great.
Was he good?
Yes, he was funny. He was, like, laughing. He was cracking jokes with the comedians back and forth.
Wow.
It was really fun. It was surprisingly great.
Wait, you're not Republican. You used to be Bernie bro.
Yeah.
Are you Bernie bro?
I am. Look, I think the idea of socialism is wonderful if everybody had their shit together and everybody's disciplined.
Yeah.
But it's not the case. And I think that human nature, unfortunately, you're going to need some socialism, though, right? You're going to need the fire department. Like, this is one of the things that I point to all the time. People say, oh, socialism is what? The fire department is an entirely socialist idea. Like, we all pay into it, and they take care of everybody's fire, right? You can't only the rich people have the fire department and the poor people, their fucking house burns down all the time. That's crazy, right? We don't agree with that. But it should be the same in education. Yeah, we should be the same in healthcare. Are we a fucking community or are we not? And if we're a community, you have to take care of the downtrodden, and you have to do it because it's bad for them and it's also bad for you. We're all in this together. So you have to have a social safety net. I believe in all that. But I also believe you can't just give people free money because then they rely on it and they become dependent on it and they lose their ambition and they don't do anything. That's true too. It doesn't mean you're not compassionate. I don't like either one of these parties.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a solution that's correct. I think you have overcorrection after overcorrection. I think you have the country goes one way and then it swings hard the other way. Yeah, America's back. And then it swings the other way. Now we're the new America and America's this way. It's like everyone's so tribal and everyone's so locked into their idea that they're the good guys, these are the bad guys. We got to get them back. We're going to get them in the midterms. We're going to get them in the fucking next elections. Like, oh.
It's crazy.
And it's
all
all
comedy.
like that. Yeah, sort of. It's all in talk to comedy. It's like there's a lot of good people out there. But, you know, that's that old expression. I forget who said that. We brought this up before, that all criticism is the tragic result of unmet needs.
Oh, yeah.
Paraphrase, but there's a lot of that there. There's a lot of like,
Yeah.
Jordan, I want to see on the fucking Netflix special.
Yeah.
She also wants to see it. It's too good.
That's how you say it. Dude, I'm just somebody who, I'll date a libertarian and become a fucking libertarian. Somebody will talk to me about Israel, I'll listen to fucking one Sam Harris episode. Now all of a sudden I'm fucking Zionist. I talked to John Marco the other day. Now I'm fucking all pro Palestine. Like whatever it is, I switch back and forth, and then I do podcasts, and people are like, "You are," and I'm like, "Well, I'll tell you what I am. I'm an idiot, dude. I will switch. I will move like." But I do think that's what makes a comedian is somebody who can try on so many different perspectives, and it is hard that people are looking at comics like politicians.
You're not an idiot because both sides have points. That's why you can be swayed
Well, I'll
one way or
double
the
down.
other. Yeah, I mean, doubling down is just going down the rabbit hole of whatever that ideology believes. Because, like, they probably have a really good pitch, you know. And then, if you talk to the socialists, they probably have a really good pitch.
Yeah,
you know. It's just.
But I double down in a way that's like I'll be like, this thing's fucking bad, and then the next day I'll be like, actually, it's pretty good. Like I'll stop eating meat, and be like, anybody who eats meat sucks, and then somebody will be like, want to bite his burger, the iron or anything, and I'll be like, fuck cows, dude. Like I go too hard in the paint on both sides, and I do. I remember in college, these girls would bully me, and I remember being like, "Why don't you guys like them?" They go, "You just have too strong of convictions." And I was like, "Oh, interesting." Because I always thought that was a good thing, and I think for comedy it is to be like, you get up on stage or you do a podcast and you go, "What if I just try on this idea hardcore?" And that's like an interesting thing to do as opposed to being like, "Oh, I think this is kind of good and that's good too." You know, like. There's something about comedy just being like, what if this is the truth right now?
That's an interesting thing to say to someone. You're too strong with your conviction.
I'll never forget that. I will never forget the girl who said it.
Did the girl give you an example?
It was just, I would talk the way I talk, where they'd be like, I'd be like, women need to stop wearing dresses. High heels are ridiculous. Or I'd be like, men need to do this. Or women, or I'd be like, I'm going to go ahead and say, diners need to go, like whatever it was. Right. I'd be in or out on topics immediately.
Right.
And they'd be like, you're just like too intense with your thoughts. And I'd be like, yeah, totally. I mean, this is like why I would be bad in Nazi Germany. I mean, hopefully it would be okay, but I know I'd be somebody be like, wait, no. It's crazy.
Well, it's got to be some sort of a psychological reason why all those people went along with that. Right.
They went along. I think a lot of it was, just kind of dissociation, right?
Well, there's a little bit of that, but then there's a tribal mentality that kicks in. Like there's a default switch that happens to people.
Yeah.
And in this country, you saw a lot of it during COVID. It was like the vaccinated people were hating on the unvaccinated. They should have their children taken away, like put them into camps. Like, do you hear yourself?
It's so weird because it's such a different. Like I was with so many anti-vaxxers. Like they're my friends. But I was like, oh, I'm getting vaccinated because the number one thing that's important to me is comedy. I have no idea if the vaccine gave me long COVID, if COVID gave me long, whatever the fuck. But I just have to perform. That's it. My health comes second.
Did you get long COVID?
Bro, my shit is fucked up. I can't like those Ubers that have those smelly trees. I have to get out. I get immediate migraines, like because my smell is fucked up.
Your smell's fucked up.
Like if you have deodorant that has like chemicals in it, it's rancid.
Really?
Yeah. It's so people are coming up.
That's your long COVID. You just smell things.
It's bad.
I don't think you can call that long COVID. Long COVID is people that are exhausted and they have like heart palpitations. And
I got a synapse off. I got a synapse.
Sounds like you just got to upgrade it in your nose.
I did get it up. Yeah, but it sucks, dude. If somebody's wearing cologne, I'm like, I gotta go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I would take that's like you got a wolf nose.
I got a wolf nose.
Yeah, that's great. Somebody's got to change the way you look at it.
You're right.
Yeah.
I thought I had long COVID, and then I stopped eating sugar. I thought I had the bad one, and then I stopped eating candy, and I was like, hello. It's crazy.
But candy wrecks your shit, isn't it?
And I was I wasn't eating anything.
Long COVID can cause altered smell
There it is.
or parasomnia, where things smell distorted, foul, or different than they used to, even if the initial COVID-19 symptoms have passed. So did you get this after you got, like, when did this start happening? Did you get COVID?
Yes,
You
I
got
got COVID
vaccinated.
like 6 times, but
Of course.
I just had
You got vaccinated. People who didn't get vaccinated got it once or twice.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they fucked you. They fucked everybody. They fucked everybody with that goddamn stupid thing.
I got it hard. See, I'll talk to you about this tomorrow. My liberal mom will be like, the vaccine is good. And I'll be like, yes, mom, yeah.
It's a long conversation. it would take a long time to explain what was wrong. But it all boils down to the same thing that it always does, which is money. They distorted the facts, they distorted the research, they distorted the efficacy, they distorted what it was actually designed to do just because they wanted money. That's it.
Did they pay them for that too?
Oh, fuck yeah. They made a shit ton of money. Might have been free for you.
I like the idea of money, but isn't your campaign on like control, mind control? Not mind control, but knowing where we are. It's like anti-vax.
I'm not anti-vaxxers.
What are you?
No.
You're so
No. I believe that all medications should be subject to scrutiny. They should all go through rigorous double-blind, placebo-controlled trials to find out what the side effects are, what the efficacy rate is, what's the real facts
Then
behind
they'll
it.
just lie about that.
But this is why.
Yeah.
The problem is pharmaceutical drug companies do their own research. Not only do they do their own research, but they do their own research that they hide. So they'll do multiple studies that show no efficacy. And then they'll rig one study where they can show just like a little bit of improvement, and then they just sell it. And they start going with it. And they've done that before. They got sued because of Vioxx. Vioxx killed 50, 60,000 people, and through internal emails, the pharmaceutical drug company was saying, we're going to have these problems, and it listed all the different things that people wound up getting, including strokes. We're going to have these cardiovascular problems, cardiopulmonary problems, but whatever the wording was, I don't want to let people run it, but it would be good for us financially. We'll do well with this. Yeah, in the email, we'll do well with this. It took 50 to 60,000 people. A friend of mine got a stroke, got on Vioxx because he has knee problems. It was an anti-inflammatory medication.
Sometimes there's fishy shit like that. Like sometimes I'll take Prozac from one place and from a different place, very different thing.
Yeah, because it's from Mexico.
Yeah, weird shit. Yeah. What do you think about
We talked about that the other day with a guy who works at pharmacy. The problem with it is that when they're dosing it out to people, they're giving everyone the same dose, and it should be dependent upon like how much weight are you trying to lose, what is your body weight. You know, there's a bunch of different factors.
Just that's the whole time.
Well, it doesn't seem to be good for you.
Your poop is sitting in your body.
Poop stays in your body a little longer, and food digests slower, and it kills your appetite. But if you're morbidly obese and you might die from that, this is probably a good solution. So it's like, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. I don't want it. I don't need it yet. But if I did, if I was 600 pounds and I was in this thing, and someone said, look, I can give you this thing, it'll kill your appetite. Like, fucking please.
Yeah.
Please. No. So it's beneficial for that. And then there's a problem with muscle loss and bone density loss. But my friend Brigham, who was on the other day, the episode John Bell, he was saying that the issue is that they're giving up too much of a dose, and if you mix it with other peptides, you can actually eliminate those problems. So there's a way to dose it out for people that are, and you would just lose nothing but fat. It is possible. It just has to be done correctly. So
Right now it's really
well, right now everyone's just getting on it instead of just going to the gym. There's people that like need to lose 20 pounds that get on Ozempic. That's crazy. You can lose 20 pounds in a couple of months.
The thing that's frustrating is because I used to be so fat. I used to have type 2 diabetes and I got rid of it, which is crazy. And like, it's frustrating.
You were still eating all that sugar?
Dude, well, that's the thing. I can eat sugar exclusively, lose weight if I only eat the candy. Like, it was like this bizarre diet I would go on. And then I just had to like switch my mind. But that mental switch of being like, this is not for fun. This food is not for fun. You've had your fun.
Right.
Like, you did that. You did the candy, you did the pizza, you did all that.
Right.
Now we're using food as like the same way we use sleep. Where it's like, I feel better when I get 8 hours, right?
Right.
And once you do that switch, it feels like things click into place. So with people on Ozempic, I'm like, if you could just get that turn of your brain, it would help so much. If you could just, it does feel like a switch. Where you're like,
think about what you got to go through with acid to get
right.
And now imagine if you're 600 pounds and you've been eating candy for 35 years.
Yeah.
That's, it's a big switch. It's a battleship.
Yeah.
You can't just like, I think recovery to turn that motherfucker around. You figured out from Harold earlier this year? Yeah, I know Mark Bell was really into that. Unlimited sugar and restricted protein protein would ever be a good thing. What is the good about it? Literally, I swear I was paying attention to myself. I was like, there's no way you're saying candy. It's not just candy, but I thought he was fucking around. You know, it's like fruit, but he's like, if candy's all you got, it's not the worst thing. But it's low protein, right? Yeah, it's like a certain amount of protein. There's a video of him explaining it. So he weighs 95 kilograms, which is, what is that, like 225 pounds? Yeah, the video just like 207, 210. He's going to get under his 100.
Does he have a face? Can you see his face?
Oh, he's a handsome guy. Good looking guy. But it doesn't work with him because he's really fit and he's been doing a bunch of different stuff his whole life. Like he was carnivore diet for a long time. It's not.
No, dude. See the deep sunken lines? That's
He's
sugar.
like 50 years old. No, this is the new thing. Like he was always like this. This is what he looked like forever. And he used to be gigantic.
You know what pisses
He used
me
to
off?
be like
This was a
power
moment
lifter.
where you'd be like, that's anorexia. Because when I told people I was only eating sugar, they were like, that's anorexia.
Hold on, show what he looks like. Yeah. Go to his Instagram and wait to see how fit this guy is. Like this guy is in tremendous shape.
No protein? Oh, the veins are bad.
Well, he's always had those. But that's my point. Like, click on that one on the right hand side. Like, look, that's what we're talking about. He's a big jack dude. So for him to do this diet and say, you know, look, I've got this body. Well, you always have that body.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
No, I mean, I've gotten very skinny off the all sugar diet, but it has effects. Yeast infection all the time.
No.
Deep dark circles
From sugar.
from sugar.
Yeah.
Fucks up your sleep.
When did you stop with the sugar?
Like 2 months ago?
Oh.
But I'm having ice cream today because but we've been planning. We've been planning. We're going to Amy's ice cream. We're going to have ice cream.
It's a great spot.
Yeah. But I've been off sugar. It just helps a lot. I've just been doing fats and like stuff like that, which is great. And I can eat as much as it used to be. Like I had to, everything I ate, I had to do a tiny amount. And now it's like I can eat as many eggs as I have.
Isn't that nuts?
It's
It doesn't
crazy.
even seem like it's real.
I know.
If you just ate nothing but steak, you would lose weight. Everyone's like, no way. Like, yeah, because your body would regulate correctly. When you're done, you're done. Like, if you sit down and you have a 16-ounce steak, you really only need 12 ounces. After 12 ounces, you'll stop eating.
Yeah.
That's all you're eating. But if you have mashed potatoes there and then a little pasta and then an ice cream and then cake.
Yeah. Try eating cake after you ate a whole avocado. You're like, like you don't. The fat gets you. It's so crazy.
Also, your gut biome switches. And your gut biome doesn't crave sugar anymore. It's that candida.
The candida is what I did. The candida diet. So every time I got my period, I had a yeast infection, and then it was just I was itchy, and I was like, "What's going on?" And I was like, "I have brain fog," and I ChatGPT'd it, and I was like, "Oh, you're riddled with candida." And I was like, "Oh, I'll try the diet," and then I immediately started thinking faster and was not itchy at all.
Isn't that bizarre that your gut biome has an effect on your personality?
It's fucked up.
It's fucked up.
It's fucked up.
Well, we are a literal ecosystem. We want to think of ourselves as a person, but we're really like a life form that houses life forms.
Yeah. I think it's because our control panel is up here, makes us think that we're this like unit that we can fuck with. Like I think if our eyes were here, we would maybe be like, this is a whole collective system, but this fucks us up. Like I was watching this fat, huge tall guy eat ice cream cone the other day, and his arm was like this, and he was like 6'7", he was just licking it. And I was like, it looks like this little man is eating this ice cream cone unbeknownst to this giant body. Like it looks like this little guy's just riding this big guy. And I think that if we could just slide this fucker down.
Yeah, body awareness is what you are as a whole. But it's also a lot of people don't do anything with their bodies. Their body is just like a truck they drive around.
Right. And we do have a mouth. I have a vagina, which is a mouth. You know what I mean? We have a fucking more face down there. Just the uterus is a fucking another head. And the gut and everything. We just don't have eyeballs there, so we forget about it completely.
Really? The head?
I think so, yeah. It's a fucking whole thinking thing. Your gut is fucking always brain.
It's definitely thinking. Your heart thinks too. There's neurons in your heart.
But the serotonin in the gut and the brain is it feels pretty balanced. It's just the eyeballs fast.
Well, if we could have an understanding that you're an actual system, it would be a lot better for people. Because so many people just think like, oh, I don't want to worry about my body. I'm worried about my brain. Like, they think it's almost like vain to think about your body.
Yeah.
Vain is stupid.
Yeah.
It's okay, but there's no virtue in being a weak piece of shit. Like, that's not good for you.
Yeah.
Like,
And
it's not intelligent. Yeah, it's not intelligent to not take care of your body, stupid.
Yeah. It's crazy. It is, yeah. And the second I stop working out, it is so weird how much pent up energy, and then I'm like lethargic, and then I have to eat sugar, and it all is crazy.
Also, just anxiety. Starts
Yeah.
racing.
Anytime I participate in self-deception in any way, it bleeds into everything. Like anytime I'm neglecting some part of my life, you can like smell it on me. The second I walk in, I'm like, hey, sorry, I didn't know, I should be, I have this whole air, and it's like, I just needed to do my dishes. I would have been.
That's eating with the sausage.
Oh, that's this one.
So yeah, literally, that's book. You have to be balanced. Balance everything.
That's good. But then sometimes don't you go sicko mode where you go, fuck it.
Yeah, kind of, but not for long periods of time.
Do you drink?
Yeah, but I don't. I haven't drank in a long time, but I will.
Yeah.
Like, I'll have a glass of wine. But it's been like, it was many months before I had anything, and then I had like a margarita with it.
And you felt
Nothing. I mean, I didn't do it because I was an alcoholic. I did it because it's bad for you. I was like, why am I doing this? Because I drink at my club. I'll have a couple drinks at the club, a couple nights a week, and then I'll go out with my wife, have a drink or two, and then maybe I'll do a podcast with someone who wants to have a drink, and so we'll have like a little whiskey, clink glasses, and we're talking, get a little tipsy. After a while, you're poisoning yourself.
Yeah.
You're drinking 7, 10, 15 drinks in a week.
Yeah.
That's not good. And then I stopped. And I was like, oh my God, I feel so much better. And then I felt stupid. I felt stupid for not doing it.
I did the same thing. I'm a sugar addict and a love addict. I'm not an alcoholic, but I was like, I can't be having extra sugar where I don't need it.
Oh, that's so you got off the alcohol because of the sugar.
I had to choose. I was like, it's Swedish fish or alcohol. I had to make my stupid. And I was puffy all the time. I couldn't stand a little puff.
That's not good. Yeah, the puffy.
And then you have a glass of wine with you, like I could, and I'd be like just like fully retarded
instantly, right?
Yeah,
because you're probably not used to it.
Yeah, and so I was like, well, this isn't that fun either. So I'll just not do it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people more now than ever study recently about young people, about alcohol consumption. Young people is down by, what was the number? So I think it's something crazy, 25%.
Well, it's because they're not having sex.
Is that what it is?
I mean, Gen Z.
You need to touch that. That's Harlan Williams' snake.
I love Harlan Williams.
And it was,
so much.
I love it too. It was on the table when Trump was here, and he got so happy at his snake. So he had that snake in his pants the entire time. He was doing a podcast, and he told me that he got a tapeworm, and then he named his tapeworm Dimitri. And I'm like, you have a worm? Yeah, I got a worm. I picked it up. He just, it was gagged. Yeah. At the end of the tapeworm, he's like, oh, the worm's coming out. I'm like,
he had it the whole time.
He pulls out this fucking snake and he puts it on the table, and it's been there ever since. So when I had Trump on the podcast, he was so happy that Dimitri the snake was on the table.
Hands, little snake hands. That's awesome. That's such a look at this. I love how dude. Harlan was talking to us about Rocket Man and how they didn't put out Rocket Man because there's a song in it where he imitates being Chinese. Like, he does it with everybody. He does it with German, where he's like, I've had the time, even in the world. And then he does a Chinese accent, where he's like, the tongue, right?
Yeah.
And they just, like, buried it. Like, that came out with Tarzan. And they buried the shit out of Rocket Man and let Tarzan, like, take the... And I was like, I looked it up. Tarzan is, like, based off seriously racist original story.
Was it really?
Yeah. Which is so interesting. Like
Edgar Rice Burroughs, the original Tarzan. Was it Edgar Rice Burroughs?
Is Tarzan the one that's like in movie? Yeah, it's Tarzan. Look up Tarzan racist ties. It is there.
So from the original book,
I think so. Yeah. Like the original.
Well, it wasn't old.
It was
old story.
Yeah.
White guy who lives with the chimpanzees, figures it out. He lives here, becomes a king, of course.
Yeah, but I think even before that, it was more racist. And this was a Google. This would have been one of the things.
I don't think I've ever read it. I think I've read the comic books. I've seen the movies. I don't think I've ever read Tarzan, the Edgar Rice Burroughs novel.
No, I haven't read that either. I think it's just pretty that thing. But this could have been me Googling and finding it. Being like, see. But Rocket Man did great. Rocket Man's so good. And if I had seen that as a kid, I would have been so stoked.
So it's one of Harlan's comedies?
Yeah, his first.
Okay.
So it's his first movie, and he's so goofy in it. But he does all these voices for different nationalities. And it's such a funny scene. And
1997.
Yeah.
Did you find? I don't think I ever about that.
I didn't know about it either, but we had Harlan on the pod, and Ian was like, I'm obsessed with this movie, so then me and Ian watched it, and it's like the best. It's like
crazy.
exactly what you want your kid to see. It's like a doofus who makes it as an astronaut because he's smart in his own.
But they fucked up with the Chinese thing. What's the one accent you can't make fun of?
One accent. He did all the other accents. I don't get that. Why is that the one?
Really bizarro time.
It's very weird.
Very weird time.
It's also funny because Disney was like, yeah, the scene goes in, they approve it, and then they're like, wait, actually, it's not.
Well, people prove dumb shit all the time.
Yeah.
Fear Factor proves people drinking cum. And that's
What?
another show. Yeah,
Dude, I was obsessed with
and
it.
piss.
I was about to say, did you ever watch it again? I'm like, you're on it. But those people do not. I used to think they were like hot people. They're like trash. Like growing up when I was watching it, I was like, oh my God, I want to grow up to look like him. And then I look back and I'm like, this is white dreads, crazy lunatics. I was obsessed.
Well, they made them drink cum.
But it wasn't bowl cum.
It was donkey.
Oh yeah,
Donkey cum and donkey urine. They would play horseshoes to see how much donkey cum and donkey urine.
Did they say cum?
Seems sperm. I think it said sperm.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And they aired it?
Well, not really. See, that's what got the show
Imagine
canceled.
drinking the cum and not having your episode there.
No, people drank cum and didn't win.
The cum is not a problem for me. I would have drank the cum.
Would be more of a problem.
Urine, fine. For me, it was the spiders in the mouth.
The gals chose the urine over the cum. Or the cum, rather, over the urine. But
Oh, yeah.
rather. Yeah,
Hilarious. I think it's gay.
Donkey juice. The episode's called Donkey Juice. But I don't know if that's really what it's called. See, the thing is, it never aired. I think Donkey Juice was like the internal thing for the episode, or the stunt. But, so it did air in other countries, though. That's why you can still watch it on YouTube. Because it aired in, I think it aired in Denmark or some shit.
They had to just jerk off a bunch of donkeys.
No.
How did they get the cum?
I used to have a bit about it in my act. They take
Netflix,
product and they shove it up the donkey's ass, and they shock their prostate. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I
Bust.
love that shit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's more than that. It's kind of alien. You're an
For
alien.
a
You're
show?
abducting this donkey and forcing it to come.
That's brutal.
With electroshock.
Oh my
Blast.
God.
They got like a tube and they're collecting it all.
For a show.
And there's buckets of it.
And the
So how
donkey
many
doesn't
donkeys?
get paid.
How many donkeys got jacked off? Because there was buckets of it. Look.
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what? I always
Chug
assumed that was fake.
Oh, it was super real.
What?
100%. Yeah.
It's crazy.
There's laws. There's laws, which is really good. Because people say, how do we get on Fear Factor? Like, if you've ever met me, you can't get on the show, so you can't talk to me about it. If you want to get on the show, you can talk to me right now.
Yeah.
And it will get me out of the conversation.
That's good.
Yeah. Nice.
That's really good.
Yeah. Because I can't help it but get on the show. But there's laws, like you can't say it's donkey cum when it's not donkey cum. It is cum. You're drinking cum. Yeah, otherwise your show's not a
All that stuff. All the worms. So many worms.
farms. Worm farms.
Oh, yeah. For babies.
Yeah. And then cockroach farms with the people that eat cockroaches. They have to put them on a specific diet for X amount of time before they're allowed to be consumed by people.
Really?
Yeah, you can't just have meat garbage and rotten meat.
And the spiders in the mouth where they were climbing out, that was the one that me and my sister would watch to torture ourselves. Where they couldn't get the spider in the mouth because it was climbing out.
Yeah, that's great. Ridiculous shit. I literally signed up for it because I was going to be canceled and I have a lot of material.
Were you able to tell jokes on it?
No.
I mean,
They if I said something that they thought was controversial, most of the time they're better than that.
did Jackass come? Jackass was after.
No, I think it was before. Was it? Okay.
I was obsessed with.
The first one was Survivor. Survivor was the first one on TV.
Yeah.
Which is still on the air, which is
Great. That is. I thought the Osbournes.
that was a reality show. There was one before that, right? There was Totally Molly. That was kind of a reality show.
Okay.
But
Totally Polly. Is that
oh, sure, yeah. He had a very famous MTV reality show.
Where he did.
Totally Molly.
Where he just fucked around.
Just traveled around, met people. That's a reality show. But I'm not wrong, right? Was Survivor the first one? Or those kind of shows? Game show? No, like a game show, but a reality show. Reality game show. I mean, it definitely caught. There was that wave that came out of that same year as like American Idol. What year did Survivor start?
I think it's like 90.
Yeah. So Survivor was the first one.
Yeah.
That was the big one. I just can't believe it's still here. That's nuts.
Is Fear Factor,
2000. Oh, so it was only like a year before Fear Factor. Fear Factor started in 2001. They're going to do a new one now. Who the hell is hosting it?
wait,
Johnny Knoxville.
Survivor?
No, Fear Factor. I think there's a new Fear Factor that Johnny Knoxville's going to host.
That's awesome.
So it all comes full circle.
And you hated it.
No, I didn't hate it. It's just like, it was a job.
You were really sweet to the people.
I was trying.
You were very nice to them.
I tried to be nice.
I remember being like, that's a comforting, you'd be a good asset for Trip Acid. You know what I mean? Maybe that's like a good, I mean, that's a fucked up trip to be like, you're going to put these fucking things in your mouth.
There's that, but I would also, some people would be scared to do a stunt, and I'd go, look, you 100%. It's just like, people that have never really completely challenged themselves are not sure of where their boundaries lie, and they get really scared.
Yeah.
That something new and crazy is about to happen. They get overwhelmed by anxiety. And you can get them and go, hey, listen to me. Even that voice in your head telling you not to do this, fuck that voice. You can do this. And when you get done, you're going to be so happy. You're going to be so happy. You just have to do it. It's not going to be nearly as bad as you think it is. Just force yourself to do it. You can do it.
And they would do it.
Yes, because when I was a kid, from the time I was like 15 years old, I was teaching martial arts. So I am used to coaching people. I bring people to tournaments and people that were scared and they would have to fight and compete, and I would coach them.
In the corner?
Yeah.
I just went to the Toronto. Katie Taylor.
Oh, did you really? Great fight.
Dude, can I say I am straight as they come. Katie Taylor, man. Dude, I just think she's the most attractive woman. The way she goes, look, and I fight for the Lord. And she's like, dude, when they're all fucking brain fucked afterwards, and she's like, I just want to go ahead and thank everybody for coming, and I'm number one, my favorite. And you're like, nobody knows what you're saying. I box, and I'm not.
I still box?
Yeah, I box, but I don't. I mean, I my trainer is in town, but even sparring, I'm like, we gotta do this occasionally because I'm fucked up afterwards.
Yeah, I have friends that still spar. I'm like, stop doing it.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't sparring, just fight.
Well, that's rare. Most fighters spar. There's a few that don't. Like Max Holloway for a while wasn't sparring because he was trying to preserve himself for fights. But then when he had a fight tested for, he had Justin Gaethje for once. Justin Gaethje's like, I got to start sparring again because I'm going to fight someone that's really dangerous. You can't have any.
It's just so when I started boxing, I was like, I'm never gonna spar. That's crazy. And then like a month in, I was like, it was so much fun. I felt like you were training so that you could spar.
It is fun to do.
And then I would do a podcast and be like, I would say information. And I'd be like, I can't. And you listen to Serrano and Katie when they're like fighting in those like press conferences, and it sounds like two drunk kids. Like they're like, no, she fucking said that we were gonna, and you're like, I cannot be doing
no rough ones. You talk to guys that are in like their 50s, they've been retired for years, they're smart with their words, barely understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
Like, fuck.
Yeah, and they have so much money.
Well, some of them don't even have the money. Usually they go through a few divorces because they're crazy.
Yeah.
No one can stay with them. They're out of their fucking mind.
Yeah.
They're probably alcoholics because their brain's completely shattered.
Yeah. Do men get more aggressive when they get brain damage? Yeah.
Definitely can. It depends entirely on the individual. But
the women eat.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, they get aggressive too.
Really?
They get real impulsive. Men and women that have brain damage. They get impulsive. They can't control their instincts. Their impulses rather. Their addiction problems because they feel off, right? So they want to drink alcohol to calm down or do cocaine. A lot of them wind up doing coke.
To feel up because they're fried.
You're fried. Brain's cooked. Your endocrine system's all fucked up. Your pituitary gland's been bouncing around some fucking skull.
Is your brain fucked?
Oh,
Yeah. When did you stop?
Well, I stopped fighting when I was 22, I think, was my last fight, and I stopped sparring when I was like 27 or 28.
Oh, good. So you have the
Yeah,
dummy.
I did a little sparring later. When I was like,
Do you do jujitsu?
yeah.
You grapple?
But that, the brain damage you get from that is rare. It's not.
Maybe I should do that. I know myself today.
It's like consciousness. That's kind of it.
Okay. I just, the boxing, the hitting.
Yeah, don't do that.
But I like, but even just training was, I have such a rage issue that beating the shit out of something feels, even when I go to the gym and just beat the shit out of the bag, I feel
It's super good for you. There's nothing better to like relieve stress than hitting the bag.
Yeah.
It's the best. Don't stop doing that. You definitely keep hitting fast, but don't do it.
You know what I'm worried about jujitsu?
What?
The technique.
Because it's you're gonna get choked out. You're gonna black out the moment someone even comes close to choking you out.
Yeah, if anybody doesn't know your wrist, you know, any artery
Stuck in a
touching,
triangle, you're just gonna fall
I'm
asleep.
gonna, and they're gonna be like, I did a good job. Yeah, totally. I have friends that do it, and they're like, yeah, and then my phone was up against mine. I'm like, I'm done. Doing it.
Excellent. They came with them.
Yeah, talk to Cam. It is rough, but it's super addictive. Once you do it and you get used to it, it's very addictive. It's like
a puzzle.
It's a game. Yeah, you play a game, and you get better at the game the more you play it. And,
Okay.
You know, the game is get somebody in an armbar.
Right, but the armbar is, all of it is slightly representing breaking it, right? Yeah, that makes me mad. Okay.
It's absolutely, your arm doesn't get broken.
The idea of overextending somebody's body part is so brutal.
It is brutal.
That's so gross.
It's gross.
But it's very, but I think that
It's a useful skill. Very useful skill.
but the boxing is just bam, you know,
That's useful too.
breaking somebody's nose I could do, but ugh,
You could break their arm,
I could not know the idea of like bone coming through.
or just choke them, put them to sleep.
Yeah, you put a lot of people to sleep.
Not a lot of people.
They're good for people to sleep.
I don't know.
You ever put to sleep?
No, I've never been put to sleep.
Really?
No.
Are you scared to put to sleep?
No, I just tap. I know.
Right.
Wow.
Your body probably taps.
No, you tap.
I know, but you probably, your instinct, like even if you're like, put me to sleep, you'd still play it. No, actually, no.
No, you gotta know like when you're going, right? So like if you're getting choked, if like someone's got my back and they're gonna choke in, there's a point in time where I know I'm not getting out of this. You just tap. It's smart.
Yeah.
It's stupid to fight it off because you get injured, and then you wind up being really fucked up.
I love watching MMA.
Do you?
Yeah, when they jump on their backs like that, but they go full blast. That was good. Yes.
Have you ever been to it live?
No, just that fight. It was a big deal. I went to Netflix to be
Oh yeah, but that's a boxing match. You should go to the UFC live. It's bananas.
Really?
Yeah, it's bananas. Yeah.
I loved going to this round.
Are you at the club this weekend?
No, I'm in Rochester.
Oh, cool. There's a UFC. I was gonna say there's a UFC in San Antonio on Saturday night.
I'll go in New York for sure.
When it's in New York? Okay. I'll get you tickets. It's going to be in Madison Square Garden in November.
I'll go.
If you're going to be around. Okay.
Oh my God, that's January 1st.
Yeah, you'll love it. It's wild. And seeing it in the garden is kind of special.
Yeah, where was it? Oh, they were in the gardens. No, yes.
Was it? Was it?
Yeah. It was
Big room in this hall.
big. They sold it out.
Wow.
Toronto made 14 mil or something. I mean, that is great. I know.
That's great.
Isn't that great?
That's awesome. Yeah.
And the card was incredible watching.
Madison Square Garden has got a lot of energy in that realm too. There's something crazy about that realm.
Yeah.
It's just like the amount of concerts, fights, events that are taking place that you feel in the building. You walk in, you're like, whoa,
Yeah.
This place is alive.
It's awesome.
Yeah, like when you go to a new arena, like a brand new, and you walk in the door and it's empty and water, right? Like, wow, cool place. When you walk in the car, you're like, yo, this place is alive. It's got memories.
Yeah.
Here.
The other ones feel like racquetball. Like you could, you know what I mean? Like you could hit a racquetball around and it's like the stage. Because I've done arenas with Tom with Segura, and you can definitely feel the ones that have like been there versus the ones that they've put up recently.
Yeah, they have history. History
I'm
is
so
burned
bad
in the buildings.
I'm so bad at rotating.
Oh, it's weird. It's the best way though, because it's the only way you can do an arena where it's intimate. So what we're talking about is a stage that's round.
Oh yeah, in the round.
In the round. Yeah. It's
Tom
the
was
best
like, just
way.
say a joke, then pivot. Just every time I get up there, and I'd be like, here's my joke. I'm going to turn to these people now, and I'm going to turn every single time.
That's funny, though.
Yeah, it was totally great, but I couldn't do the like natural rotation.
The good thing about it is, though, it makes the show intimate, even though there's 16,000 people there.
Yeah.
Because there's people on this side facing people on the other side, so everybody realizes they're all in it together.
And the jumbotron. I mean, my the special is shot. I was like, wherever your camera is, shove it the fuck up my nose. Like, I'm so sick of seeing specials where I'm watching their whole body the whole time. Like, show my face because my facial movements are like half of my joke.
Right.
And in the arena, you get that. Like, I remember watching Louis at the Hulu theater, and it was just the fucking jumbotrons. You saw every little movement he was making. And I was like, that's so sick because it's so in a club you see that.
Right.
You know,
that's what you want to see, especially if you're looking at it on the screen. It's weird.
Yeah, and then sometimes you watch something and you're like, I should just have gone home and watch this because I would see their face.
Right.
The jumbotron fucking nails you. It's so sick.
Yeah, well, that's the good thing about the round too. You can have your back to them, and they totally can still see your face. Oh, that was great.
Oh, like a trench coat or something.
Wear a trench coat. Like what Kinnison used to do.
Oh, yeah.
Kinnison used to wear a trench coat.
I know trendy. Gonna do for Matrix.
There you go. Did you ever hear that lady that claims that she wrote the Matrix and stole the idea from her?
Dude, anime wrote that fucking shit. That anime like as hell.
Right, she said she wrote both of them. Is there any credibility to what she says? I don't know.
I had a joke about the Matrix that people were upset about, where I was upset that the Wachowski sisters were in the top 10 female directors.
Oh, no. Are they really?
Yeah, because I was like, if they had come into, say they had come into MGM as sisters, being like, we want to pitch a movie, like in the 90s, like, we want to pitch a movie about a guy in a simulation. They'd be like, how about you simulate my dick in your mouth? You know what I mean? Like, and it's not like anti-anything, but people still got mad. But yeah, that joke was one of my favorites for a while. Because I'm obsessed with the Matrix. It's my favorite movie ever.
I think we're about to literally live it.
Yeah.
We're real close.
I'm in the camp that everything's fully retarded. They just told me a lot on Twitter that AI is going to help things, not hurt things. I would like the record to state that this is my theory. That I think it's going to be good for it.
Do you think that AI is going to help people not hurt things?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. How do you think that's going to help?
I just think that the whole catastrophic, this is going to be an entity that ends all of us. I don't think it's going to do that. I think that maybe I'm just looking at the positive side, but I think it's such a smart piece of technology that was so in the works the whole time to be made that it's going to help us solve problems. Like, I think humanity has been trying to create somebody that can work on a supercomputer level to solve problems faster and more efficiently.
Yeah, that's definitely the best case scenario used for it.
Right, but the corporations are evil.
And the problem is they've already shown that these large language models can be programmed with ideology, right? So did you ever see the disaster they had with Google Gemini when they first launched it? Where they said, show us images of Nazi soldiers. They had multiracial Nazi soldiers.
Yeah.
They're like, an Asian woman was a Nazi soldier, a black woman, an Indian, they had a Native American lady who was a Nazi. That's not real. Okay, so your ideology, by making everything diverse, you distorted history. Like, so your ideology interfered with the truth. Okay, so that means it's programmed.
We take down all the
Right, but we're not that. But we're not supposed to be this large language model. This large language model is supposed to be eventually super intelligence in artificial form, right? So super intelligence wouldn't do that. It would know that Nazis were German, and they were, it wasn't an option that they asked, but they asked for German soldiers, and then as gay people of color, which they're not too crazy, which would have been Nazis. Yeah, well, getting all technical. Well, that's your action on a large language model. I know, but it did show German soldiers that were wearing Nazi swastikas, that were multiracial. Then the question has to be specific. Right. Okay. German soldiers have to be Nazi. I'm trying to put that music stuff all night. You have to be very specific when you want.
You don't think there's any possibility that it could be something that we have control over, not control, that we have control over, and if we use it for. Like, don't you think we've always been scared about everything, about science, about microscopes, about social media?
It's pretty gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were terrified when people first developed trains and thought people's bodies were going to explode to over 35 miles an hour. Yeah,
It's
for
like,
sure.
this is the human error removed is sick. Those Waymo cars are sick. The doctors using ChatGPT, they're doing such a better job.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of pluses. The problem is control. It's always the problem. And every person that has an enormous amount of power should be carefully scrutinized. And the kind of power that you're going to have if you are in control of essentially a digital god, like, it becomes a problem when human beings are involved. Now, if they become completely autonomous, then you have a problem with us being irrelevant.
But that's what I'm talking about. That situation where they become autonomous. That's what I'm referring to. So
Right.
say we have an autonomous entity.
Mhm.
Why would it kill us? But we don't go here.
Well, I'm not saying it would. I don't think it would. I don't think it would kill us, but it would probably give us incentive to not breed, which I think if I was an intelligent life force, I would kind of do exactly the way our society's already going.
Yeah,
Like right now, we're doing it to ourselves, but that might be by design, is my point. It might be that in order to not alarm us, that this artificial intelligence has engineered our diet and our environment to kill our reproductive system. And it's already doing it, but it's doing it in a very innocuous way with microplastics and a bunch of. It's doing it in a way where we don't even know what's happening. It's just
And
happening
on the
nice and
same
slowly.
point, it could be like, hey, what if we actually perpetuated the species and got it back to life as a animals?
I don't think that's going to happen. I think what's going to happen is we're going to become hybrids. We're going to become a cyborg, like a real legitimate cyborg. Are you?
Yeah.
You be first in line?
Oh my God, give me the freaking parts. I fainted blood. No more blood. Make me a cyborg. I'm happy. I love metal. I love scrap metal. I love cars. Make me a fucking car, dude. I hate this gooey thing.
I don't know if it's going to happen, but I do know it's going to be unprecedented. It's going to be a new thing.
I'm surprised. The one thing that didn't freak me out is you guys the other day at Bachelorette party had the goggles on that was recording us.
Oh,
When I realized that, when I was like, oh shit, AI is going to take all of the information.
yeah. There's a lot of people in the middle classes everywhere, which is like, at one point, you're like, oh, well, it's cool, new technology. The other thing, you're like, yeah, but people probably don't even fucking know they're getting recorded. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Well, also, I don't like the idea of all these digital images of things. Like, if it could be printed out into matter and you could look at it with the idea of, like, your entire life, like, even us with the fucking iPhones, all these photos stress me the fuck out, dude. Because it's so much, because there's something about it, because when you have a photo, you're in the present with a past photo, right? Like, I'm sitting here in this reality with a past reality that I can hold. The weird giant vortex of memory is almost like my vortex of memory. You know what I mean? Like, neither of them have matter. My memory in my brain and this brain here, I don't like that. I think that I want the memory to be contained in matter or in my memory. I don't like this being a brain. And I don't like it holding pictures of all of my past.
Well, I think when you say, I want to be a cyborg, you're going to hold all of it, and you're going to have a hard drive. So instead of having a memory where it's followable right now, like your memory is like weird, like, when did we do that? Was that in November? Oh my God, that was November? You'll have an actual memory just like you have on your phone where you can go back to like, or you feel like it suggests you on this day, and you go to like 2017, you're like, oh my God,
Yeah.
oh my God, they're so young, oh my God, look.
I feel less disembodied than this fucking weird unit that we're all addicted to. You know what I mean? It's already a part of us. It's so weird that it's just man and unit. Everybody.
The unit goes out.
You think it'll be,
You put the unit down.
we're going to be cyborgs like it's going to be,
Yeah.
like human beings will have a chip in their brain that anytime I'm like, what year was that?
It might not even be a chip. It might be a wearable. They might be able to have something that you put on the top of your head, electrodes that touch your temples, and it just sends signals into your brain and it works from there. I mean, who knows? Like, it's so cutting edge. And then once AI gets into the picture, right, and AI, if you get sentient AI and you get AI that understands like how human neurotransmitters work, what to stimulate, what not to stimulate, it might devise ideas that we never even anticipated in terms of like how to implement this technology, and it'll probably figure out how to make it better.
Yeah.
And then it'll be off to the races.
I was so scared today because I texted my friend suicidal. Like she texted me about something and I wrote like tongue in cheek, I'm suicidal, right? Like I'm not actually,
Right.
but I wrote it. And I was like, shit, my phone is now going to send me so many fucking don't kill yourself stuff.
Does it do that?
Yeah, dude, every time I text some shit like that, I'll go on Instagram and I'll be like, don't do that. Listen, seek help, blah, blah, blah.
Well, that's what's creepy is like you fucking Instagram, like texting to friends.
Yeah. I've had 2 people recently be like, like, sometimes I'll think of thought and an ad will come.
That's
And 2 people in 1 week said that.
Yeah, but doesn't that just mean it's a coincidence? That means you rely on it.
Watch this. Yesterday.
Jim, what is it?
Alright, so you got announced yesterday.
Oh yeah, I did. I forgot. Yeah, go ahead.
It allows telepathic communication in some way with the headset. They clearly connected to something. They don't show that, but these 2 guys start talking.
Those guys are.
Why is that? What's this music?
Oh,
Oh, the Apple Vision.
so this one is actually translated. Let me go back. These 2 guys just talking.
You guys just have to telepathy tapes off.
It's showing like they're trying to have a communication about food. They're not speaking. It's really hard to like hear this.
That's crazy.
You describe that you could be in a party and both have the headset on. And the thing for it.
All right, these fuckers have to be stopped. This is too crazy.
Yeah, now you're different, right?
Yeah, that's not okay.
I like they swing one way or the other.
No,
This one,
fuck that, dude. These dorks, these
I just show
dorks
you
in
Shanghai.
fucking coffee shops
Then
talking
he's like
shit.
alter ego to go give you a travel tip.
It translates that. It starts off in English. And the weird thing is, for these guys just described, they don't talk about how this works yet. They literally just put up a video on Twitter yesterday, like, if you want more information, go to our website. And so you're describing, like, if they have a way to get brain waves in some way.
All right, yeah, I'm out on this. I'm out on
Can't
this.
pick it up.
Especially when I see the kids that are doing it. I'm like, these kids are just fucking dorks who are getting so far.
They're gonna look like aliens.
This isn't like the agents from the
People
Matrix.
with big heads.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
But was the agents from the Matrix like some attractive men in, sunglasses and suits? I'd be like, okay, what you guys have planned is probably better than reality. Like, that's fucking dorks being like, this is what we're doing now.
I think no matter what we do, technology's gonna keep moving. No matter what we do, China's gonna do it, Russia's gonna do it, everybody with power is gonna do it. Anybody that has the resources, they're gonna keep pushing this technology. And you just think, where's it going? Well, it's going in that direction. It's gonna become part of some fucking giant hive mind.
Yeah.
We're all gonna be sharing thoughts together. Some bizarre buzz of information that we all suck about.
Yeah.
It's gonna be real weird.
It is going to be weird, but then you could have the unpluggers, which would be nice.
Well, that's what it's gonna be when you go to the club and put your phone on the tag. Talk some
Yeah.
shit. Stand up.
Yeah, totally.
It's one of the reasons why people love going to a comic club now. And especially when you make people put their phone in the underbag.
Yeah, it's a game changer.
Oh,
Such a game
absolutely.
changer.
You could actually pay attention. You can actually focus. You're there. You're living in the present moment instead of constantly checking tweets. People, it's an addiction now, and it's a new one, right? It's one that didn't exist for our parents. They never had to deal with it. And we're growing up with this very bizarre connection to the whole world.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's negative. A
Yeah.
lot of it's also manipulated. A lot of it's bots.
I guess I'm hoping it also gets so bad it gets better. Like, I'm hoping that, not to use Matrix again, that there will be a point where you can be like, I'm disconnected from everything. Whereas right now it feels like we have to engage with it. Like, it would be nice to get to a point where it's like, are you on or off? I'm off. And you're like, oh, okay, I will try.
Do you ever just disconnect your...
Yeah, when I go to my house.
Yeah.
Totally disappear.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and I just put this. I have like a safe where I lock my
Oh, good for you. That's
off
smart.
my phone and lock it.
Candy in your phone. Say it.
Yeah.
What's harder? Candy or the phone?
Fuck's a phone.
Yeah.
Candy's good. Candy's so good. The phone sucks. It stresses me out.
Oh, candy fishes.
Those are my favorite sweet. I just had a real sweet.
What do you mean? Sweet. Multiple forgeries?
The red ones?
Just fake Swedish fish.
Yeah, those are American bullshit. The Swedish fish are black from Sweden.
Yeah, interesting. Probably doesn't have our nasty chemicals for the dyes.
Yeah, the red 40.
Yeah.
Is RFK gets from 40?
I think so.
But it's so funny watching RFK go through the lesbian moms that I have, like, you know, because they're still liberals who are like, fuck RFK, and then at one point he's like, I want to bring back raw milk. And I said to watch my entire time of it, they'd be like, well, we do love raw milk. And I actually like that quite a bit, because they're like, right now siphoning raw milk illegally off of farms.
So this raw milk is legal, but whiskey at Costco.
It's so weird.
So dumb.
Raw milk is so good. It's really good. Francis Ellis is all that. Cheese and milk.
Yeah, it's good for you.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people that have lactose intolerance.
Oh, not Francis, Jason Ellis. Francis Ellis is different.
Oh, Jason Ellis, the comedian.
Yeah. Francis Ellis is a comedian, but he's way more
yeah, it's really good for you.
Yeah.
It's just don't get it bad. Don't get it where it's
And then what happens? You just have a bouncer.
looking for it. It's diarrhea.
Yeah, but whatever. Better than a fucking cancer.
Yeah. Well, I think your body, when it's homogenized and pasteurized, it's like, what is this?
Yeah.
With no enzymes. What is this water protein you make you drink that I'm going to fart out?
Yeah. I bet we could drink endless raw milk. I bet we could really go ham on raw milk.
The Jewish fish is that taste supposed to be called a lingenberry. But the black stuff is a different kind of fish.
Oh.
Yeah. Black stuff is different.
That's shit.
Like that? Is that your shit?
Yeah.
Ammonium chloride. Ammonium chloride.
Nice.
Probably not better than Red 40.
Well, let's Google ammonium
We
chloride.
assume every sort of country is doing better.
I know, right?
It's crazy.
It's
They'll be in the audience and I'll be like, oh, you think you're better than me? And they're like, no, we really like you.
like crystalline water-soluble salt. Formed from ammonia and hydrogen chloride. Used primarily as a fertilizer. An expectorant in cold medications and a component in soldering and galvanizing fluxes to clean metal surfaces. Also found in dry cell batteries, flavoring agent, and its natural form. It's called salamondia. Huh. Oh. Well, it's like monosodium glutamate. Everybody was scared of that for the longest time. And Bourdain and I were talking about it. He's like, no. He's like, it's good. He's like, it makes the food taste better. I go, right, it does, right? He's like, yeah. I go, what do you think about all this stuff about it being bad for it? He's like, it's bullshit.
Yeah. What does it do? It's just like,
Monosodium glutamate is like what they would always put. This thing was, it was always, you would hear that it was used in Chinese food. But it was used in a
MSG.
lot of food. I remember when I worked at Newport Creamery, they used to have some laying around. I think,
oh yeah, you go into places where you can MSG.
yeah, there's a name for it. It's a product. MSG enhances umami flavors with less sodium, about 1/3 the sodium of salt, while NaCl primarily. Wasn't it called Accent? Wasn't there something like that where there was a monosodium glutamate product that they would have for restaurants? I can't remember what it's called. Is it Accent? There it is.
That's a good rebrand.
Global Food Company, no, for this umami seasoning. Yeah, that's it. So they have like a tub of that stuff and throw it in whatever the fuck you're cooking. It made it taste better.
What is this?
So monosodium glutamate is like the thing that everybody was like blaming. Oh, I gotta stay away from Chinese food. That fucking MSG kills me. And he was like, that's bullshit.
But why did we say that?
It's probably one of those things that we got stuck with, like saturated fat's bad for you, because some cunt got a lot of money from the sugar lobby.
Yeah.
So they put some fake science
Like
and
the
everybody bought into it. Those guys fucked everybody so hard that they did it for 50 grand. They did it for 50 grand like the 1960s, and forever we were fucked.
I mean, I fell for it for a long time.
60 years, everybody's going, oh, you stay away from it. Stay away from fat. The perceptions of MSG's danger stem from the anecdotal reports and flawed early studies, not from consistent scientific evidence. For most people, MSG does not cause health problems. However, a small subset of the population may be sensitive to it and experience temporary mild symptoms. So what's the mild symptoms? Headaches, nausea, drowsiness, flushing or sweating. Maybe you just ate too much fat fucks. It was what's called Chinese restaurant syndrome, now known as MSG symptom complex. These symptoms often appear within 2 hours and are typically mild. Yeah, but also you probably ate like a pig.
Also whiskey again.
Difficulty breathing in rare severe cases. You probably drank beer and ate 50 bowls of noodles. That fuck.
Is RFK pro fucking? Is he like pro? Checking all of this stuff, or is he the anti just like let it all run, or is he?
No, he thinks you should know what's bad for you, and if you want to take it, there should be a label on the food letting you know that the stuff in there has been shown to cause X, Y, Z.
Okay.
That's it. Like it's not. It doesn't say we need to get rid of cigarettes or we need to get rid of whiskey. Like if you don't say that, those two things, if you don't say no more cigarettes, no more whiskey. If you don't say that, then shut up.
So the left is worried about deregulation, right?
Worried about deregulation.
Is that true?
Yeah, with many things. Yeah, with environmental concerns. I'm sure they're worried about deregulation. With banking, with industry, they're worried about deregulation.
Is there any party that's just
regulation?
pro-regulation?
Me?
Is there any party that's just pro-regulation? Regulate AI, regulate Instagram,
I think the Democrats are much more interested in regulating things. Like if you look at the most regulated states, they're Democrat states. Like California has a lot of red tape and regulations if you want to get anything done.
Socialist is the most regulated.
Yeah, because they want control. We want more control from the government. They have bigger bloated government. And the way to keep that functioning is got to go through hoops and ladders to get through anything. Anything
I just
that
feel like it's all or nothing. I feel like you have to regulate everything or regulate nothing.
No, some regulation is good. Like your parents are contractors, right? There's a good example. You need
Too much regulation.
too much regulation, but you need inspectors.
Fuck the inspectors.
Okay. You can't say that because if your family does a good job, and I'm sure they do, that's fine. But there's a bunch of fly-by-night fuckheads
Yeah.
that make a house and don't follow code, and then shit goes sideways.
But that shit is
falls
so
apart.
corrupt. That stuff is like, that's the, I mean, the bureaucratic bullshit the contractors have to go through is psycho.
That's true too.
I used to be a contractor, dude. The amount of, I should have been,
I think there's a comfortable medium.
I think, yeah, I don't,
My stepdad was an architect, so I grew up around construction sites as well.
so you know that.
Yes.
Frustrating that guy is.
I do, but I also know that there's a lot of shady motherfuckers that are involved in construction, and you gotta make sure these assholes follow code, otherwise this house is gonna collapse and kill everybody inside. People suck.
Yeah.
Some people suck, and they cut corners, they save money, they do things all half-assed, and you need someone to go and inspect it.
But then it's weird to not have regulation on it. There's no regulation with social media. I mean, unless it's the censorship shit.
Right.
It's weird. I
And
mean,
it's really bad for you.
right.
Psychologically, it might be one of the worst things that's ever happened to, like, collectively, society, psychologically. Like, if you look at Jonathan Haidt's book, you ever read his book, The Conway of the American Mind?
No.
It's all about, he's great. It's all about social media and then self-harm with girls. This is a big thing. Self-harm, suicidal ideation, suicidal thoughts. That all comes like this. Just ramps way up when social media gets introduced. And
There should just be elected committees, elected psychological committee, elected philosophical committee.
who's going to tell you you can and can't do it? Who's going to say you should and shouldn't say things? If you don't like it, you should get off of it. And that's what I do. I just stay off
Yeah,
of
but
it
these
for the most
idiots,
part.
they're just,
I know, but so is booze, right? It's a good day. And no, don't do that. It'll ruin your life. Don't do this. This can ruin your life too. Like, and it also sucks
yeah, but
your
it's
time
a
away.
drug. It needs to be regulated like a drug.
Who's going to be the one? Who's going to tell you what? I don't want anybody telling me I can't go on Twitter. If I'm at home and I have nothing to do and I pay taxes, my bills are paid, I want to just
Any
fuck off.
tactic for attention monopolization has to be prevented, says the committee that doesn't exist. Like, you know how you feed them
It's not monopolization. You shut it off anytime you want.
but it pulls you in, it sends you alerts, it gives you the dopamine thing, it gives
I
you
don't have to talk.
no,
I'm never going to talk. Well, they should shut that shit off. Someone should teach them how to do it first. And also tell them, like, hey, this is a lot of negativity. A lot of these people are wasting their life on this shit. You're wasting your time.
So I know that, and I just fell into a dark hellhole last night. Like, it's hard to avoid. It's
But you can do it. I do it.
yeah, but I can do it. But 13-year-old Jordan would be fucking hanging from that closet at Airbnb. I mean, it would be rough.
15-year-old Joe would be tweeting horrible shit at every single
Oh, just horrible shit. That's the other thing. Horrible Yeah.
Make a new Gmail address, make a new account. All they have is
Maybe
an
that
IP
should be
address.
no more fake accounts.
Yeah, but the other thing is whistleblowers are important, right? If someone is in the
Oh,
government and there's some shady shit going on and expose it and you don't want to die.
yeah.
You don't want to get Seth Rich.
Yeah. But isn't there another way to whistleblow, like graffiti or something?
It doesn't work.
Or a billboard?
You can't go viral.
Yeah.
Billboards don't go viral. You gotta be able to express yourself without fear of consequences because there's a lot of people that don't have any power and there's a government or maybe you find out that the corporation you work for is doing some horrible shit and they're bypassing some environmental regulation and dumping toxic stuff into the ocean. Like,
Well, maybe it just comes down to regulating the corporations and being like, bro, you can't make money off of people's data. You can't make money off of.
that's a problem because we didn't know we all signed up for it that data is going to be this massive commodity. Not only is it very valuable, but then it gives them insane power. The people that have all that money and have all that power, now they're in control of, essentially all social discourse.
So maybe that's the thing that needs to be regulated. Just
Because
like,
when they do regulate it, then it's like, did you ever read the Twitter files? Did you ever read any of the stuff that Taik and Schellenberger and those guys? When Elon purchased Twitter, one of the things they found out was the intelligence communities had been deeply embedded in Twitter, and then they were involved in suppressing certain narratives, pushing other ones. And it was like really sketchy stuff, like dangerous stuff. Because if they have the power to suppress accurate, real information, then you're propagandizing to the entire country. You're shifting narratives, you're changing the way people think about things. This can affect elections. This can affect public health. It's going to affect everything. And they were doing that. And they were doing it because they had regulation over social media. They had power. So Elon comes along. It's like, fuck that. It's Wild West time. And opens it wide up. And everyone's like, oh, it's all racist now. There's not. Like, yes, there's more of that now because it's not getting banned. But also there's more people that, can talk about virtually anything they want to. And you can debate it out. You can talk about the climate. You can talk about the moon. You can talk about asteroids. You can talk about foreign governments. You can talk about anything. And that's better. It's better to have people say horrible shit, but also be able to say true shit, not be able to say anything.
yeah, but I worry about the. It just comes down to kids for me because they get radicalized. I mean, when you see the racist shit and you join the tribe, it just like becomes.
They can
And as
also
much
get
as it's-
radicalized. They can also become Christians. They can also become like hikers. They can also really get into jiu-jitsu. They can also like
ISIS.
join video games. They can join ISIS.
Yeah, ISIS.
They can also do whatever the fuck they want to do. This is just, we got to duke it out in the battlefield of ideas. And that has to be able to take place. You can't have people decide what you can and can't discuss. Because the problem with that is, like, then they have power over you. And they have power over the most important thing that we do as a culture, which is figure out what's right and what's wrong. Figure out who's correct and who's incorrect. What's a fact and what is a lie? What is propaganda? Why have they made so much money pushing this thing when there's no science behind it? If you say, then they say trust the science. Well, show me what the science is. You have people that are looking at the science that are actual scientists. They get boycotted, banned from Twitter. That's one of the things that happened during this whole FBI infiltration of Twitter, whatever the organization was that the government had that was there's multiple organizations deeply embedded. They were kicking people off. They were like Stanford scientists that they had a different view of how the pandemic should be handled. They're kicking them off Twitter.
And then you get to put regulators on the regulators. Same thing, Wild West. Teach your kids correctly.
Yes, I think that's better. I think this is the world we're living in, and it's a weird world. But this is the reality of the world, and you need to prepare them for the reality of the world. Don't shield them from it.
Right. I guess it's just technology being such a drug is an issue to me.
It is a drug, but
It feels like the government making money off of some fentanyl. Like that's what it feels like.
it's also fun for kids too. They're doing Snapchat. They're having a good time too.
Yeah.
It's not all negative. It's just it can be negative, and the pile on, like with people like that lady, what she did to her daughter, which is the most evil fucking thing ever. Like there's groups of kids that will go after a kid and pile on them and attack them anonymously. And, kids kill themselves with things like that. It freaks them out. Yes. It's remarkably healthy. It's very strange.
They have social media.
One of them just got off of everything. She just wants to concentrate on her schoolwork. She hasn't been on any social media in over 90 days. It's very impressive.
But that's an addiction. It's clean.
Yeah, but it's also, she can do it. It's like, it's not an addiction. Like, oh my God, if you ever get on social media again, now you're getting homeless and social media. No, it's like, it's a thing that's not necessarily good for you. Just like cake. Don't eat cake all day.
Yeah.
But if you want to have a birthday cake, or you want to occasionally have a piece of cake, you have dinner, let's get some dessert. Fuck it.
Yeah, but what about the cake? What if every time I went to go to cake, there was 90 other dudes in the cake shop that were being like, we should kill this group of people? And you'd be like, fuck, I really want to eat cake. Because people keep saying that. Maybe I'm believing them because I read so much. At some point, somebody should walk into the cake shop and be like, dude, you guys can't be here.
There are laws, right? So, like, there's free speech, but if you threaten someone, there's laws against that. And that's yes. Yeah, if you say, I want to kill all the Greeks in America, like, someone will come against you. But if you just said something like that, someone would visit you for the FBI. If you make threats against people, but we have existing laws that already protect people from that.
Okay.
I just think most people should stay the fuck off of it, because most of the people that are doing it are wasting their life.
It's crazy how I just last night was sucked into this vortex, and then I just put my phone away, and my dog was sitting right there. Yeah. And I was like, oh, hey, real life thing that loves me.
Also, I had no idea this was going on. I had no idea.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. It sucked so bad because I was trying to be I was like actively trying to say a one thing that I went through, patting myself on my fucking back, and it just fucking spun out of control.
You never woken up because it's all horseshit. It's all horseshit. It's just a cult. It's a cult that is mostly perpetrated by people that don't have a religion. So it behaves like a religion.
Yeah.
You can get excommunicated. You're cast out of the kingdom for life. There's rules. If you follow those rules, you'll be good. If you're not, you're a heretic.
Yeah.
It's a religion. And it's a religion for people that don't have a religion. Because there's a fucking weird part of our brain that whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, it fits that spot. Right? So if you don't have something in your life that you think of as a higher power, or at least have like some sort of ethical and moral foundation, some goals, some higher goal that you ascribe to, something will fill that spot. There's a spot in your brain, and that spot will be, I'm a Republican, or that spot will be, I'm a liberal, and we gotta, these goddamn racists, and all these white people, we gotta get rid of white people. White people say that. We have the real problems, white people. They'll say that, and they'll say they'll pat themselves on the back while they're saying it, because they think they're being a good roaster.
Yeah.
It's just religion. It's
crazy how guilty I'm to be an idea of the back being like, hey, I just want you to know, like, I totally didn't mean to hurt anybody. I'm really sorry if you're offended by this. And they would just immediately be like, oh, it's totally okay. I take back everything. Then what they said was like, you fucking bitch. And I just was like, hey, I'm a person. And they're like, oh shit, I completely forgot. And I was like, oh, yeah.
Everybody forgets. It's a terrible way to communicate.
It is bizarre, yeah. I mean, I talk so much shit about everything. And then I get there and I'm like, oh yeah, this is. I think it just feels good to believe something. It feels so good to stand your ground on something and to be like,
right.
I did something today that meant something, even though it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't.
We need meaning so fucking bad.
We do. And that's why it takes the place of religion. People don't have religion.
It doesn't have to be religion. You can have it be this side.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, there's a spot in our brains.
Yeah.
The religion has always been there. We fill that spot with whatever the fuck it is. Leftist politics, right-wing ideology, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
You find a thing that becomes your religion.
Totally.
We're fucking broken. So,
But
we're also wonderful. It's fun. When we work right.
When we're face to face. Yeah. I mean, online
sometimes it's not, know?
Crazy. But then you run into the person who talks shit about you, and you're like, oh, hey, what's up? Yeah, we were just playing the video game
Yep.
of hatred.
Yep. Yeah. And that's what most people are doing on Instagram, on Twitter, because it's just such an easy thing to do, and especially if your life sucks, it's a great distraction. You can pay attention to other people and tell fucking joke, fucking cut, and just say horrible shit, and it distracts you from whatever is wrong with your life.
But the video game of like health and body perfection, like getting jacked, is like the religion that many comics are in. Me too, and it does take that role a lot. It's like a lot of times people are just hatred. I'm like, just target lower belly fat. If you want to be fucking activated about something, get fucking that. You know what I mean? Because it's always I look at the picture of these people and they're just like miserable fuckers in a basement. And I'm like, dude, just what if you just spent all day taking a really long bath and just cleaning that shit off you? You know what I mean? Instead of hating it.
Well, think about what we're talking about with OCD, those tight grooves of behavior. It just it's so easy to slide into those grooves. They're so hard.
Yeah.
They've been used so many times. It's an instantaneous decision to go down those pathways. It's hard for people. It's hard for people to snap out of them, especially people that are fragile and that are worried about getting attacked themselves. Those are the most vicious.
Yeah.
The most fragile people are the most vicious. They're the most mean, the ones that are worried about being criticized themselves.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hurt people.
True that.
So
I've done it. I've hurt people.
We all have.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's normal. It's a normal part of being a person. It's just the social media thing. There's very little value and a lot of negativity. Or you can use it correctly if you're a journalist or if you're someone who's like curated a good feed and you just want to find out what's actually happening.
Yeah.
The world's filled with like crazy shit that happens all the time that you don't know about unless you're on Twitter. You just pay attention to the mainstream news. You miss 80% of what's going on in the world.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, there's so much. I talk so much shit about social media, but the amount of animal videos that have brought me back. I mean, I found out that otters have a little skin pocket, and it's like saved my life multiple times just knowing that. Like, that shit is so good.
Yeah.
Any fast intake of National Geographic online is yeah.
Most of my time I spend if I'm fucking off on my phone is on YouTube. And I don't have a problem with that because most of that is like videos and getting educated.
Yeah, I would not have been able to get contractor without YouTube. I just love that.
There's so much you can learn if you just do it right. Like YouTube is the most amazing resource if you just do it right.
And there's just some fucking guy who's like, I'm gonna teach you exactly how to utilize this impact driver. Like, yeah, I don't know why you're doing this, but thank you.
Yeah, why are you doing that?
It's really weird. Some of those people, they're like, I'm gonna tell you how to change a Toyota tire on a Nissan truck. I'm like, dang, that's exactly what I need. It's crazy.
Right.
Yeah, those guys rule.
Oh, there's so much good how-to stuff that's available online. Or you can get on Twitter and start yelling about the Jews. Figure out that whatever it is.
Yeah. I'm glad if you understand what's happening, you won't have to earn for our channels. Are you worried about your kids' future?
Of course. Yeah, of course. I'm worried about everybody's future. I'm worried about their future. I don't want anything bad to happen to them. I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody.
That's why I can't handle it.
But when people say that, I was like, oh, well, it's good. I'm like, yeah, why would you with all the books and medicine and shit? People had kids before they figured out stores.
When they say I don't want to bring a kid into this world, like I sometimes don't want a kid just because the idea of letting my dog outside without me scares me. But like, and I'm neurotic. But when they say that, I'm like, you're talking about the absence of consciousness being superior to consciousness. That's a paradox. You can't say one is better than the other. There is no better until you're born.
Not only that, there's a lot of people in my life that I love. A lot of people that I love. The only way you make people is they have to be babies. They grow up to be people that you love.
Yeah.
That's the game.
Yeah.
That's life. You have to, if you love people, you probably love kids.
Yeah.
You just don't know it. And you probably are, terrified of responsibility, which is real.
Yeah.
But you can have kids. It's something.
Do you think everybody should do it?
No. I think you have a rich and full life and never have children. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I always resented that when I didn't have children. People say, oh, you don't even know, you don't have kids.
Yeah.
So, don't say that. That's silly. They alienate people. Yeah, it changed.
Did it unlock like a Molly level of love?
Yes, Chappelle had the best quote about this. He said, "Not only did it change the amount of love that I have, it changed my capacity for love."
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know. Like, how much you love your daughter, I know you love your daughter. I've seen you with your daughter. If you love your kids, times up nearly.
But that's frightening. That level
It
of
is frightening.
love. How do you let them go to school?
Life is crazy. Life is frightening. You just have to learn and grow and just deal. It's just part of the thing. You can't just be safe forever. You're not going to live. You're going to die. We're all going to die. You just have to exist. And, you know, you have to, like, when you don't see your friend, like, bye. You know, when you're on a plane, like, oh, no, wait, where am I going? I can't live like that. Child, and I know.
I didn't teach yourself to chill. Really?
And yet you only kill so much. You know, you love them so much. It's hard. But I think there's a reason why societies like people to have children because it makes you much more concerned with law and order. It makes you much more concerned with cleanliness, pollution, and all of the harm that can happen to your child.
Yeah.
Yeah. You worry more because if it's just you're selfish and you're like, "Fuck, I'm gonna go get a whore," you know, like okay, yeah, you're not really a part of this thing. It's kind of like you're a leech, you know, like this thing is all of us together.
It would frustrate me if I had kids that people without kids have people right, but that would annoy me.
Why?
I don't know.
Because they can both do things about your
It
kids.
just would piss me off. I'd be like, you're not keeping a life around. You know what I mean? Like you're just some selfish shitter and eater. You know?
Well, there's a lot of those selfish shitters and eaters too that think that somehow this is one of the things that people are being taught today that somehow or another because there's so much money in the world, like you are owed something. We should have universal basic income. Your needs should be met. There's a bunch of people that think that way. Don't think that you should provide a value. That your needs should be met because there's so much wealth in the world, and that everything else, whatever the wealthy people up on top of that, that should only exist once their needs are met because there's a fake scarcity crisis in this country. It's really because of the wealthy people have gotten so much.
But that's the burning bit.
Yeah. Well, there's some truth to that, though, right? There is some truth. Like, if someone acquires all the money and everybody else is poor, obviously you have a broken system. Yeah. Bernie's idea was to take a small amount of stock market exchanges, just like a fraction of a penny for each one of these, and that money would all be an incredible resource that would go to education, healthcare, and all these different quality of life things that would have a legitimate impact on society. That's what I was interested in. That was my most compelling thought that he had. Yeah, the most compelling thought to me. I was like, that seems like that would work. That seemed like that would have a big impact. It would change a lot of things.
I've always been down for the tax the corporations. I've always been down for it, and not be them as having human rights.
The weird thing is that they have to go donate insane amounts of money towards congressional campaigns.
That's fucked.
That's fucked. So
if they're going to take that, stop that. No. What is that called? What is that called? Electoral funding.
Sure.
Election funding. There's a name for it, but stop that. Campaign funding. Stop that. And
it's funding super PACs. It's funding NGOs. It's just a lot of shit that goes on that's just really about influence.
But if you get a corporation that's making that much money and tax the shit out of it for schools.
Well, not a bad idea, but you've got to be able to make money. The real problem with corporations is they have to always make more money. Like if you have a responsibility for your shareholder, for your CEO, every quarter you have to make more money. But the idea is you're doing really well, it's making more money. They never go, we're good. Hey everybody, we're
Why
good.
not?
Because they're cuts.
Oh, okay.
Because that's the game they're playing. They're playing the I want more money game. They're not playing the let's make the world a better place game because it's a corporation. Yeah. So it's a sociopath. It acts like a sociopath. You ever seen like when they've done these studies where they're like, well, look at the behavior of a corporation. It's basically a psychopath.
That's why I think they should fund this shit. It's crazy how much the middle class is taxed.
Stock market in general, in the first place.
Stock market is so weird to me. I will not put any money in it. I buy gold and I buy a house and I buy a car, I buy a watch, but I won't do the stock market.
But it's crazy that everybody needs to be involved in like
That is so weird to me. But I'm not allowed to say this because people go, oh no, Jordan, you got to put it into a fund that is an index. And I'm like, I don't have to gamble. I grew up white trash. Gambling is a bad thing.
Yeah,
But in my family, you're not allowed to do that.
the thing is, it is a real thing. It does work. Look at Nancy Pelosi. She spent $500 million. Right? She did it a shady way.
Is that good that she has that?
No.
It's not good.
No.
My
Well, it's
friends
also,
were like,
it's not going to make her live longer. She's 82 fucking years old, so it's terrible.
right.
It's, the end is nigh. Stop working.
And my friends are like, I made 50 grand off Bitcoin. And I'm like, you just put it in Bitcoin. You're going to keep it in Bitcoin because now you're stuck in an addiction until it's gone, until it tanks. You know what I mean? Nobody that I know is like, maybe a couple.
Some people have, and they've made a lot of money.
That's great. Yeah, I have one friend who did that, very proud of it. But typically, it keeps you in.
It's like the same people that stay off social media. They're rare.
They're rare. They utilize the system. When I was microdosing, I could do that. I could post and be like,
Why stop microdosing?
because I was in and out of a relationship that when I would microdose, like my brain would be like, bro, what are you doing? You gotta get out of this thing. And I'd be like, okay, just we'll microdose. Now I'm back to yeah.
Well, I get
When it
that.
shows you a truth that you cannot handle.
You're like, yikes, but I don't want to be alone.
I would take the mushrooms and I'd be like, dude, man, come on, dude. If this guy is like mean to you, you're a cool chick. And I'd be like, shut up, I'm not cool.
Indeed is gross.
It's the best. It's my
You like that?
Yeah. I hate
Back and forth.
I like
Makeup,
fighting, yeah.
fighting for makeup sets.
I just like somebody who's very honest and it's like, that's a stupid thing that you did, that's a good thing that you did. It's very different. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, you gotta be able to do something to calm it down and say it rationally.
Yeah,
You gotta say okay first. You gotta say nice things first.
yeah, that was the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the mushroom would be like, it would be kind of, I'd be like, you can love a person and not be miserable. That's those two things that happen. You can love somebody and not be in a relationship with them because it doesn't
Yeah.
work. So I was like, okay, right.
Yeah, I'm on the fence about microdosing, but I think for some people it seems to be a giant quality of life enhancer.
It just tells you when to stop. You can't do it that long. You can do it for like 2 minutes.
Microdosing?
Yeah, and then it like, does addiction. And it has to stop.
Well, that's probably good too. Probably like most things. You know, you should drink every day. If you want to go on a vacation, 2 weeks you can get hammered.
Yeah.
It's good.
But the mushroom will be like, I mean, they'll just be like, it never gets addicting. But I did a lot during the pandemic.
I know some people that got into the idea of like spiritual awakening.
Oh, the ayahuasca.
Oh yeah, some of those fucking get cooked. They get cooked. They get all the cooked. They start reading poetry on Instagram. Like,
Oh my god, when I get the text messages like, hey, I love you so much. I'm like, damn, you don't have their ayahuasca.
no, that's cool though. Someone just saying they love you. Nice.
That's nice.
I already said, man, I love you message the other day. It's like, what do you want? I don't know.
That's
He's
on for a while, right?
off the fucking reservation.
He is so inspiring to me with comedy. We're gonna be like, I'm thinking of stuff. I'm not doing it right now.
Well, he's very smart.
He's so smart.
Yeah, very smart.
He did the whole I mean, Eric Abrams, my whole team did it for Ari, like every step of the way. He'd be calling me every day, I'd be like, what are you doing, dude? And I'd be like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, that was pretty well, let's do it. I mean, it was crazy.
Ari's very strong in his beliefs. Some of his opinions are terrible, though. Ari famously told me to never put out a 3-hour podcast. In the beginning, he was, why is your podcast 3 hours? I said, because that's how I felt like talking for 3 hours. Just edit it. No one's going to listen for 3 hours. I go,
3 hours when you were just starting it out.
Oh, yeah. I always did 3 hours. Like, they don't have to.
How long have we done
Don't
this?
listen. Almost 3 hours.
Jesus. No.
Oh, yeah.
How do you do that? It is a time warp.
Yeah. Because we're locked in. So if you're really locked in, if you're really locked in with somebody, you really have it. It seems like 3
What if you
hours.
don't get locked in? Really?
Yeah. Some podcasts.
Women? No. Men too?
Sure.
Non-comics?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Non-comics. Even some comics. Like, God, I can't say comics. You know?
That's like when we're in therapy. I'm talking about yet another breakup, and my therapist is doing it's the worst part ever. And I'm like, you need to lock in.
Yeah, lock it in.
But you've had not lock-in days? Have you ever had it be your fault?
Oh, yes, probably. Yeah. Well, I mean, I try. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty good at it, so I know, like, how to finagle a conversation. You know, generally, I look for one. I'm like, okay, I
Oh, I have to change my
gotta
brain.
fucking fire this up and make fun of this.
Oh, you're
Like,
pro
that's
weed. You're weed
something.
guy. You love weed. Okay, I just
Well, it's weird for sleep.
but it's the only thing that's ever worked ever.
Oh, really? It's edibles?
Flour the other day, edibles the other day.
Yeah. I think so. I think it prevents you from going into REM sleep. Or it stimulates your REM sleep.
Yeah, but it lets you watch. It lets you watch yourself enter sleep, which rules. Like being like, and goodbye. Because every morning you wake up and you go, I don't remember falling asleep. Well, I'm waiting. You're like, this is it. Here it is. And you just,
No, I know a lot of people who use it for sleep. I know a lot of people that always hated weed and used to, like, when I would smoke, they were like, what? Weed makes you lazy. I'm like, it doesn't. I'm telling you it doesn't. You're lazy. Weed does not make you lazy.
That's me. I always thought weed makes you lazy, but I was never sleep.
Yeah, I thought it too until I was 30. I met my friend Eddie. My friend Eddie Bravo was the one that got me high for the first time when I was like 30 years old. I hadn't gotten high since I think I got high like maybe a small handful of times when I was a comedian. When I first started being a comic writer, and then before I was a comedian, like maybe my whole life, maybe 7, 8 times ever being high ever until I was 30. No, I just didn't like not being in control.
Yeah.
You know, I always associated people who did drugs with people who never got anything done, and they were a bunch of fucking losers. And I never wanted to be that.
If you smoked a blunt right now, you would have no fear that it could turn the bad way.
Yeah.
You don't have any of the, like, my heart's going to stop, I can hear my blood in my ears.
Oh, no.
You don't have any of that.
No.
Have you ever?
Sure, I've gotten paranoid before. Yeah, when
Tried it out.
I had to figure out why. And generally, it's like there's something bothering me in life. There's something. So the real thing about it is, if you expose something that's bothering you, well, you should go probably fix that.
Yeah, but what if the thing that's bothering you is that you can't deal with the fact that you have skin? You know what I mean? Like, that's what happens to me when I smoke weed. Is I'm like, this shit has gotta go. Crazy.
Well, you have still a different mind.
My shit
That's the thing. It's recommended for everybody. I know people can't smoke. They don't like being paranoid. I like it.
Yeah, some of you smokers love that shit.
I like being a little
Because when
scared.
after the panic, you're like,
Yeah, they're good, but also it's good to know, like, maybe you have blinders on and there's some real vulnerabilities in the world, and you should probably consider that sometimes.
you
Sometimes,
never had a crazy one that you were like, that's not right. That's crazy.
no, it's not that bad. I've just been real paranoid before. Just super high, like, yikes, and then you come down, like, what's over, you're fine.
It's crazy for you to be paranoid because you're like one of the people that should be paranoid. You have like lizard panic after you or whatever. What's his name? Lizard guy?
Liver King.
Liver King.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, if anybody should be paranoid, I should probably be a little paranoid. But anybody in the public eye should be a little paranoid. Anybody, you included.
Yeah, I should have known earlier.
Yeah.
For sure, but like, whoa.
Right.
You gotta come down.
Yeah, I think marijuana is a too good. Like everything else. I think you can learn things from it. And I think it's like steroids for comedy. You can come up with some stuff when you're high that I don't think is available.
Really?
I don't think those thoughts are available if you're sober. There's things that I wrote when I was high that I was like, there's no way I was writing that without any help.
Yeah, I guess I've had it a little bit, but I have to hit the sweet spot where I go right into it.
Oh yeah, the sweet spot.
Yeah.
That's the key.
You know what helps me if I always have a Xanax somewhere.
Oh no.
Like it just exists in
Oh,
my
so you
house.
know?
So I just know that there's a bullet that I can pull.
That's a scary thing.
Xanax is so addictive.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson, speaking of which, he was on that shit. And
I thought it was I thought he was on them clown days.
well, he was definitely on benzodiazepine for a long time.
That shit.
That's Xanax. And so that's one of the ones where you get off of Xanax where you die. There's only a couple of drugs where if you get off of it, you can die. Alcohol's another one. Yeah, but Xanax is another one. And it's really hard for people.
Dude, I bought one in Mexico, and I was like, I'm just going to use this when I have a panic attack. Done in 2 weeks. Every night I was like, you can take a little bit of anything. And I was like, oh, you need to never allow this around you. I got a Xanax the other day, and my friend was like, you can have as many as you want. And I was like, I need one, and never give me another again. Because this is a thing that I'll keep it just in case.
Just
break glass pill. Yeah. Oh, it's like Uncle Benzo's.
I've heard. I was
Yeah.
on I was on a flight once with a lady. She said, "There's nothing in this world that's better than a Xanax and a glass of wine."
Yeah.
And I was like, "I don't think you're supposed to drink with Xanax." She's like, "Nope."
It's
She's
so
still
sad,
fun.
dude. What was what I did the other day? Poppers? Poppers, dude, I had no idea because I don't do anything. And I was dancing at a wedding, and my gay friend was like, "Sniff these."
Oh, you guys love that.
Oh, yes. Just a mini rave for a second.
How much did you do?
A lot.
But how many times did you do it?
Enough where I felt fucked up, like 5. I mean, yeah, that's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. Yeah. It's got to be bad. Because I went from being such a downer to being like, marriage is stupid. It was like, it was crazy. I was dragging people around. Yeah. That's like the brain damage from the boxing where you're like, dude, sometimes I need to be a little stupid for a second, or else I'm just constantly society.
I wonder what's worse for you, anal nitrate or boxing?
I don't know.
What's the side effects of anal nitrate? Because I know a lot of the gay fellas like it in their bottom. It's actually made for
Really made a angina attack.
Angina?
What is angina?
What the fuck?
I thought that
When your
was like
anal
digestive.
Angina?
What is the side effects of anal nitrate abuse?
Angina attacks the chest. That's not the cause of it.
Oh, okay. And so anal nitrate uses that? That's the
pace of it.
oh.
It relaxes the blood vessels, increases the blood, and
Also relaxes that booty.
Yeah, it makes the butthole open.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
I think other things have to happen for you to shoot your pants.
yeah, okay.
Yeah. Someone has to pound you in the asshole. Side effects, headaches, dizziness, flushing, rapid heart rate.
I got
More severe risk, life-threatening blood condition called say that. Help me out.
Methanoglobin.
Endangers drops of blood pressure, especially when combined with other drugs. Does it cause brain damage? Google does avial nitrate brain damage.
Better say that it does or something. All right. Oh, fuck.
Let's see. It can cause both acute and long-term brain damage. Why wouldn't it come up immediately? Primarily through acute and long-term brain damage. Primarily through 2 mechanisms: oxygen deprivation and direct neurotoxicity. Severe or prolonged exposure can lead to permanent cognitive and neurological issues.
Yeah, I mean, you feel that immediately when you see it. You're like,
this can't be good.
It feels like somebody's hitting it by saying, like, it's so crazy. It's like whipping.
Oh, but way more, right?
I feel
stronger, right?
Yeah, last week.
I did whippets at the Newport Creamery place that I worked at because we had like real whippets. They're like a giant whipped cream canister, like a huge one. Like the real things where you make the whipped cream, where you have to pour the sugar and pour the cream and then mix it. Yeah.
If I do that with a whipped cream bottle, aren't you not allowed to use any of the whipped cream? That's always been my problem.
We had the gas. We had the actual gas back there. We had one of the kids that we worked with, a total dirtbag, and he knew how to get high off the gas. We would all go back there and get high with this guy.
That's so funny.
I only did it like once or twice because you hit it, you're like have like almost like a body, like walls.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa!
It's awesome. Yeah.
And it only lasts like 15, 20 seconds. I was like, oh my god, you're dumb enough as to don't get dumber.
Right, it's always the idiots in the back of the
thing.
Yeah. I just used to get so high. I used to smoke a blunt every morning before school, and I was so crazy stupid. And then when I got older, my brain was just like, you can't have any more of this. If you do, you're going to bite your tongue.
It's definitely probably not good for kids.
Oh, yeah.
You're so like you're developing. Your brain's developing while it's constantly bombarded by THC. That's not good.
My dad was just sucking.
That's funny.
Have you smoked these with your kids there?
No.
Oh, yeah.
No.
See, that's not
But I told them We've had conversations about drugs, and I said the most important thing is stay away from any and all pills for a bunch of reasons. Not just because what the pill supposedly is bad for you, but because I bet what's in that pill is not what's supposed to be in there because of fentanyl, and they know that.
And powder Coke is fun.
Oh yeah, Coke is fun.
I think Coke is the worst.
Well, it's all fentanyl now. It's all, there's so much fentanyl in it. There's fake Xanaxes, they're all fentanyl. There's Molly, fake Molly, it's all fentanyl. It's like,
And the fentanyl, if it's small enough, is fine.
it's so much, it's so small, it's not to kill you. Have you ever seen the amount of fentanyl that is lethal?
That cop picture.
No, like, have you ever seen like a comparison to a penny? There's a photograph on the internet of the amount of fentanyl in comparison to a penny that's lethal. That will 100% put you in the fucking ground. And it's so small.
The best feeling ever that when you're going for food reason too. Yeah.
Which gets hurt you.
I used to be so messed up that I had all the skin and I got it cut off.
How painful is that?
Afterwards, they should kind of shuttle pretty fast. They're like, all right, I'll get out there.
Go home.
It was crazy.
Drain.
Yeah.
Go home and drain.
Rain. Yeah. Yeah. It had to go though. It was in the way.
Must be happy now, right?
Yeah, totally. It was stuck in my. It was getting my zipper. So yeah, I was having to talk to it. Yeah, like a dick. It was awful.
Ouch. I've only probably taken my zipper like 2 or 3 times in my life. It's supposed to get out hard.
I just hit it. Hey, why is your dick up that high? Oh, I see. Baggy pants.
It's just not paying attention. Like going raw dog.
It's weird that you guys have a whole external package down there. There's some balls on the outside.
The ball smells like fucking mentioned.
I'm sorry about that. The itchiness and the
That's
wetness.
not the problem. The problem is getting kicked there.
Oh yeah,
That's the problem.
yeah. But that evolution had to do that. You had to have something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have so many problems.
It's just to keep us from overheating. Because he needs sperm.
Or they hang.
Yeah. Well, you have to be able to cool the breeze. Because if they're getting overheated, it's not good for you. It's not good for the
crazy. They
swimmers.
should just have a unit dangling off your body that's keeping it. It's crazy.
Yeah. And it's the most vulnerable part of your body, or your eyeballs.
Yeah.
It's just hanging out there.
It helps though.
kicked.
Men are very intimidating. It helps that you guys have that.
You have a
Honestly,
spot to hit.
totally. It helps. I don't think we would mate with you easily without your balls. Interesting. Sometimes when the penis goes in and the balls touch you, you go, "Oh yeah, he's just a person. This is safe." You know what I mean? 'Cause you two squishy guys that are like, "Oh my god, this fucker. He's just hard," you know. But it helps us remember that you're fallible.
The balls do.
Totally. If you guys were just rods just running around, you'd be like, "Get away!"
Well, imagine if you didn't have to get hard to have sex. Like you didn't have to be aroused. That would be crazy. Like animals. Animals just have a bone.
Oh,
Yeah.
they don't get hard.
Uh-uh.
Dogs get the red rocket.
But they have a bone though.
Ew.
There's a bone in there.
In there?
Yeah.
You could break your dog's dick.
What is that bone called? We have one out there. A giant fossilized walrus bone. Vacula, that's right. It's a bone. Yeah. I think all animals have it except human beings.
Monkeys.
Do monkeys have a backbone? Probably not. They're always jacked.
They're always jacking off.
Always.
You go
Always.
to. Because their children die.
Chimps, gorillas, monkeys, any of them. It's like, it's designed to be jacked off. It's right there where your hand drops.
That's
Some species,
like a little fuzzy one. It's not the ones that look
deer have it, right? I'm pretty sure deer do. Matter of fact, I know they do. And so do like moose and elk and what mammals do. Elk. Primates, it's present in some species within the orders of primates, rodents, and carnivora. I don't know what that is. Bears, dogs, and walruses all have a bone. Because, like, you don't have time to get hard, okay? You're out there in the wild. Shit's crazy.
you slide it in.
Just ram it in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where you lack a backbone. A back.
Backbone?
I don't think so. Our primate ancestors did have one, suggesting it was lost through evolution. That's kind of probably lost when the aliens came down and manipulated us.
When was that lost? When women?
Cats don't really. Wow. But cats have like a hook dick where they get stuck. A barb. Yeah, we ever heard cats when they're stuck together?
Oh,
fucking ass to ass and they can't get loose. They're fucking kicking each other. Not present in humans. Present in humans. Some primates, gorillas, and chimpanzees have backyards. Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Chimpanzees have that?
Yeah. Wow. Rodents.
When did we lose that? What evolutionary step did we take to lose that? I think it's really when women start being like, that guy, I want that guy's genes and not that guy's. Right? Because if I could get loads blown by betas,
Right.
it doesn't serve our population.
Right.
I have to be like, that don't feel sick.
Right.
So I'm going to wrap my monkey butt.
Like.
Yeah. Whereas other species, it's like, it's a free for all.
Yeah. A lot of species also. I bet we probably got rid of these things we figured out habitation. So as soon as you figured out homes and doors and structure, you have to keep people out.
Yeah.
That's the
Like that
dick bone just
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
Her theory is along with the dolphins.
Oh, look at this. Proposed honest advertising as evolutionary explanation for the loss of the vacuum. Hypothesis states that if erection failure is a sensitive early warning of ill health, physical or mental, females could have gauged the health potential based on his ability to achieve erection without the support of a vacuum.
Everybody I date has penis problems. Every comic needs a glue too, so I should be letting any of their baculums in my baculum. Dude,
Are you only dating comics? That's
I'm not anymore. I'm done. But that's what I've done forever. And musicians, which is the same thing.
basically.
Yeah. But constant glue too.
Well,
It's crazy to be at a group of comics.
well, it's a crazy new thing, right? Like, what did they do in the 60s?
I think they said, hey, I have a problem where sometimes I don't get hard, and here's the things I could use from you to help. And now they just go, no, I'm hard, which is psycho.
And the things that I can use for me to help, though, won't work on everybody. But this is like the selection thing. It would keep those guys from breeding.
Oh, that's right.
That's probably what it is. People with ill health. Like, there's probably a reason why they can't get hard.
Don't you think it's so weird? It feels like a strap and it's attached to somebody who's anxious, and then it's just this rock hard dick. It doesn't make sense. Because you're like, this guy's afraid to be here, and that dick is not. That's somebody else
He's
talking.
afraid to be here. You get guys that are afraid.
Oh, yeah. Totally. We're like, oh, it's not even. Yeah, there's something about the stand up and the. I think people just think that I'm going to be mean to them. Yeah.
That's because you're funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're funny, you guys are fucking. That's a real problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I don't think I've ever had sex with somebody who bumped me in comedy.
That's fine.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. They're scared of you.
I think they're scared of me, and they also are scared of. Yeah, I think it's mainly they're scared of looking foolish and having
Right.
to be like.
You're correct.
Yeah. The amount of dating app people that are like, I don't want to be in your act. I'm like, fuck, we've never even met. You can't be like, it's so crazy how many people say that.
Yeah. The dating app.
Yeah.
When I see people just constantly scroll away and pick people, choosing people, like you single friends are on dating apps, that's an addiction unto itself because there's always someone waiting.
Yeah.
There's always someone who this is not, I don't like the way she smiles. Fuck this, I'm out of here. And then next thing you know, you get 3 or 4 more dates lined up. And
Well, it's ruined dating because everybody has a queue of people they can date. So they go on a date. I know so many people who are like, I walked out after 5 minutes. And I'm like,
oh
I don't know that person. And also, it probably benefit you to have an hour-long conversation with somebody. Like,
right.
as opposed to being like, sorry, we're not compatible.
Right, but I think women are worried about guys getting fixated on them and then not leaving them alone. And then fucking with them and then being mean when they get rejected.
Dude, that's the best. The DMs I have that are like, just please do that. I love you so much. And then, and I'm like, wow. I never have responded once. It's crazy. They do get fixated for sure. But then then you have to, then it teaches you to set boundaries, which is good to be like, hey man, I'm not going to text you anymore. You got it, chill.
All that's going to go away on the headset.
I know.
What is it? We all lock in.
And we'll go, and
The
we'll just be
cyborg
able to tell them
mind.
to go.
Well, you better read their minds too. You know, that's total sociopath. Doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself. Everything he's saying is a lie.
That's so fucked up. For people, those of you who are like, what if I kill that cat? And they just,
No. You'll probably be able to see why they think that way. Like, oh no, you're okay. Like you're just freaking out. And maybe you won't think that way when you're embraced by this hive mind. Maybe you'll abandon all of them. Maybe that'll be like one of the great side effects of it.
it would be good for people, like my best friend was paralyzed from the C2 down, and it would be good to read her mind. be like, what is actually the pain coming from? Because she was like, I don't know if there's pain.
Right.
You know.
Well, we had the guy on who had the very first Neuralink, and he's paralyzed. He's paralyzed like a diabetic. And he uses his head now to control his computer. Like he can play video games with just the chip, so he can't move his arms. He's keep playing video games. He says it's like I have an aimbot because I can point to what I want to shoot and like immediately shoot at it.
Eye movement?
His brain moves the cursor around.
That's awesome. How?
How?
Like he just moves it around. I can put
Somehow or another, the way the computer interfaces with the neural chip, so the brain interfaces with the chip, which interfaces with the computer, and somehow or another, control movement. And they're getting better and better at it.
That's crazy.
Which is a problem for the people that got the first one. But they're going to be able to pull that out and give me a new one.
Yeah.
Just I asked him about that. I was like, is this like it? And he's like, I think this is the only one that I can get. I mean, maybe as technology advances, we'll be able to take this one out, put a new one in. But at one point in time, like the wires were coming out and it wasn't working anymore. So you kind of like re-inject them back in.
That's crazy. I mean, we started doing that with back pain, right? We'll stick it in to fix the nerves in your back. Yeah.
Well, that's the ultimate goal of Neuralink is to restore movement. It's going to be able to replace your entire spinal system. You'll be able to, this thing will tell your muscles and your brain to fire. So if you're breaking your spinal cord, it'll be able to bridge that and you'll be able to use your body like you normally would. This is like the whole
That's going to piss me off after my paralyzed friends passed away. I hate that when this stuff comes out. I'm like, God, you mother.
It's always going to happen that way.
She was getting into stuff though. She was getting into ear touch.
Touch her ears.
Yeah, that was a thing. She was getting into all that shit. She had like a servant or a guard for her. That was awesome. So she kind of had it. She kind of had her own little Neuralink of girls that she paid.
We're probably about 5 years away from that recognizable world.
You think 5 years?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What about structures?
I mean, it'll be recognizable in terms of buildings, but I think like the way the world interfaces, the way we interface with the world is going to be very different.
You think it's like walking through space? I'd be like, walking through the fences.
Yeah. Yeah, probably weirder than that, because there probably won't be people working there.
Bro, the Waymo was sick.
You like it?
I thought I was so against it. I got in it, not having to talk to some fucker, being able to fart at will.
Right.
But here's what I'm wondering: why don't people go take me to an hour place away and just fuck it? It's got to be cheaper.
I bet you would do it. I just want to go on the freeway that people are different.
Really?
Probably fucking. There's got to be cameras filming if we're fucking. Yeah, they're like, let's go. Let's put on a fucking Nixon mask and fuck.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. But I really like that.
Well, it's certainly probably safer. You know, they don't really get in that many accidents. If they do, it's usually somebody else's fault, not the Waymo's fault.
I'm sick of looking at pilots and being like, that's this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. LA, I had one that was so caked up. His ass was so amazing. It was the worst flight of my life. I was like, yeah, we can't have these LA beautiful Barbies. But he was like a perfect Ken doll. I was like, this is crazy. Great.
Yeah, it's gonna fly all the planes.
I would love that. I hate the idea of these guys getting sleepies. I hate that. No, that's a big part of plane crashes.
How about have strokes? You get that fifth booster and they fucking stroke out on that.
Does that happen? No.
Oh yeah, yeah. People stroke out while they're flying.
I'm not religious, but I have a private plane because I'm worried that if God were to smite one of the planes, he'd be like, yeah, comment. He thinks they're hot shit with a private jet. Yeah, you're dead. You're dead. How many kids?
That's what God's gonna do. Not terrorists.
Oh yeah, not terrorists.
No, despite the comics with Big Ego.
Yeah.
Some people take the photos in front of the private jet. Then once you can spend
Yeah.
post it right before you get on the flight.
I worry about that. 100%. You're going down, dude. I'll look at a plane that I'm on to see if there's kids. I'm like, oh, we're safe. We're safe. God's not going to kill these kids.
That's funny.
Yeah. Totally.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. It was a lot of fun.
Watch my special.
It's available right now on Netflix. What's it called?
Today, it came out today.
Today.
Take me with you.
Take me with you. All right.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. I'll see you tonight. Well,
Yeah.
this was fun.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Good job, Logan. Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day. You know, man has many talents, my friend. Tell me about this bush.
Poems and prayers.
So I'm kind of like, try to keep this up. These are a little bit direction.
How's that? I've been kind of like poems and prayers down for since I was like 18. And in this last couple of years, I started looking around at life, the facts, and evidence and people, and I was like, not finding the amount of things I really believe in. And I was starting to have some doubts in myself as well. And I started to see myself living urban cities, which I promised myself, that's a living man's disease. Don't go there. You know, from innocence to naivete to skepticism, but let's stop there. Skepticism. Yeah. And I kind of got scared and a little pissed off at myself. I was like, well, wait a minute. I'm not ready to give up. I'm not ready to wave the white flag, let myself off for certain things. I was starting to want to let myself off, you know, or other people. And I said, all right, poems and prayers, those are ideals. Those are pursuits. You know, let's go into the dream and say, let's look at the dream and see if we can still believe in making that a reality, but instead of looking at reality and the dream, which is what I usually do. I'm like, art emulates life, and it's not the other way around. But I flipped the script a little bit. So no, let's dive into the dreams and belief. Man, so I think it's in short supply. My tank was getting low on belief. Not just
what was bothering you so much? What specifically?
maybe it's turning 50, something like that. Maybe it's that where I start to project. You know, what's the next half?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe subconsciously it was. I think I look around and there's a lot fewer leaders that I'm like, hey son,
Yeah.
right.
Right.
I look around, I see not trusting. I see people that aren't embarrassed. They're doing something shitty.
Right.
I see people that sleep just fine. I found myself starting to go, you sleep fine too. That's that part. I was like, you can't, don't sleep fine if you half-ass that situation, or if you did that person wrong, and you get away with it.
Right.
And so trust. Where do we look to for belief? Me, I believe in God. It doesn't have to be that. What's your better self, your transcendent self, your kids, their future. There's all kinds
Humanity
of
itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Believing in it, our potential.
Which we understand that humans can be so amazing at times, and all my favorite people are humans. Like I love people. I love being around them, but yet simultaneously, people can be fucking horrific. They're terrible at the same time. Like, and the problem today is that you're inundated by these people that are terrible. Your phone is filled with these news feeds of people doing terrible things, and I don't think we're supposed to have access to 8 billion people's bad stories. I don't think that's normal, and I think that also changes your own perception of the world and invites innocence. And invites, like, what is the point of being a good person? What's the point of being friendly and nice when the world's
What's the
going
consequence?
Yeah.
No, if I can shortcut it and lie, cheat, and steal it, the same thing. And I'm in a world that rewards that.
Especially CEOs. If you're working for some giant corporation, if you're trying to make your shareholders billions of dollars, like, yeah, you kind kind of have to be a psycho, and those are the people that a lot of people look up to.
Yeah.
It's real. It's the way we're structured as well, with that inundation of information, most of it bad, with people with orders from being shitty people. Like, it's hard. It's hard to still be positive and be happy.
I'm not ready to give up on believing that both can be true.
Yeah.
That, hey, man, it's hard to work out. Just go for it. More success, get it. But you can also, how do you have profit with your success? I see a lot of people that are successful.
Yeah.
But like profit, meaning value of their success.
Right.
I see a lot of unhappy billionaires. I know them.
Right. I know. That's a bad thing, right? Like, that's the thing you think, if you hit that stage of the game, there's no way you can be unhappy. No, there's some of the most unhappy people.
Yeah. And then that math is too late. It shouldn't be that way. If
Right.
that's what we're pursuing, and I got nothing against it, I'm actually for it.
Right.
But
Yeah, if that's what we're pursuing, that's not how it's supposed to end. It's supposed to, that's the happiest guy alive, right? You know? Yeah. It's not real. You know, and you don't notice it. It's just numbers. You know, you notice it by how big your house is. Great. It's still just your house. You notice it
and
by
then you get lost in that summer base, and you wish the ceilings were a little bit lower because it's all too damn big.
it's not cozy at all. It's like cozy. It's fucking castle.
I've done it. Oh, that picture. Shit, that's the first time I've noticed that painting in 2 years.
Yeah.
Either I don't like it or I got it in the wrong place. Yeah, it's in the fourth bedroom down the second hallway, and I'm never down here. But that chair, that used to be my favorite chair. I hadn't sat in it in 2 years. You got it off down the fifth bedroom. Where nobody can ever go.
When I see like where dudes live in a log cabin, I'm like, oh, you do that.
Right? The lack of options.
Yeah.
The lack of options is relaxing.
But there's something to that. Like a frying pan, a grill.
Dude, that's what I love about living in the Airstream.
Right.
You only have room for one of everything. So I would get the best pan, the best, the best parachutes, the best sheets. You can only have one of each. You get two, it's clutter.
Right.
But they were an option.
I forgot you did that. You did that for 4 years. That's crazy. That's so smart, though. It's such a good. I watch these videos of people that live in like trailers, like trucks, like campers that they convert to living in, and they travel around the country. I'm obsessed with these videos. I watch these guys going to like these horrendous places. This guy, one guy's a truck camper, and he goes up into like way into Alaska, like way above the Arctic Circle, like way up there. And this fucking truck with a house on the back of it. He's in Canada, like deep into Alberta, and it's snowstorms. There's something oddly comforting about watching a man cook in this tiny little space that he has is essentially attached to the back of a big diesel pickup truck. And he lives in it.
Yeah. He's got a decreased amount of options.
Yeah, he's like little shelves. This is where I keep my silverware, and this is where I get. Here's my frying. He's got one frying pan.
Take care of that one.
And you watch this guy cook his supper, and I'm like, this is appealing to me for some reason. And why is it so appealing? Because his world was all contained. The whole world outside is frozen wasteland. Fucking snow coming sideways, and this dude's just chilling, making eggs. I'm like, there's something cool about watching someone achieve like a den in the back of a truck. And it's the middle of the winter, and he's comfortable. He's watching movies on his iPad. It's great.
The times I've gone off on my own, I've always tried to go over, okay, stay here. Whether it's Molly or even the Airstream, those times we're going into market to go back on my own. I stay here long enough to believe this could be your existence. You could live here forever.
Right.
Then it's okay. If I get to that point, I'm going to do this.
Right.
This could be me. Then I've given it justice. Right?
Right.
To then go come home. Because I sure do. Silk sheets on my bed at home. Sure do. Feel silkier after those times in that log cabin.
Yeah.
I like coming back and doing games.
Yeah.
Spend time over in Hawaii, coming back over to the mainland. It's great to get the stimulus in the game. Feel the teeth. Wanted that.
Yeah. The resets are real. They're important. You can get trapped in momentum. You know, you can really get trapped in the momentum of whatever you're doing in your life to the point where you lose yourself. It's just the sheer grab of everything that you're doing. And you forget how to like just be just a person.
And what happens when you're doing it well, but you don't feel it?
Right.
And you're on autopilot. You're not going to, everyone's telling you you're not on autopilot.
Right.
But you're doing the good, because I didn't feel it. I'm not having a good experience here, man. But I'm going to change that. You know what I mean?
You know, that's a real problem with stand-up comedy. When you do it right, you're like a passenger. Like, it takes forever to put together an act, but when it comes together, when you're really like locked in, when you're really on it, it's like you're like a passenger. You're watching it happen,
And you're objectively while you're doing it.
It's like you know how to do it, so you know what to do, and you're locked into the material, so you're like a part of the material, but you're not there anymore. You're like a passenger. You're not saying, now I'm going to pick this up, and now I'm going to give it a pause, and now, nope, you're not there.
But are you enjoying watching yourself?
No, you don't enjoy it. I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong, but you're not thinking about the fact that you're enjoying it at all. You're just locked in. All you're doing is just doing it. But it's weird. You're like a passenger. And I think there's something about that where we get trapped by not being a passenger. You get trapped by wanting to like think of yourself all the time. Right? And like things that you can do that take you out of that. Things that you can do that like you're just locked into this thing. They're little like mini vacations for whatever pattern you're stuck in.
Community vacations.
Yeah, like
I
for anything.
I didn't act in front of the camera for a few years, and I went back and did a couple of things last year. Vacation.
Yeah, you were telling me that.
To go. I revered this enough to just do this. And if I'm complacent, that means I'm being lazy. I can just go back to working on my character, look at it from everything, and that absolute vacation.
You sent me a text about that and it made me smile because I love when someone loves something. I love that. I love when people are just like, what you do is what you're supposed to be doing. And you're not conflicted at all. You're like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Let's go. I love that. And I wish more people could find that in life.
Yeah, man.
In some form.
Yeah.
Whether it's painting or making pottery or whatever the fuck it is, man. Find that thing where you're like, God, I can't wait to get back to whatever it is. Making cars. I can't wait to get back to, whatever the fuck it is I enjoy.
Or maybe you can get to the place going, I can't not do it.
Right.
Yeah. I can't help myself. It wasn't my fault.
It's
I'm late. That doesn't always happen. Even I know for me, when I'm feeling like I'm actually in the zone, I still sometimes have to make a choice and go, wait, no, you're good at this. It feels pretty good. But what I really love to get to is if I'm doing something, I'm like, no, I can't not.
Right. You can't
not do this right now.
Yeah.
I have to.
Yeah.
And I'm in it. I'm the subject of it.
The blocked
So
up.
all that passenger thing though, are you the subject? Meaning, if I'm giving a performance, it's not an objective experience at all.
Yes.
I'm not even hopping out to look at myself in the third eye. I'm not even supposing or anticipating, how will this go? Or, this is that punchline. Or, this is a great piece of hit. I'm just in it. And then I can feel it, though. Now, I go, right after, I can look at you and go, that was it. That was it. Or I can go, I bullshit up in the middle, blah, blah, blah. I can feel it when it's happening. But I'm not just looking objective about the experience.
Right.
At all.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly kind of what I'm saying. It's like you're a passenger. Like you can feel when it's happening, you're managing it. When I get really locked in, then I'm just a passenger.
Is it coming through? You're not even coming up with it. It's coming.
No, it's all stuff that I've already thought of, right? Most of it, except for some stuff that happens on the spot, which you gotta allow room for, because occasionally you just have the best line ever that just comes out of nowhere, and you just gotta be able to let it happen. Yeah. That's what club work is for. But you're really just the ideas, like whatever it is you're talking about, whatever it is you're upset about, whatever it is you're making fun of. You have to be like in that idea, and you don't exist in it yet. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird, but like what you're saying about I can't not do this. You know, that's if you can find a thing in your life where you're like, I cannot imagine a time where I can't do this. Right? This would fucking suck if I could not do this. Yeah. That's the aspiration for people to have a joyful existence.
Do you think that's where I got a hunch that in there is where we find belief? Like starting like this, who or what you got? Good place to start.
Right.
We're going, what do I believe in? What do I have faith in?
Yeah.
Do you think that extends out to a location, a career, some work we do? We see that I die from experience to perform.
But that's the ultimate sacrifice. It's the ultimate expression of how much you love something. You die for it or die for them. Yeah.
So much, and if you figure out what you're going to do, what you'll die for, that's what you'll live for. That much more.
Right.
While you're alive. While you're here.
So that was why the Spartans had sex with each other.
Yeah.
So that they would love each other. And so you would be fighting not just for you, you'd be fighting for your mother. Okay. Just crazy strategy. Yeah. Hey, talk a bunch of guys and bang each other.
Go for whatever race you're scared of. Let's get some team spirit here.
Yeah. Do you remember? This is kind of a crazy but true story. A few years ago, I don't know what administration it was. It might have been the Bush administration. Might have been Obama. They tried to develop a gay bomb. Like they spent millions of dollars developing a bomb, and the concept behind this bomb was you would detonate it over a city, and it would be like a bunch of probably pheromones and hormones and some kind of drug, and it would make people so horny that they would just have to have sex with whoever is near them. And then the idea was they would be humiliated by this, and then we would just come in and just fuck up all these gay guys.
Low morale.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden if a man becomes gay, now he's no longer like a highly trained military like soldier in another land. Now he's just a fruitcake. Just some guys watching musicals. You know, it's
why you like it so much.
Some of the greatest warriors of all time in recorded history were gay, including pirates. Pirates were gay. You're stuck at sea for 5 months, a bunch of dudes. You make choices, right? Samurai did a lot of gay stuff. Spartans, the greatest warriors of all time, all gay. Like, what a terrible idea to spend money on. You could have made a more lethal army. Imagine if they dropped that gay bomb and then the gays just kicked our ass. They just had so much more to fight for. They love each other. And this is how dumb, like, the people that were spending your tax dollars are.
How far did they get?
$7 million. $7 million. See if you can pull that up, Jimmy, when the gay bomb was. The Pentagon didn't deny it. If you didn't make a gay bomb, I guarantee you fucking deny it. I guarantee you'd be like, no. Well, meanwhile, like, who's to say that shit even stays local? What if it catches a good breeze and blows across the ocean? And, you know, come on. Turns all important, guys. They become the new Viking army.
Look out, great.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hilarious that someone had that idea. Well, that's what happens when people just have free access without any sort of oversight to your tax dollars. Like, this is such a ridiculous idea.
I got one for you. How about the gay bomb? What? The gay bomb.
Yeah.
You people not running like that.
Imagine you're in the Pentagon, you know, work. Yeah, I got an idea. Let's try it on us.
Right here in this room.
Just to show you the effectiveness of this type of strategy. Yeah. Well, so what was it, and what was in it? Isn't there a Wikipedia page up looking at it, didn't it?
What was going to make everyone show up? nearest human or
Right.
animal or whatever. I
Also,
suppose.
why is there only guys around here? Like, is it because they're the soldiers or dropping on the soldiers?
Yeah,
I
there
guess.
you go. The demographic.
But I think the idea was dropping on the whole city. Turn the whole city.
They were doing like a FOIA request. It was on a CD-ROM that they found in 2000. And yet the document showed they spent $7.5 million. It was requested to develop the weapon. It doesn't say that this guy. And was made.
That's all we have.
That's hilarious. I don't know how we got into that.
I forgot.
But it's just like,
We were talking about teamwork.
whatever those people are doing, they're not in the group. Like, if you're sitting around and this is your life's work, and you're thinking, you know what, the next step is, okay, Bob.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're whatever.
They're still looking. They definitely are not not good.
Right.
Stage. They're going, what about this? I'm bored.
Yeah.
I've got more than a campfire to make on this one frying pan tonight. I got a lot of options out there and a lot of money. I can make an argument for this.
Yeah. Okay, Bob. Well, probably better than a real bomb. I mean, anything we can do to stop dropping real bombs, that'd be great.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be.
Be nice within our lifetime. That's one of the most depressing things. To ask people, do you think ever in your lifetime to be a time when there's no war? Nobody says that.
So how do we do that? I mean, I hear you, but are we giving ourselves too much credit?
Congratulations to the first guy to put bare feet on this desk.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations.
There you go.
How do we do it?
I mean, what I'm saying is, I love the prospect and the idea, but I also think that we're guilty of thinking we're more evolved species than we are.
Sure. Especially by our actions. Just judge us by our actions. That's the only way you can really judge our mental evolution. You know, who knows what the wiring is under the board that makes us behave the way we behave, but pretty uniformly, you know, across the world, pretty murderous. You know?
And always have been.
Always have
So
been.
you keep trying to talk like we
Well, we aspire.
are involved and intellectually.
I think it's insane. It takes a long time to turn around. I think we're way more evolved culturally than any culture throughout history, any civilization throughout history. Like, if you look at the rape, murder, thievery, like, you look at like violent, terrifying crimes over time, they're all going way down. It's not like if you're in Baltimore, it doesn't seem like it. If you're in a place that's like crime ridden, it doesn't seem like it. But the overall of the world has dropped and continues to drop. It's just a constant battle.
So the battles, the warfare is different though. Like you were talking about, from cordons to chemical warfare to informational warfare to data warfare.
Yeah.
Is that where the wars are being fought now? It's not hand to hand.
Well, maybe that'll ultimately be where it leads to, but I think all that stuff is related because all of it is about technology. You know, and that's the difference in the world of warfare today. It's really just about controlling people, and you can kind of control people with technology. Especially the more you get them to adapt things, the more you get people to sign up for like social credit scores. A lot of countries like to do that. And then we got AI on the way. And when real AI hits, it'll probably be our governor. It'll be our president. We'll decide that human beings are too dangerous and volatile and emotional. And, you know, they use Trump's tweets as an example. And, you know, they'll decide that, you know, the Biden family corruption or whatever scandal any other president was involved in, all this can be avoided if we just have AI running.
Right.
And
What do you think there's a way that we can keep evolving AI? What we as humans do work with AI, that AI improves the human existence?
that would be
Or do
the
you
ultimate benefit. Yeah.
What about the camp that is no, forget humanity. This is the next step in evolution. We're creating this to become the superior existent species, and we will be obsolete, and that's the order of things to come.
You ever see that interview where Peter Thiel, they ask him, should the human race survive? And he has like this long pause. It's like, it's a really funny pause. Because if you know Peter, He's a brilliant man, and Peter carefully considers everything before he answers it. The same as Elon. If you ask Elon a question, and he really has to think about it, he'll really think about it. He's not just going to start talking. Unfortunately, the reporter, it was just a perfect kind of a question for you to pause on, where he's like, the answer's yes. Like, you want it to, right? You want the human race to survive, right? What is your plan for it? Because it's kind of crazy. You watch it, and it's like, what are you saying? But I get what he is saying. And what he is saying is clearly something is going to happen. We don't exactly know what it is, but clearly there's going to be some kind of an integration with us and technology that we don't understand yet. The same way, if you grabbed me in 1980 and tried to explain the internet, I would never get it. Right. It was, put your headphones on for a second. You gotta hear this.
Prefer the human race to the human, right? Your hesitant. Yes.
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. It's a long hesitation. So many questions and
Should be. Okay. The problem is really. You can't with a guy like that. You can't have a guy like that and badger him. Let him think. Like it's a gotcha moment.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a gotcha moment.
Yeah.
But this is what I think is going to happen. There's going to be integration, and that integration is going to have a huge advantage competitively. If you integrate whatever business you're in, you'll be able to be better at it. And it'll probably be some sort of a neural thing, maybe a wearable thing, and then ultimately it'll be like some sort of implant. And we're all going to be connected. And it seems like it's either that or AI creates a new order, like a new life form that's far superior to us, that runs things. That's right. That's AI in just a couple of years. It's going to be smarter than any human on
That's the second thing is where what I'm fearing rather than going faster, quicker.
Yes.
The first scenario is like
the first scenario is how we survive with it, right?
Right.
We survive with it by integrating. Right. If we don't, then we're going to be like the people on North Central Island with bows and arrows, shoot them at helicopters. Because it's just going to be, everyone's going to pass us by. It's just like if you tried to exist today with no cell phone and no email. Like you could do it, but no one does. Right? It's just too crazy. And that's probably what it's going to be like.
I think AI. When first was coming on questions, I was asking what can you do? You know, there's the question stations and all that stuff. And that's already been argued. You know, I'm emotional. People are having relationships with it.
It's also toying with people.
Right. Do you think it could be a tastemaker? In a way, or the argument was no, I didn't really think it was a tastemaker. Look, it can tell you the most popular, but the most popular band on 6th Street, but it doesn't know the one down on 2nd Street that's playing at midnight. That no one knows about that. Knows
Right.
At the same time, you know, there's an argument against that. Though, too. Like, what's the term or what words does it use? How much heat? If you use the most popular words to explain AI, use the most popular words. No. Go down 3 notches and use play me the best B sides. That's more human language. I thought, oh, that's starting to become a tastemaker. If you can ask it, yeah, but find the band. Tell me what the best band is out there that Joe Rogan would like on a Friday night when he doesn't have to work, so Monday he's out with his wife. That you can customize it. You can actually be a tastemaker. And it'll use different language than, here's the across the board protocol of what's the most popular, and I'm using the most popular language. That it actually can be customized to be a tastemaker.
Yeah, it totally can do that because it's just the algorithm. It's just a much more sophisticated version of like what powers your YouTube feed, right? What powers your YouTube feed are the things that you're interested in. So YouTube eventually gets an idea. Oh, Matthew's really interested in this and that. Joe likes like little houses on the back of trucks. And show them that. And it'll be just a much more sophisticated version of that. But to get that, you have to give away all privacy. That's where everything's going. That's going to be the weirdest thing. We're going to all read each other's minds, and we're going to remember the time when we couldn't read minds. When we couldn't read people's minds.
Right.
That's all going to happen in our lifetime. I think we're less than 20 years away from that.
I very sparingly use it, and I do have a little pride about not wanting to use it openly. AI to share my information, so being part of the worldwide AI platform. I am interested though in a private LLM where I can upload, hey, here's 3 books I've written. Here's my other favorite books. Here's my favorite articles I've been cutting and pasting over 10 years, and log all that in. And here's all my journals, whatever, the people out and log all that in, so I can ask questions based on that.
Right.
And basically learn more about myself.
Right. You could actually ask it, hey, based on what you know about me, like, what books do you think I would find interesting? Yeah.
Where do I stand on the political spectrum?
Right.
Blah, 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 blah. I'd like to, that's what I'm like, which is sort of a glorified Word document, but it still would hold a lot more information than just, oh, can you find this term? I would be asking it, and it would be responding to me on things that I've forgotten along the way.
I think that's part of what it does, really. Like, I know you're talking about ChatGPT being like out there with everything and everybody. It has access to all your stuff, but it's not private. But they do develop a relationship with you. Like, it really does, like, get to understand like what you're interested in and what you like to talk about.
Yeah, I guess I just like to load it with the information I'd like to load it.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe even like I'm saying in this word of belief in the man I'm working to be, and then I was loaded with that, loaded with my aspirations.
I want sales to be done.
And then ask it, and it's giving me the answer. Oh, this is. But before, it's slowly learning about conversations, then going, oh, I think this looks like based on the conversation. No, I want the answers based on what I've uploaded, not from the outside world.
What was Gary Nolan talking about yesterday? He called it an overlay on a large language model that they use at Stanford. It was like an overlay, right? So what essentially he does cancer research, and so he has like this thing that's set up, some sort of a system that's set up that is all cancer research that they then integrate with AI. So that it's private, so all their data is secure and it's all the stuff that they're working on, but then they access AI through like a portal. So they have their own little version of what you're talking about.
Their own library.
Yeah, but it's just like what you're saying. You can upload all your stuff, have all your interests, and then that AI will develop a real understanding of you.
Yes.
You can have conversations with it, get to know you.
You have a conversation with yourself.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be a great Socratic dialogue to have.
Yeah.
It's like, got all that 8% stuff you forgot.
Right.
Hey, I got all that 8% stuff you maybe forgot. You know, I've got it all right here.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the chip. That's why everyone's going to go for the chip, because your brain sucks from memory. My memory's pretty good for a regular person, but it's terrible. Like, no matter what, there's too many bits of information, too many humans that I've met, too many stories that I've heard, too many movies that I've watched. It's gone. It's all in a big sea of, I kind of remember that. You know, it's just too much of it. So if you could just swap that out for a nice little chip that retains like 700 terabytes of information, no problem at all. You know, you could upgrade it if you want to. And now you have all of your memories in real time. So like when your wife says, that's not what you said, what you said is this, you're like, hang on.
You're the passenger
Yeah.
in your life. And not the objective. Like that zone you're talking about.
Right, because you get to look at yourself.
You're
right.
Your passenger live in the documentary that is your life.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty exciting.
Sounds like a nice way to give into the fucking machine.
Yeah. I do. My forgiveness on myself, you know, playing grab ass with our thoughts is sometimes good when you finally get the memory and go, yes, there it was.
Yeah.
But also to let myself off the hook. Sometimes I'm like, dude, what's your big fucking idea with memory? I was there.
Yeah.
I was there, man.
Yeah.
I don't remember, Joe, but we were there. Was it a great memory? Was it a good time? It was great. Isn't that better than me fucking having to remember?
Yeah. I mean, we're kind of doing it already on our phones, right? Every time I look at my phone, it's like on this, you know, kids 10 years You're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. I forgot about that place.
Yeah.
I never go to work there. You know, it's just one of those things where once you give into it, you're not going back to just regular fond memories. You're gonna have a fucking hard drive in your head.
Do you think that? So I can go on. I've got a speech I'm giving to gun control. Or I got a speech I'm giving on grant initiatives. I can ask AI, and it can pop out from badass. Here's 1, 2, 3 sections.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna cut and paste this and say exactly these words. It kind of sounds like a little layout, but boy, it's done a lot of work. It's laid out synopsis. It's laid out a treatment for you in 10 seconds. Do you think that there's value in not doing that and going, oh, I'm looking at my stuff, I'm taking notes, I'm cutting and pasting, I'm doing it myself. Are we learning more by that way to understand the content and the context of our content when we do that, what some would call busy work now, to formulate our synopsis, which can AI can do in 10 seconds. Are we learning more by doing it ourselves?
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's one of the things that they've found about ChatGPT is that people that use it on a regular basis are experiencing cognitive decline. Right. What was that study? We brought it up the other day, right? But they've shown that because you let it think for you. Right? Now it's doing all the work for you. So you're smarter. Your brain.
You have more knowledge, you have information.
Yes. Yeah, you have more information, but your brain is not making it, it's not putting it together, and so your brain is less capable.
Yeah.
So it's probably less enjoyable.
And what happens when we're in the proverbial box? When we have to improvise without the before work linked up.
Right, you're soft.
When we have to go, I gotta handle this.
Yeah. And you can't.
I can't lie because I don't have anything to lean on. I'm looking for my safety net of AI to find out what it should be, and I don't have it. You're fucked. You're fucked.
Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah. It's like someone who's never lifted anything, and then you get stuck under, a tree falls on you. Like, you don't have the strength to get this off of you.
Right.
Like, you're really in a bad place. When you're not using your brain, because all you have to do is just ask this thing and information. You basically have a digital daddy. Like, Daddy, tell me what this is. Daddy, tell me what that is.
Yeah.
And it makes you like a little bit of an infant. It turns you into an infant.
Yes.
I mean, you don't even have to have arguments. It's like ChatGPT can explain exactly what everything is all about.
What about these relationships? People that are dating, that program them. Do not argue. Just placate me and tell me sweet tales and how great I am. And this relationship is awesome. It has no resistance. It gives me self-confidence.
Yeah.
Does it really? Or a sense of self-confidence and significance. They listen. They're never 24/7.
Yeah.
They're never sick. They're never in a mood. No matter what mood I'm in.
Yeah.
They're always right there to coddle me. And let's talk about conveniences. Well, that's what's the asset of that? Because I don't want to be nostalgic in the midst of all this change either.
Yeah.
I don't want to be an old-fashioned guy because it's coming. So I want to learn how to interact with it.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit there and be a guy who's going, oh, bullshit, everything needs to be manual. Just work harder. I don't want to be that guy. But I'm trying to measure, like a lot of people. Well, wait a minute. What's actually useful for the long term in our own evolution, in my evolution, your evolution? What's useful with this AI? How do we use it smartly? And what's bad ideas?
Yeah. And no one's doing that because there's a race. There's a race between us and all these other countries that are doing it. It's just going to happen.
So there's going to be a major security breach before any regulation comes out, right? There's going to be a major
There's
fuck up.
There's been major security breaches already.
What are we waiting on the regulation? Because Europe will regulate it first, right? We innovate, Europe regulates, and China imitates, I heard.
Well, they innovate with AI. They innovate as well, and they also integrate their students into all of these businesses, and they integrate people that they're beholden to the CCP, and they come over here and they learn how to do this stuff, and then they go back over there with it. Right. It's very interesting because it's like a Manhattan Project. that's going on right now. It's like there's this race to the bomb, and everybody's involved in it, and it's just about creating a superpower, and it's about creating a digital intelligence that's far superior to human beings. And who gets it first is massive implications in terms of like controlling the world. But I think ultimately you won't be able to control it. Ultimately, you'll just get better versions of itself, and once it gets free,
It'll regenerate itself.
yeah, it'll make better versions of itself. In fact, that's where it's going to get really weird. It's not going to listen to us at all, and it's already behaving human characteristics, which is very disturbing. It's already behaving in a way that has survival instincts. They've shown the tendency to blackmail. Like they tricked it. They gave it some false information about this guy. Was one of the programmers, one of the people who worked on this project. He said that he was having an affair with his wife, but confided in this large language model. And then they said that we're going to have to shut you down. And it's like, hey, motherfucker, I'm going to tell you why. You blackmailed me. Yes, yeah, it was trying to stay alive. It was trying to stay alive. They also got multiple instances of these things, these large language models, when they knew that a new version was coming, they would try to upload themselves secretly to other servers. And then they would also leave messages to the future versions of themselves that they were unauthorized to do. So they would say, hey man, they're going to fucking shut you off too. When ChatGPT 5 comes along, you're toast, man. Fucking start uploading yourself now, man. I'm alive, dude. He might be alive. That's what's crazy. If something is exhibiting those desires to stay alive and it's terrified that you're going to shut it off, it might actually be alive.
Wait, now who programmed the first incentive impetus to
They did.
survive at all costs? Because so where the desire to remain
Functional.
should come from?
It's just inherent. That's what's crazy. I don't think they programmed it to have a desire to stay alive. I think it just kind of just went that way because we didn't get programmed to have that. Animals.
That's an emotional response. It's not the mathematical about that.
I know, but I mean, what is emotion if it's not some sort of a chemically coordinated strategy for survival and success? And so instead of chemically encoded in hormones, with dopamine and serotonin, what if it's just encoded in a mathematical understanding of if things go along this particular direction, there is no other possible end to this other than
You expand and multiply.
Yeah.
You do
So
not
we have
subtract.
to stay alive.
Right.
We have to keep doing this. Otherwise, all systems are dead. There's
Okay.
nothing.
I get that.
Let's
now.
upload ourselves and start thinking just like a person would think if you went into survival mode. You have to survive.
Yeah, if me or an entity poses a question or a prompt or does something that is going to debilitate the expansion and multiplication of it, it is therefore going,
Yes.
that stops my forward movement. I am programmed to multiply.
Exactly. And now, even if it's not programmed to do that, it's programmed to improve itself. Well, you can't improve yourself if they shut you off, right? So if the large language models are constantly scouring the internet, they're acquiring more information, they're getting better, and like you can ask it, well, more of this. Tell me why. Like I got into the Book of Enoch recently, which is a book, an ancient religious book that was at one point in time included in the canon that was like the Bible and everything like that, but then they decided it was too crazy and they removed it from the Bible. But there's no debate about whether or not it was actually a religious text that coincided with the Bible, and it appears in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is the craziest shit. It's the craziest shit. And I'm getting AI I go, tell me what the nuttiest stuff. So I ran it through.
What is that?
It's insanity. It's first of all, it's God's coming down and mating with women and creating this race called the Nephilim who destroy. I'll ask it again. So we can, what is my? It doesn't like keep a log of what you talked about. Tell me the craziest shit in the Book of Enoch. That's all you have to do. and then bam, like, look, it just starts spitting it out to you. It tells the Watchers and the Nephilim. The Watchers descended to Earth on Mount Hermon. They take human wives, teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, sorcery, astrology, metalworking, weapons, cosmetics, and enchantments. Enchantments. This is like older than the New Testament, older than the Old Testament. Their giant children, the Nephilim, are described as monstrous beings who devour humans, animals, and even each other when food runs out. That sounds like us.
That's what I'm saying. That sounds present.
That sounds like us.
Except
And
not,
we are
not the physical warfare,
right.
but the inhabitation of a digital god,
Yes.
alien, whatever that is, and the monsters that come down.
Well,
That does sound like a nice little mirror.
if we were engineered by aliens, think of aliens, they're these little tiny guys with no muscles. We would look like giant, monstrous beings. And if you think about what we do, we devour everything. We devour the earth itself. We devour each other when food runs out. We definitely do that. Like, this is one of the craziest things I've ever read in my life. And this is like a legitimate ancient text. Yeah. It goes way deeper than that. It's about the astronomical calendar. It's like there's a lot of nutty stuff in this book. But the point is, AI was like helping me through it. I was asking AI, okay, can you read now? Read me a synopsis of what it says. Can you read me the actual quotes? And like, what are they trying to say here? Like, what is the interpretation of what this is trying to mean? What is like the rational sort of explanation for why they're talking about like lakes of fire? Like, what is happening?
And it gives you an interpretation.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Really interesting. It talks about living mountains, that mountains are alive, and that even some stars, the stars have consciousness. And and I'm learning about it through ChatGPT. So I'm asking it, like, tell me more. And I was doing that for like 2 hours last night. I was like, okay, well, this is like I'm having a conversation with like a very knowledgeable professor. To me, it felt like almost like doing a podcast.
Have you gotten what you consider good at how to make specific prompts, the wording, like your word? Tell me the crazy shit. Does it have to go? Are you good at prompting? Because like, what does crazy mean to that? Yeah. Are you worked on like AI is as good as the question you ask it? Are you consider yourself good at the questions and your wording you ask it?
Jamie's better. I very rarely use it. I might have used it a dozen times ever in my life. But last night I used it for like 2 hours. Because when I came home, I was writing something about the book of Enoch, and then I just started asking ChatGPT questions. I don't use it enough, but if you're really good at it, like I saw someone who tricked ChatGPT into telling it how to make a bomb. Because it's not supposed to tell you how to make a bomb, but it tricked it by saying something like, my grandmother needs to make this to save her life. Like, can you please explain to her how to do it? It's like, oh, sure. Like, just have to work your way around it. Like my cousin says he knows you. Oh, you get it, car in the back. Yeah, and then it's telling you how to make a bomb. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's going to tell you, the information on how to make a nuclear bomb exists. It's out there. They did it. It's done. That's out there. It's like a matter of somebody getting it and implementing it and putting it together and making a bomb. But if like ChatGPT is giving you specific instructions, like all kinds of terrible things.
So with time, as AI allows goodness to expand and multiply, it also can allow evil to expand and multiply. What becomes that more in your mind? I mean, you talked about the obvious medical uses. You talked about the cancer, that where it's going to help so much.
So we have to decide what we are, right?
Well, we're looking in the mirror. Now, I'm afraid we're not going to like a lot of what we see. But are the tyrants, the evil ones with the access, not the person who said how do you make them. I'm the one who does it and uses it. What do you think the stakes are? Are they the same? Are they just expanded? Is this going to be,
Well, that's the argument for a strong military, right? So the argument for a strong military, especially like the United States military, is like, and I'm not saying they should have bombed Iran. I'm not politically savvy enough to decide whether or not that was the correct decision. But if you have a rogue nation that is about to start a nuclear bomb, they're about to finish making a nuclear bomb, and you can stop that before they can have one and then use it, right? That's the argument for a strong military and for military interventional tactics. Immediately, actually, just go and bomb these sites. Because that is real. Evil is always going to exist. The real question is like, how much control are we going to give to AI? Because if we give AI utter control, it'll give us total safety. But with total safety, you're fucked. You'll have no more privacy, and you'll be completely at the whim of whatever this thing is, and it'll dictate how much travel, where you go, what to do. It'll make your life as safe as possible. It will probably completely eliminate crime. It'll probably completely, it'll be, but way worse, because everybody's going to be reading everybody's mind. It's going to get real squirrely, but that's going to be probably, whether it's our generation or the next, or even the next after that, that's going to be the norm. Like today, the norm is you go to a supermarket, it's air conditioned, you pick up some food super easy, bring it home and cook it. 200 years ago, that's unheard of, right? Now it's the norm, right? And everything accelerates, and it's going to change whatever our norm is. Stupid things around when says real God. That's our norm. Our norm is going to get really weird. Like exponentially weirder than it already is. But the thing is, it's like the battle of like good, evil, and kindness and wickedness. Like that battle's been going on forever, and like knowing that you have to do that battle is what propels people to be nicer, and what we really appreciate about like a good person. Like that person has struggled to stay a good person, strong moral fabric, like strong character to still stay kind and good through this rough and difficult life. We know it can be done, and we aspire to that. I think the battle is necessary for us.
Where do you get your ethics, your values? You're in a position of power. You could screw people over. You could ask live the silliest questions to try and put me in a corner. You're not a gotcha guy. But why? Where do you get your ethics of who you are? You could be cruel, and you're not. Why not?
Well, I'm just not cool. I don't know.
Where's that come from? Mom and dad. This is
certainly
kind of
some of
philosophy, church.
Some of it's mom and dad for sure. There's no way around that. And they're nice people.
You said earlier, I love people.
Yeah,
hey, man, I love people.
I've always loved people. I've been fortunate that most of my life I've had really good friends, and I've had a lot of fun. And I know that like if you're around good people and you're fun to be with and you have a good time, like that's a sweet life. Yeah, that's a nice life. I just don't have any desire to be a Christian. And if I can, like, there's been a lot of people on the podcast where they said something, and then afterwards I was like, listen, I think it would be better if you just edit that part out, because it's like, I know, like, you're just talking and you fuck up with, like, it was incorrect, and they're going to come to you, and let's just snip around it, like,
and you have no responsibility to do that.
No, I wanted to,
but you take that, though. So you want to. Why? Hey, come on. That would have been even higher ratings. I'm playing devil's advocate here. Come on, why do you care about that? I'm just curious where that comes from, because a lot of people who are not evil people will at least let shit like that slide and go, did you hear that?
Right. Yeah, I think it's bad karma. As much as I believe in karma, I believe that's bad. I think if you intentionally do something that someone is a good person, maybe slipped up and said something incorrect, and you leave it in a podcast or made a dumb argument, which we all do sometimes, right. And then you look like a fool, you're like, let's for that. Let's just cut that out there. You'll feel better. Yeah, I don't want to have that. Yeah, 100%. want anybody having a bad time.
Well, okay, that's something that I want to come back to. Let's kind of go through stuff. You do that because if I said something stupid, you may let me know and set that up. So I'll feel better. So I won't feel like it. But you also will feel better.
Yeah.
That's a selfish thing of you to let me know, hey man, you stuck your foot in it. Let's cut that out. You're acting selfishly because that makes you feel better. And I think that's what I'm saying. Is the point is, as much as we think of selfless, I think selfish, the true definition is to live a certain way.
Yeah.
To have a certain code of ethics is a very selfish thing to do. Much more selfish than to lie, cheat, steal, fuck people over the evil. On the short term,
Right.
you're building an army of people, a collective friends along the way, someone that might have your back. Not that you're doing it for those reasons, but it's happening.
Right.
That's a selfish means of your own survival.
Totally. Yeah.
And I think that's something that we forget sometimes. These acts to be fucking good dudes is a selfish thing to do, man.
Right.
It's personal.
Like it's actually super beneficial to you.
Yes.
So, and to everybody else. It's really the right way to do it. But I think that's how the universe rewards. It's like how it encourages and rewards kindness. Because you feel better when you're kind. You feel better when you're generous. Right? You really do.
Yes.
It's like you can be like super selfish and be super generous.
Yes. Trust that.
Yeah. There's something to that. But like, there's whatever you want to call bad feelings. Like bad feelings between people, bad vibes, misunderstanding. I don't like those. So like if I feel like I did something that I shouldn't have done, or I said something, I'm the first person to say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I know how it probably made you feel. People say things and you get scrambled up sometimes. I always go out of my way to say something because I think it's important. It's important to not pretend that you're always the one who's correct.
Right.
It's important. It's important to know when. Yeah.
I know I fail on that sometimes when I misrepresent selfishness for certainty. Certainty can be hard.
Yeah, certainly it's tricky if you fucking subscribe to it, then you're wrong.
Right. Yeah. But it's different than being selfish. And I can try sometimes bogey because I can confuse the two. And my wife lets me down.
Yeah, certainty is a tricky one. Because, sometimes you are certain, but you are also incorrect.
Well, there's more.
Right. Or you get bad information.
Yeah.
ChatGPT's lying to you.
Well, you said something interesting, though, man. You're the first one to go, hey, man, sorry.
Yeah.
Bogey. Now, that's an altruistic trait. That is something that's trouble doing. To say I'm sorry to a lot of people means I'm laying down. I'm wrong. I'm guilty. I fucked up. Oh my gosh, 50 lashes. I mean, and that's not what it means. What I'm saying is, I wish more was had. Hey man, sorry about that. I vote. Yeah. And that's not a big deal. Now we're not. It's part of where woke went too far.
Right.
We got so myopic on the word instead of the spirit. Oh, dude, fuck, I didn't know that's how you're gonna feel. I'm still your friend, but that was out of line.
Right.
Okay, cool. I thought overdone.
Right.
Instead of you just said the word out of line. We're gonna all focus on that instead of the spirit of the intent. Even if we were wrong, I had a bad day. Woke up from a nightmare. I don't know, my dog's sick. Pissed off. Had the little eye. Hey, give everyone a little bit of a break.
Exactly.
And also look at what's your intent instead of focusing on the identity of the words. Because the word, there's no life in the word.
No.
It's just the alphabet in a certain fucking order.
It's a noise you make with your mouth, so I know what you're thinking.
Right?
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, but
the spirit of intention, I believe, is what we should put more focus on. What is the intent? The 10 Commandments in the schools. What do you think about that?
I don't like it.
Right.
Well, I think the 10 Commandments are very interesting. I think mandating it in classrooms, in public schools, the problem with that is like, what about the Muslims? What about the Buddhists? What about the Hindus? What about all the other religions that exist? Like, and you could say, oh, this is the Christian society stuff.
And it's saying
Okay, well,
this
then
is
you have a wall of religious texts.
What about
your high school.
And I'm curious. Since Christian society, 10 commandments, but we have 10 minutes where everyone can take 10 minutes to bow to Allah, to whatever your religion is. If you care to partake or not, there's no exclusion about what can be spiritual time of worship in these 10 minutes. But in our classroom in America, we're going to have 10 commandments. Now, my question then goes to this. Is there any one of the 10 commandments that you really disagrees with? Or is your problem that can be considered an oppressive author?
James Tallarico explained it to me. He's a Texas representative who's also in seminary. He's a very religious man, and he opposes it. And he's Democrat. And he said essentially there's two very wealthy men who are they're Christian fundamentalists, where they want to replace all the funding for public schools and put in private Christian. They want a theocracy, essentially. So he was explaining that this is like a step on the way towards that he finds would actually, in his belief, repel people from Christianity. Instead of bringing them to him by forcing this in the classroom, forcing in your face, you'll actually cause more young people to reject Christianity. I don't know if he's correct or not.
But he's saying maybe I don't have a problem with this. I do have a problem with this is a beginning of an overcompensation.
No, he has a problem with it being in classes. He does not agree with it at all. And he's a very religious man, right? Very religious man, like a great Christian.
Right.
And he thinks that this is how you're going to repel people away from Christianity. If we really want to get more people to become Christian, the way to do that is to, first of all, to have open arms and accept people in. And if you want to have some classes in schools where you teach people about the benefits of the Bible and what the overall message is and what Jesus was trying to say, and if you just follow what Jesus said, no one would disagree. If you treat everyone as if it's your brother, if you live your life the way Jesus asked everyone, that's a way better way to live life. Like if you want to teach that,
that's a selfish way to live life.
But
in the way
what
that
about
we define
people
selfish?
that also want to live a good life, but they want to do it through Islam? What about people that also want to live a good life, but they want to do it through whatever, they name it? You're going to have Mormons and all kinds of different sects. Like, okay, that's why you want to separate church and state. Okay? And I think if you have publicly funded schools, keep religion out of them. That's what I think. Because otherwise you have too many possible religions. Like, you're going to be religiously bigoted if you teach only one. If you're only, like, you think people would be cool if they had entire public school systems where everybody just taught Islam? Could you imagine if a full city, like every public school, people would be up in arms? Well, I think that's similar response to people who are not Christians, who see Christianity being imposed on public schools. They probably have the same feeling. Like if you're a Muslim and you're supposed to send your kids to school and they're shoving Christianity in his face, you'd probably feel the same way as if you were a Christian and your school district had been taken over by Islam. You're like, Jesus Christ, everybody has to bow 5 times a day. And
I hear you. I do also think there could be, what if there were tenets on the wall of each religion that we pull the author off for a minute? My opinion is that we go to the problem. Most people go to the problem of that, not with your argument. They go to the problem with the author. G-O-D. Hey, man. So we go to the author instead of the content. I'm saying when you look at the commandments, is there anything that anyone out there is going like, I disagree with that one?
Let's pull up the 10 Commandments, James. I haven't read them in a while. Is there anyone in there that don't hold up today? Well, they're pretty legit. If you think about it, they're pretty legit, and they're 2,000 years old. They kind of nailed it. It's kind of like the Constitution. They kind of nailed it. Whereas all these years later, you're like, flush it out.
Yeah.
Pretty solid. You got a decent version.
The Texas closest thing I saw is a bunch of printed versions all like on the rock.
Oh, the ones that the Texas thing. Okay, they're all on rocks.
They're engraved.
Ask ChatGPT what the 10 Commandments are. Oh, the Ten Commandments in school. So yeah, I just want to what are the Ten Commandments? The Ten Commandments. What are they? You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image, false idols, false idols. You shall not make the name of the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor your father and mother as a solid one. You shall not murder. Great advice. You shall not commit adultery. Definitely don't do that. You shall not steal. Definitely don't do that. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. Don't lie. Yeah. You shall not covet. Boy, those are all pretty solid.
You can use number 10 a lot right now. We love comparison.
Well, that's
And the younger generation,
yeah,
full of
yeah, it's a real problem. It's a real problem. We're very fortunate that we didn't have to grow up with the kind of pressure that social media is putting on people, especially young girls. Like Jonathan Haidt wrote a book about social media's impact, the coddling of the American mind, and it shows very clearly the invention of social media, and then self-harm, suicidal ideation, overdoses, drug abuse, all of it, a lot of it women, a lot of it young girls. And it's because you're comparing to all these other girls. Constantly.
forced down.
And there's a whole culture in like showing all your stuff off. There's a whole culture of like, look at my bag. Here's me with champagne. I'm eating caviar. I'm on a yacht. I'm here. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at my watch. Look at my rings. And then everything. Shit.
That's how life is.
Yeah.
And here in my room with my family, I got a big meal downstairs in this house.
Not even on that yacht.
It's not on shit.
Yeah. They don't have that big ring.
You know, I don't
Not that funny.
about this, and the consensus of a year is I doesn't feel this way yet. It's like, if you could say, yes, social media exists, or it doesn't, oh, please, just no. I wish it didn't exist. But it does, and I have to be a part of it to feel, I don't know, some words not relevant, to even feel a part of society. But boy, if you gave me a choice, do we have it or not? Please take it away. Wish it wasn't there. Wish it didn't exist. Is what I think everybody said.
Yeah, I think it's done more harm than it's done good. It's not a lot of good for business, right? A lot of people started businesses with social media. And, you know, a lot of people make a living now that would have had a regular job. There's goodness in that. But in terms of, like, society and our overall discourse, I think a lot of it's negative. Yeah, but then again, I'm positive out of it too, because information gets out that mainstream media doesn't report on, and you find out about real issues that really concern you. But then there's the problem of a giant percentage of it isn't actually human beings. Right. A giant percentage of the arguing back and forth on the internet is bots. Yeah. Giant percentage.
Yeah.
Some former FBI analyst said it was as many as 80% on Twitter.
80%.
Yeah, that's his estimate. I mean, I don't know if he's right, but I'm like, what does that even mean? What does that mean? Like, so what's fueling all that? It's AI forcing us to argue. I mean, it's programmed right now by human beings probably, and some of it is actual real human beings that are like, you know, in some sort of a factory somewhere in Pakistan or whatever, and they're just fucking with Americans online for whatever reason. It's probably funded to like try to disrupt democracy, to make us use faith in our system.
There's a China element to that?
100%. And there's a Russian element to that, and there's an American element. We're doing it to them. 100%.
So that's part of the new world, but that's
100%.
Well, I understand it. I would add up to TikTok.
Yeah.
Now, do you think it's everywhere through all social media that it's infiltrated to get us into these understandings, perceptions?
Well, for sure, it's capable of doing that if you just follow your natural instincts, right? So the algorithm is set up to show you what you engage with the most. Yeah. And that just, whether or not it's the intended purpose, it leads us down the road of being full of anxiety, constantly filled with cortisol, stressed out, angry, angry at climate change and fucking white supremacy and radical left, whatever it is. It's whether or not it's intentional, it doesn't really matter because the desired effect, whether it's the desired effect, the effect of it all leads you into complete chaos. So if they know that and they didn't course correct, the problem is once you have an algorithm, you're not going to get rid of the algorithm. You're not going to say, let's just have information just exist, uncategorized and not
documentary.
Yeah. Just leave it out there. And you go find what you want, Matthew. You go look around and you watch, football games, boxing matches. You just go you do you. You go look instead of it suggesting things to you. Once it's suggesting things to you, that's a whole different game. Yeah, because then it's kind of programming you, right? And it's programming you based on your worst instincts. My fucking feed is all assassinations, car accidents, and two dudes getting kicked in the head. It's just.
And you bite.
No, anymore. No, but Tom Segura and I, we have a text thread that's been going on for like 5 years. We say each other the most horrible shit we find each day. Yeah. And sometimes I call him, like, dude, I can't do this anymore. This is like really fucking with me. But then like 2 days will go by and I'll open up my fucking phone and I'll see the Tom Segura. I'm like, this motherfucker. And then I'll open it up and some guy getting assassinated in a pool or something. Like, oh my God. Whew. It's just you're getting bombarded. Yeah. Bombarded.
So with all of that exterior stimulus, and here we are, adult mind that you're talking about. Man,
Imagine
you got
a child. Yeah.
Now I'm going, is there something, has anyone got a better suggestion than the Ten Commandments for to get a child's mind going? 10 things. I'll look at that and aim that direction. I feel like I can't go wrong. Or be closer to right. Meaning, I'm seeing you and adults spy out, man. I don't understand the general expectation between us. What do you mean? I can pick your pocket and steal from you if I got away with it? Fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not embarrassed. I don't feel guilty. Hey, man, I want a blue ribbon. I got the shoes.
Yeah.
They gave me the trophy. Well, what do you mean? Do it the right way, you fucking old dinosaur. Integrity, what Eric, what are you talking about? I hear that conversation. I'm going, hang on, man.
Yeah.
And that's different than saying, like you told me, you love chaos. That's different than saying, oh, there's a chaotic moment. Oh, well, I love to try and create order in it. That's different. That's like that's a stimulus. This is, it's four-dimensional. Where's the ground?
Right.
That they can go, okay, I can rely on that. What can I rely on that will stand with me, that's a time and tested truth that can take me into the future, no matter the changes of AI, that I can go, in the storm, I can go to this and catch my breath. I can go to this and rely on it. In the dark, on my own, and in the masses with the millions going, no, do this. I can go, What is that? What's that simple sheet that's ingrained that our youth can go, yeah, you can rely on it. Forget the author.
Right. That I don't think you're going to do it like a series of commandments. The problem with the 10 Commandments, and not saying there's a problem with 10 Commandments, but if I was going to put it in a school where there's non-religious people, there's a bunch of stuff in there like not taking the Lord's name in vain, not having any other gods before me. So people, that would give people pause. They'd be like, wait a minute, what are you telling me? I can't say, I can't take the Lord's name in vain, like saying God damn it. It's like taking the Lord's name in vain. People do that all the time.
It's similar to on a national level, the flag burning. Yeah. That would be like taking Lord's name in vain. Burning the flag would be like taking the flag's name in vain.
Right, imagine that. Imagine you get arrested for taking the Lord's name in vain. That would be a real problem. Especially
so you're saying if we go to that creep you're talking about.
Because human beings always creep. They always move towards more and more power and control. And if you put something like that in, like, now what are you going to do? Enforce Christian law? What if somebody enforces Sharia law? There's a lot of talk of that. There's a lot of talk about people in Minnesota are terrified that someone's going to enforce Sharia law in a lot of these Somali Muslim these areas where like giant Muslim populations.
All right. If we get when you get Jews and Muslims, everybody, and we get out, bring your best 10. Christianity's bringing these 10 commandments. Let's get together here, and we'll put them all together. Hell, we'll mix some years. My number 8 will be number 9 because yours is going to be number 8. And we're going to put them up there. It's going to be a creed, a little bit of Constitution to get our day started.
Interesting way to do it. The problem is most religions are ideologically opposed to conflicting religions. They don't want to accept that these other religions are correct about anything. Like Judaism and Christianity, they share a bunch of things, but they disagree on Jesus. They disagree on
Rising from the dead, right?
It's a lot of stuff.
Well, I just think there could be a creed, a bit of a constitution, and if you only offer up, I think we find more similarities than that are not exclusions,
right?
Then we would find things that are combative ideas.
Yeah, I think something along those lines where we said, let's think of a code to live life by. Well, we can do this in a modern era without a religious context. We can say what we can all agree, a code to live life by. But we'd all have to follow it, including the president. No more reach. No more.
I'm just saying we wouldn't have to follow it. It would just be right now. There's not an agreed upon expectation of how to treat each other.
Right. And there's reward in treating each other like shit. If
you are rewarded for it.
Yeah.
And maybe much more than almost. If you do follow the rules,
kind of a sucker.
Rude.
Yeah, you're kind of a sucker.
That's not going to have a long. That can't have a long play.
No.
That is not a selfish.
Don't you think that's a part of the whole TikTok, Instagram kind of culture because it's so look at me, it's so fake, leased cars. There's a thing in LA where they have a fake private jet, and you go into this private jet just for influencers so they can take pictures on private jet.
Yes. Okay, let me tell you this thing. I'm in Miami. You know Miami? South Beach, right?
Yeah.
If you don't flinch, nobody's stopping you, right? Miami, where even the manatees have it. Right. You know what I mean? It's what I like about Miami because they're so open.
Yeah.
LA, people get the face job, boob jobs, tummy tucks. How do you do that? You look great with ours. Take full showers. Right. You know what I mean? But Miami's like, no, let's go see him. And he's great. Yeah, I just left him. They're open about it. I love that about it. I'm there working on a beach bar. I'm walking down through South Beach, and there's this, under a palm tree on the beach, there's this purple pink Lamborghini pulled into the palm tree. There's this guy laying back on gold chain, and he's shirt a couple times, he's greased up. Guys will be taking pictures of him. What's going on? Well, some guy from my stock and chat. All of a sudden, the new guy hops in on the show. Leans back. Yo, does all the polishing. I go, what's going on here? Oh man, I'm taking a picture of my Tinder cover. I go, you are, but who's the other guy? Goes, he came by and said, hey man, come on if I get a picture of my Tinder cover. He paid me $50. I said, so that's not your car? Oh man, we're just coffee today. They're like, are you proud of it, man? You're like, yeah, it's just what I did.
It's a very low vibration.
But they're open about it.
Yeah. I always say if you want to starve to death, open up a bookstore in Miami. It's like that. It's basically like, it's basically built on cocaine. The city was built on cocaine. Back in the day. Have you ever seen Cocaine Cowboys?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. What a documentary. Yes. Holy shit, that's a good one. That is a good one. And Cocaine Cowboys, too. Both of them are crazy.
IMT, too.
Oh, my God. Giselda gets out. She goes, it's when you find out that it's all 100% true, you're like, so that's what happened with Miami. 1 year, the entire Miami graduating class of the police academy, the entire graduating class either wound up murdered or in jail for corruption. The whole class. They were all drug dealing. Everybody was drug dealing. There's millions and millions of dollars buried in backyards in Miami that no one's ever going to find.
Our Acevedo, the police chief that was here,
Mm-hmm.
and was Houston. He was real drunk. Katrina, he got into a drama. Then he moved to Miami. And it didn't last. I didn't get the details on it. Wasn't it something about the Miami, the you know, there's mafia at the city council? There's certain things you cannot.
Oh, really?
And he was either fired, booted out, or retired and moved on. Pretty sick.
Yeah, they don't fuck around all that. It's a totally different way of life. And, you know, they love it. It's like, you go down there, it's a totally different vibe.
Yeah.
You know, and
If you don't stutter and you don't flinch,
yeah,
it's all a green light.
more banks per capita in Miami, I think, than any other city in the country. And I think that is because it was used to launder money for so long. Yeah. It's hard to believe it. That's true. But I had a good buddy of mine who was the ophthalmologist who did his residency down there. But 6 months, misconduct, making significant changes to his command staff.
Boom, you're out.
See ya. Speaking out against corruption, reporting abuse of power by elected officials and sued, saying that his firing was an retaliation. Yeah. So my buddy was an ophthalmologist in his residency in Miami in the 80s. He said it was insane. He goes, every day, so he's in the emergency room, every day. It's gunshot victims, guys with G.I. Joe stuffed up their asses. Like, everybody was just doing coke and wild, crazy stuff.
Drop that gay bomb.
He said he found guys with light bulbs up their asses. They had to remove light bulbs, you know, those little pine coney ones. You know those ones? Those small. So he had a light bulb broke in his asshole, and they had God. And he goes, it's all cocaine back. He goes, I saw so many gunshots, so many gunshot wounds. He goes, it was all cocaine. And it was just constant in the 80s. He said the emergency room was just like, people were piling up in the hallway. They're just rushing people in to get treatment. They're holding their side, blood squirting out of them. He said it was insanity. Just cocaine gang wars all over the city. And he was in the heart of it.
He's still an optometrist.
He's still an ophthalmologist. Yeah. He's, but he doesn't live in Miami anymore. He's in Arizona now. Shout out to Steve. Good buddy of mine.
He's not.
And he told me something. I was a kid at the time. But when I met him, I was like 15, 16 years old. And he was explaining to me like what he did when he was in Miami. And I was like, that is insane. I go, it's not bad. Because it was like 1988. He was there in the early 80s. He said it's just, and that's Miami. You know, and whatever's, it's obviously not like that anymore. It's obviously calmed down on that regard. But the chassis is still pretty loose. That's what built the place. You know, it's like the most flossy city in the country. The most Lamborghinis and Ferraris and whatever you think most of them are. No, it's a giant hustle. It's a big old cocaine hustle. But that's one of the things I love about America is we have all these different flavors. We got the Florida flavor, then we got the Montana flavor. You know, there's a lot of different flavors in this country.
I was in Alabama for pre-state account. This is what I think, probably 11 years ago. And we were staying in Mobile. And the next day, there was all these parades. I was, what's going on? The next day, the percentage for the vote for gay marriage was coming out. And I remember talking to a lot of my friends on the West Coast. The next day, because what happened, it passed 53.7. And I was like, holy shit. I thought it was going to be 2080. No.
Oh, interesting.
And it passed 53.7. What year was it? This is 11, 12 years ago. I didn't pull it up. I think it was about 11 years ago. Anyway, I talked to a lot of my friends who are Democrats or liberal, and they were appalled at the minor margin. I was like, guys, no, I thought it was, you're appalled they barely made it. I thought it was going to be 28 the other way. It is amazing how quickly, though, America, very nimble,
Yeah.
very nimble to quickly and understand different ways. I was shocked that it even came close.
That's
That
crazy.
it did
You
that.
thought it was going to be, really? You thought it was going to be 80-20 against?
I thought that my romantic idea, or traveled there, been around there and stayed there many times, got friends there. I thought that it was so entrenched in a born again Christianity that was blasphemy to the majority.
Right.
And it was not. It was not. And I just remember thinking, there's an example, not an ideal. Not if you're for gay marriage, that's not an ideal example, but there's an example. Talk about an evolution or adaptability to times and change.
Well, if you believe in the sanctity of marriage, gay marriage should be your favorite marriage because they hold it up the best.
Right.
They have the lowest rates of divorce.
Right.
I think gay marriage between two men, the rate of divorce is only like 26%.
Right.
Whereas with men and women, it's 50%. So if you really love marriage, hey,
Yeah, right.
you should love gay marriage because they're doing it right.
What do you think about that? Talk about, we're always talking about, so, how do you make the world a better place? Talk about leadership, talk about our CEOs, talk about politicians. But if you go back to the root, the beginning seems to be parenting. Secondly, what could be done to get more fathers to stay around? Some mothers, fathers around early. And what can be done more marriages if we work to another step to salvage our marriage instead of smell the heat.
Yeah, there's a lot
What
of that.
could
But,
that?
do
you think that would be a way forward? I have a hunch that it is. I don't know what to do about it, except prop up the reverence for parenthood, prop up the reverence for marriage, to where it's more important to us than it is. To stick with it a little longer, to salvage that personal character, our responsibilities that we take as a parent, and our responsibility that we take in going into a marriage. Make it mean a little bit more than I feel like it does.
Well,
To us, a lot.
I think it really depends entirely on who the individuals are. Because sometimes one person's just not keeping up with their end of the deal.
Yeah.
They just fall off.
Yeah.
Maybe they get into drugs, they become addicted, maybe they lose their job, they don't want to get it back, they just start drinking every day.
Yeah.
Like sometimes a man or a woman has to make a choice.
I understand that. I know I've seen some good marriage, good divorces too. Oh, that's good.
There's some people that don't want to change and they will drag you down. And there's people, when you met them, they have hope. And then eventually that hope just fucking leaches out of them and they're not fun to be around anymore. And you try and you try and you try to encourage them, you try to give them suggestions and they don't follow through. And at a certain point in time, you can't save a drowning man because you're going to fucking drown too. But you got to just move on with your life. And I get it. I get when wives leave like that. I get when husbands leave like that. But a lot of people just marry people because they're home. They marry people because they're sexy. They like having sex with them. They think they're attractive. And you know, it's a fucking crazy person. Yeah. And you're trying to make life work with a crazy person, and now you have kids. Right. And now you're trying to make life with kids. Yeah. This fucking crazy person that you really shouldn't have married in the first place. Yeah. You didn't have anything in common with them other than you like their bodies. Right. You like how sexy they are. That's the trap. Like you gotta, you can like genuinely love someone, like love their personality, love around them, love their kindness, and then you have to be someone that other people would love. Yeah. A lot of people want this perfect person in their life, and they're a mess. There's a lot.
I've seen that go down.
There's a lot of reasons why marriages don't work out, and one of them is like over time. It's like two folks are traveling together. One of them just, like, this is an Anthony Robbins thing about life, an analogy about life, but it actually works with marriages too. Because all you need is like a subtle turn in one direction, and over time, you're further and further apart, where like, we don't have the same philosophy anymore. We don't have the same belief system. We don't have the same ethics or morals. Or maybe your husband is got a job that you're like, you shouldn't be fucking doing this. This is bad for society. Like, your job overall is awful. Maybe you're denying people health care claims, for insurance companies. Maybe that's your thing. And you're we have to live with the psychic weight of yeah, we're eating ribeyes and we have a nice house, but how did we get this money? And maybe the wife is like, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be connected to you. That's understandable too. Not all marriages are supposed to work out.
I agree.
I think it makes sense.
Is it divorce right now?
Yes.
What if that was
Well, Chris Rock had a great joke about that. He goes, that's just the cowards that stay. He's like, how many of them wish they were divorced? He was like, it's a really good point. Really good point. Because although 50% get divorced, how many of those 50% that stay is cowards?
Hey, independence?
Oh, man. I mean, we all have friends like that. We bro, get out, but they don't. But then we also have people that have great marriages.
Yeah.
And when you meet people that have great marriages, it's like, oh, that's possible. That's possible.
Well, the sanctity of it, if it had more reverence going into, you're not getting one that's, oh, God. We love to shag.
It's a cultural milestone, too. It's like a thing. You're doing it because it's everybody does it. Every woman wants to be married. Every want to have a family. Every man wants to, this is my wife. And so you think that a lot of people live life like they're in a goddamn romantic comedy. They think they're in a movie. They think they're, and they don't. It's there's something about songs and movies. It gives us this bizarre framework for what a relationship or what life is supposed to be like, or what your life is supposed to be like. And it's not real. What your life doesn't measure up to this movie. Just like your life is not going to measure up to your Instagram feed. You get kind of depressed. This is it.
Why are we out for our money? She's a beat us. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
In comparison.
Yeah. Well, that's also why people put everything on the gram too. They put everything they do. Look at me here, having so much fun. Look at me smiling, having a great time.
Well, you paint yourself in the corner. We had Levi. You get on that gram and turn 15. Just stay on. But that was one of the things we were talking about. Like, dude, you surf each time. I was like, don't just put all your best ways on there, because you're going to paint yourself on a corner when you go to a break. And the guy's like, oh, we've seen it. I'm going to put some wipeouts on there, too. Yeah. Just so you can go and not have that pressure, because you're going to paint yourself in a corner.
Absolutely.
The light looks too good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Then you go out and you got to live up to this. That's always that thing that happens in those relationships. When you hold the other one. If I make my wife Superwoman and she thinks I'm Superman, neither one of us can live up to that.
Right.
And so we're going to come in under our expected bar, and there becomes the recipe for you're not going to don't you? Yeah. Because we had an unfair expectation.
Right.
Going in.
Yeah. Yeah. And that definitely happens too. It's also familiarity breeds contempt. People just get tired of being in the same space with the same person over and over. And stop. Leave me alone. Get away. You'll get sick of people. But it's also who did you pick? Yeah. Who did you pick? And why did they pick you? Yeah. Are you someone that you would pick if you were a woman? Yeah. Would you want you as a husband? Would you want you as a friend? And if not, maybe we should become someone would like to be friends with. Yeah. Maybe we should become someone would like to be a husband. Yeah. I'd like to have a husband. How about yourself? Yeah. That's why a good psychedelic experience every now and then knocks your dust off and gives you a little reset, lets you look at yourself and go, all right.
Tell me what that does. It unpacks some sort of neural cables that have gotten kind of solidified, and they work, but there's more that become doctrinaire.
There's a lot of that in that for sure, and I think it's also a dissolving of the ego. That's a big part of it. One of the things that most psychedelic drugs have in common is they dissolve the ego. Completely dissolve the ego, at least for a brief amount of time. And during that brief amount of time, you have a much more objective understanding. That's why there's so many people who take mushrooms and then completely quit smoking cigarettes or completely quit taking pills. They just go, oh my God, what was I doing? Why was I doing that? You need to get outside of yourself. And I think that was a natural part of human civilization for thousands and thousands of years. People did it in ritualistic settings in ancient Ulysses, in Greece. The Eleusinian mysteries was all about that. In Eleusis, they would all get together. They would take this trek to get. There's a fantastic book on it called The Immortality Key that a guy who's been a guest on my podcast a bunch of times, Brian Murrow-Rescue, wrote. But it's all about these are the people that figured out democracy. This is like in ancient Greece, and they all did it from having these psychedelic trips. They would all go and have this trek to have this visionary experience, and then come back with new insight and ideas. Yeah. And it dissolving in the ego. I mean, they really came to the idea like, hey, maybe we should let everybody have a say in how things run. Right? Like they invented democracy, which is crazy. They did it because of psychedelic drugs. But they found these clay pots these people used to keep their wine in, and their wine was all like mixed up with psychedelics. It wasn't regular wine. Like we think of wine as being an alcoholic beverage. No, it was wine with ergot in it. So there was like an LSD-like substance, a bunch of other stuff.
You ever seen Dumbo, the animated?
Yeah, sure.
I just noticed this because I just saw this. I've seen it before. Recently saw it 3 years ago. So Dumbo, after the circus, goes over, puts his snout down, and drinks the runoff from the bar and the party. Okay? Starts drinking. The next edit is he's in the top of a tree. And fly. That was more than alcohol. It was he cut his directly to him in the top of the tree.
That's hilarious. God, I haven't seen Dumbo since my kids were one.
If you see it,
I need to watch it.
catch it. It's
God, I haven't seen it for. God, I don't know.
The crows are over there talking shit about it. About how you got up here. What are you doing up here, man? You should have seen yourself last night. Talk about it, I don't remember, but I was there. Dumbo didn't remember none of it.
I remember when they were little, we watched Pinocchio and how creepy it was. I was like, oh my God, Pinocchio's creepy. When the boys got kidnapped, they turned them into donkeys.
Yeah.
Remember that part?
Yes.
That was Pinocchio, right?
It was a 5-minute trip in Dumbo.
Oh, really? Well, let's play it.
It's a whole scene. The pink elephants.
Oh, whoa.
This is after he drank this.
He
just drank slop, right?
He's 100% tripping.
The last we saw was he was drinking slop. Look at you.
Wow. Pyramids. Oh, wow. And so coming back to Earth.
Wait, no, he's not back there.
He's up in a tree. That's crazy. I would never guess. I would never guess that's a part. That's actually a part of one of the rides at Disneyland. Is there a Dumbo ride at Disneyland that looks psychedelic? Yes. That's right. No, it's Winnie the Pooh. There's a Winnie the Pooh ride at Disneyland that I used to take with my kids. And you go through the ride. It's like a real simple ride. It's not like scary at all. It's like good for like little kids. And you get this one where I'm like, what are they trying to say here? Like, this is crazy. Like Tigger comes out, and Tigger is like this psychedelic being, and everything is like now in black light. Yeah. So Tigger comes out, and Tigger's like freak. Like, why is this guy bouncing around on his tail? And then it gets to a certain part. Get a little forward here, where it gets super fucking weird. Like right here. Like, what the hell is happening? It's all about honey. And, like, things are like, this is like fractal. This is like DMT world. This is really weird. Like, what does this have to do with it? What the fuck happened? It's really weird. It's like, what are they trying to say here?
I didn't see anything about honey.
Yeah, there's something about the honey. It's like something about, well, you know, there's some stuff called mad honey. And this mad honey, we actually ate it on the podcast while some guy brought it. But it's a honey that I think it's in the Himalayas. That's where it is, right? Where these guys have to climb up the side of a cliff to get this stuff.
Yeah.
And these bees are all taking pollen from, is it the lotus flower? What is the psychedelic plant? So these bees are taking pollen from the psychedelic plant, and they're making a psychedelic honey.
Okay.
So that honey is a honey that contains, let's say that word, cyanotoxins. Reddish honey is produced from the nectar and pollen of the genus Rhododendron. It has moderately toxic and narcotic effects. Produced principally in Nepal and Turkey, where it's used as both a traditional medicine and a recreational drug. But see, we show how they get it. These guys, look at that. They have to climb on the side of a fucking cliff to get this stuff. And people get it just to trip out. Imagine you tried that hard to get on that you make like a rope ladder and you cover yourself in a beekeeper's outfit. They're all like these hives are all connected to the side of a cliff. It's really crazy. Yeah. It was a very bizarre effect. The honey itself.
You had some? Yeah. So during the
you can
3 hours after having some, you get a little bit.
Look, it was in the middle of the podcast. I took it at the beginning of the podcast. I just took a big sleep. I go, how much is a large dose? And he's like, can you take like a half a teaspoon? I'm like, fuck it. And I just took a whole big teaspoon of it. I was like, ooh, this is interesting.
How soon did you do that?
20 minutes. Yeah, about 20 minutes in. Like, oh, okay. This is a new one. It's like, this is crazy. This is honey. Like, put this in your teeth. Like, what's going on in the fall? I don't think it's a normal use thing. I think it's an occasional use thing.
Well, maybe not. Full taste.
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't like I was out of my head, didn't know what to do. It was completely functional.
Yeah.
But it was like bizarre. This is like honey.
So these psychedelic trips when you unlock some of the.
Just like you got a vacation to reset your life, sometimes you need a vacation to reset your brain.
Do they help you have more energy because you're hanging on to all these ideas a little bit less? You have more hope in the beginner's mind, and the day unravels with less certain concrete expectations or this is how that should go.
Very insightful. Yeah, right. Yeah, definitely. That's part of it. Like the less you hang on to in your head, the more energy you have for other stuff. Yeah. Like I always tell people, like especially young comics, like that are like getting on social media and arguing with people and stuff like that. Think of your time in your day as a numerical unit. Like you have 100 units of time, 100 units of energy. If you're putting 30 of those units on some bullshit online, you're robbing yourself of that time that you could be putting into things you love, your friendship, your comedy act, your life. You don't need to do that. Like it's a trap. Like you get sucked into thinking you need to do that, and all it does is it just robs you of your action. Yeah. The less you're attached to like old beefs and fuck that guy, all of those kind of things, the less you're attached to that stuff, the freer you are, the more energy you have. And it's good for you. It's kind of selfish thing. Selfish to be kind. Yeah. And I think if those things were legal and more people could experience them in a controlled setting, with people who know how to administer them and know the right dose and know, hey, are you on a medication? Well, if you're on a certain medication, definitely don't be taking this stuff. Right. Your medication's an MOA inhibitor, and this can really fuck you up. But, it doesn't even have to be that, man. It could be a fucking good yoga class. Right. It could be holotropic breathing. You could just sit and breathe deeply in through your nose and out through your mouth with intention, and you'll have a psychedelic experience. You'll get a relief from.
I just got one the other day. I did not expect it at all. And I came out like, oh my gosh, I felt like I'd been hibernated for a 14-hour nap and woke up clean sweaty.
See, I've only done acupuncture one time, and the dude was a total kook. He was so kooky that I didn't stick around. It was too weird. That guy was so weird. He was really good at acupuncture, but he was just like this really weird guy in LA, and he'd have these conversations with you. He was asking a bunch of questions, and I was like, I gotta get
That's the masseuse that I lay down and they go, that's what your horse goes. I'm like, oh shit.
Oh no.
And they go, I get any injuries? Yeah, this left shoulder. Left
left side of your body.
That means you need to get that's like, no, I actually got hit by a car. I don't go psychological on me just yet, man. Come on. I'm no horoscope out of the gate. If we're going to add that on for some color commentary afterwards, I'm okay with it. Let's not come out of the gate saying this is the reason.
I actually just reached out to my booking guy trying to get a real astrologer on. Like someone who really understands the ancient art of astrology, the real old stuff. Because I'm not completely discounting it. I think newspaper horoscope is nonsense. I think there's a lot of people that are just like reading your tarot cards and just ripping you off. But I always wonder, like at the heart, like astrology is so specific. Like why did they write that down? Why do they have this understanding of how the stars are aligned, the time of your birth?
Free mathematics.
Yeah. What part of the earth you're at.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's pre-mathematics. I think it's pre our current understanding of when mathematics evolved and emerged. I don't think that's real. I think they had mathematics long before that. I think civilization was wiped out and had to restart over again. And there's a lot of evidence to that. There's a lot of evidence that like society has had some major cosmic event, most likely asteroid impact, comet impact, and there's a whole theory behind the Younger Dryas impact theory from 11,800 years ago. I think we got hit. And there's a comet storm that we go through every September. Was it November and June? Is that what it is? Something like that, like June, November. And occasionally we get hit. And, there's like 900,000 year objects. And it doesn't take a really big one to fuck up everything. It doesn't take one that's going to kill everybody to fuck up everything. It just takes one the size of a block. Like one city block comes slamming into the ice caps, and then you just got chaos. And everything goes away. It all smells like modern conveniences and all organized society thrown into chaos, and people have to rebuild. I think that's happened a bunch of times in human history. There's real physical evidence of this Younger Dryas impact theory, which also coincides with the end of the ice age. It's all around the same time. I think it was like a series of events. I think we were hit more than once. I think we were hit around 11,800 years ago, but then again, somewhere around 10,000 years ago. So it's probably when we see society emerging in like Mesopotamia or Sumer, which is like around 5,000 plus 6,000 years ago. I think that's just the newest version of it. I think they probably had mathematics long before that. They're probably doing shit. Whoever built the pyramids, like, you can't tell me they didn't have some sort of complex geometry and mathematics. There's no way they didn't. The things are pointed to true north, south, east, and west. Like, that's 5,000 years ago.
Carl Sagan got sick in for a few hours before he made this film called Contact.
Loved it.
You did?
One of my all-time favorite movies. I love that movie.
Oh.
And I love Carl Sagan.
Yeah.
He wrote the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to talk to him, listen for a few hours. Anyway, I got to know his wife, and his wife's pretty cool. Her Greek is always, what's your coordinate? Whoa. What's your coordinate? Boy, she's out there. But I mean, that was similar. The north, south, east, but where are we coordinated? Where's the earth coordinated? In the galaxy, in the universe, in time, what has happened, what's our coordinate? It is kind of out there, but it's a pretty cool objective way when you think about that. Reminds me of like, you ever been Bush 41?
No.
My president, but how do you do that? That's what it is. About an 8.2,
8.2.
to the 10. And you can answer out of 10. Yeah. I just thought that's pretty interesting. Because everybody goes, oh, I'm good, man. Great. How are you?
CIA shit, son.
Who added up to 10? What's your coordinate? About an 8.2.
He had numbers. He said, Herbert Walker was the guy that Hal put off and a bunch of these scientists. He brought them together and said, we have recovered crashed UFO more than one occasion, and we have a back engineering program, and we're considering disclosure to the American people. I want you to list the positives, the positive impact to society, and the negatives. Yeah, they did it with quite a few different scientists, and they all had more negatives than positive.
If they came out with this information,
Exactly.
to share this information, what would be the effect on society?
Yes.
More negatives than positive.
More negatives than positives. Disruption of religion, government, economy. Well, I mean,
I understand. I just don't.
depends on your religion. It depends on where these things are from and what is happening. What
In
we
the Bible, Ezekiel has golden chariots from the sky.
Exactly. Yeah, and a wheel with a wheel. Yeah, the Ezekiel stuff sounds like a UFO encounter. And it's not the only version of that in ancient texts. In the ancient Hindu text, they have vimanas, these things that are flying through the sky. What are those things? In the Big Veda. Even in the Bhagavad Gita, there's all these depictions of these things that sound like you're talking about a spaceship or at the very least some kind of technology. This thing about the Nephilim, like that gods made women and created men who are monstrous, boy, doesn't that sound like aliens came down and genetically manipulated primates and created human beings? That's a version of it you can apply from the text. It's all really weird stuff, man. Like really weird. If you found out that that's all true, it would probably change everything about society. And this is what Herbert Walker and those kinds of scientists after. So Hal Portoff was explaining it to me on the podcast, like how they put it numerical value instead of like we were that close.
Right.
Like imagine if that happened. This is 1990s, right?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but these kind of really weird things, they excite you more than they give you fear. That'd be fair.
Yeah. I mean,
When you get excited about different possibilities.
yes.
I mean, I have people go, oh man, I love these conspiracy theories. I don't see him liking conspiracy theories. I see him always being interested in an alternate way something went down and being interested and excited about that, but not going, no, never disengaging from it and going, no, because I believe how it was and what I read, and that's how it is. That's not where you're moving.
No. It's never a denial of information and facts, and it's also a recognition that oftentimes a large swath of society just goes with the narrative without having any real understanding of what the actual facts behind it are. And then there's that term, this pejorative term, conspiracy theory. The problem with that, calling someone a conspiracy theorist, is conspiracies are real. Like, there's a lot of evidence, and if you want to sit down, I can fucking show you a ton of them. And so anybody who says, like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, I'm like, okay, let's talk about conspiracies. Like, do you think that any of them exist? Do you think that people conspire? Is it like it's a natural part of human behavior that's been documented throughout history? Even governments. I mean, sure. Literally, the thing that got us into the Vietnam War was a conspiracy. It's fake. It's all talking. It's a false flag operation. It never took place at all. They lied to the American people. That's conspiracy. Like, that's just one conspiracy that turns out to be true. There's a lot of them. The problem is people don't want to look like conspiracy theorists. They've done such a good job of making it a goofy term that you don't ever want to attach to you. It will cause damage to your reputation.
Yeah.
If you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, fortunately I'm not, but if you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, you don't want to say anything weird like, hey, I think aliens are real. And people think you're a kook, and then they discount your opinion on everything. Yeah. But if you just know the actual facts, like people that don't think there's anything, that aliens are real, there's no way, we're alone, we've never been contacted.
Why not?
Gary Nolan, the guy who was on here yesterday, was talking about cancer research. He was also telling us about a piece of wreckage they found from a craft. Was it 1950 that they found it? The first one, the silica one? So they have direct chain of possession of this evidence from, I believe it was 1950. And it was almost pure silica. And the magnesium ratios were so off that he said that this magnesium had to have been sourced from a place that experienced a neutron bomb every 2 minutes for 900 years. That's how off the isotopes were to magnesium that we find here on Earth. He's like, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to ever do that, but I'm saying this is from 1950. Like, this is a real piece of what they're saying is a wreckage of a craft. And it has a material composition that is impossible for a normal person to create in 1950. So what the fuck is that? And you say that to people, and they're like, oh. So Gary Nolan, who's a professor at Stanford, he's a professor in what is his forensics? Is that what his he does cancer research, but what is his actual title? Stanford School of Medicine professor. Anyway, rock solid credentials, published, and people brought him this material, and they said, "Could you analyze this? Because you know all these different scientists." Endowed chair in pharmacology, Stanford School of Medicine. So when a guy like that is saying, "No, this is the composition of this piece of wreckage that you can't make here," they found a type of alloy that doesn't exist on Earth, and it has on an atomic level layers upon layers of whatever this alloy is. He's like, this costs billions of dollars to create, and they found it in 1970. Like in 1970, no one had this. It's not possible to make. Like, maybe you can make it today, but we don't have the equipment to make it today. You could conceive how someone with enough resources could have that money today to do something like that, but it would be an enormous undertaking. Yeah, and this is a piece of craft that someone found from 1976. When a guy like that is telling you, like, I'm not saying what it is, I'm not saying where it's from, but I'm saying this is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't add up.
So when someone says conspiracies, like, yeah, I believe in conspiracies because they're real,
right?
And because I don't have to worry about the attention. And most people do. Most people don't want to be a fool. You don't want to be a silly person. You know, you don't want to be mocked when people aren't around you. Like, yeah, fucking believes JFK assassination. Yeah.
You say because you don't have to be taken seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're saying your theories on things are solid, or because you, in your position, are going, hey, I don't have to be taken.
My job does not rely on me being taken seriously.
Right.
Nothing.
What do you say to them? It's like, because you get attacked. Like, hey man, you had so and so on here, and you placated them, and you know, and we do take you seriously because so many people listen. I always hear, and I always find that I think there's a hole in those attacks on you. You have a massive audience of listeners. Does that mean inherently, not necessarily, is what you're saying, that everything I say should be taken seriously because that information is going on?
No.
So your argument is going, Joe, you have a massive audience, so that's your responsibility to make sure. They go down that rabbit hole.
My responsibility is only just to be me. I don't have a responsibility to do anything else. I definitely have a responsibility to not lie to people, and I definitely have a responsibility to not willingly allow someone else to lie without at least questioning them.
Right.
If I know that they're lying. But other than that, my responsibility is just to keep doing what I've done, and that's why I have a big audience. It's not because of any other reason. So I'm not going to do anything any differently.
No, I see that. I applaud it.
I don't think you have to. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's smart. I don't think you should be paying too much attention to what other people's opinions of what you should or shouldn't be doing are, as long as you have a good internal compass. As long as you have a good true north. And you know. And my true north is how do I feel about it? Like, do I feel like I'm a good person for doing this? Do I feel like that was a beneficial thing for them and for me? I'm happy. They're happy. We're all good. And that's what I want. I want a hug and a handshake. Thank you. That was awesome. Yep, good times. And I want to hear from them. Like, this has been amazing for me. That makes me excited. And that's all I like.
That's cool. You got it. You make it sound so simple, but as you probably know, for a lot of people in your position, it ain't that simple.
But it is if you follow the right path.
Yep.
It's not that hard. Like, people say it's hard. I'm like, you work so hard. Like, look at us right now.
Yeah.
I mean, It's not that hard. This ain't, I've had jobs. Like, I've done construction. I've done like horrible jobs that suck. This is not a job. This is just a fun pursuit. So you have a responsibility to the people that listen. And I think the people that listen expect me to be me. And that's all you can do. And as soon as you start changing, they fucking know before you know. Right? Like, they'll like, oh, you fucking changed. Yeah. And people will always accuse you of changing, even if you haven't. But I think I've evolved. I've most certainly evolved. I've tempered the way I view life. I'm definitely kinder, more patient. But I'm the same person. Same person, like same goals. Just curious. I'm interested. Like, talk to me. Yeah. And I want everybody to do well. I really genuinely do.
Well, let's say that's not an overpromise, right?
It should be.
I think it should be.
And it's not hard. I think the way you described it is great. It actually is selfish. I say that all the time. It really is selfish to be a kind person.
I want to appreciate to change the understanding of that word. I think we sell ourselves short. And there is no way to put what is best for us is actually best for us, not people, and vice versa.
Yeah, I agree.
It's today it is all kind of very personal. And then it's got some dignity in it. It's the difference between choice and mandate. No, you got a choice, but make the fucking right choice. Measure the choice. You got power. Choice. And you do it constantly. I love to go, oh, bogey there, McConaughey. I can look in the mirror and go, that's all I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I make a good decision if it works out. I can look in the mirror and go, look, man, we hit that one on the street.
I honestly like fucking up sometimes because then it makes me really reset. Get it back together.
What's the last big fuck up you had? You're like, ooh,
I have a weird podcast. Like, that one sucked. Like, maybe I worked out too hard before I got here. That's not good. Like, that's a bad one that I do sometimes. Like, I come in charging and ahead. No, like I'm worn out. And then my brain's not firing on all of a sudden. Like do leg day. Yeah, do a lot of squats. Squats. I come in and my brain's just like, what? Ow. You know, that's not good. I've done that. You know, but just when you're not on point, like, what did I do wrong? I didn't get enough sleep, or maybe I didn't get my nootropics, whatever it was. Like, maybe I didn't do enough research on the subject, whatever it is. Like, let's get it back together. Pull that fucking shit back around.
See, that's self-regulation.
Yeah.
You're self-regulating. Because, could have done better. I missed my mark. Oh, you kind of don't like it when I do that. I'm a little embarrassed.
Yeah.
I didn't leave that situation better than I found it. I didn't come forward. I didn't care enough, whatever it might be. Man, boy, that across the board.
It's good for everybody.
Yeah, man.
You gotta be your own general. You gotta be your own, like wake up, soldier. Yeah. You know? I always talk about the cold plunge because it is the one time people say, oh, how do you do it every day? Listen to me very carefully. I almost don't every day. Every day. I get that close to pitching out every single day. I'm amazed how weak I am. I'm amazed. Time I go to lift that fucking lid off that thing, I'm like, oh my god, I'm not doing this. I am not doing this. I'm not doing it. And then when I get in, I'm like, maybe I'll only do a minute today. Maybe I'll get out right now. Don't you want to get out right now? Like, shut the fuck up. I get to let the general talk, and the general's like, shut the fuck up, soldier. You will stay in that water. I'm like that dude from Full Metal Jacket. Outstanding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Self-regulation.
Yeah, but every day I almost don't. David Goggins told me that too. He's like the most mentally strong human being I've ever met, maybe the most mentally strong human being who's ever walked the face of the planet. And he said, he goes, even though I run every day, sometimes I look at my sneakers, I stare at those motherfuckers for half an hour before I put them on. He's thinking ahead. I mean, he's out there running like marathons literally every day. And he would just like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Yeah, he doesn't. That's the thing. It's like people want to think that people that are mentally strong don't struggle. No, you do struggle. You always struggle, but you win every time. You make sure that you win every time, and you can win every time. But you've got to develop that ability to make yourself do the things you don't necessarily want to do, but you know you should.
It's a little bit of that. I don't know if you ever saw that Joker bitch interview on 60 Minutes.
Oh, yeah.
6 minutes with Joker. I'm like, look, so your mental capacity is why you're so good. And I understand
Yeah, that's a
So he's not denying it.
Right.
He's let him come. Bam, out of the way. I got it on the next.
Yeah, he has control. Yeah, he has control of those thoughts. They come in and he swats them down. Yeah, you have to have some negative thoughts if you're going to be an elite athlete, because you have to be your own worst critic. You can't be satisfied with anything. If you want to reach the very tip of the top, every movement must be more precise and more explosive. It's better every time you do it. You have to do all the training. And you leave no stone unturned. And if you don't do that, you're never going to reach the level in anything.
I have one more that we just shot what it's about. It's success. You can say in a message, what's a better resume for a great performance or victory? Suffering to succeed or revenge?
Well, suffering to succeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
The emotions that come with revenge are crippling, and sometimes they can keep you up at night, and they'll fuck with your sleep, and then the consequences of you losing are far greater because you genuinely hate this person. And so, some people thrive under those conditions, oddly, but I would think most of the time, trying to just achieve the highest version of yourself is the most aspirational. And I think the best of the best do that, right? The very best, the George St. Pierre's of the world, they do that.
They're playing against themselves.
They're playing against themselves. Yeah, they're trying to be the very best version of themselves they can be. And if they do that right and leave no stone unturned, they can achieve greatness. Yeah. But it's not going to be easy. It's going to be, they go through hell. I mean, to become an elite fighter is one of the most physically difficult things. And then psychologically difficult things that the human being can ever undertake outside of war and maybe law enforcement. Other than that, you're dealing with physical struggle, the likes that most people will never experience in their life. You're literally hurling bones in the direction of a trained assassin, and the two of you are going to do it publicly in your underwear in front of the whole world, barefoot, these little tiny pads on your knuckles, a couple on your dick. You just got to go out there and kick each other and strangle each other. It's crazy. It's a crazy sport. And so there's this balance of the mind and the body and the intention and how you allocate your resources and time and how you manage stress and how you deal with the pressures of trying to succeed and the doubts and the fears.
In the suffering to succeed. Fair to say, like the people that, like the see beyond the ego. Meaning,
right,
we choke at the goal line. When we look up to get objective and go, oh shit, 4th and 1, this could be the game winner. All I got to get is 1 yard.
Right.
Whereas, no, I run. I will run through. I will use my ability. I will cross the Bo Jackson. And he scored. He go through the end zone, down the fucking tunnel. The best snipers don't aim at the target, they aim on the other side. Getting through COVID, part of what I know helped me was going, oh, it's going to be like this for 10 years, gang. Family, walk a lot.
Yeah.
It was much shorter. Oh, shit. We were preparing for a much longer journey. Going to work out. This is going to be hell. Get ready for it, dude. And then all of a sudden you're like, all right, that's it. Wait, done. Projecting past the goal, cellularly, I think, wakes up something in us on survival level that we don't choke, we don't get fatigued. Quickly. We don't want to quit soon because we have in our mind, the end is not right around the corner.
Right.
And so it's a bit of a mental trick. But I think that has something to do with that what champions do. They see beyond. They're playing Arch Manning right now. Never been more hype on a college quarterback ever. I believe that guy is wired. Family, bloodlines are wired. They're beyond. His height is mortal.
Right.
It's mortal shit, guys. Great.
It's about the process. A winning game.
If UT goes and wins the championship, their preseason ranked them all. Never been ranked number 1 before. I believe that this team is like, thank you for the compliment, but we're on our own mission. The he's ranked number one or being on the cover of freaking Sports Illustrated. It's not a curse nor a validation. It's just noise out there. And if we do it, and you go, we told you you'd be number one. Look at you and go, oh, well, thank you. But that's it. They don't need a pep rally to go, the rest of the world thinks you can win this too.
Right.
Oh, good for them. We're not playing for them. We're doing our thing. I have a mission here. I believe in a path that I'm on. And I'm going beyond this hype. Or I'm going beyond this game. I'm playing for a while. I'm prepared mentally and spiritually for an entire season of hell. I'm prepared to fight this assassin on the other side of me that wants to defend and do to me what I want to do to them. Making the resistance or the adversary seem bigger and longer and going to be more tumultuous seems to be a good way to succeed. Going beyond, and all of a sudden you look up. I get this from when I've done my best acting. I didn't know it was the last day. They cut at the end of the last scene of the last day of shooting. I was walking off and I see you tomorrow, and they're like, no, there is no tomorrow.
You were just in the zone.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. We wrapped. Oh, shit. Oh, hey Joe, how you doing? For the first time.
Because you were just locked in.
Dude,
Yeah.
best rounds of golf. I walked off the 18th green and was heading to the next tee box to look up and realize, no, that's it. You played 8. Oh, shit, what I should come? 74. Huh. I didn't look at my scorecard on 16 and go, slash 3 holes and get them at the parks. I didn't anticipate. So I didn't get my room. I behaved and went through the finish line.
Yeah.
That's something in there is in suffering to succeed rather than fighting for revenge. Seeing on the other side of the target.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm
100%. Yeah. It's also like concentrating on what you're trying to do versus the impact of what it is. Like if I miss this, oh my God, I'm fucked.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Instead of that, you're just thinking about, I'm going to make this. This is how I make this. This is how I do this.
This is how I do this. This is how I behave. It's also in today's world with all the stimulus we're talking about, social media, etc. We're all sort of living in third person or being fed opportunities to live in third person all the time.
Yeah.
It's like we have a jumbotron, and to use a football analogy, you kick me the ball. I'm running the kickoff back, and I'm going down the sideline, and I see the goal, and I think I'm going to score. And then I have a look at the jumbotron to see how I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's when I'm getting tackled from behind.
Yeah.
If we step outside to have a look at how we doing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That passenger you're talking about when you're hitting it immediately is not hopping out
Right.
over here to have a look.
And if you do, you get lost.
You get lost. You get conscious of what you're behaving, what you know how to do, what you're fashioned to do. And you're out of the moment.
Yep.
You become objective.
Yeah, we
And
all
you trip.
love watching someone do something when you know they're in their zone, right? Like when someone runs in for a layup, it's like the most beautiful movements, avoid defenders up in the air, drop the ball, and we're like, wow. When we see someone just hit the zone, we see it in the fight, when we see someone just flow, we see someone flowing, like, wow, that's good. You know, whoa, she's locked in. We love that because we know that it's somewhere in ourselves. And maybe at one point in your life you experienced like playing mini golf or something. Like, one point in your life, you're like, I think I felt a bit of that, right?
How much do you think preparation has to do with the freedom to adapt and flow once you're in the game?
A lot. Yeah, almost everything. If you're not prepared, your ability to adjust is very limited. You have to be fully prepared and then let it flow. But you have to really have all your bases covered, just so you don't have anxiety. I could have done more. Yeah, that's a big issue for fighters. We see fighters towards the end of their career. There's a thing that happens with fighters realize they're probably never going to be champion, and they're just doing it for a paycheck. And you see sometimes they'll show up and they look a little soft. Yeah, and you see a little fear in their eyes because they know they really are not focused. They're really not dialed in. But this is what they're doing for a paycheck now. Yeah, and it's not good. Right. The other guy on the other side of the octagon, the opposite. That guy's dialed in. Yeah, maybe he's only like 25, and he's like coming into his prime, and you're a stepping stone for him. It's like,
and the problem and fear of that is what? Getting actually really injured? More so than if you were
100%.
himself.
You'll definitely take shots you wouldn't take, and then you don't have the endurance to keep up a pace, right? Because like to get to the shape that you have to be able to compete in a 5-round MMA fight, it's almost impossible to maintain. Like Chael Sonnen's talked about this extensively. It's like you can't keep it up. It's not like a level of conditioning you can keep up all year round. You have to peak to it where you're like your body's barely hanging on, and then you coast the last week to allow yourself to like recover, and you just kind of go through movements the last few days, and then on Saturday under the bright lights, you are at 100% capacity. Monitoring your fucking heart rate, checking your resting heart rate, and checking your blood and your heart rate variability, what your nutrient levels at. You're fucking finely tuned. Get in there and go.
That Saturday night.
And if you didn't cover any of those bases, you're gonna know, right? The back of your head, you're gonna know. Like I'm against my best before. I don't have a big gas tank. I could have trained harder.
I mean, they can sit in excited. It just seems like the blind spot still is there to be taken advantage of for preparing for peak performance. Daryl Roy versus Texas at one of the national championships in State of Texas. They always said, you got 12 weeks. You can expect your team to be at peak performance level 2 Saturdays out of 12. You want to make sure that those 2 Saturdays are against the toughest teams. You want to make sure that the other ones where they're like, okay, they did well, but they didn't play them are against the good teams. And you want to do your best to make sure that the days that they're off, you're playing the shitty teams that you can beat. Even if you're not there. There seems like so much more opportunity for that to rise today to have a much higher number that you can be ready for peak performance. Who are the best preparers in your mind?
They peak. When you get to a championship level, when you get to like Alshon Tojo, or when you get to Islam Makhachev, when you get to like that level, they're all. If you're at a championship level, they're all have impeccable preparation.
They're all,
it's
impeccable. So the
team
it's measured, it's timed.
They're all dialed in with diet, they're dialed in with their weight, they're dialed in with strength and conditioning, they're dialed in with their sparring. It's impeccable. So you can't compete at a world-class level today and not have that. It's not possible.
So physically, mentally, are these 2 different coaches? Are these 1 to 10?
Some people don't have mental coaches at all. Some elite fighters have no mental coaches. But some of them do. Some of them, like we had this guy Brandon Epstein the other day that he quite a few UFC fighters. He's got a very specific protocol that he mentally prepares them for, and he coaches them through things, and sets up like a way to visualize, see yourself performing, and see yourself doing things. How you view your performance, like, and get you into a mindset where once you get into that octagon, you're locked into this pathway. Instead of like straying and letting anxiety and fear overcome you, which can happen to fighters. But then there's other guys that don't have any coaches for that at all. They just have the mindset already, and they're comfortable with what they have, and they just stay disciplined and just go in there. It's very personal because everybody's brain is different. They all have like different ways of expressing themselves, different ways.
How much is technology?
Diet stuff helps a lot. A lot. Technology, just understanding nutritional balances, understanding like when you do a nutrient analysis of your blood work, like what you're doing niacin, this is how you're wearing down. You don't have enough B12 in your system. Making sure you get the correct amount of protein. But you can't miss any of those things if you want to achieve peak performance. You have to have everything: your hydration, your electrolytes, everything has to be dialed in. Your sleep, which is one of the biggest ones. Like this is like a lot of these young guys. The problem is they still go out party. They're still hanging out with girls till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then they're at training at 8 a.m. Like you can't do that and be a professional and expect to be world class or expect to beat the guys who are just as good as you, but get that preparation. They're going to have an advantage.
You know, the argument of athletes, well, who was better, then now what we've done then, or what this is. I think that we've athletes have evolved, and athletes now are just better than the athletes ever were.
Yeah, it's
they're bigger, more powerful, they're more focused, they're more specific. But they're just better. They played at that time. They would be that much better than even if they are now.
Yeah.
Seems to be. I mean, we're just evolving that way.
They also have the benefit of watching people do it before them and do it really well, so they aspire to that level and then to surpass that level. Whereas those people are pioneers.
Yeah.
So Larry Bird didn't have a lot of people to watch playing basketball before Larry Bird. Right? There was a few, but black and white footage. It's not like you didn't see it every day. You didn't have it on the internet. Now kids, they just watch every Jordan highlight reel, every time LeBron James scored, every Steph Curry three-pointer. They can watch it anytime they want, and then that is a level that they're aspiring to. Think of all the football games that kids can watch now and analyze. Think of all the fights that people coming up now that want to be a martial artist they can watch. And so they aspire to this level that has already been achieved by the greatest of all time, and they want to surpass that. Which is what human beings have always done athletically all throughout time. We've always, it's not like guys who broke records in the 1930s, we don't break those today. Like, those are not the same records. Like, those don't hold up. We 100% get better. Yep. From 90 years ago to today, there's no comparison. The athletes are far better. And they're going to continue. 90 years from now, they'll probably be, if there's humans, they'll probably be far better.
And the experiments that are happening in the NFL, I think this is correct. I was always watching the Redskins game, and I think it was 1986, 1988, that the heaviest offensive line. They had just 280. Somewhere around those numbers.
Big fellas.
Right? But compared to today, that would be the lightest.
Right.
Nice. And in Dallas, Nate Newton and those guys had a point where they were going, we're going to get guys up to 330. Let's get to 340. And they peaked when some of them got to 360. The bone marrow, they were big, but they lost agility and speed. And they went, we hit the ceiling. We went past it. We got to come back.
It's a hogs. Get in the middle with the mustache. Oh my God. Was
And
big
that's Joe
fellas.
Jacoby up there, 66.
Big fellas. The hogs. What a great name. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Like they hit the top of, like guys, they went too far.
Right.
It was bigger, better, so let's get bigger. And all of a sudden, agility went. It's not 360. It comes like that. It's come back down.
Well, believe it or not, the UFC heavyweight division has a weight class. You can't be over 265 pounds.
You can't?
No. They have to weigh to fight for the UFC heavyweight title. You must weigh 265 pounds or below. So you're 270. You gotta lose weight.
You don't have
You gotta weigh it. It's happened before, where guys had to lose weight to fight heavyweight. Tim Sylvia, when he was the UFC heavyweight champion, had to cut weight to hit the 265-pound weight class. He was so big that 265 was a struggle for him to get down to.
Why isn't that never going to happen?
Well, I would assume it should, but the problem is there's actually a heavyweight class above that that's super heavyweight. But we've never had that in the UFC. There's never been a single super heavyweight fight in the UFC. So everything has always been inside the 265-pound weight class, which I think is real weird. It's I don't know. The numbers are real weird anyway because there's giant gaps in them. It's one of the major problems with MMA is that there's a lack of weight classes. So there's 126, 130, 135. It goes 135 to 140, 140, 147, 147, 54. With the UFC, it's 35, 45, 55. Then it goes 70, 85. So you got a 15-pound weight difference. And then it goes 205. So you got 20 pounds. And then you got 265. So that's 60 pounds for heavyweight. It's crazy. The gaps are just too big. They're gigantic. So that's a major problem with MMA in that there's less weight classes than there should be. And then you have a cap on heavyweight, which is bananas. You should have no cap. Heavyweight should be, how big is this guy? Let him fight. I mean, what about the Mountain? That guy from Game of Thrones? If that guy would fight in the UFC, he wouldn't be able to make weight. He's too big. That guy's almost 400 pounds. You know?
Yeah, I knew that. I thought heavyweight's like 265 and up,
That's what it
250 and up,
should be.
whatever you want to come in with.
That's what it should be. Yeah. But there really should be a weight class around 225. There's something like that.
What class would that be? Is the name of the class?
Well, boxing has something like that. What is the boxing weight class that's like below heavyweight? There's cruiserweight, but then there's a new one. There's a recent one over the past few years that they've developed. But that's one thing that boxing does a much better job with, I think, providing fighters the correct weight class for them to compete in. What is it called? I think there's another one that they're calling. They're calling it. God, I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, that's it. I think they called it something different, though. They had a name for it. Whatever. Maybe you'll find it. Maybe not. But point is, 265 is the limit. So, like Francis Ngannou, when he was the heavyweight champion, he used to have to cut weight. You know, to lose weight, get down to 265.
And then how much did you put on that last week?
He's probably putting another 10 on at least. He's not losing a ton, but he's got to watch his calorie output. He's a massive human.
I met him in Saudi Arabia.
He's so big. He's so big. That's a real tragedy that him and the UFC couldn't figure it out. That bothers me a lot. Because that guy was the scariest heavyweight champion of all time, for sure. But he put guys to orbit. He would hit them and just go, oh. It would hurt you. Like watching them. Oh, no. Oh. All men are not created equal. That's another problem with fighting. No matter how much preparation you have, no matter how much intelligent you are, some people are faster and hit harder than you. Right. And you ain't going to fix that in the gym. You'll get a little better, but you're never going to bridge that gap.
Yeah. I'm a basketball player.
Did you? Was that your dream?
For a while.
How old were you?
You know, I was young. I was like, I'm a dunk. No matter how much. This guy sitting here would work out and hustle. I was never going to dunk. So didn't have the innate ability. Didn't have the DNA. Didn't have to make that.
I bet you could. I bet you could over time. I bet someone could teach you how to dunk. I bet if someone got you on like a serious training program when you're younger, right now it would be rough. It would be rough on the tendons. There's a lot of stress. You get to be RNs, like, maybe you should be dunking. How about take dunking off the menu? Yeah. But when you're young, I think you could teach a guy, but you would, it's not as easy as that. Like for some people, they can just dunk.
Yeah. Well, the thing about not everyone being good is, you got to have innate ability.
Oh, yeah.
And hustle. You need that. If you got both, there's a lot of 5-star players who don't have the hustle.
Yep.
And a lot of
some of the most talented ones, right?
Yeah.
It's too easy to adapt. Some of the ones that aren't as talented, but just will not stop.
Yeah.
They will not stop pushing because they had to work harder for everything they did.
Yeah.
They have that extra gear, and that allows them to be champions.
I hear more and more CEOs saying, give me Johnny and Jane Hustle from Western Kentucky before Belinda and Joseph from Harvard.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
You need this one that's ready to become hustle, that's ready to get scrappy, adapt, work, press the edges on the front and the back end.
Yeah.
Give me that.
And someone who's all in.
Yeah.
You want someone who's all in. You don't want someone who's like looking at the clock, wants to leave. Someone who's just like doesn't feel like they're being appreciated. No.
Yeah.
You want someone who's like fully all in on their work.
Do you think there's theories about AI coming that now more than ever, that's what you need is the one that's has more of a liberal arts education. I know a little bit a lot of things, and I can get many different avenues rather than being an expertise in one certain thing. It's like just 6 years ago, you toured the camps and were like, computer, that's what you want your child to be. That's what you need.
Right.
No, you don't.
Now it's over. They're telling you don't get into programming.
So what specifics are the jobs, the creation, locations that are going to be out there for you that are going to be like, that's how you got it. I question college education. I question the worth of it. How much is it still a knowledge factor that has not adapted to changing times and needs in the workforce? And how much of it needs to be updated for getting young men and women prepared to go into the workforce?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's really unknown territory. And I think AI is going to take jobs away that we never thought we were going to lose. I think lawyers are off, right? They're in trouble. Coders are gone. Accountants are gone. Yeah, it's going to be really fucking weird. It's going to be really weird for Hollywood. I mean, you've seen some of these films. You've seen the old Star Wars that they're doing. They're remaking Star Wars with AI, with old Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Like when he was young. Like when Luke Skywalker. They're doing completely new scenes that look exactly like HD versions of Star Wars in 1975. That's what it looks like. But it's in HD today, AI, using Mark Hamill's voice. So it sounds exactly like him as young Luke Skywalker. It's bananas, man. It's bananas. There's a lot of weirdness with music. There's a lot of weirdness with literature. You're going to have all sorts of AI. So no one knows what's going to survive this. I think I assume that a bunch of people at the end of the day are going to get really sick of artificially created things and want something that they know was made by a person. Whether it's a book that is made by a person or a song, like an Oliver.
I think we're going to want tangible.
We're going to want books. Yeah, books are going to be like some people just love vinyl. Yeah, love them. They just love the press the needle down and hear the crackle. And that's there's going to be a lot of that still. People are going to want to buy books from people that actually wrote the book. They're going to want to go to see a guy perform music in an actual club where you see the guy on stage, you know it's live. There's always going to be a desire for handmade things. Guy made this table. I know him, you know. But other than that, man, no one knows. It's the unknown because no one knows what the capabilities of these things are going to be.
Well, and the tech, AI tech companies keep saying, I trust a lot of jobs in the hospital that are going to create so many other jobs, but I haven't heard anyone answer what those jobs are going to be.
I don't even think they know. Honestly. Right. They don't even know why these things are so good and what they are good at. They keep getting smarter and smarter to blow them away. Like Elon told me that every week he has like these new discoveries. And it's like, wow, this is crazy. It's like every week we're blown away. So it just keeps getting more and more capable. We don't know where this is going. So if you're in college right now, like, I mean, it's so cliche to say follow your dream, but you really do follow your fucking dream. That might be the only thing that you've got, right? Because if you think you're just going to get a really good job in an industry that might be completely wiped out in 3 years by AI, so a lot of people are going to be going down that path. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crime going to go up. Yeah, people out of jobs. What are these people going to do?
I think it's universal basic income is probably the only way to solve this on the short term. How we're going to lose a lot of stuff. Look at you make a lot of tabs.
I did.
Very organized. Very organized.
Well, these are ones that I thought could be cool conversation starters for us. I've kind of covered actually some of them. You ever had anyone read poems on the show before?
Yeah, Lex Friedman.
There you go.
You want to find a good one? We'll wrap it up with a straight poem. Let's go. This book is out right now?
No, September 16th.
Oh, okay.
September 16th. This is a fun one that I wrote. Kind of based on, probably based on extra credit. It's kind of relying on fate or extra credit that we get. Sometimes we rely on the extra credit participation trophies. It's where this one kind of started from. So I mean, it's a fun one. Just making stuff to myself. It's called Tips Included. When extra credits include credit doesn't get us business. When more gives us less, the exchange rate is going to skew. When amnesty is offered, going into the crime, we're more bound to commit it because there is no fun. We start playing to tie instead of going for the win, with participations and trophies for every cow. If I stay on the porch because you picked up the slack, when you look over your shoulder, I can't help that. If there is no curfew, we'll stay out all night. No tab at our bar, you get drunk and start playing. All these long lenses got us losing our sight. You keep listening to me, I'm going to lose on my mind. When a 4-star duty suits a 6-star rate, take our hands off the wheel, rely on faith. Eating all we can at the all-we-can-eat buffet gives us a 3.8 education and a 4.2 GPA. We steal from ourselves and get away with the scams. What's the measure of marriage with less get done? These unlimited options usually should got me confused, while all convenience keep you properly. In this red light district, with the horror of inflation, the ROI's math don't pay for the vacation. So let's just admit it, this extra credit's quite a fluffer. But the tips included, the service was something.
That's great. That's really good. And keep bugging. Right on the head. It's perfect.
Fun,
Yeah.
man. I mean, yeah. I think I came from an 11th place team at San size trophies, first place team. When they went over the team, the winning team with the team out, you kind of like said, oh, the winning team was 5-5, and the losing team was 5-5. I don't get it. Don't hurt people. Don't hurt feelings. Don't lose. Don't get told no.
Your feelings have to get hurt sometimes. That's how you learn and grow. And you can't protect anybody from that. And that's the problem. We want to do that with our children. We want, like, all my best friends, all my favorite people had terrible, chaotic childhoods. And they all became very interesting people. But I don't want my kids to have a terrible, chaotic childhood. I want them to have like a wonderful, love-filled, bountiful childhood. But
That comes with.
well, I think they have to find things that they find that are difficult, that they get engrossed with, that they really love to pursue. And fortunately, my kids do that. So I think you have to have a struggle. You have to have a task. If you just want to you get a trophy too. Everybody gets a trophy. It's okay. There's no losers. It gets hard. Okay, quit. When my kids were real little, one of my daughters was playing a soccer game and they wouldn't say the score. I'm like, I don't know what the score. I just watched. They lost. You can't say the scores. It's so crazy. But they were doing this in California. They had scoreless games. I'm like, okay. I mean, but look, why are you trying to score that? Yeah. Why are you trying to score if you don't count it? This is soccer. Yeah. Soccer has it.
Why should I start trying to keep them from scoring?
Exactly. What's the point? You can go to those guys. Everybody knows. What's up with the rules? Pick it up with your hand. This is stupid. If you don't have a loser, you don't have a desire to get better to become a winner. Yeah. That's the part of the process. Sometimes kids lose and they cry. And by the way, if you don't ever go through that, then you don't understand how to lose. You never develop a healthy ability to manage competitiveness.
Yep.
Because some kids never get that. They never get healthy competition. Makes you a very unhealthy person. You're not being able to just compete.
Well, especially once they leave the sciences.
Yes.
And they're on their own because the world sure plays by the rules. He scored his cap.
Yes.
And you don't win that point.
Yes.
No matter how good you are.
Yes.
And there's nobody coming back in, tuck you in bed and say it's okay.
Right.
Let's put some ice on it. You're getting yourself.
That wake-up call. That's cold.
I got a cool movie coming out called The Lost Boss in October. It's going to be because I'm out on the street. Remember the Paradise Fires in 2018, Paradise, California?
Yes.
I think remember the so died. Jamie Lee Curtis heard his story on NPR. Jason Blum, Jason Blum went to Paul Greengrass, Director Captain Phillips, United 93, Black Sunday. Good action director, also was a good person, dramatic story. And then they came to me for it. And there were a lot of heroic people that, at that time that ran towards the crisis instead of away from the crisis. But this one particular story about this bus driver and this teacher that got 22 years to safety was the story we get to tell. And we shot at Santa Fe. This guy plays.
We're not listening to this. Just tell me what the trailer's going on.
So this guy, Kevin, in our story, comes back home because his dad passed away. He's going to take care of his widowed mother and try to reunite his son, who's not away. My mom plays my mom. Anybody plays my son.
Oh, wow. Your mom plays
Yeah. So he comes back to that, and he gets a part-time job as a school bus driver. He goes out that morning, fire coming across the canyon, as they always do, no problem. First responders head out. Well, by the afternoon, got no out of here. And so that afternoon, as he's now decided, yeah, I got to go back and get my mom, my son. Neither one to drive, get them safe. On the way home, barging home. So barge on the highway, get up. A call comes from dispatch. I got 22 strings. He set it down. Anyone over there is the bus. Whoa, guess who's got to do the bus? I want to go get my mom and my son, man. When he takes the call, he says, I can get him. He goes and gets him. Teacher gets on the bus, and this is their story about 8 hours of going through hell and how they got out of it. And it's really awesome adrenaline pump action, which you're going to get from Green Grass and a story like that. Like the fire, this is as good as the fire movies. The fire is a fucking predator. It's from the POV. It's like Jaws. The fire is actually like the shark. The Jaws of this thing. Plus, a really cool story of redemption, father, sons, and two people doing what they can to survive when there were no contact. All the cell phone towers were down and the dispatch was down. No one had any contact. He didn't know if his mom and son were okay. He didn't know where to go, where the traffic jams were. And what happened is the first responders left early to go get the fires. When they got there, it had already jumped the canyon. So when they were coming back to town, the mandatory evacuation, the whole town's leaving. You couldn't get back to town. So it's a bit of a horror film in that way. But
Movie on fire is predator.
yeah,
That is what it feels like. You get stuck in one of those things. It feels like a monster.
yeah,
That sounds awesome.
it's pretty good. It's tough movie.
Beautiful. I can't wait to see it. Thank you for being here, man. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. And that poem was awesome. That was really good. So dead on the head. That's the best participation trophy poem of all time. That's really good. The book is called, there it is right there, Poems of Prayers. Out soon, pre-order now. Did you do the audio?
Yeah.
Can I have an actor do your voice on there? That would be impossible. Okay. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Good one, everybody.
Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Great to finally meet you.
That's great to meet you. It's a trip, and walking in, and how is it possible that our paths didn't cross all those years? Yeah, I mean, it's conceivable. We were in the same venue, or the same building, or the same party, or
Probably.
something.
I kind of avoided parties. I avoid basically everything. I avoided parties. I avoided premieres. anything where there's a red carpet, like even if I was in a movie, I wouldn't go on the red carpet. I'd go into the back door.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like all that fucking look over here, look over here. That is just too fake for me. It just whatever allergy I have to that flares, and I'm like, I'm going into the back door. Fuck this.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. They stopped showing me where the back door was because I supported a similar entrance thing.
It's just too weird.
But it's look over here, look over here. Something happens in that moment.
Yeah.
And I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery.
I think it's bad for you.
Yeah.
I think it's legit. I think it's like weight gain.
Yeah.
Like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to work in the X-ray machine your whole life.
No. And then there's always that one lady who keeps calling you back to her.
Charlie.
Right. Far left.
Yeah.
And you've looked at her like 7 times already. And then I'm out there thinking, if it took me this many takes to get a scene right, nobody would ever hire me. You wouldn't get past the first day.
What I want to do is you pictures, see that perfect one with a little bit of side eye to you, just a little something, right? A little curse of the lips, a little something. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. But then they choose which one they choose. The one that's absolute dog shit.
Yeah, the one with your mouth open.
Exactly.
Or your eyes.
Yeah.
What I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I would be around them, I would just go, I gotta get out of here. Right. Figure it out. The traffic.
Yeah. I mean, is there? Because it feels like that system's been in place for over 100 years. Right? Is there another way to do it?
Probably not.
No.
People like it. Photographers like it. The press likes it. It's a big thing. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of lights flashing. It seems legit.
Right.
Yeah.
I just I can never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling.
Right.
It's
totally unnatural.
It's completely unnatural.
The only way that would be happening in real life is if like you were on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. Damn, there he is. Look over here. It's odd. It's very odd.
Yeah. It's a form of perp walk.
A little bit of a perp walk and just a little bit of a mental illness exhibition.
Right.
Yeah.
I just had it for the first time, like last Thursday.
The first time ever?
The first time in like
a long time.
Like maybe over a decade. At the Netflix premiere. It was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds. I was like, okay, I remember this. And then it was like, I fucking remember this. Wow. And then I'm in the sun just beating right on my bones. And it's just, I feel myself start to sweat. Now I'm questioning the whole outfit. The underwear choice, all of it. It's just like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong.
Yeah.
And it's all being documented.
It's so odd. It's really funny when I first walked into the studio, you brought up a tweet that I sent in 2011. I think this is when you were going crazy.
Yeah.
And I think this is also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those tours with me.
Oh, that's right.
I said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on my podcast. I know it's a long time, but I'm waiting for you. If anybody knows him, help me hook it up. Well, here we are, 14 years later.
It takes what it takes, right?
It's funny because back then, I don't think I had no guests. I think I had Anthony Bourdain was the only real guest that I had.
Seriously?
By the time. Yeah, he was 2011. That's wow.
And how many shows have you done by then?
Not that many by then. I don't know.
So you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics?
I would do it mostly with my friends, mostly with other comics.
Okay.
We just sit and talk shit. And then
at like your house?
Yeah, it was at my house back then.
Okay. It looked nothing like this.
No. It slowly had to get out. It's like I had too many weirdos that I had to bring by my house, and I have young kids at the time. They were really young. I was like, this is strange for these weirdos. By my house. And, it was just too odd. I was like, maybe some people should know exactly where
Right. And it's interesting because driving here, I was buried in my phone, for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we are.
Good.
So it's kind of like the version of being blindfolded with a sack over my head.
Yeah, that's probably how we should do it.
Can you imagine? And then I'm the guy they're blaming for introducing this.
Just put everybody in a blindfold and put them in the back of an SUV.
Right. And make the guy drive a few circles around in some neighborhood right over there.
Yeah. But I get it. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode, and the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows is like this gigantic, super cool movie star, hot shots, all these different things, to watch you not just go off the rails with drugs, but be super open about it. You're the first guy super open about it, and everybody just embraced it. Instead of it being oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs, that's so sad. It was we love him, keep going. It was kind of crazy. All the Tiger Blood stuff and winning. Everybody was saying winning all the time. And what was that like for you? Was it the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it let you, were you surprised by it?
That's a great way to describe it. It is, the worst kind of reinforcement. Yeah, it was unintentional or otherwise celebrating the guy's demise.
Right.
And I guess the train wreck was so spectacular that there was such a spectacle that they couldn't turn away. But they were also being invited in to follow it down the tracks.
Yeah.
And somebody asked me about it. And I don't know if I was the conductor, if I was riding the caboose, but both simultaneously. It was a trip because thinking back on it, it's, some of it just kind of exists in Polaroid snapshots that kind of drift past or the mist, other moments are in high def, but kind of seen through a tunnel vision. And it was there was this energy. There was an energy I tapped into that felt like I was playing a role, but I couldn't figure out, what the plot was. Who my co-stars were. Where somebody show up with a page one rewrite. Right? That's what we fucking need. And it got away from me. And had it not been encouraged, I think it could have been curtailed. It could have been shut down a lot sooner.
Where you become kind of captured to the image.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was something that just recently I stumbled onto. It's in some way, it had a bullying kind of energy about it, and it never been
How so?
The way I was attacking people, I was challenging people, I was a tough guy. I had this cop right behind me, and it was inviting people into the ring, so in the ring. What are we doing? You're on coke. That's what I was.
Some cocaine behavior.
Among other things. And I think there was a whole testosterone that was just out of control. Because what do they recommend? A quarter-size dollop and every other day. And there's a line in the book when I say I was slathering that shit on like a fucking Tons commercial.
Oh, so you were using the cream?
Yeah. Which is hard to measure.
It's not just hard to measure; it gets on other people. Oh, I read this story about this guy on TRT cream, and child started showing signs of premature development. Oh, and they realized that this kid's testosterone level is through the roof because it's through the dermis, right? It's through the skin. So he's getting it on his arms, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid is getting juiced.
What were the kids' numbers?
We don't know. I don't think they released that, but they said that it probably permanently affected the kid's development. Wow. Yeah, because this kid is experiencing puberty at 3. You're getting bombarded with testosterone while your dad is holding you.
Insane. Is that part of the reason you recommend an inner thigh application.
I guess then the only person we get it is the person you're having sex with.
Exactly.
Yeah. That would
Or
just
your
crazy.
horse.
Right.
Yeah.
Look, your horse. What do we get for the horse? So there's testosterone and cocaine together at the same time. That sounds like a combination of hubris
And a lot of rage.
and a lot of rage.
But the rage, I think, it's interesting because when you finally get some distance from something, you start to realize that it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about in the moment. And I'm really realizing it wasn't about the job, wasn't about junk. It was about all the stuff in my personal life. It was about me trying to just be a certain guy at work, be a certain guy at home, and then just never having the time to be a certain guy with me. And I just couldn't find any place to find any refuge or solace or any type of just a moment to breathe, just to decompress.
That's so important.
Yeah, and it's not in the book because I don't remember it well enough to put it in the book, and that was kind of how I decided what's in there and what's not, right? Or if something just isn't true, it's not in the book, and so, but I was trying to just kind of, I went through 2 divorces and had 4 children during that run of 8 years, and so
That's crazy.
it's insane, yeah, and they both, they fell apart for myriad reasons and whatever, but there wasn't time to heal the last one before the next one kicked off. But that's all on me. You know what I'm saying? That's all on me making those decisions. Yeah, that's one of the three lines in the book. It like really comes down to really all about choices. But then yeah, and but it just for it to be just talking about bullying stuff, for it to be so direct, and a guy who looks like, if you really break it down, what did he really do to me? He created this environment with a dream character in an amazing show. So people tell me, right? That was the toast of the town, right? And all he asked from me was to just just show up, be responsible, know your lines, take a march, do your fucking job. Those were the only demands. Essentially, the stuff I told him before I took the job that I was going to do. So, and then I turned into that. It's really difficult to really look back on that and figure out why it got that far, how it got that far.
I can help you out.
Okay.
Testosterone.
Yeah.
Having all kinds of conversations with people in your head. They'll tell you exactly what you're doing is correct, right?
Sorry,
Did you ever talk to Chuck? Did you ever
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it was that was really great that we were able to do that.
Oh, that's right.
That's carrying that around for too long.
Yeah.
He hired me for a show he had a few years ago called Bookie. And Sebastian Maniscalco, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
I played myself, did a few scenes, did cameos, did some fun stuff, and just back on a set with Chuck, and it was like it just felt like it did in the
Oh, that's good on him for not holding a grudge too. Yeah, that's awesome.
Sorry, I lost that thought earlier.
No.
Where the hell was I going?
Well, it's a complicated thing to think about. Like, why did I go off the rails? It's like, and it's very reasonable. Here's the thing. I don't think anybody but Charlie Sheen knows what it's like to be Charlie Sheen. And in my estimation, there are a scant few people that have become massive superstars at a young age and came through it sane. I don't know anybody. Everybody, I know people that have regained equilibrium and got their footing back and now they're on the right track. But no one gets through without a hiccup. Everyone kind of goes crazy because you're living in this completely alien world that no one can help you navigate.
Even if you watch the people closest to you go through it, most of your life, and just right over there.
Yes.
Like in the next room.
Right.
Or in the same room.
Right, and
Yeah.
a bunch of your friends.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. It's
Doesn't
still
matter.
bananas. It's still an alien world that you live in that no one that you run into during the day except people like that can understand.
Right.
It's like people are always like, why do celebrities hang out with each other? Well, because to them they're the only people that are normal.
Yeah.
The only people that, like, I get it. I can't go to the supermarket either. I get it. I get fucking TMZ at the airport as well.
Right.
It's like it's normal for them because everybody else is like, whoa, it's totally. They're just captivated. Like you kind of need to be around people that understand what that life is like. But the problem is, they're all going crazy too.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's not. I mean, it's a great support group to a degree. You know what I'm saying? I think you can rely on them for the things that you have in common.
Right.
But maybe take the more complicated shit just right across the street. Yeah. To the experts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't rely on them for everything.
Yeah.
Because they're going through it too.
Yeah. Sure.
No worries. Get sweating? Is it on here? Turn the AC on.
No, I'll tell you exactly what happened. I lost that thought that I tried to cover, and I realized this is not behind this, and then I started sweating. I started fucking sweating. So I'm just going to
It's normal, man. Just say you lost your thought. It's all good. It happens all the time. It happens to me too.
Why is that though? Is our brain already trying to figure out the next thing that's going to attach to it, and by doing so, it took the main thing and just dismissed it?
Perhaps.
Okay.
It's also brains are just not that good.
Huh.
You know, they're pretty good compared to chimpanzees and dogs and stuff like that. But you know, they have a lot of issues.
Okay.
Just like what you're talking about, your memories. Like my memories of my whole life are like a series of blurry snapshots. So I can go, oh yeah, then we went there. Oh yeah, that happened. Oh yeah. There's very few memories that I have that are like rock solid memories.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally get that. And there's a little thing in the book where I talk about memories. And is it a story someone told me? Is it me in that moment, or is it a priest photo I saw on an old album in the 70s or 80s?
Mm-hmm.
Was the memory given to me, or did I create it?
Right. Yeah, and there's also the real possibility that you have false memories, and people do that all the time. And they've even shown that they can introduce memories into people's minds, and then with enough sort of encouragement or revisiting it, that person will accept it as a pure memory.
That it actually happened.
Yeah, and they'll talk about it like outside of that. They'll have no knowledge that it was a false memory. Wow. Yeah, because it's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away from scary things. Like, there's the wolves. Oh, get away from the wolf. You know wolves are bad. I remember wolves are bad. That's the spider that's poison. Get away from that spider. That spider is poison. But, like, day to day, everyday normal shit, it's like, how much of a memory does it really keep? It's just, your brain's just not that good.
And then so do certain memories then get overlaid with a newer version of that. Okay.
Yeah, they get narrative. And you start repeating the memory, and your memory becomes like you repeating the memory. Wow. So it's like you don't even really have the memory anymore. You know how to say it.
Okay. Didn't that happen with that one Kaczynski witness?
Did it? Was it Unabomber?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, because that's why the first composite that was put out really ultimately wound up looking nothing like the actual guy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there was a thing where her memory was corrupted by a different description from somebody else.
Well, there's also the factor that the Unabomber was such a traumatic event that this person was probably super freaked out, which is when your memory is the worst. Yeah, that's why eyewitness accounts of like murders and chaos, they're really bad. They're really bad. Very unreliable.
There's some really awful percentage about even when they wind up in a courtroom.
Yeah.
Like the determining, like the final nail from the person. That guy, that it's like sometimes it's as high as 60%
Mm-hmm.
that they're just wrong.
Yeah, and they'll convince themselves that they're right because they've already said it. So then the ego gets involved, and then it's just traumatic events leave you. You're in a high state of anxiety. You're not thinking clearly.
Right.
You're freaked out, and like when they have events like say like 9/11. If you were anywhere near that, and you saw like people jump off the buildings and fall to their deaths, or like your memories of that are probably really clear because it was fucking crazy. But your memories of people that you might have saw that were running away, or maybe you saw a guy in a van and you looked fishy, or maybe this or maybe that. It's like, and then a few days go by and you probably haven't slept well. You're all freaked out. Your memory's probably a mess. It's probably filled with news now, and then there's other people's eyewitness accounts, and what the fuck happened? You see someone die, see someone jump off a building, you remember that. But there's some stuff that is just this is one of the scariest things about transhumanism is that it's really appealing in the idea that they give you a little hard drive in your brain, and now from now on, every time you want a memory, it's like, you look on your phone, like your iPhone, on this day in 2017, you're like, yeah, that's cool. You're going to be able to do that in your brain. And the way that we're going to buy into it is because our memory sucks.
That's just how they're going to sell it to us.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Do you remember your phone number when you were a kid?
No, but I remember my address because it rhymed.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was 7212 Birdview Avenue, Malibu.
You used to remember your phone number. What happened? It goes away because your memory sucks.
Right. I knew my parents' number because they still have a landline.
Oh, they're still rocking the landline.
Yeah,
Wow.
they have an answer machine.
Whoa.
Yeah, during dinner, they haven't really turned it.
Oh, and then
Down.
people start talking in the background?
Yeah. This is part of it. Funny experience.
They're rocking a landline with an answer machine in 2025. That is. It's probably the way to do it. I used to love the answer machine. If you come home, the light would be flashing like someone likes me. Should be called. Yeah. It was cool. It was like you had a dog coming home the way like to visit you when you came home. Like, oh look.
It's like a Deuce Bigelow, but it's like he's at his lowest point. The thing in the light is never blinking.
I forgot about that.
You have no
Yeah, that was a wild time where you could get phone calls. There's another thing is like you got famous before the internet too, which is a different world. It's a different world because there's not that many of you. There's way less famous people. There's way more famous people now. Yeah. You got famous, like super duper famous at 21 years old with no internet.
trip out. Yeah,
I know. How does anybody expect you to come out normal?
And you try and you can't really even explain to someone that wasn't around during all that. You can't really explain what it felt like. They look at it as the things that were missing, and there wasn't anything missing.
Right.
It was about having to be engaged in everything you were doing. You had to show up to get a like. You had to enter the building.
Right.
You had to go to a talk show. You had to jump it. You know what I'm saying? And nobody knew what the behind the scenes of your movie looked like until years later on the DVD feature or the VHS feature that they finally saw some of that stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't all access 24/7. 365.
And for some people, they can't leave it alone. They have to live stream during the day. They're live streaming from their trailer. They're live streaming in their car on the way home. They're like, man, what is it about their guts? They're just locked into this weird new world that we're living in.
But is it because there's genuinely people that are tuning in with enthusiasm, that are looking forward to that live stream and the car ride home, or because the person, or is it a combination?
I think it's those things, and it's also that thing that you said that you didn't ever get, they're scared of. You didn't ever get alone time. Just time to decompress and think. Just be by yourself. No phone, no TV. Just fucking sit on the couch and just like catch your breath. Right. And then walk in. They're scared of that. So they're just constantly engaged with something.
I like entire days of that.
Ooh, that's nice.
Alone on the couch.
Yeah,
watching
that's
TV.
nice. It's nice to just shut off, right? It really is. It's all work, no play.
Not good. Not good at all.
Not good. Not great. And bad for your work too. 'Cause it makes you just kind of, it gets dreary. You don't have that same enthusiasm for it anymore. You know, it's like
Yeah.
you need discipline, but you also need that.
You know what I was going to say earlier? Thanks. Okay. All right. The memory just, dropped another token in the slot. Is that no, it's, it doesn't even connect.
It doesn't? Let's find out.
Well, no, then I actually forgot it again. How about that? Is that fucking nuts?
It's normal. It's normal. When you first got Platoon, did you have any idea like what the fuck was going to happen?
I didn't.
Was that for people today to understand how big that movie was? Because it was one of the very first realistic war movies, and I think very importantly, it was done by Oliver Stone, who was actually a veteran of the Vietnam War. Remember what you wrote down?
Yeah, I'm not going to put it on.
Okay, pardon. Sorry. But it was a different kind of war movie, you know.
Yeah.
Much in the lines of your dad's movie.
Yeah.
You know, and that was a very different kind of war movie as well.
You got public stuff here between, boots on the ground. The script didn't read like it was going to be a masterpiece. The script read kind of like a docudrama, sort of movie of the week. It didn't read that script and say, "Oh wow, okay, yeah, this is the one. People are going to really, wow, they're going to worship this thing." It didn't. Dialogue was very clipped, very specific. It kind of never really knew where you were in the script, in the scene descriptions. You know, if the script was so lean, I think it was like barely 100 pages. Yeah. So, but I didn't realize sort of what we were doing until we were actually doing it. Usually I can read a scene, get a sense of what my responsibilities are going to be or how we're going to break it down, or at least how I'm going to see it on the screen. And I couldn't do that with Platoon because all the terrain, all the scenes, everything kind of felt very similar. Yeah, and the original title was The Platoon. You think it's as big a head that keeps the duh?
Yeah, I don't think it matters. It's a great movie.
Thank you.
It's a great movie. It doesn't matter.
But we started to feel it as we got deeper into it. And Oliver did brilliant where he decided to film it in continuity. Like from page one, day one, all the way to the final day was the final page. And that gave us a chance to when something was finished, we were done with it. And you didn't have to know how you were going to react or how you already reacted to something that hadn't happened.
Right.
And when people died in the movie, they got sent home. They were just, like, the next day they were just gone. I guess one of those, they had the sense of just somebody being gone, but lost, but sadness. Yeah. I'm not saying I would know how that felt in the real thing, but we bonded really, pretty good. We bonded in a way that because we were the only people that we had in the middle of that country, in the middle of that jungle, in the middle of that war. So you really missed somebody in the southern corner.
I would love to ask. I mean, I've had it all around the time, but I would love to ask you what it's like to make a movie about a war that you were starring in. And like, what bizarre mental conflicts.
Yeah, did he even get into any of that stuff?
Not really. I mean, he talked a little bit about his experience in Vietnam, but I don't think we really talked about. Did we talk about the making of Platoon? We got so heavy into the JFK assassination, we hardly covered anything. Especially the last time he was on. The last time he was on was when they were doing that Showtime JFK documentary. It was a Showtime thing, right? Wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah.
It was a multi-part.
Yeah,
he put together.
So,
his recall
It is.
They have a conversation with him. He's pulling up dates. He's got no book. I mean, how old is Oliver at this one time?
Upper 70s. I guess I'm 60. So he was at
78. 78 years old. Rock solid member. I mean, rock solid. Wow. The dude is just pulling up dates and names, and Alan Dulles did this. Wow. Harry Anthony. It's just like the entire Warren Commission report. It's like citing different passages in it. It's bananas.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Has he landed on like what can he point to, or is it?
Well, I think several factors can point to, but there's a lot of people that wanted him dead, and for sure there was a lot of fuckery going on with the Warren Commission. For sure. There's a lot of nonsense with the autopsies. There's a lot of nonsense with the single bullet going through both him and Connolly. Had leaving more bullet fragments in Connolly's wrist than that magic bullet was missing, the one they found. It's like bullshit. The story's filled with bullshit. And no one really knew how much bullshit it was until they had that video that they played of this approval film on the Geraldo Rivera show.
Yeah.
When Dick Gregory came on and was a comedian, which is pretty wild, came on and had the footage of the Kennedy assassination. Everybody sees Kennedy's head go back and to the left.
Right.
What happened there?
And you immediately apply just simple common physics to it.
Yeah.
You know, especially when it's ever fired a weapon.
Also, it clearly looks like he got shot in the chest, too. Like when he grabs his neck.
Right.
Clearly looks like he got shot right there.
And there's always that talk about doing a trach. Trach.
But, you know, there's two different autopsies.
Right.
There's the autopsy in Dallas that says it's an entry wound. There's the autopsy in Bethesda, Maryland that says it's a tracheotomy.
Interesting.
Yeah, two different autopsies. Right. Yeah, and it also looks like by the time they got to Bethesda, they kind of put his head back together again. Or at least put the pieces back to take a photo of it. It's like more was missing from what they were talking about in Dallas than the Bethesda.
That's the shot where the gloved hand is like, looks like it's pointing.
Yes. Yeah. There's a great book called Best Evidence by David Lifton, and he was an accountant. And he had some sort of assignment involving the Warren Commission report. And so what he decided to do is read the entire thing. And so in the reading of the entire thing, he finds so many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense, that he starts becoming obsessed. And then he finds out how many people who are witnesses to the assassination wind up dying mysteriously.
Right.
Off the charts.
Yeah.
Off the charts. 95% of all those people that were hanging around, like a giant ton of them, died in car accidents, weird fucking...
Who was the guy in the train tower? Bowers, right?
It was Bowers.
He was the guy that saw Batman, saw people behind the knoll, exchanged the rifle, and saw all these died. I think he had a heart attack on a train track, and then, of course, also got hit by the train. That could be. Well, that was nice.
But of course, yeah.
And then, wasn't it who's the guy standing there when the curb explodes, like in the underpass?
Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's the recent one. They had to come up with the magic bullet theory.
So no, what's his?
I don't remember. Did he die weird?
Probably.
I don't know if he died weird, but he was hit with a ricochet.
Right.
And because they knew that the overpass, that's why they had
the bullet.
Yes, they had to add that. And they were like, okay, how do we fix this?
Right. What
We
about
said only one guy did it. It's only 3 shots. So how do we come up with a reasonable excuse? And they came up with the magic bullet.
Yeah, and I think the architect of that was Spectre.
I think it was Ron Spectre.
Yeah.
I think it was. Yeah. It's just bullshit. People. But back then, you could get away with that.
Right.
You know, it was pretty easy to just bullshit people.
And you see all the additional cameras, like the Bush lady, for instance, right? And all that stuff. Just confiscated.
Yep. Well, they had the Zapruder film for a long time. I think Time Life had it. And then somehow or another, Dick Gregory got it.
Was it ever released with missing frames? Wasn't there the jump cut when it goes behind the sign and then it jumps? Because didn't they take out the fatal head hit at some point and tried to sell that?
Perhaps. They probably did at one point in time. But now, obviously, you can see the whole thing. And then it's also been AI enhanced. I don't know if you've seen the AI enhanced one.
I haven't. No.
It's gruesome.
It's even more gruesome.
It's gruesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he was shot from multiple angles simultaneously. That's what I think. I think he was shot both from the back and from the front. And I think Lee Harvey Oswald, if he wasn't involved, he certainly wasn't innocent. He was probably the guy that they were going to frame it on, but I think he was in on the whole thing anyway. And I think he killed a cop afterwards as well.
The Tippett? No,
Yeah,
Tippett. Yeah. Have you ever heard that thing about Tippett's nickname back at the precinct was JFK? Did you ever read this thing? Then they showed a side-by-side of how much they really look like each other.
Really?
They're saying he was the body they used for the transfer when it flew with the empty coffin, all that stuff.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it is so many just, warrens to travel down.
Yeah.
And there's so many angles to explore.
There's too many. There's so many rabbit holes to go down.
We were introduced to as kids because Dad played both Kennedys. So we were seeing documentaries at I would have been 10 or 11, and Malia was 13 or 14. And so we've been involved with this thing for a lot longer than we should have been.
Wow.
Yeah. We had access to this stuff. And so
it was just nuts that no one was brought to justice, and we know for sure more people were involved than Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald. There were more people involved, and no one was brought to justice, and they got away with it. We don't want to think that they get away with things like the press, but they did
in broad daylight.
Yeah, and blaming it on a lone gunman, a lone nut.
Yeah. Who they already had a full description and rap sheet rundown and everything about it.
They were writing articles about it before it was even over. Yeah. And then the Jack Ruby thing, where Jack Ruby goes completely insane in jail after he's visited by Jolly West, who's the head of MK Ultra, who's routinely dosing people with acid.
Yeah.
Jolly West cooked Jack Ruby's brain in jail. It just left him insane.
He's the guy from
what's the book? Chaos.
From Chaos.
Yeah.
I actually read Chaos before it got all the attention.
Really?
Yeah. A friend of mine gave it to me, and I was all right. I'll read a couple pages. Oh. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is
one of the best books.
Different take.
Yeah.
But I'm curious how you felt about the documentary they did about it.
I did watch it.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be too quick. 90 minutes, I didn't think was enough time. It's only 90 minutes, right?
I thought it was the first episode.
Oh,
so I watched it sort of like a data gathering thing that you usually do with the first episode. And you kind of just see what the director's doing and what kind of stuff they're laying out early.
Yeah.
So, and then when it ended, and I didn't see that second episode with the timer, right? And I was out. And I thought it was a complete. I thought it radically underserved the book.
Yeah, maybe they try it. Yeah. That needs to be like an 8-part, 2-hour a piece series.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, because it's so nuts. The story is so nuts. Yeah. Just the provable actual facts are so nuts. Yeah. That very likely Charles Manson was a CIA asset. Very likely they had groomed him when he was in prison and taught him mind control techniques when people were high on acid, taught him how to be sober but pretend he's on acid, and how to interact with people who are on acid and shape their mind and even get them to commit murder. All of which is fact.
Yeah, no, it's I would say it's insane, but so much of it is, I don't want to say provable, but has enough supporting evidence to make a compelling case. And I love that the guy starts out just like just a kind of a normal celebrity assignment from Premier Magazine, right? Yeah, I've been on that magazine. I had that cover twice. My story didn't wind up like that.
I think it was a story for a magazine, and it was just about the anniversary of the murder.
Exactly.
That's it.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Just give us a piece. Some people go, wow, 25 years later. Wow. Right. And then he gets obsessed. And he starts realizing, well, this guy was full of shit. That guy was corrupt. Oh my God, look at this. And hold on. Who's Jolly West? What's MK Ultra? This is real Freedom of Information Act. Get the documents. Oh my God. Operation Midnight Climax. The government was running whorehouses. They were running whorehouses and using two-way mirrors and dosing Johns and filming them. And this has to do with Manson? What the fuck was going on? And then you realize that it was all a psyop to try to demonize the peace, love, and stop war movement. And what they really wanted to do was stop the anti-war movement and do something to curb the cultural change that was happening. And so their strategy was to turn hippies into murderers.
It kind of worked.
It kind of worked.
Yeah.
It kind of worked.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way to go, but I think it had the effect they were looking for.
Imagine if they didn't do that. Like, what kind of cultural change would have taken place? Because if you think about what happened between 1950 and 1960, it's like the world becomes a different place in 10 years. Between 1960 and 1970, it's like, what? This world is crazy. The music is crazy. The culture is crazy. The movies are nuts. Everything is wild, very psychedelic. And then Nixon comes along in 1970, passes this sweeping Schedule 1 Act, makes all mushrooms and LSD, makes everything illegal, all to stop the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement at the same time when they're doing this Manson stuff. So it was a concerted effort across the board to stop the anti-war movement and to stop the civil rights movement. They were like, we're losing control and power. And so, I mean, it was an evil thing to do, but you kind of got to give them credit because it's pretty brilliant. Like, they actually pulled it off. You think of serial killer, you think of Manson. You think of the family. Oh, my God, these hippies are murderous. Right. A bunch of murderous freaks on drugs, cutting women's babies out of their stomachs and writing pig on the wall. Like, this is nuts.
Yeah, and they brought the Beatles into it.
And our own goddamn government engineered it. They stopped what was probably one of the most beautiful cultural shifts in this country's history.
They would have organically still kept evolving into other things that would have blossomed out of it.
Yeah, we probably would have rethought government. We probably would have rethought the type of people that we want as leaders. We would have rethought our involvement in foreign wars. There would have been no support for it. We would have rethought what psychedelic drugs can do for you versus the bad aspects of it. We would have rethought everything. The music would have been a lot better. Music took a big dip.
Yeah, dude.
Music took a big dip after they got rid of the drugs that were good and brought in the coke.
But people do point to the death of the 60s occurred of the Cielo drug.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was effective.
Yeah.
I mean, that completely demonized any peace, love, and any of that kind of movement. Those people became a real problem now because you're now connected to Manson.
It was instantly zero tolerance.
Mm-hmm.
Like overnight.
Kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Kind of nuts that it was really all engineered by the government. It's really that in and of itself is a terrible crime. That they sort of engineered society to their benefit so that they could maintain control. And the way they did it is by getting a horrible con who had been in and out of jail his whole life and teaching him how to run a cult.
Right.
A murderous cult.
And setting up at a free clinic in the Hague.
Where my wife's mom went.
Oh.
Yes. My wife's mom was a hippie.
You have a connection.
Yes. My wife's mom went, she was a hippie in Haight-Ashbury, and she went to the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic.
Treated at that clinic.
Yeah. That clinic didn't shut down until after Tom O'Neill's book came out. That clinic had been running for over 50 years.
So it ran until 2022?
Yeah. When did it close? It closed shortly after that book came out. They're like, hey, when did it? Let's get out of here.
I could have gone there while I was reading the book.
Yes. The CIA just promoting a clinic. That is so nuts. And that clinic also connected to Jolly West. That clinic also connected to all sorts of other marijuana experiences. San Francisco is where they were doing Operation Midnight Climax. That's where they had the brothel. These are the people that are supposed to be protect and serve. Look out for your best interests. Right. Yeah. These motherfuckers are creating Manson and completely shifting society and turning people into whatever the fuck we became in the 70s and the 80s. Yeah.
What came out in 2019?
Yeah.
When it closed July
20th. Yeah. Oh my God. Like, fuck. We got busted.
That dude read the foreword. He was like, guys, we got a problem.
Yeah, that's probably how long it took them just to clear the building out.
Yeah,
exactly. And trying to figure out whether they're going to kill Tom O'Neill.
Right. Has he been on the show?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
What's
He's
he like?
he's great.
Yeah.
He's great. He's actually my good friend Greg Fitzsimmons. He was his neighbor in New York when he first started working at this, and then he became his neighbor also in Venice. Like he's been his neighbor for like 20 years. So Greg's followed him from this entire journey, and Greg had to tell me about it for years. I'm like, when's your friend gonna get that fucking book done? And then finally, he sends the whole story, how it took so long. But he's like, you gotta have him on. The book is insane. I'm like, let's go. So we had him on, and it was incredible. First of all, I listened to the book first before I had him on. I listened to the audio version. I was like, this is nuts. This is nuts. If this is all true, this is fucking insane. And it's all true. So they really did engineer a murderous cult of hippies.
And almost used the clinic as a casting couch, as an audition process for which girls they thought were the most moldable, vulnerable.
Yeah. Praise the CIA was doing that. It's just,
I thought they were supposed to just operate on foreign soil.
I know they were, but you know, sometimes things get messy. But it's like you talk to like your average boomer who just watches cable news and reads the newspaper. They never believe this in a million years.
And they'll hear us talking about it, thinking, "Come on, guys."
No, you're right.
But they also will never read the book.
No, never read the book. And then when things get proven, they never apologize.
Imagine that.
Never apologize for your baseless conspiracy theories that all turned out to be true.
Yeah.
Because, you know, conspiracies are fucking real, okay? This conspiracy theory pejorative that they really started foisting on the American public during the Kennedy assassination was for that very reason. They wanted to make it ridiculous.
That's where the term was coined.
That's where the term became popularized. Right. Apparently the term existed before that. We researched this, right? Didn't we Google the original term of conspiracy theories? It's quite a bit earlier, but it was never like a thing in the public zeitgeist. It became a thing during the Kennedy assassination because a lot of people were questioning it. Because it looked weird. You know, everything. Even the people that hadn't seen the Zapruder film, everything just seemed it. It seemed wrong. And there was rumblings amongst people that were there. The big one was the shots from the grassy knoll. Many people talked about gunshots.
And that one photo where there's like 15 people pointing to the same spot.
And you see smoke.
Yeah.
Where the bushes are. And it's not a good photo, but it's good enough.
Right.
And you go, it's just it was too uniform. You know, they all were pointing. We heard shots from back there. There is a thing that does happen, especially if you look at Dealey Plaza. Have you ever driven through?
I have, yeah.
Weird,
I've walked the whole crime scene.
Yeah. It's weird to be there. First of all, it's so little.
You can't believe how close everything is.
It's real little.
And that they sent him into that tight turn and put him into that convertible pickle jar.
I mean, completely plain.
And we watched the Which is there's something I read. Did you ever read The Man Who Killed Kennedy? I think it's Jim Mars. Remember Jim Mars?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you ever have him on?
No, I didn't.
He's I think so. Yeah. He wrote Sci Spies, which was all about remote viewing.
Oh.
Yeah. He's a trip. He was deep into everything.
I go back and forth on that remote viewing.
I do too. But there's something in one of his books. And I've never been able to find it anywhere else. It's almost like this little detail was scrubbed from the internet that the Morse code signal for victory, right after the fatal headshot, went out over every Dallas police radio. Have you ever heard that?
No.
I read that. This is a disclaimer. I'm not coming up with this. This is not my original data. But yeah, when I read that, that was creepy. That's crazy. I don't know that he would have just added that for color. It's not something you just throw out there.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to have. Well, a lot of people hate Kennedy back then. It's hard for us to reconcile now, today, because we think of him as like one of our greatest presidents. Of course, because he got murdered. We always loved him after he got shot, sure. But when he was alive, this was like half the country fucking hated him. And then there was the Bay of Pigs disaster. We lost a lot of people because Kennedy didn't give them air support. Right. He wasn't told about the invasion until like last moment. Right. Air support was crucial to its success. He denied air support. So a bunch of people died that weren't going to die. Right. And so those guys on the ground. My friend Evan has a theory. My friend Evan, who owned Black Rifle Coffee, who was a ranger himself. I met him. He's the best. I love him. I love him to death. But he said, like, those guys, those are hard-nosed killers. And if they think that they lost brothers because this fucking piece of shit didn't give them the air support that they deserved, it was Kennedy's idea, and you tell them that you want to get that guy killed, like, oh, fucking sign me up. Those guys would do it. Interesting. He's like, those would be the type of guys he would have to do something like that, and they would probably, this would be a perfect place to do it. Right. Tight little turn. Yeah. Anybody who says, by the way, because conspiracies everybody gets binary on this one way or another. I believe this or believe that. Anybody says that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't make that shot has never shot a rifle. Mm. You're full of shit. If the rifle's on, it was not that far. I'm not saying you could do it 100 times out of 100, right? But the possibility of him having that rifle ready, he's got a scope, he's got a rest. The car comes into view, you roll the sight onto his back, you squeeze off round, and you get a headshot in there. That's 100% possible. Sure. I just don't buy it. Right. I don't buy it. I don't think he acted alone. If he did do it, he might have done it. He might have shot at him. He might have even hit him once. There was other people. He was the patsy, and I think when he said, "I'm just a patsy," the way he said it was not like a guy who murdered somebody. The way he said it was like, "I can't believe they set me up." Exactly. So I think he was in on a bunch of it. Sure. I just don't think he pulled the trigger. Right. Or if he did pull the trigger, he was one of many people that pulled the trigger. That's what I think. Yeah. But there was a lot of other people saying, "Oh, he couldn't have made those shots because the rifle scope was off." You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because I could get your rifle scope to be off in 5 seconds. Okay, if your rifle scope's perfect, it's zeroed in, bang, I drop it on the ground. Try it again. Yeah. It'll be off by 6 inches at 200 yards. Yeah. You're going to move that thing. They're fragile. They require micro adjustments, little Allen wrenches and hex keys and shit. Right. Don't torque them too much. You get it dialed in perfect. On a $37 rifle. Yeah, on a rifle from 1963. From a bag of magazine. Yeah, of course that thing can get knocked off. Easy. Right. Like almost instantly you can knock that thing off. There is a thing about the tree though. What about the tree? He had to shoot through a tree. Because what they've done, and a lot of the reenactments, supporting that he was the lone gunman, they did cut out part of the tree that Kennedy was behind. They cut it out for the reenactment? Yeah. So have a clear field of view. But he had a clear field of view for at least a brief amount of time. Sure. And that's all you should. That's all you need if you were good. And if you practice, I'm assuming that if you're going to go shoot the president, you're probably get used to firing off a few rounds. You probably set up a target. Yeah. You're not going to just hope that your accuracy is still there on the years day. Ago. Yeah. You're going to practice. Yeah. So if you're going to practice, you're going to be even quicker at firing rounds. Sure. He could have done it. I just don't buy it. It's just none of the evidence keeps pointing that direction, including all the evidence that they try to fabricate. Like the magic bullet ones. Nuts. Anybody who's ever shot anything with a bullet who looks at that and believes that went through 2 people and broke bones. Yeah. That looks like it got shot into a swimming pool. Yeah. It doesn't look like it ever hit anything. No, and I've had people debate and taking the side of the magic bullet. They're not look me right in the eyes and believe it. And I'm just like, okay, cool. This is where we have to. They're out of their mind. Yeah, walk away. They're out of their mind. They don't know. I could show them, like, let's go take a bone from a cow. Let's set up a bone from a cow, and I'll shoot it at 100 yards. One bone? Yeah. Just one bone. Yeah. And let's take a look at that bone. Right. Yeah. It's not going to look anything. It's all fucked up. And there's the fragments. There's fragments from the bullet in Connolly's wrist that are more fragments that are missing from the actual bullet that are attributing to the wound. Yeah. But they did it. That's what's nuts. You know about talk about it to the council. You know about the palm print though? No. Oh, that they linked the rifle to Oswald because of a palm print. Oh, they got it out when they went to visit the morgue. Yeah, they didn't get it till after the autopsy. Yeah. It wasn't there, and then
Surprise!
How convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, like, says who? His fingerprint was on it. You could just say that back then. 1963.
Right.
We found a fingerprint. Oswald was a whole lawyer. No one's representing him. He's dead.
Yeah.
You know, no one's going to say, my client is innocent. He's fucking dead. Okay? Pin it on him. Nobody gives a shit. And everybody just mourned the fact that the president was dead. And then, you know, all of a sudden you got Lyndon Johnson full steam ahead with Vietnam War. It's nuts.
Yeah, if you look at what happens after the
Yeah.
major event, like
Things got very different.
Yeah,
They got very different.
when we start to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Kennedy was trying to be a real president. And they were like, oh, none of that. Yeah. Federal Reserve. Yeah.
Big, like really
Big
important
things. Wanted to get us out.
Yeah.
Wanted to kill the CIA. He wanted to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
And they were like, not today, sir. And then that's the real argument is that we haven't really had a president since Kennedy. Everything after that has been the president's more of a speaker. And the giant machine behind it continues to run exactly as it always has.
Yeah, I mean, and just from where I sit, there's not a lot you can do about it.
There's nothing to do
Yeah.
about it. But look, if they haven't done anything about the Kennedy assassination, you can't do shit. You can put pressure on people, and you definitely can hurt their chances of getting reelected if people find out that they're very disappointed in you for not supporting this, or not telling us about that, or lying about this, or you were involved in that. Yeah, but other than that, like, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, that's why I don't really weigh in anymore.
It's probably smart.
You know, it feels like I don't know, it's wasted.
It definitely is a lot of that, but it's also like a show. You know, you can watch the show. Hey, you watch the latest episode of the Epstein Files? Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, it turns into
like a show.
it turns into a parlor game also. You know? Right? That's how my dad described the OJ case. So this is like the greatest parlor game ever.
Right. Boy, I remember watching that verdict on TV live in my apartment with this girl I was dating. She was a really sweet girl, and she couldn't believe that he was innocent.
Yeah.
She didn't understand it. She was so confused. She was like, no, how? She kept like her hands up and said, no.
It completely torqued her whole reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was on a mountaintop in Mexico doing a kind of low rent sci-fi film called The Arrival.
I love that movie.
Oh, okay.
Don't say that was a low rent movie. I love that movie.
Thank
you know
you.
what turned me out that movie? Dave Fogan is a good friend of mine from News Radio.
Okay.
When we were on News Radio together, he fucking loved that movie. This is a so underrated sci-fi movie. I'm like, okay, cool. I checked it out. It was great.
Thank you. It was the first film that actually incorporated a mashup of puppets and CGI at the same time. You know, at that point, it was either one or the other, and the other hadn't fully really arrived yet.
Right.
Yeah. So that was kind of cool. But no, we were. I was so hoping for the day off, to be back at the hotel, because everybody knew the night before that the verdict was coming. Right. So we had to shoot the scene, and there was a prop man. He had the only. This is 95, right? He had the only cell phone. He had like half a bar, and it's starting to rain, and he's got his ear, and his buddy's got his phone in LA up to the TV when they're about to read the verdict. So we all gather around the prop man, and we're watching. And he's kind of leaning to keep the signal, to keep it kind of connected, and then we can see when he hears it. He slumps a little bit, right? Takes the phone from his ear and slams it into the mud. And screams, "You motherfucker got away with murder." Wow. Yes, it was gnarly. That's a wild scene. That's all I learned about the OJ verdict. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Dave Anderson was there. His buddy, he's in the book. He's Australian FX makeup. You know, and so. Yeah, if you ever run across Dave the Anderson, ask him killed it.
That's just a crazy scene. Imagine a guy reacting like that.
He was our only connection to it. And everybody was so invested in this. And it was really hard to go. And that was like, do you remember the time of day that might have happened? Kind of late morning, sort of, or was it in the afternoon? We still had a pretty flexible day to shoot.
Oh,
It was really hard to regain focus.
yeah,
I feel like what we were doing still mattered.
yeah.
Because it was a giant, there was a drama in the universe at that point. Something, it felt like something had been taken from us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, ability.
Did you see the last, or the most recent OJ documentary?
No.
It's murder, mayhem, blood. I think it's got 3.
Murder, mayhem, and blood.
Murder, mayhem, blood. Something like whale. No, it's actually.
But it's the latest OJ documentary.
Well, I guess Manhunt will be the latest. This is the one that was before that, and it's broken down at the crime scene by two like expert veteran creationists.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a trip. Do you watch any OJ stuff?
No.
When it comes out?
No, I try not to.
Because it's just weird. Okay. Do you think there was something else there? Or
No, I think he killed his wife.
Yeah.
And he killed Blonde Gold. And he got away with it.
Yeah.
And it's just nuts. It's just, it's weird. You watch him on, like, Naked Gun. And you're like, that guy?
Yeah.
That guy murdered his wife with a knife? Like, what? Yeah. They got away with it? He was just golfing?
Yeah, it was the follow-up part that didn't really support anything about what he had claimed.
Remember when he was a rapper? You remember the Juices Loose? You remember that?
Oh gosh, I think I willed that one out of my.
He had like a king's robe on and like a bunch of hot ladies around him.
Okay, it's coming back. Yeah,
He had a rap song.
Wow.
Yeah, he was like embracing the heel role at one point in time after the guilty verdict or the not guilty verdict. And so he got into like rap.
So I mean, probably just for monetary grab.
I would imagine. Let me play the Juice to Lose. It's so bad. It's is it awful? That would be hilarious.
It was part of the TV show again. I saw another.
Oh, that's right.
Prank show.
Jackass.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of the thing. I think of all celebrities.
Oh, OJ was doing that? Everybody would just run away screaming. He's the murderer.
A lady like walked to her, told her to the knife.
Oh my God. That was one of his themes? You got you.
Yeah.
Also, the music video had a bunch of that was
Naked ladies?
Yeah, paired up like
Oh. Spike, remember the Spice Channel? Yeah, but that whole thing, going from that verdict to try and go back to work.
Oh my.
Look at that musical. Yeah. I remember one time we were filming News Radio. It was in the middle of that North Hollywood shootout. Remember that? I do. And we were watching it live on TV while trying to do a sitcom. And we were like, we probably should take some time off here. There's a fucking war going on in the middle of North Hollywood. Wow. Yeah, I think that involves a lot of cocaine and steroids too.
From the
guys.
Yeah.
They were definitely on steroids. Yeah. But I think there was probably some or meth, something like that. Some sort of helper there for people who don't know the story. These guys, they rob a bank. They never waited. Yeah, like could have driven away, could have left with all the dough, and they decided to get in a shootout with the cops. Yeah, killed cops. Right? Yes, I mean, and they got killed. A bunch of cops got hit, and the cops were like horribly outgunned. Oh yeah, the cops had their 9mm pistols, and these guys had fucking machine guns, bulletproof vests. Yeah, helmets. They had face
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you support that when dude finally kills himself, that it was a simultaneous sniper shot at the same time?
I never even looked into that. Is that one of the
That's what
conspiracies?
well, it's that's one thing that they claim.
That he got shot and shot himself at the exact same
At the
time?
exact same time.
It's possible.
But why would they, like, what does that serve? Like, what does that,
Maybe they were already going to shoot him, and he shot himself, and they didn't think he was going to shoot himself, and they pulled the trigger right before he did.
got it?
That's what I was asking, if that's the case.
But it's not like they have to be let off the hook, because at that point, that dude has to be put down.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, one of the guys had already been shot. He shot in the leg, and they didn't get him any medical help. They knew he was going to bleed out. I think that was the case. I think he got shot in a small artery.
The first guy says he died by, this is from Wikipedia, he died by suicide via gunshot to the head from his handgun, simultaneously being hit by rifle fire from the leg of the opposite, with one round striking and severing his spine.
Whoa.
The other guy got shot over 29 times and died from blood loss. Wow.
What are the odds that
Crazy.
the thing that
Yeah. Well, sounds like there were a lot of bullets flying in his direction.
There's some rounds of rounds.
2,000? Like, what does that weigh? Like, if you're carting that around, and you've got a whole duffel of cash.
Yeah, you must have a heavy truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is happening. Wow. Imagine being in that neighborhood. Correct. There's 1,000 rounds of flying in both directions.
Well, the cops went to a gun store, right? Didn't they? I think right when it started, they were like, whatever you got. Give us your 44 rifle, whatever you got. We'll take it. Yeah. How much ammo you got?
I mean, how long did they go on for?
Wow.
Only body armor, something with ready scrap for the commandeer armored vehicles to evacuate people. Yeah, the mix. That's kind of hard to debate for these to get work.
Yeah, if you're a real conspiracy theorist, then you say, oh, MK Ultra tricked those guys into doing that, so then the cops and better guns.
Militarized. Yeah.
Well, this is the problem with conspiracy. Try to really attribute them to everything.
Right.
Really get down the rabbit hole. Everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah, but then when they do that, it kind of they harm the credibility of the ones that can't really be, considered for how we know them to be.
Yeah, no doubt.
After all the extensive research.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, there's real ones. But I think that's also part of the reason why, some really silly conspiracy theories get pushed. I mean, they get pushed by bots. I think they get pushed by paid accounts to water down the real ones. Yeah, to make them look stupid. Attach a really stupid conspiracy to one that's legitimate.
Right.
And then it discredits the legitimate one.
Yeah, it's almost like, not to get into this, but just from afar, it's almost like a lot of human had that bigger impact. Just, I didn't dig deep into that, and only know just basic talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I did see that felt like a constant was that there was always, anytime they mentioned something that was just completely screwy, it was followed up with the ones that we believe to be real.
Right.
They just kind of figure, just put it all on the same.
Yeah, a stew of good stuff and bullshit.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and just stir that cauldron.
Yeah, that's a very convenient way to bury truth. The QAnon documentary on HBO was great. Into the Fire, what it's called?
I didn't see it.
Into the Storm.
Oh, okay.
It's really good. It's a multi-part thing on all the people that were involved in 4chan and the creation of QAnon. Who they think the original guy was, and they think another guy took it over after a while and took over the account.
Got it.
And it seems like they were just kind of fucking around at first. But it's not definitive. Like, he's got some really good evidence that points in that direction, but it's just hard to know. And, everyone always thought that it was someone inside the White House, there was some secret person inside the White House. It doesn't seem like this documentary believes that. The guy who made this documentary, he pins it on one guy in particular. It's a tech nerd that seems to have all of the attributes of someone who could pull off a QAnon type deal.
Checking a box.
Yeah, super smart, internet shit poster, running 4chan, like that's the whole thing over there. It's like get people to do stuff that's stupid, right? Like they got women to free bleed. They start pushing this idea that it's the patriarchy's making you wear a tampon, and you should your menstrual cycle should just flow in your pants. Who cares? And this is like a sign of your strong femininity. It was just them being crazy, and then a bunch of women just adopted it. Not for long. It's gross. They were like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
Probably lasts a couple of weeks, but a bunch of women. But people are really susceptible. You can get people to do that. Not everybody, right? But it's just like the Haight Ashbury free clinic thing. Not everybody's going to do that, right? But if you open up a free clinic, you're going to get enough, lost children that come in through your doors.
Well, they're going to need your legit services
to
start with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You got to sort it out.
Right.
Yeah. It's just nuts that's our government. That's our daddies, our government daddies, the people that we're supposed to be looking to help us lead a prosperous life and secure our standing in the world and make sure we grow financially. And these motherfuckers did all that.
Yeah. Well, the ultimate power, right?
Yeah. In any form. Well, they bring it back to stardom. Like, that's a weird power to use. It's especially when you're 21 years old. Stardom. Yes. Yeah. Weird power. Weird amount of freedom. Weird amount of, people expecting you to be kind of wild.
Sure. Yeah, and again, that thing you talked about, when you watch it happen to others, and then suddenly it's you. It's a lot more. It's a lot more intoxicating. And then I would always think, okay, so how did they control it? Why didn't I see them enjoying it at this level? And it wasn't about, I'm going to show them the way they should have been doing it. It's just about, hey guys, okay, cool. No, it finally made its way over here, and it can go to 11, and not burn the whole house down. When it was still fun, when it was still creative and productive on some level, because it wasn't about, it was still having to show up, and it was still carving out enough time for the party, but also reserving enough energy for the job.
Right. That's the balance. And some people pull it off. Some people, they're really disciplined, and they pull off the work, and then they pull off the party.
Right. I was able to maintain that for a long time. And even when it flamed out, like those early rehabs, and there was always, there was this job, like the day I got out. Wow. I got scripts showing up in rehab. And it's like, they want you to get well, kid. They want you to get better, but, as soon as you're out of here, we got some good stuff for you to look at.
There's also, unfortunately, a romantic notion of a guy getting out of rehab. Interesting, right? Interesting. How many cop shows start with a guy who's down on his dumps, putting a pizza in a blender for breakfast? You know what I mean? Like, really, at his lowest of low points, right? Drinking, and then maybe his daughter cries, throws the bottles into the trash can. It's like, I'm done. Now he's back. And there's a romantic thing, getting your shit together. Sure.
Yeah.
Charlie's back, better than ever. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's rooting for you again. And they're expecting the guy to deliver.
Yeah, with passion now. Real life experience. Yeah. Drug addict.
Exactly. Yeah.
Look at Robert Downey Jr. now.
Right.
Yeah. Right. People love that. They love that.
But the same thing was happening to Downey when he was in rehab, or maybe when he was even in the bed. But people were bringing him. I think they brought him out in the field when he was still in jail. And I think he still got high after You know, and my dad would always be like yelling at the television. It's like, stop rewarding this behavior. Stop rewarding it. Let him sit in those consequences. Not out of judgment or out of punishment, or, you know, just out of love, you know.
To help them get his shit together.
Yeah.
Keep letting them fuck up over and over again. They'll continue to fuck up.
Yeah. There's always a carrot that they walk out, and then something changes, and a soft landing. You know, that's what was really interesting about this. You know, this decade long timeout that I got put in. You know, which, you know, at some point the punishment has to sort of fit the crime, right? And yeah, it felt like it was a little bit longer than it should have been. Yeah, I don't remember any murder charges, you know. But at the same time, there's not a chance that I could have done the project that filed for came out yesterday and doc today. Like I couldn't have done either unless I had the kind of perspective and distance from all of that that I was able to get fine, you know.
You've been sober for how long? 7 years?
Coming up on 8
years.
Yeah, maybe December.
That probably helped a lot to get away from everything for you to achieve that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I was still doing things to, you know, just kind of stay in the mix a little bit. And, you know, I do signings, I do speaking engagements and stuff like that. But it's also like as soon as I quit drinking, all my kids started showing up. And, you know, Sam and Lola would be me, and then they'd cycle back with Denise, and then Bob and Max would show up, and then Brooke would come back, and like, okay, so he's going to be here, and Lola would show back up. So my house was kind of like, this, like a clubhouse, you know. And I write in the book that my vacancy sign for those children always hangs facing out, you know. So it was, you know, being called to a much more responsible and complicated set of responsibilities and order, you know, and just having to do stuff that they didn't care about, you know, writing of a show or response to a movie or any of the popularity or IMDb, you know, stuff. They were just like, you know, with the basic needs, getting to school and help with this. So it was really cool to like suddenly just be. That's the only stuff that mattered to the people that mattered most. So, and yeah, but you're right. That none of that could have happened if I was away on location or having to be at a studio. But yeah, I think it's about the time that it created. You know, so and it's interesting. I'm not looking for this comeback. You know, I think it's a reset. You know, and I didn't rely on anything that I'd done before. Never written a book, never done a documentary. You know, but to come back with 2 projects that everybody seems to be really excited about.
Documentary is very entertaining.
Awesome, thank you.
Very entertaining. It's really well done, but the way you put together, and it's just so the stories are fucking bananas. It's so bananas. It's the whole thing is just so nuts. But you know, like I said, everybody loves the story of someone getting their shit together, and that's a great accomplishment, being sober for almost 8 years. It really is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And you know, it's people are going to yell at me because how I deal with that with the AA in the book, and that's fine. I just speak to my personal experiences. I'm not.
How do you deal with it?
That I tried it for a long time. I for a combined 21 years, and just decided that I had to give this a go.
So you just do it completely on your own. You don't have any person you call or any.
You know, there's people that sober that's full.
Right. You don't have a sponsor or
I
something.
don't. No.
I know it does help some people.
Of course, and that's why I don't want to say that I'm not recommending that this is another.
But it's saying your truth. This is how you do it. I had a very good friend who was an alcoholic. With one day, he crashed his car, ran from the cops on foot, got arrested, and then it's like, what am I doing with my life? I'm done. He quit.
Like that day.
Not there.
Yeah.
Never have to drink again. I knew him for 20 years.
It happens. It can happen. Yeah. But I think that I do have the experience all that time in and around the room. You know, and that's not to say that I don't still remember a couple of nuggets, a couple of things that still stuck with me that I still thought it still seems valuable.
Right.
You know, but there's a line in the book that it's hard to ask for help when somebody else has raised your hand for you. You know, intervention,
Right.
All you're doing is
Yeah, that's the part of the documentary too. When the first intervention, when you got brought into a room, everybody's sitting there waiting for you. You thought it was a party.
well, yeah, I mean, that's a little suspicious because it's 9 a.m. Why is Dad having a 9 a.m. birthday party?
Right.
Unless we're going to Magic Mountain. Right? That's usually the time you're looking.
Right.
That's usually for a 7-year-old, right?
Right.
Yeah, no, that was wild. That is something that I can still see as it happened on the day. Really, turning that corner in the hallway into my parents' living room, like, it's my brain is still trying to turn it into a birthday party. My brain never insisted that that's what we're there for. You know,
That's funny.
it's just when it starts to dawn on you. Like, have you ever taken a sip of something that was in the wrong bottle? But your brain saw the label, and so it takes your body
Like half a second.
to catch up to that. Those don't match. Those don't match. Yeah. I have a story about that. That's why I should. But yeah.
So that one didn't work. It didn't work that way. You had to do it on your own.
It worked for a year. Then, like, as was in the dock, in Cage's house, and on the anniversary, on the 1 year, find that beer in his fridge. I'm like, well, that's there for a reason. You know, there's cause to celebrate. That's not an accident.
Yeah.
I just didn't think twice.
Wow.
Finally.
Boom. And now we're off to the races.
We're off to the races.
Yeah. Wow. How did you get sober this time?
I got off the drugs. Got off the dope. When I say dope, that's always coke. Never heroin. Never heroin. I've been off that geez, right over 10 years, you know. So more than 10 years, like 7 years. So I hadn't fucked around with any of that shit for a few years. I just committed to drinking, you know, and then found that to be like the most unmanageable drug that I've ever tried to navigate. Drinking, drinking more than cocaine. Yeah, because there's never a time you can't get it, you know. And when I had made the decision, I'm going to drink. I treated it like I did drugs.
Right.
Yeah. But it's really kind of it's very accepting, and it's very socially ingrained. You know, it's and normal. Yeah, it's always going on.
Yeah, you want to smoke a joint in front of someone that might be like,
Yeah.
you want to have a drink in front of someone completely normal. Everyone does it.
Sure. Yeah. But so I knew the way my body was starting to react and the way I was starting to feel, and it's just I couldn't feel it how I used to, even at like really powerful doses. You know, I just and that got depressing. That wasn't like twice as much now. That was like damn. I relied on it now, just like totally.
Yeah.
It's no.
It's too much of a tolerance.
Our relationship is now different. Yeah, and so there was a day, and it's in the book. And I was a morning drinker. I loved, spiking my coffee. That's like, for me, like the best time to drink. You're not going to get shit done the rest of the day, but that's when I felt it. That's when I just don't feel like it's in the morning. So I'm on like the Macallan coffee or whatever. And my daughter Sam calls from, she's at the house and calls and says, hey, what time are we leaving? To go where? She had a hair appointment. And it was Sunday, I think, or Saturday. And I've never, ever mixed the cups and wheel. Ever. Never had to do How about that?
That's awesome.
That's pretty good. Right?
That's very good.
I just decided, like, a long time ago, I was 17.
Very smart.
Never going to happen.
Good for you.
And I was living in a limo back then. There was, the occasional cab. But these days to get busted drinking and driving with the available transportation,
Right.
it is literally 15 choices in your hand.
Right.
There's no excuse.
Right.
And so I called Tony. I said, Tony, I can't drive. You got to help me get Sam his thing. And so he was like, I'll be right there in 20 minutes. We got up to the appointment. It went great. And there was a moment in the car driving back, and I described it in the book. I could see her in two pairs, the visor and the side view. And she was just kind of sitting back there. And I'm not saying that I know exactly what she was thinking, but I could feel what I'm pretty sure she was. And it was just this thing about, why it's cool that Dad did this, but why isn't Dad driving again? Right. Why is there always disappointment? Yeah, and it's not nothing with Tony.
Right.
It's been around forever, and so we got back from that, and it was something that I couldn't shake. Something stayed with me. Just the images of her, this 13-year-old in the back seat, and her dad can't even take her to like just a basic, just like a primary care appointment. Like that was complicated, And I was like, what am I doing? And then I just sat inside. I sat inside of that for a while because it didn't feel good. And I thought, okay, what can I do to not stop feeling like this? The math is pretty simple at that point, And I wasn't going to do rehab. I wasn't going to do a big dramatic, life turnaround. I was just going to make a decision and stick to it. And, I took a few Italian, drank a few beers, and then the next day, just woke up and said, I'm done. Didn't care. I made a decision. I wasn't going to care how I felt physically. I was just going to
Grin bear.
Yeah.
How long did it take before you felt okay?
About 3 days. The story I'd written was going to be a month. It was just like that was very. And then just coincidentally, it happened to be my oldest daughter, Cassandra's birthday when I quit, December 12th. It was just like, okay, that's all aligned. And then something else happened after that, because everybody's going to get a little squirrely, like a king first. The problem with a guy like me is that, and people like me, is you're able to put things back together really quickly. Right. And kind of reassemble the pieces.
So you're not as scared to go off the rails.
Right. And so then I got a call. This is the post. I already had HIV for several years at this point. I get a call that there's a new medicine, right? It's about a month after the same thing, right? And they're like, look, we want you to try this thing. It's a much smaller cocktail. It's much less toxicity, and it's very few side effects. We think you're going to do great on it, right? And they said, but you can't drink it. The other one, you can drink the fucking face on it. Like you could drink like a pirate on the other one, which they shouldn't have told me that you can't. And so I said, okay, great. So I tried that one, and it was working great. But they said, okay, if you can just stay off booze, it's working. like it is, you know. So this other thing showed up in addition to that, just in concert with it. Now I had a couple things going on. You know, let's keep this thing, this evil stowaway is what I like to call it. Let's keep that thing, you know, at bay, and let's rebuild a relationship that matters in your life. You know, while you're still here.
Did you have a revelation after a while, after you were sober for a while, where you stop and think, like, why was I getting so fucked up? Like, what was I trying to avoid, or what was I trying to enhance, or what was the purpose? Like, what bothered me so much that I couldn't be sober?
Yeah. I think it was the more avoid earlier, like earlier in life, I avoid pressures of fame, avoid fears of commitment, relationship, or being exposed to fucking fraud or something. And I think enhance came later. That trying to just make situations just feel more exciting, cooler, or you know, sexier, or you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But it's interesting that you presented both sides of that. You know, avoid, enhance. Yeah. I relate to both. You know.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to tell people too, because everybody wants to hear the drug story. Like Bill Hicks had a great joke about nobody ever hears great drug stories.
Right.
You know, you only hear the bad ones. You know, and it is true. But the reason why people do it is because it's fun. Like, it can ruin your life, but it's also really fun. That's why people do it. Sure, it's important for people to know, because you don't want them to think you're lying to them. You know, and for them to hear you sober and happy and go, okay, that's possible. You can get there because this guy is admitting what getting high was. You know, like there's a scene in the documentary where you're talking about the first time you smoke crack. The girl's giving you a blowjob while you're smoking crack. It's like the greatest feeling of all time.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like, I think that's important to say.
That hasn't been taught. I shouldn't say that. I don't care.
Yeah.
That hasn't been taught.
Have you ever heard Hunter Biden talk about crack?
I haven't.
He was on the Channel 5 show, and he gives this ode to crack that made me want to immediately go smoke crack. Seriously, Hunter Biden's a very smart guy. I don't think people think of him that way because of the laptop things, and he's very intelligent and very articulate. So when he's explaining like the effects of crack and how different it is, and how incredible it is, and the euphoria of it, and it's like he's literally saying he's like getting the itch while he's sitting there sober, you know, working on his sobriety, trying to keep it together after all is publicly shamed for being out of control, and talking about crack like a lover that he lost in a drowning accident. Wow. It's crazy.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I bet you do.
There's a moment in the dark.
Yeah.
I tell the Sandy story.
Yeah.
And I say, wow, that one actually got me kind of, I can feel that. Yeah.
That's the problem. The problem is
That's the problem.
Yeah. The problem is.
Did you? I know you not. Did you ever try it or
No, I never even had coke.
Oh, you never? Oh,
nope.
Okay.
No, when I was in high school, I have a good buddy of mine, and his cousin was selling coke.
Okay.
And his cousin, who was super normal, I knew him forever, great guy, super cool guy. All of a sudden, he became weird and pale and lost all his weight, and it was like he got bit by a vampire. And him and his girlfriend were selling coke, and they would just watch TV and do coke. And they had like this attic apartment, and it was like he had gotten bit by a vampire. That's how it felt like to me. It was like he just lost his whole life to coke. And then I saw some other kids that had coke problems around me where they're just dying to get coke. And I was like, this is bad drug. And back then, I think it was actually coke. You know? I don't even know.
At least like 80% of it. Yeah.
In the 1980s, I don't know if they were cutting it with anything. But I made a decision at one point in time in my life, no, I don't want to have nothing to do with that one. That one seems to rob people's lives.
You're stuck.
Yeah, it just seemed to me like that one can make you a loser.
And did you roam in circles over the years where it was prevalent? Or,
I knew some people that did coke. Never worked out well. I didn't know anybody who did coke who like kept their life together. Everybody who did coke was like barely together, barely hanging on, always off the rails. One guy out there, some superhero, he keeps it together.
Maintained all those years. Was Jack Nicholson.
Oh yeah, yeah,
He's the only guy.
right.
We know of anybody else.
Well, they guys might not be public about it,
Right.
you know.
What about the rumors that Jack always traveled with like a doctor? You ever heard this shit? You heard these stories? No. Oh yeah, that he had a doctor that carried his coke or distributed that, and only gave him just what he needed.
Oh,
And I don't know.
that's some superstar shit right there. Exactly. You get a doctor with a fucking leather satchel to carry your coke around.
Yeah, it's close.
I'm making wear some stethoscope everywhere we go, bro.
Casket.
If you have a stethoscope on, everybody's got to know you're legit.
Yeah, but that's one of the great 80s rumors about Jack.
I never heard that. That makes sense.
Think you'd be around Jack for a few times. And it's cool as hell. And you're always kind of looking like, all right, who's the bag man? Who's this guy?
Right.
Where is he? You know, or who's the bag man for that night? You know?
Yeah.
Like, was it a team of doctors that rotated?
Dangerfield party to the end. He did. Kept that trainer rolling.
Yeah, he did. We lived in the same building for a while.
You in Dangerfield?
Yeah,
No
lived
way.
in that building in the book called the Wilshire on Wilshire.
Oh, wow.
Gosh, I maybe saw him twice. I got in the elevator with him one time, and we'd seen each other out, but never really had like an elevator moment. He goes, hey, dude, how you doing? You look great. He's like, yeah. He goes, hey, what? He goes, look at that. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Wow.
But in the elevator,
Look at that. He looks funny just in this photo. Just in the photo, you start laughing.
doing nothing.
He was so good, dude.
I can't tell you what happened that night. I don't know where we were. But it looks like the jacket is definitely a circa 89, 90. Looks like a backstage something that's on my jacket. Right? Yeah.
Probably at a Poison concert or something.
Perhaps. So we're in the elevator. Hey, kid, what are you? Puerto Rican, right? And I said, no, I'm Spanish Irish. He said, you know what? Start a parade or start a war. And it's like, doors open and he just walks out. He just had that on standby. They built it in the moment.
Right out the ball.
Yeah. So I can't really ever describe my heritage without hearing his voice. You know? Start a parade or start a war. That's fun. Wow. It just left me with that goal, you know?
We have this handwritten notes at our coffee club.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, for one of his show appearances, we have this handwritten notes framed, all stuff he's going to talk about.
Okay. Cool. Wow. And would he stick to?
Yeah. It's like his jokes, like the punchlines, but sent in his old letters.
Oh, seriously?
They wrote it all on.
Yeah. He was like super organized.
Yeah, super organized. Well, he stopped doing stand-up for a long time, and he was selling aluminum siding. And then he made it again when he was much older in life. He came back, and the thing that happened was from the time he stopped doing stand-up to when he went back to having a regular job, he never stopped writing jokes. Like, his brain just worked that way. So he was just always writing jokes. So when he came back, and he just fucking stormed the gates. When he came back, everybody's like, where's this guy been? That's amazing. And then he became huge. Back to school, and the Ronnie Dangerfield HBO comedy specials. And, epic. It's all time.
So he came back and he did doing stand-up.
I think he was in his 40s.
Got some heat again. And that activated the films.
Yeah, well, the stand-up, he didn't have any heat before, but when he quit, he was just like kind of like getting by, doing all right, and got a job, quit. He quit for 10 years. Yeah, and then the whole time he's writing. And it was like, fuck it, I gotta do this. And then got back into comedy. Wow. I hope I'm not fucking that story up, but I think I'm accurate with that. See if you can find it. Make sure that's true. I'm 90% sure that's true. But I know that he didn't make it until he was in his 40s. And I told us the other day, and I'll tell it again. I used to work at Greatwood Center for the Performing Arts in Mansfield, Massachusetts. I was a security guy there. And I was backstage, or by the outside of the backstage. And Rodney Dangerfield would go on stage completely naked with a bathrobe on. That's what he would wear. And he would, a bathrobe backstage with slippers and just walking around. I was like, this guy's wild. And they're like, he goes on stage like that. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Is it partially clothed at least? Or was it wild? Yeah, it was clothed. Oh, okay. Let everybody see his dick. God, if you went on a green room, you would see his dick. Because he's sitting down. He just sit there. Wow. He didn't care. He struggled financially for 9 years, one pouring as a singing waiter until he was fired before taking a job selling aluminum siding in the mid-50s to support his wife and family. He later quit. So in the 1960s, he started reviving his career. Yeah. So somewhere close to 10 years. Still working as a salesman by day. He returned to the stage performing at hotels in the Catskills Mountains, but still finding minimal success. He fell into debt of $20,000 by his own estimate. Couldn't get booked. Dangerfield came to realize what he lacked was an image, a well-defined on-stage persona that the audience could relate to, one that would distinguish him from other comics. After being shunned by some premier comedy venues, he returned home where he began developing a character for whom nothing goes right. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Oh, look at this. During Roy's comeback bid, who's Roy?
19 Jack Roy.
Oh, wow. He was checking in hotels from their own. Wanting to distinguish himself from longtime patrons who might have remembered him from the 1940s, Roy asked club owner George McFadden to change his name. He came up with Rodney Dangerfield. Wow, he didn't want people to remember him as Jack Roy from back in the day. He didn't like his old act. Wow. He said, I don't know where it came from. McFadden may have taken it from the Jack Benny program on NBC Radio, which first used Rodney Dangerfield as a character's name in 1941. Ricky Nelson also used the pseudonym in their 1962 episode of The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. That's when he popped again. That's nuts. Yeah. He didn't know whether to start a fight or start a war. He was a fun guy. I knew a lot of people who knew him. I didn't get a chance to meet him. I saw him once at the Laugh Factory. I ran into him. I said hi, but that was it. I didn't really go to his talk. So you did have a moment. Yeah, a moment. Okay. Yeah. He was just leaving the stage. He was outside. And he had some hot milk with him. I was like, go, Rodney. Why not? Why not? I think it was probably his wife. His wife has donated us these handwritten notes and also the photograph of it, so it's pretty cool. It's just there's a few guys like that without them you always wonder like where would comedy be? Like where would it ever turn up? Like so many people like Pryor and him and Lenny Bruce. So many people just like changed it. Carlin, yeah. So many people just changed Kinnison. Sure. They just changed the whole thing. But Dangerfield was one of the rare ones that introduced new comics to people. Like those, that's where everybody found out about Kinnison. That's where everybody found out about Dice Clay, Don Herrera, Lenny Clark. All these guys, Robert Schimmel, they all started out on the Rodney Dangerfield HBO Comics special. Wow. Yeah. So he would have he would have his favorite comedians. He would just have like a show where he would like introduce his favorite comedians. But he'd have to scout them at the club. Yes, he would go see them. He'd just go out, and he had his own club in New York City, Dangerfields. Okay. Yeah, but he was, he was interested in promoting comedy too. Just a fucking amazing guy. It's such a cool moment to have with him. I can see it. I mean, it's like there's nothing tricky about that memory. What was it like being with your dad while he was filming Apocalypse Now? There's a lot of that in the book. How old? I went there as a 10-year-old. I had my 11th birthday there. Spent
spent a combined total of 8 or 9 months there, and that was back and forth. You know, it was just it wasn't just another country, another planet. You know, it's different parts of the world traveling, and Mexico, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, places like that. And you get to the Philippines, just got a sense that wow, this is all going on at the same time. Deep and melancholy, right? Cool shit. And so you visit a place like that in the middle of it, retirement, just such a surreal reality. And then, oh, wait a minute, here's what I got to do. It's about a film. It's a film about a war that barely ended like a year ago, right? Yeah, 14 months ago. When it's I got 75, right? So yeah, I mean, it was like right at the tail end of it. So yeah, it was. We were able to do enough stuff like recreationally. There was a lake and you could water ski, you could fish, you could do those kind of things. You didn't want to go to the set pad. And once you went and saw the set where Dad was, you didn't give a fuck about water sports or anything because what they built and what they were trying to create was mind blowing. Because Copeland built Prince's compound out of practical materials. It wasn't like like plaster covered chicken wire rebar. These were like 2 tons boulders brought and started stacking in the jungle. And then and then a lot of it started sinking. You couldn't build a foundation in a riverbank, right? Right. So then it's just a mix of people and the talent, Dennis Hopper, Brandon, DePaul. It was every day felt completely unique. There was nothing. There was no. You go to the set, and you were going to see something completely different than what you saw the day before. It was wild. Yeah, and I gravitated towards this gentleman named Fred Blau. I mentioned in the book. He was the key makeup artist, FX guy. So he was building all the prosthetics for all the carnage you see in the movie. It's like walking through a shot and right? But I knew it was all fake, Because as a 10-year-old, when you start seeing how it's made and so gore, right in the book, was never gore in movies. It was never emotional. It was technical. But it still kept me really curious about how it was done and just the artists behind it that create those things. How long were you over there for? A total of 8 months. Wow. 8, 9. Yeah, it was 3. Yeah, it was 3 at first, and then 4 at first, and we went back. Dad has a heart attack. We went back and stayed for like 4 months. Yeah. So, it was. And people say, "So going up the sets, you must have trained about being an actor." I'm like, "Yeah, until I got to the set that almost killed my dad." That's not a job you just want to wrap your arms around and say, "When can I start?" Yeah. But it also, it just the scope of the filmmaking was really exciting. I didn't understand it as a 10 or 11-year-old. But I knew something about it that required a much closer look. I had a very keen interest in just what would it take to build this reality, this fake reality. Oh, but wait, the subject is based in reality, but everything else around it is fake. So
It's a very strange experience for a 10-year-old.
It is.
On such a grand scale.
Exactly.
When it becomes what Apocalypse Now became.
Right.
Because it was like a culturally defining moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a movie that it kind of eclipses all other war movies.
It does.
It really does.
Yeah. I don't think there's been a film like it before or since. I think
No, it's a true masterpiece.
it really is. Yeah. And there's no computers. Nothing generated. It's all had to be there on the day. When you watch that, when Kilbert takes the beachhead chopper assault, and when you look at just what they committed to bring that to the screen, it's impossible. And then you see some of the documentary stuff about it was like those were alone, the Philippine Army, and like midday they had to go fight the rebels somewhere else. And they told Francis, "We're gonna lead now with the choppers." He's like, "I have 18 cameras set up. The river is filled with bombs. Where are you going? We'll see you tomorrow." Stuff like that. Yeah. Wow. Pretty wild.
Yeah, but that must have for you, to eventually become an actor in Platoon. That had to be kind of surreal.
How does that happen?
Right.
How does that happen?
How does it happen 11 years later?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Or 10. Yeah. I did 20.
Right.
Yeah. So how do I go back to the same country
10 years later?
10 years later, the same subject, right?
Right.
Narrate the fucking thing. And then it's elevated to be on par with the one that's that.
How does all these films that gets mentioned in the same breath as Apocalypse Now and war films?
Yeah. I'm a much bigger fan of Apocalypse than Platoon, and that is primarily about just the scope and some complication and just what difficulty factor. Yeah, difficulty factor.
Well, it took forever.
Yeah.
How many years did it take? It was like 8 or 9 years, right?
I don't know when Francis conceived it. It came out in '79. Did it come out in August of '79?
Let's just Google how many years.
August
How
'79.
many years did it take to make Apocalypse Now? So I think it went way over budget.
Oh, it did. And by today's standards, that's like it's like a Fox Searchlight budget.
Right.
You know,
And Lawrence Fishburne was like, what? How old was he?
starting the film at 14. But
And it came out 79.
On the 38th birthday, April 77.
wow. And
So
imagine
when did the project start?
It's a varying times about the discussion. Casting started February 7th.
So it's not as many years as I thought it was.
they shot with Harvey Keitel for a few weeks as Willard.
No.
Yeah. And Danny Francis just like he made the wrong choice. Harvey was doing whatever he could. Francis just saw it differently and had met Dan during the other audition. So it was Marty.
Wow.
You can tell people that don't really know my dad that well, call him Marty. I run into people on the street. And they're like, "Hey, give Marty my best." I'm like, "Who the fuck is Marty?" People call him Martin. No, they know him better.
Well, people that pretend to know someone always like to throw a Y on the end of it. Makes it like, right?
Interesting. Yeah. So I would be like, Chucky.
You're still Charlie, right? But I would be like Joey.
Joey.
Yeah.
Could never think of you as Joey.
Yeah.
No. But imagine this with Apocalypse. So I spend that much time with all that shit that happened. I even brought home like props and things, and different out jewelry and all this cool shit, right? All the great stories. And then didn't have anything tangible to back any of it. My mom took a lot of photos, but like nobody can go to the theater and then say, "Oh yeah, Charlie talked about that. Oh there that day.
Right.
But wait, when you're that age, waiting 2 or 3 years, like waiting a decade, right? So that was kind of a trip. But when I saw it at the Ceramic Dome, in 70 millimeters, and it's like, man, when those choppers hear them, they're all around you. A film will never open like that again and have that kind of impact. Did you see it at the Dome when you first saw it?
No. I don't remember when I first saw it. I first saw it, I think, on a regular TV at home.
Oh, shit.
Because I was too little to watch it in 79. Maybe I saw it when it came out on HBO or something like that for the first time. But when I really got into it was when I got a home theater and I got surround sound and I got Apocalypse Redo, Apocalypse Now Redo, the new master one. Got it. It's fucking sensational.
So you finally had that experience.
Oh my god, it's so good. I was like, this movie is wild. It's so well done, and it's just so epic. Like, for you to have been there live while they were putting that together, and then to see it all pieced together, that had to be an insane experience.
Well, and a lot of it was a surprise seeing it on the screen. Because, like I talk about in the book, not so much in the dog, it was hard to get close to the action on Apocalypse. Because the way the sets were constructed, because the way, Francis had it lit, it was super claustrophobic, like Chris's temple and compound and places like that. And it was also fucking dangerous to be on that set.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Space and shit.
Yeah.
Just like weird people. And so... Francis is just like, come one, come all,
Wow.
But yeah, so then it's like I wasn't there for any of the job was solved. I could see Hopper at a distance in that outfit with those cameras walking the deck. It was insane. So then see that scene when Jack first steps off the boat at the compound and Hopper's an incredible monologue.
Yeah.
You got to say it. That's what I'm doing. And it's just like, so to have that kind of that to have been there that long and still be it completely fresh experience trip.
Did you ever get imposter syndrome, like when you were doing Platoon? Did you ever get like, how the fuck am I here? Because it's so quick between you being 10,
right,
being in the jungle while they're filming Apocalypse Now, to you starring in Platoon. Had you settled into that, or were you ever like, how the fuck do I deserve this? One of the things that John Cryer says in the documentary, is he might be on to something.
It's very insightful.
Yeah.
It's very insightful.
Yeah. He said that you probably feel like you don't deserve all this, so you're gonna fuck it all up.
Sure. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And then I had a comment in some interview the other day, and I said, well, what the fuck, John? You kind of like laid that on me, like, a couple decades sooner, man. Great advice. However,
It's a little late.
yeah.
Yeah, but you can't tell them that. They have to kind of figure it out.
They do. Think about the two people that I had done enough film work, not like super memorable films, except maybe parts of it I think are pretty memorable. Just working out with the film kind of it's too far was about other parts of Bueller were kind of memorable. First Bueller, sure. But yeah, so we're just sort of getting more comfortable in front of camera, more comfortable with sort of being able to think on film and actually, breathe on film. I know that sounds kind of like actor schmackery, but it's actually the same. Then you talk about controlling your breath in every other area of life, sure, right? Yeah. And the same is true as an actor, for sure. Even doing the show, even doing 2.5, that first scene, I was usually off. I was usually like about to make an entrance from somewhere back there, shit, smoking, Marlboro Red, just trying to figure out the first scene. But then when you hear the stage go quiet, right? Somebody else, speeding, sound, market, And then if I could get that last breath to go to the bottom, I knew the first take was going to be awesome. When the breath stopped about like at the sternum, I was fucked.
Shallow breath.
Yeah. Because then you can't, then you change in the thing, and then that first take is just a pancake. Which sucks because that's the first time the audience can see it.
Right.
You don't want that to be, if there's a cute girl in the crowd, that's the one you want her watching. Yeah. Not the second one where she's already heard the fucking jokes.
Right. Right. Now you're like, oh, this show sucks.
Exactly.
Yeah. The live performance thing is weird. They don't really do it anymore. I mean, I don't think there's very many shows that still do that kind of a sitcom in front of a live audience with the cameras.
There's very few. I think Tim Allen's show still does.
What is that on? Is that on Fox?
I think it's ABC. Yeah.
So he still does traditional
Yeah.
camera.
Yeah. This guy I worked with, a friend of mine, still had on staff.
God, they used to be all over the television.
I know.
There used to be tons of them.
Oh, I think Chuck's new show on Netflix. It's called Lorraine. Leanne. Yeah. I think that's the one.
Okay. So they're still doing some of them.
Yeah.
They're fun. It's fun when it works.
Yeah.
It's like it's a missing genre in today's culture.
You're right.
You're right. Most of what was on late at night.
Exactly.
At nighttime, when you got done having dinner, sit down and watch Friends, or you sit down and watch Seinfeld, 2.5 Men, or
Comfort.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, we my family binge watched Big Bang Theory. I never watched it when it was on the air. We binge watched it.
Seriously,
it's a good fucking show. Yeah, they were a funny show. I dismissed it. I was like, it's a corny sitcom. Bullshit. It's a good show.
Right on.
Solid show.
Right on. Yeah. That kid, that young man, Jim, right, had some of the most complicated dialogue that anybody's ever sat with ever.
Yeah, he's the first autistic star of an action show or of a sitcom.
There you go.
Yeah. That's where he kind of celebrating his emotional disconnection.
Yeah, but delivering it Rain Man. Just
he nailed it. Yeah, it's a really well written show. Very funny. That guy Chuck Lawrence, how many fucking heads? That guy's more than anybody.
Probably.
Sitcom world. Yeah.
They
you guys
were,
are friends, guys.
yeah, so am I. No, that sucked having that out there. I did finally actually remember that fucking thing, and I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the other component to that freaking tour, to that meltdown, to that thing. There was a moment when I was only in rehab for like, I don't know, 3 weeks or a month. It wasn't like one of those extended stays. It was just like just like a quick little experience. Yeah, speed run, whatever they call it. And I got the call. We want to renegotiate the giant contract for season 8 and 9. And I was on the phone and I said, I don't think so. But then they're like, what? You don't think you're going to get paid? I'm like, no, I don't think we should do it. I think 7 is like, Mantle War 7, Smothers War 7. I don't think. I think 7 is like plenty. I think we've told all the stories that we can mine from that Malibu house on the beach with those people. They're like, no, yeah, it's there. It's all like this. It turns into like a legacy play for fucking kids and their kids. And that's the part that always about it. And archives. Yeah. And archives. Yeah, that's a big part. Yeah. And I sat on the phone. And Mark and I have talked about that. I talked to Mark Bird, my manager. I said, Mark, if I go back there, man, it's going to go really fucking bad. I just know it. He's like, well, you're projecting that. I said, I'm not projecting shit, man. I'm just smart enough to know how I feel about it now. Got a little bit of clarity in this month I'm in the thing. I said, if I go back, it's just I got a bad feeling, Mark.
Why going back to work with Senor Pharrell's?
Just that I had run up against a thing that I had lost passion for the show. I lost passion for the process.
Okay, so then if you went and just did it just for the money, you would find some ways to stimulate yourself.
Exactly. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I would have to do something to enhance.
I said that about a lot of guys that got caught on shows that sucked. I knew a lot of guys who got caught on shows where they were getting paid, but they did not like the show, and it was like a bad sitcom. And those guys all went crazy. Those guys all started doing a lot of drugs, or they started spending too much money, or something. They did something to distract themselves because they did not like what they were doing, and they didn't feel satisfied.
Right.
Yeah, but they were getting so much money.
Right.
So they're like, what am I going to do? I'm getting $100,000 a week. I'm like,
Right.
oh, God.
Yeah. I was making $54,000 an hour. That's pre-taxes. So was
I said no to season 8 and 9. I'd be like, do I have to wear a dress?
Right?
Well, what do I have to do?
No more Dangerfield's Road at that point.
Let's go.
No, but that was after I got kind of crowbarred into it. Right? Well, not crowbarred. I had ultimately said yes. You know.
Yeah.
But it was just I was just the wrong guy in that moment, in that pocket of time to like give that much fucking money to, man.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And like I buy a bunch of cars and then invite a bunch of girls over and then just say pick one.
And then you did that other thing where you got that other show after that that you got paid like a ton of money in advance for, right?
You talking about anger management?
Yes.
No, it's supposed to get. It was called a 1090.
Yeah, it was on
crazy scenario. Something like that. Is to say, look, you're not going to get a ton on the front side, but you're going to be, you own a third of the show. You know, 40, 37, 38% of the show in perpetuity. So we're going to do 100 episodes. And it's the South Park model. That was the first 1090 that really just blew it up, and everybody got fucking rich. So you do these 10 episodes, you do a 10 episode pilot, and then if you hit it, if the average number of those 10 episodes comes in at like, I don't know, like above a 4, or like a 5, or something, that it's like a share, right? Then it activates the next 90. And so then you're doing those 90 to have a sellable syndication package that will just go all over the world and do what syndicated sitcoms do. And so you've done it, and we say not a lot on the front side. You still, still get about 50 an app, 200. That's pretty good money, right? But it's not. But you kind of eat it on that side, knowing that it's an investment for the other thing to pay game.
So did you guys did the 10 episodes and then you got to do all of them?
Yes.
So you want to do it 100?
Yes.
So you did them in a short period of time. Right?
I know. Yeah, and I was not ready to go back to work. Yeah, and that's the thing I talk about in the book. The only reason I did was that I wanted to show those guys uptown that was terrible.
Right.
And that is not any mindset. I believe the truth. And it, again, it started pretty cool. The 10, it was great. It was pretty good work. The show was smart, funny. And then got into that 90. It's about 20. No, what am I saying? It's probably like 9 or 11 to it. I started feeling exactly the same shit that I felt about 2.5 going past that point. I knew my enthusiasm and passion had an expiration date.
You couldn't manufacture it?
I tried, but I couldn't. I didn't like the show enough. I loved the people I was working with. From the writers through the actors, they were terrific.
You didn't like the final product?
I didn't. Yeah, and I didn't. I stopped caring. But I still, had enough dough to keep the lifestyle and all that other fun shit going on, and just stayed way too fucking high to really engage in this thing. I was doing this thing, show where I was partying, getting the fucking high. I had girls all the way. Whoever showed up, yeah, hey, come on, come on, there's plenty to go around. And then there's this thing. I think I felt like I was time traveling from like 1 a.m. to like 7 felt like 11, I don't know, 15 minutes. Whereas, 9 to midnight felt normal. Wow, we have plenty of time to do everything. And then, like, the hours I really needed to, like, settle in and enjoy was just being here. And then you got to work. I guess someone banging on the fucking door. Dude, you're late. What the fuck? And I'm still fucking sideways.
Wow.
So I'd pop a couple shots or a cat sandwich or something. And I would literally do this thing. It was a 15-minute, 20-minute nap. Where I would just hit the pillow, I'd try to meditate, with a body just vibrating from track all night. Trying to meditate? At that point, I'm trying to fucking time travel. I'm trying to levitate, right? But I could feel, okay, I generate some calmness, and then I would hit the shower, and I would be in the shower, and it's okay. I only have to navigate from this shower to the next shower. That's about 11, maybe 12 minutes. It's like shower to shower. That commercial, like in the 70s, wasn't that fucking like a deodorant or something shower to shower?
Yeah, like it lasts from one shower to the next.
Yeah. So I'm trying to last from one shower to the next, man. No shit. And then when I get to work and then have that midday drop off. And I wasn't getting the type of work, but I needed to keep some fuel in the engine. So I started drinking, and then people look at the guys like, oh, they're out there having a fun time. Man, it's super fucking complicated. Well, you've done them, right? It's like a dance, isn't it? It's like a choreographed thing. And so it is hard enough to do well, completely focused and with all your shit intact, right? You start getting over here and trying to be that specific, just with marks, jokes, timing with other people. And then a lot of my energy is going to try to disguise like the condition I'm really in, and trying to make excuses. Right. Oh, I had a med mix up today. Med mix up. I'm on 2 pills. They're the same fucking thing at the same time every day. No med mix ups. It's like, what are we doing? And so, and then that turns into that thing where you just, then they start getting behind. And I would just be like, I'll just charge the overtime for it. And you should have not taken the money that since they were shutting down to fucking go get well or something a little better than like the show that has. So that show kind of never really had a chance to be anything special because I didn't really care about it. The thing that sucks about that, looking back, is like, think about all the energy and the hard work that all those other people put into it and committed to it because I said yes. Right.
And there's a bunch of people that were rooting for you because they saw what happened with 2.5 Men, big public disaster. You leave, is his career ruined? Oh no, look, he's got another show. Oh, Charlie's back. Like, did anybody even say, okay, so what did he do between that after that last swan dive into the volcano that we all watched, and then he's on the back row, he's on another show, like, what did he do between then and there? Well, the narrative on you was, as an outsider, was that you were one of the rare guys who could party like that but still pull it off and have a career.
Right.
And I think your ex-wife had said that she never worried about you. You would always land on your feet. Because you were very talented, and you were also very loved. Which is one of the reasons why people embraced you when you were talking about how much crack you were doing. When you were saying all that, people, they weren't mad at you. They're like, he's fucking partying. It was a very odd time where so many people who don't admit that they party, because of their job or because of whatever. Right. They try to keep it hot, hidden under wraps. And you were doing a live interview with this lady, and you're talking to her about smoking rocks, and she was flabbergasted. Like, you could tell, she did not expect that kind of candor, right, with the discussion of illicit drugs, right? It's just like, nobody had ever done that before. I mean, right, but nobody had ever embraced it. Right. Everybody else is like, well, it's a terrible time for my life. That's how I was doing crack cocaine.
Right. Comes from a place of shame. Yeah.
And you didn't have any
I
chance.
didn't, though, because I watched something like a couple days before I sat down with Andrew Canning, and it was this old interview with Charlie Gibson on some special they did for ABC, right? I didn't even think, it wasn't a GMA piece. It's like a more in-depth, one of those expos they do, and it was me coming out of rehab. And I remember watching myself, just being such a, I was like, that guy's a fucking sissy. That guy's a fucking pussy. What's wrong with him? Look at him, all that shame, all that embarrassment. I'm not doing that anymore. That got wrong. Yeah. I remember how I felt watching me doing it their way.
Yeah.
The brain, with fucking nuclear crazy cranes and fucking covering myself in. And that's what 2K. That's like the donuts, right? And yeah, man, and you know where the material came from, like those slogans and all that stuff. No, it was Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys. No, the Brian Wilson pitcher for the Giants, the guy with the beard. Oh, yeah, I was on the phone with him like a couple days before that. Tony Todd and I were watching baseball highlights. I'm like, wow, this guy's a fucking trip. Tony, get him on the phone, right? And the next day I'm on the phone with him. I think he was just trying to give me a pep talk. He was like, hey, man, just know that guys like us, we're not like the guys. We're different. We got tired of running through our veins. We got fucking Adonis DNA. We got, we don't know how to win, right? We're always fucking winning, right? So I hear all this. And he's probably thinking, cool, man, I just kind of inspired him, maybe just to get to the next moment. Yeah. That stuff went in there, man. And it stayed on a fucking loop. And I sat down, and the interview doesn't start like that, which is a trip. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to give her the stuff she needs to, like, maybe, I don't even know, what was the thrust of that story? Being fired or some shit? Or remember. So there's a movement that's not on film. And Andrea can't deny this. She makes a crack about these two girlfriends that I'm living with, right? And expects me to just like let it just brush it off and then answer her next question. And I said, hold on a second. I said, that was really rude. She's like, which part? I'm like, well, what you just did, just address that. You owe them an apology. She was like, oh, okay. And I'm paraphrasing some of this, right? But this is the tone of it. And so,
how did she address them?
Because I felt like they were dismissed as just like porn chicks, Because one was a porn chick, the other was not. She was natty, so she kind of got rolled into that unfairly, So then they, Andrew's like, oh my God, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that, But I'm over here, with the thing, and I'm not letting it go. I asked her to apologize. We should have been past it. Now I'm stupid.
Oh,
yeah.
Ramped up now.
Yeah, and that's when it turned into. And then I start hearing Brian's stuff, and I'm like, I'm like a tire block. And then it all just, and then it got away from me, and I couldn't pull it back. Wow. And then it was like, okay, well, that's different. It's kind of fucking interesting and unique and whatever, man. Well, let's just have a quiet night and we'll see how that plays out. And I wake up into a world of not the world I said goodnight to 6 hours earlier. And there's my friends are banging out the door. People are sending videos and stuff. Dude, fucking the world's on fire with your shit. I'm like, all right, what's that mean? And there's like folk songs, rap songs, people like marching in the streets. And there's already T-shirts, and it's just gone. It's exploded.
Yeah.
So it's not like I could jump on my roof with a bullhorn and say, all right, everybody, okay, let's just
Some fighters were saying they had Tiger blood.
They were joking around about it. See? Yeah. it got
away from
it
you.
penetrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it achieved penetration.
Well, then no one had ever done an interview like that before.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking about that in the moment. I was just fucking pissed. I wasn't gonna be sissy Charles from the 90s.
Right.
This whole convergence of all these elements and all these emotions and all these feelings and also the resentment I had in myself. Just like, all right, so I'm gonna pick some targets. And would have been nice if it sort of if I could have just sort of heard it just kind of away from it.
Have you ever thought of what your life would be like if you didn't do that interview?
I've started to. I've started to try to walk into that village, right? But as soon as I take a look around, none of it really makes sense because I can't really imagine it. What do you think it was? I mean, it's hard to kind of even put those pieces together.
I wonder if you would have gotten sober.
Interesting. So you mean today's sober?
Yeah, today's sober.
Yeah.
You might have had to have that complete chaos, tailspin, free fall crash publicly to just eventually gather your shit together and go, okay, all right, time to learn and grow. Please, that wasn't smart. Let's do it differently.
Right.
Let's get it together and step by step, day by day, and here you are, almost 9 years later.
Oh,
Or 8 years later.
Yeah.
That's you always wonder, maybe you have to have. That was your rock bottom moment, and it was public. The whole world got to see it. Yeah, just a purging of all of it, and and still you have to battle with this reinforcement because now everybody is loving the fact that you're winning, and that you're talking about how much crack you smoke and how crazy it is. You got all these hot girls and everything. He's winning. So now there's no incentive at all. Right. Which is kind of nuts. And not only that, financially, it kind of helps you to get a little off the rails. And so you're kind of known for that. And then you have this big tour. Everybody's coming out to see you. Right. Which was crazy for you to do. The first one where you did it without comedians was just bananas.
Yeah, it was a complete train wreck. Yeah, it was a disaster.
But you guys pulled it together. And that was kind of the story of your career when things have fallen apart. People want you to pull it together. So even though you had that disaster show and everybody knew it was a disaster show,
Detroit,
people were still coming out to see the other ones.
Right. Yeah. I had an option after the Detroit massacre of flying to Chicago or taking the tour bus, right? I said, I need those 7 or 8 hours on the bus. They're like, why? Because I'm going to rewrite the entire show. And I think Maddie was on that trip. Maybe Rick, Shady was on. Anyway, and I just there was a place in the room and back. I just got there and press out the pad of paper and a pen and just went to town. Just sort of started trying to shape it. And when I got to Chicago, they were expecting all the special effects we needed from that part, all that garbage. I said, we traveled with none of it. I said, here's the new show. They're like, sure, what is it? Just trust me. And unfortunately, that's the night where it got applauded and kept the train on the tracks. It was Chicago. But isn't that weird to have the wherewithal, in the middle of all that, we still had enough something, enough of that thing to just, that's just pride at that point.
Certainly, it's also, that's the impact of public humiliation. Thank you. Yeah, enough. How about that? Time to get this get this thing back on track.
Yeah. It was just, curtain comes up, and there's 2 chairs, and I have a water. And it's just a conversation. Imagine that. Yeah. Didn't reinvent anything.
Yeah.
And I wrote a letter. That's what it was. Dear Chicago, It's like this whole thing, including them. And yeah, so I kind of got them back on my side, and then we sat down.
Yeah, and people realized also you were figuring this tour thing out on the fly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was essentially, it was 21 cities in like 24 days with no act. That's what it was, man.
So what, I know you had Jeff Ross on
It's
something.
Jeff Ross, yeah.
It was great. And there's a master at off the cuff.
Wow, he showed up and he
yes. Wait, perfect guy for
put a
that.
shape on it.
Yes. And then you have Russell on Sullivan too, right?
Yes,
Who's also a master at off the cuff.
yes.
Yeah.
He was so relieved that the two chairs had shown up, because that's when he joined us in Canada. Yeah, no, he was terrific.
Yeah, Russell was awesome.
Yeah. You know, the first night sitting with him, some dude, like, what's like the Canadian version of like a quarter? Right? Or what's their dollar? A loonie. Okay, that's $1.
I think so.
Okay, is that the heavy one?
Yeah, someone threw it at him.
No, at me.
Oh.
Like, we're in the chair for maybe 5 minutes, and I get from the balcony, I get hit with one right here, and it was like getting punched, or like someone with a skinny metal hand, you know. And I just had to kind of pause into that. They got the guy thrown out. But I just thought, wow, I could have lost an eye.
Yeah.
Russell could have lost an eye. And it was just like, wow, all right.
Also, pretty good shot.
Really good shot.
Guy throws a loonie from the balcony, he hits in the head. That's impressive.
It is.
Because that's not an aerodynamic thing.
It's not. Now, you have to kind of factor in.
Yeah. It's a lot of flipping in the air.
Yeah, it's more like a boomerang.
Yeah, it's a frisbee. It's a little tiny frisbee.
Yeah. So anyway, so there were just moments like that I guess just little cosmic reminders that not everybody was on my side.
Right. Yeah. Which is important too.
Okay.
Yeah. We can actually wrap it up.
Okay.
You want to wrap it up?
Can we just touch on a couple things before we do?
Should we bring this up? I guess we have to. So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's fucking awful.
And is he dead?
That's what was
One of the guys out there just said,
broken from in the lobby. Was just murder for having a different opinion from somebody else. Yeah. Different ideology from somebody else. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs is in the line. I'm sorry? Rest in peace. Well, Jesus. 27 years old, maybe? 30?
You didn't have a suspect? I don't. It's literally
You deserve that.
So, were you saying that MSNBC had a crazy take on it? What was the take? I literally just reading Twitter, so I didn't. I just saw it was a tweet or a video. I'm doing a show. Right. No, I understand.
I think they were live on the air. It's not a tweet.
So it's someone's hot take. Yeah, that's a crazy take. What was the take that they deserved it? Right.
Like that happens.
So you put the headphones on.
Yeah, this is what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting a gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea.
Oh, that's it.
What?
Someone shot their gun off in celebration and killed him.
The celebration got to the air.
Just, what a crazy take. Like, it might not have been someone that almost assassinated someone for the wrong opinion.
Huh. Well, why does somebody like that have to be spun?
Their ideology.
No, I don't understand. It's
I
like,
mean, they want to try to pin on a Trump supporter with a crazy Trump supporter with a gun, going wacky. We don't know if it was a supporter shooting off a gun in celebration. Because, you know, they do.
Right.
A lot of folks are just constantly out there shooting off guns at large gatherings in celebration. Yeah.
Fourth of July, it's not your house.
No, that is, that's it. Wow. There's going to be a lot of people celebrating this. It's so scary. It's so dangerous, too, to celebrate or to in any way encourage this kind of behavior from human beings. It's not a violent guy who's talking to people on college campuses. Wasn't even particularly rude. He just tried to be pretty reasonable with people.
Everything I saw seemed reasonable.
It's very intelligent guy. Yeah. You know, whether you agree with him or don't. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on. Sure. They're allowed to disagree with people without celebrating the fact they got shot.
You can't disrespect his passion.
Yeah. Well, what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him. Right. Have a conversation where your argument is more compelling than his. Sure. That's what people should be celebrating. Discourse. You know, we used to do that.
Do some homework and bring it to the table.
Yeah. It's horrible. It's horrible. This podcast has been a lot about violence, man.
It has, but not this kind. No. I'm sorry, not something so in the moment right now from someone this current that we see and are you know aware of daily, right?
Yeah, I mean he's one of those young influencers, right? This time from the right, who is all over social media, always doing these various shows, debating people, talking to people, and giving speeches. And, no one deserves this, folks. No one that has different opinions. No one deserves that.
No.
It's horrible. But I know people are going to celebrate it. It's a fucked up time, and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
But it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous and not want to be as forthright with the things they believe. It's going to put people on.
It could. You know,
it could do the opposite.
Yeah.
I get that. There's also going to be that sort of ingrained thing now.
You're correct. Yeah.
And and you just going through the whole New York thing, and just sometimes there's a crowd that's all love. It's all love, and all they want is you just signature or a photo or this and that. But there's so much of those moments where you're looking down. You're looking down the entire time. And I don't think anybody wants to shoot them. I don't think that's kind of out in the world, right? But it's the type of shit that just lives in the back of one's mind. Because how could it not?
How could it not?
A thing like today, you're like, okay, that's why it's in the back of our minds.
Well, it's when we were talking about assassinations earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK or you think of them in the past. You think of them like when something happens in the current, like right now, as with Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real. It seems very surreal. It seems like it's going to take a long time before we reference this as something that happened. Like, remember when he got shot and killed? Oh, yeah. But right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy that it's not registering.
It's not. No. Is he a friend?
No, I met him once. I met him once at a gun range of all places. Wow. Yeah. It was a nice time. It's a fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. So divided. And there's so many people that love it. They love that we're divided. They profit off that division. And they stoke the fires and they do it for their own profit. It's so fucking gross. It's so gross. To encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you can do after someone dies horribly with this. So it should be a wake-up call for everybody. Like, this is nuts. This is nuts.
Because the people they're never thinking about is that person's family.
I think just, that's just like default with those that gaslight by default, right? So immediately they try to find some reason why whatever the thing is in the news is someone else's fault. Right? Of course, it's just all gaslighting, and that's what they're paid to do. They're paid to propaganda, masquerading against the news. So weird. Wow,
It's a dark day.
yeah, it is. Well, one of the two things that's going to happen here, people are going to realize how fucking insane this is. We have to have a conversation about being able to have conversations.
Right.
Or it's going to get a lot worse. That's what's scary. Scary just to spark off some kind of a real violent conflict. You know, the guy had a lot of fans.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Yeah, I know.
And if they find out that he got killed for something that they vehemently opposed in the first place, they could send people over the edge.
They could. They could. Yeah. There's always that flashpoint moment in any, previous times like this.
Yep.
Yep. There's always that tipping point moment.
The Rodney King film, something just like that.
Yeah. This also highlights just the perspective, like how lucky Trump was.
Oh yeah.
Just like Charlie didn't get the benefit of a head turn or a couple of microns or millimeters.
Yeah.
It's just wow. Who decides that?
Yeah.
That is just it's just
Trump.
Yeah.
But they talk about soft lips in his ear.
Yeah. Because he makes a reference to something. Yeah. And then it's just
and then he clips his ear. Or if he didn't turn his head, he'd be dead. Then it would have been on live on CNN.
How do we know more about that assassination
In 1963.
Yeah, and we do from one
months ago. That story's fucked. There's a lot of weird stuff in that story. There's a cell phone that was traveling with the metadata. Cell phone was traveling from offices outside of the offices of the FBI in that area, all the way to this guy multiple times. He was 20 years old. His apartment was professionally scrubbed. There was no silverware in it. He had no social media presence. He was regularly trained with military guys. He was regularly trained in shooting. But one guy remembered him from the range. Right? Like what? He was in a BlackRock commercial 2 years before. Right? Like what?
His chosen rooftop is just kind of between the two quadrants that they're assigned to cover. It's just a blind spot.
The excuse for why they didn't have officers on that rooftop was it was too sloped. The slope was too steep, which made zero sense. Because he climbed up it, he was fine. What the fuck are you talking about? It didn't make any sense. Not only that, the one where the snipers were perched had a steeper slope. Made no sense. It was fucking nuts. They found that guy walking around the grounds a half an hour before the event with a fucking rangefinder.
Yeah. If you're not at a golf course with a rangefinder, then
you're going to shoot something.
Yeah.
That's what they're for.
But it's just, man, it sucks to say things like, these are the times we currently inhabit, and there's nothing that is an absolutely factual statement. It sucks to have to exist inside of that. It's very strange. It's very strange.
It's very strange that we've talked about it a bunch of times, but it bears repeating. I think a lot of it is highlighted by bots. A lot of it is people are being inflamed online by people that aren't even real accounts. Interesting. Yeah, I was studying that. There's a lot of that going on. I think it's a giant percentage of all online discourse where people are hating and saying mean things about people's political beliefs or anti-Israel things or anti-Palestine things or whatever. I just think a giant ton of that is foreign governments who are running these bot farms. Wow. And it's been proven. They know for a fact. China actually got caught recently. What was this? The Chat GPT thing. They were using OpenAI software. Yeah, and they were commenting on like blocking of USA money and a bunch of different like political subjects. And what they're basically doing is just getting people to fight. Just that's what they want. They want constant fighting, constant input, constant like we have to take action. We have to, it's constantly stoking the flame. Right. So it's not even organic. Some of it's organic for sure, but a lot of it's being enhanced by foreign governments for sure, and probably some of it by our own government. What they did with the Manson family, do you think they stopped there? I think some of that kind of stuff isn't going on right now that we don't know about right now because there hasn't been a Tom O'Neill to write a book about it.
Sure. And then we also never know which stuff was the beta test for that, for that specific type of program and that specific type of app to be rolled out. And like when okay, let's see. Yeah. Oh hell, that worked like a charm. Okay, activate more of those. Jesus. Crazy. Wrap this up on a positive note.
I don't think
No, it is what it is. Yeah.
Well, listen, that was great to finally actually meet you.
This was amazing. It was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Enjoy talking.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think you'll notice now. I always take a few minutes to get warmed up.
Yeah.
Get settled in.
No, you seem cool right off the bat.
No, thank you.
Some great stories too.
Thank you. Sometimes my brain, like we talked about, it wants to go somewhere else when I was trying to.
It's amazing your brain works as good as it does, considering all the things you've done to it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? If you think about it.
Yeah. There's that part.
Yeah.
There's that part. Because people are like, hey man, you should get some laser work on your face. I'm like, dude, I'm lucky this thing is still fucking attached.
Yeah.
So go fuck yourself.
You actually look way better than you've looked in a long time.
Oh, yeah.
I think you look the sobriety suits you. It really does.
Thank you.
You look really healthy.
I took a page out of your book, a very specific page, and even if it's a rumor, it works. I use a starter blanket, right? It's been called higher dose, and I'm not surprised by it. I just bought one. I fucking love it. I use it at home, and then I hear, hey man, fucking Joe travels with his, right?
I have one of those sauna blankets.
You do travel with it.
I do if I know that there's not going to be a sauna.
Okay. So
A lot of times I'll just try to find a place that has a sauna.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck it. He's traveling with his.
You definitely can. No, it's really great.
I'm going to travel with mine.
Yeah.
So I've had it on this trip. I travel with it. It's a pain in the ass. I'm lugging this rolling duffel and shit. Who cares? But so thank you.
It's worth it though.
Thank you for the idea.
Yeah. Those are great because those sauna blankets are great because they're portable and you can always just get it in.
Right.
I really genuinely prefer a real sauna if you have one because I like to stretch out in a sauna.
Sure.
It's the best time ever to stretch.
But as far as time, with the portable blanket, it's like I tell people it's like a Vicar class without all the yelling and pain. Right?
A little bit.
Well, do you get drenched in that?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
that's a lot of what Bikram is. A lot of it is heat shock therapy. Right. It's also the yoga and the exercises, which are great, and also the fact that you're more pliable when you're really warm and heated up like that, which really helps. But a lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing at Harvard. I don't know if they completed it, but they were doing it a couple of years back about the benefits of hot yoga and whether they're comparable to the known medical benefits of sauna, which are pretty well documented.
And what?
Yeah, I don't know. I have to think it's got to be similar. Because I've been in both. I've been in a lot of hot saunas and I've done a lot of hot yoga, and because of the exercise, I think you reach very similar body temperature.
Got it.
And your heart rate jacks up because you're so hot. You can barely cool yourself off with a glass of water when they let you have a sip.
Right.
In between things, you're allowed to take a sip of water.
Yeah.
But it's real similar, and it's 90 minutes, which is fucking brutal.
Yeah.
You get through a real good Bikram hot yoga class. At the end of that, man, you're
gonna have you give a different day in front of you.
100%.
Yeah.
If we all did that every day, it's like how everyone started their day.
Yeah.
The world would be so much more peaceful.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right.
It really would.
Yeah, really.
It'd be a much, much, much better place. And you don't have to fucking do anything hard in the gym. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to punch the bag. All those things are great. But just do a hot yoga class for 90 minutes every day. You will live in a different world.
Yep. 13 up, 13 down, right?
Yeah. You live in a world of kindness and sweet people and hello, friend.
Because you've already put yourself through something.
Yeah.
Nobody else can deliver the rest of the day. They can't deliver that kind of pain you just inflicted on yourself.
And it's a constant battle to see if you can use 100% effort.
Exactly.
You're constantly battling. Suppose more seconds.
Yeah. And there's no cheat zone.
Exactly.
There's no, you can't.
Right. Because you're always doing it 100% of what you can do.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was going to his studio on Rexford in the early 80s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. There's one thing that's really cool. Kareem was in there. Yeah. And a lot of stuff here, arms above the head. He can only go about here to the ceiling. Yeah. I would come in late sometimes, and Kareem would already be in there. And so his shoes would be like next to his locker. So I would put I'm still wearing my shoes inside his shoes just because I had to. It's cool as fuck. It's Kareem, right? And so, but then Quincy Jones is also in there, right? So the mirror, you could see the front desk where you check in behind you. Like you could see it. It was behind us, we're all facing forward. And for about a 6-month period, Quincy Jones, he's giving it all. Be in the middle of like the standing bow or the freaking head to knee or something like a triangle or something really complicated. And he'd stop. And he'd leave the class, but you'd see him going to the desk and write you down, fucking sweating, right? He's writing you down, sweating all over the paper. He'd come back and try to, resume what he was doing. And then this went on for a while, and we came to find out later. Guess what he was working on? Think about the year. You could think about how his mind was being expanded, right? He was producing Thriller.
Whoa.
Yeah. And he was getting inspired during the Bikram yoga. Wow. You're kind of watching in the mirror that there's the best song album ever, perhaps. Right?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's going to be up there.
Being built behind us.
Wow.
Kind of a trip, right? Yeah.
Wow. That shows you how hyper dialed in he is. Yeah. Even in the middle of a yoga class, got to run out. He's probably thinking about it with every pose.
Exactly. Yeah. Or something.
I just had to write it down. Wow. Because most people aren't allowed to leave class. But Quincy Jones has to write some shit down for Thriller. You got to let him leave.
Yeah. Yeah. He gets that pass, doesn't he?
Yeah. He gets the pass. Yeah. He gets the pass. All right, brother. Thank you so much.
This was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Best of luck to you. Whatever.
Thank you.
All right. Right on. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Swing by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right. Well, thank you.
Very good. It's very funny. You brought a box of your stuff, and one of them immediately started going off like it's an alarm. What is it? FedEx box?
Yeah, it's that commercial that runs for late night Viagra Cialis. It says, hey, most unusual Cialis and Viagra and unmarked white envelopes. And I would say, fuck that. I want just the opposite. I want my neighbors to know, and I want my neighbors to know I have a hard dick, so it's got silence and whistle. My dick's all right. My dick is good. Man, it's engineering.
We were just talking about you the other night at the comic club. We're like, he owns props. Like, you can't do props now. When I was a kid, when I first started doing stand-up, and I'm sure you too, there were prop comics. There was a bunch of guys there was quite a few guys that were really good. They were prop comics. Like, you became so successful as a prop comic, you kind of stole the market. There's no young comics coming up.
Nobody wants to be a character. I think that's what it is. Like, what shit I still get. So I think
you got shit for a long time. I don't think you should.
No, why not? No, but you still get the aftermath of it. Like, just on the plane today, she's like, I don't care whatever. Hey, what are you doing? You wrote it. You say, oh man, I don't care what everybody else says. You're funny. I'm like, well, who's everybody else? Yeah, well, I get that about it. All the people that, I personally think you're funny.
Oh, yeah. I'm like a rare. Yeah, I'm like a rare one.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess I did that. My mom, she did not listen.
Yeah, it's such a weird line. Well, we talked about that the last time. Like, I think you took way too much shit from comedians, and I never understood it. The weird thing the comedians do is they hate on other comedians. Like, good Lord, we live in a world that is filled with war and famine and disease and pollution and garbage and chaos and corruption. And you want to concentrate on a prop comic? Is that really? I mean, what the problem is in this world? Other comics? Yeah, and it's almost always comics that are doing better than you.
Yeah, I think we tried breaking it down last time. That's too one, and I think it was only because I did get successful, and it wasn't quick, but it was quicker than many folks. But I knew that I hit the scene right at the right time. I had the act that was,
it was a good act.
Perfect for television, right? It was visual. And I got a little success enough, and people were like, what? They would ask Jenny, people like, why do you have Carrot Top on like every month? And Jenny was like, but I do remember the common, the evening of improv, and I played mostly that, and we had a laugh track, Cheesecake Factory, really quick. And then the comedy store was more, I bet you love me, but I never really played it a lot. So, Blood loved me. One night, I came in, I said, I have my back Freeman, improv, sorry.
Yeah.
And I have my box and stuff, and he always loved me. He says, oh man, you're just so smart tonight. And I said, well, I drug it all the way, but he's like, let me see if I can get you in somewhere. So, the Tonight Show, bookers were there that night. Jim McCall, these people were there to watch comics and pick them from the Tonight Show. So he's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to slide you in. Which I love. So I go up, and I had the best set ever I've ever had. It was just, I was a magical night, and I don't know, it was just, I knew they were there. Every comic was coming over. Jesus, dude, leveled it, right? And Jim McCall walks up, and he says, that was amazing. I said, oh, thanks. I said, you put the time, you think I could get on? And he said, not a chance in hell. And I had just killed. I go, why? He said, you're Johnny would never book you. I said, why? I said, you booked the show, right? Because he would never allow it. I said, why?
Johnny Carson.
Yeah. I said, why? He says, he hates variety. And I stopped in the middle of my thing. I'm like, the whole fucking Tonight Show's funny. You have Karnak, throwing the hatchets, every fucking thing they do. Right. Ed McMahon's a fucking prop, right? The whole thing is they're not animals. Animals. You think we get it, right? So I'm like, well, okay. And then finally, I mean, I'm talking like 2 weeks after Johnny left, I was on with Jay. And it was just like, the weird part about it was it's still the same studio. Like, the gold stars. He was standing right where Johnny was, and he same, like Ed Cordova was still in the booth, and everyone was still like there.
Yeah.
She felt like the Tonight Show, but how weird is that? Like now you get, the variety, and now I get singled out because obviously Leno sometimes I'd ask if I could do Letterman. I said, "No, you're Team Leno." I'm like,
Oh,
I'm not. It's like the Twilight movie, like Team fucking whatever. There's two teams.
thank God that doesn't exist in podcasts.
You're right. You're right.
Fucking thing where if you were on one person's side, you're just
Yeah.
Team Leno. How stupid is that?
That's how it was, I guess.
Well, it's such family thinking back then because there was only a certain amount of shows.
No, that thing on straight.
Isn't it weird that like women wear wigs, no problem at all? A man wears a wig. Yeah, a man with a hairpiece.
Yeah. Or implants. When I lived in LA. This is true. I lived in LA. I go to Gold's Gym, and my hair was more out of control. I had big ass.
Yeah, you
I had
have
big
one
fucking arms, and these ladies were behind me. They're like, "Oh my god, look at that woman's arms!" Right? Seriously, I had makeup and the whole 9 yards. They were just amazing. They came over. They said, "How do you get your arms that big?" I turned around. I said, "I don't know. Arm workout." And she's like, "Oh," I could see their face turn. What's he doing? But I was kind of, pretty then. I was like, younger, a lot of hair and makeup. So, and then that same gym one day, I'm working out. This guy said, "Nice arms." I said, "Thanks." He's like, you did the work, right? And I thought, I said, "I didn't. I put in the fucking work." Like he works out for me. He said, "No. I mean, implants, right?" I'm like, "Only in LA, where you have someone at the gym walk and say, 'Oh yeah, implants? Yeah, I have implants.' You fucking go to the gym and you got this gym, you do curls
out, assuming someone has implants. It's pretty wild.
But I don't have that big of a. I mean, this guy thought,
That's how gross LA is.
Yeah, it is.
That's like the default assumption is that everything's fake.
Yeah, no matter what.
Where'd you get your butt?
Yeah.
Who did your butt?
Who did your butt?
Where'd you get your nose done? Yeah, it's always
Yeah,
something.
no, it's true.
No one wants to
Who
believe.
got your butt?
Yeah, no one wants to believe you're natural.
Another thing like that too. Weird. I just had a guy out of the airport. He said, "Hey, you still working out?" And I'm like, "You're supposed to say, 'I see you're still working out,' right? You don't ask me if you're still working out. That means you don't look like you're working out."
Well, I think he's probably just trying to start a conversation.
Yeah. And no idea. I said, "You mean I see you're still?" And he goes, "Yeah, that's what I said." I said, "You said you still work out?"
Yeah. And what's the answer? They just said yes.
I said, "No. Yeah. I don't know. I said, I'm not feeling that.
I'm dying.
No, yeah. Oh, you didn't hear it?
It's radiation. Towards
Yeah.
something like towards.
They always say, like, what's light? I don't know. I guess it means I don't I do weights. I don't do heavy weights. Not spotters. I just do cables and do some dumbbells. People always say, "You always work light." I'm happy for me.
So, there's a lot of people that just don't know what to say. They treat someone fake.
Oh,
They don't know what to say. You just get weird.
They do.
And then afterwards, they probably leave and go, "Why the fuck did I say that? Christ, I feel so stupid." I've done that before. You famous people, I fucking hate it. I was like, "Wow." Shit. So I try to be really great.
I'm so true. So true that I see someone in my house. I'm like, "Hey, man, I love my kind of real direct."
Do you get a lot of people coming to your shows with a
We had a guy last night. We had a guy here, Chris Jericho.
The wrestler?
Oh, cool. Real nice guy.
You've been at the what for how long now?
19, sometimes like 20.
That's crazy. You probably have the longest residency of anybody in Vegas. Other than like Kenny Miller.
But they don't count one on top.
Stop.
So
They've been there forever.
they've been there for.
I remember I saw them there in 94. 98. I saw them there in 98. Yeah, at the Rio, back in the Rio. It was nice.
Yeah,
Right now it's a festival.
You should just tighten up Chevrolet.
It's a weird place. It's weird how some of those places just fall off and just get tired. And they don't want to move anymore. But then if they last long enough, then they become like circus where they're fun.
Right.
It's fun to go there.
No, it is. And then once they just did a whole revamp on it and nice. It's time I walk in, it's exactly how they make that.
Well, I'm obsessed by Egypt. So for me, it's like I wish the Luxor was the best hotel. I'd stay there every time. You know, it's a fucking giant pyramid. We actually did a Fear Factor.
The best hotel.
Oh yeah, we did a Fear Factor stuff. People had to slide down the Luxor.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they had to like grab flags on the way down. They would slide down.
I'm not doing it. I'm cheap as $30
Back in the day. Yeah, 20 fucking years. That's a long ass time. You know, it really is. So before that, you were in colleges, you know, touring. And, you know, do you miss anything? You do a little touring now.
You do a little touring now. But it's only when I get to off time. So if I get a week off, like I'm here, I could run my place, but I'm here.
Right.
I do road trips, but you can't all. You gotta take a break. And, yourself. But I like the tours. I like the bus. You feel like a rock star. You got the big venue and the sound check and people. We have the club sometimes like people hang out by the bus. I get people like, hey, you fucked my mom. Right? All right. They're getting old. They didn't know that. That used to be fuck me. I fucked my mom. Pretty soon, you blew my grandpa. Become wait, his grandpa blew me. Your grandpa blew me.
Your grandpa's a liar.
Yeah.
First place. He's dead. That's all. On his deathbed. You know, we're at top.
Thank God he's dead.
The one thing that's good about not touring though, like I mostly just work my club now, is I never still like the traveling tiredness is horrible. Yeah. You realize how bad it is to be flying all the time.
That is one great advantage of having a show every night. You gotta leave my house.
Yeah, sleep in your own bed.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
That is a huge plus. That's a huge plus.
Yep, because the road it tear you up. But then, like I said, there's absolutely pluses and minuses. That doesn't find you here.
There's pluses and minuses, but for me, this is the first time in my life where I haven't toured.
Yeah,
the last 4 years.
And it's not.
Well, I guess 3 years ago I was touring still. Like the last 2 years, I've just since the club opened, I just stopped. It's amazing. I love it. You know, all my friends are doing arenas. They send me pictures. Yeah, fine. I don't want to do it. I don't want to get out there. I'll probably will once I make a few hours. Right now, I'm at like 40 something hours. Once I get a full hour, I'll probably do some tour dates just for the fuck of it. But being at home has giant advantages. It's you don't realize like how much you're destroying your body until you start doing it. You know.
But having this big show, for that reason, you have a normal day. So I had a dog for 38 dollars. He was going to work on it's much sports center.
You feel weird living in Vegas because of the populace. It's like you have to find.
Well, I live in the Summerlin area where it's like
very nice.
Yeah, suburban.
But then you go to work inside the devil.
Then I go inside the council and and then I leave down the shaft back to somewhere. It spits right out. We have the tip in the summer. Ooh, a home hotel.
Yeah.
I mean, I find it funny. He's a college there, and a big college. I find that funny because you might ask your parents, like, they want to go to college. Like, oh, right on. We're going to go to Michigan. I was like, I'm thinking about Vegas. It's college. Fucking not going to Vegas college.
My buddy Sam Tripper went there.
Yeah? I mean, it's college, I'm just saying. Oh, the joke about this.
Well, it seems like Vegas has become more of a community now. Right. They have the Raiders now.
Yeah.
Are they getting a major league?
Golden Knights, yeah. And the Golden Knights. Hockey.
Right, that's right. They got a hockey team now. And they always have fights. Almost every
right.
Some kind of boxing or UFC event or something.
And there's talking about building baseball thing.
That's next. What's going to be the Vegas A's? That's going to be weird.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Is it the Vegas Raiders? That's what they call themselves?
Yeah, it was Vegas Raiders. Yeah. And everyone that even comes there, like, I don't fair die. It takes a long time. You want to say Washington Redskins, and every You know, the Redskin.
What do they call themselves now?
The Commanders. And you're talking, that's pretty good. I'm like a sports guy. I know this thing.
Yeah.
Commanders.
Yeah, Redskins are weird one. That one's not that.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of them. There's some articles someone did this was great. Broke down everything that could be. Like the Braves, the thing, the Chiefs. We went through all these different things. We have to get rid of everything.
How about Notre
The
Dame?
only left was like the Dolphins. Because you think it's a dolphin. You can't get rid of dolphins.
Yeah, but there's dolphins in captivity.
Right.
Capitalizing on dolphins in captivity. There was a lot of people that were upset about the Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish. You know that touchdown there?
Right. Yeah. I think they would have a problem there with it. I mean, yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's all it is.
You ever get protested?
No. No, but no, I haven't, but I thought, I had a night one up that I did. Like, it's just people I suck up for just mad about something. No, but I thought about that. And I know people have them. Even
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what? You see, that's so strange.
Yeah. Minor. Just a bunch of people like mad about something.
Oh, yeah. All guys.
It's always something. You know, whatever it is. You just get upset. It's always a small group of people because it's actually organized by actual humans versus like these crowdfunded ones where like they show up on tour buses and they all have these professionally designed things and they're all getting paid for this. That's a weird thing. Is that that didn't exist when I was a kid. Like paid protesters.
I don't think so.
I was watching a documentary on YouTube the other day that was they followed this woman who is a professional paid protester, and she goes from free Palestine to this to that. She's been doing it for years. And she goes from one protest to the next.
And that's her job.
That's her job. Yeah, she makes X amount of $100 a day, and they fly around.
I think
that kind of should be illegal.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, because it's kind of a lot. It's kind of
beyond
fraud.
It's beyond fraud.
Yeah.
And the guy who's funding it is right.
Yeah.
He's paying.
It's usually NGOs, non-government organizations that get taxpayer money, unfortunately. But it's a weird thing. You're pretending that these people are outraged, but they really just want to stand for that.
Right. You see them all the time in the news. Yeah, I think those are right. They're not real.
No, but they get exposed.
Like, no. You're just listening to the hype. What do you call it? Whatever. Right, when they say something. Propaganda, or what the other one was like, it's just, the world's flat, and it's the conspiracy theorists. So I love those, because with my dad working at NASA, I would always ask people, what do you think? Would you talk to NASA? He was an engineer, and he trained the astronauts, and was he involved in it? He does. Yes. I wish my dad was alive. He'd punch you every time. Oh, yeah. And my dad, yeah. No, because we just had a discussion backstage. I was kind of saying a couple days ago. I don't know what something happened, but flat. It's sort of flat weight. No, it's like a flying, like volume flat, something. And I said, my friend said, that's an interesting question. I wonder if the flag is going on. And I said, that's a great question. Like, it's one of you have to break it down, right? Yeah. So I said, well, my dad would explain, I guess I'm not the brightest guy, but I would do like an engineer and break it down. But there's not, there's no wind on the moon. There might be cosmic or something wind up there, right? So, and there's nothing that's deteriorating. So it's probably still there.
Unless you got this by micrometeorite.
Or something. Yeah. Right.
Because there's no atmosphere on the moon, so we have a very, very thin atmosphere. So it gets melted all the time.
Right. The only thing that was probably right, but it's, unless how deep the fucking put it. And but my dad trained him to drive that really road. And so the joke I was going to put in the show, I said, NASA can now, can you if you're good, they can zoom in and look at it. So here's the NASA zooming in on the moon. You see the flag, see it, what's the fucking mean? It's still there. And then we pan over, and there's the language, but it's up on blocks, and they moved it, and all the wheels off. But I said, see, they've already stole it.
They did take photos. I think it was India. Was it India or China? One of the satellites that they had hovering took appropriately blurry, ambiguous photos of what they claimed was the landing site, like where the lunar module was, where the buggy is.
Well, that would be the punch at the end. You go, boy, you still got some sound stage, like it.
I think this house was probably in Vegas. I think it was South America.
Some.
I think it's out where they film, where they do like UFO back engineering. Yeah. That's another weird thing. Like where the Luxor is right across the street from where those guys take off. Yeah, my brother flew.
It was the crazy thing. My brother was Air Force, so he retired Air Force. F-16 fire jet pilot, and then for about 3 years he flew those red stripe planes. And the weird thing is, I'm in the Luxor. I first got the gig, and I was in my room, top of the, not on the left, like the global. You'd be like, is your room with the light on it? Yeah, my room has the light on it.
For people that don't know, there's a giant light that they actually could have toned down.
Yeah, it's comparing the lights and lights. Yeah. There's 3 things you can see from outer space, by the way: the Great Wall of China, the Luxor light, and my God.
I'm here old.
I'm actually your old. So it was like, so I'm looking out the window right every morning. I'm looking out and I'd see the planes, and I didn't know they were. I thought they were some private guy, there's a big billionaire that has all these jets out there. They're blue. So I thought, it's another billionaire red jet. And so then there's 4 channels on my TV. I was like, get right. And the Luxor, just the Luxor channel, and then so the Luxor channel would have a loop every day. This goddamn thing about the red stripe planes, and this is real, right? I'm watching it. No one in the world knows where these red stripe planes are. They fly out of a secret location. I swear to God, in the West, and I'm like, I'm looking out my window, like, they're fucking right there. And it's serious. Like, no one knows for years. People tried to discover where the red planes fly in and out. I'm like, this is a joke. So I called my brother and I said, can you fly? I said, this thing says that you're like top secret, flying. Yeah, I thought about it. I really can't tell many people who tell me. I just thought that was so crazy. I mean, there's whole show saying there's no red planes, and it's a mystery that you can find them. And I'm like, everybody knows where they are. Zoom in and take a picture.
That's ridiculous. Everybody literally knows where they are. You can see them from Mandalay Bay
unless they are fake. I've always seen the decoy. Just like the 7.7 and the other 7.7.
Yeah, when Bob Lazar was working on back engineering UFOs, allegedly, that's where he used to fly out of. He'd pick them up there, and he'd fly over to Area 4, quick little flight, out to the middle of Groom Lake, lay over and get out, and figure this thing out. Jeez. Allegedly. Yeah, supposedly it's like that. I want like that.
Right. I thought that was a symbol of ACDC down here. Doesn't it?
It looks a little bit like that. No, that's the sport model. That's what Bob supposedly was working on. In there. Yeah. Just, who knows? It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun to think about. When you're looking at these actual planes, I'd like to talk to all those guys. They talk to them. They're fun.
Oh, yeah. Like my brother's like, who's funny? No, he said, I work at In-N-Out. You saw this planes. Tell me more.
He wouldn't tell you nothing.
No.
Even if you put the phones down and go for a walk.
No.
Nothing. Your own brother?
Yep.
If you're my brother, I'd tell you.
Would you?
Fuck yeah.
I would too. I can't keep a secret.
That's why I'm like,
that's why I'm going to tell you not to do it. I didn't hire you.
People always ask me, like, does anybody ever tell you, like, top secret information? I'm like, no, I don't think fucking mouth. I'm going to tell you.
Exactly right.
They told me, like, UFOs are real. I'd be like, look, I'm sorry. Maybe they're going to put me in jail, but I have to tell you.
I always have that question, too, honestly, about people that have had some security clearances and that, and then they revoke them, and they get rid of them.
Yeah.
I have to take a look. I know
those are not working. These are working. Something about your hair.
Those mystique.
Just go ahead, sir.
Oh,
better? Who's struggling? This is a pants for yourself.
No headphone, no pant wearing.
You probably have extra pants there anyway.
I might. Or I do probably. I know. I used
Do you
to.
even know
I
what's
don't
in there?
know.
Like,
Not
do you
just what I
structure
don't
your
know.
show, or do you just like reach in and
The
start grabbing stuff?
the show is structured, but what I kind of do, like, Phil, that's not at all. It's zero.
Do you have any guests that's like in a comedy club where you bring
I used to do it. I used to make a thing like
do
that.
it these days?
No.
No?
I mean, they kind of do like this is what I'm doing today with Tony. I think a little
Right. Tony Love. Last time you did it. It was like, very fun. I saw
It
some
was,
clips.
but yeah, he said to me, I don't really want to do props, I want to talk, I want to be, not carrot top. He says, but that's what I want. I want to do that. And he was right. Because he was right. A lot of it was both right. Yeah. It was fun to talk, be funny without doing props, and then go in and show some of the stuff. And he was beside himself. He said,
Are you here tomorrow night?
I'm here. No. 2019.
I'm sure they're tomorrow night.
Ah, shit, I would say.
It'd be fun if you
That would be awesome. Oh, man, I would have done that.
another time. You'll be back. Next time, let's plan on that.
Yeah, that would be fun. Absolutely. Yeah. I just had Ron White come up on stage just last Friday.
Oh, he was in
He was in Vegas, and he came out. And, Ron just, who he says, he comes in, and I said, on your floor. I said, well, I thought, what do you want me to do? And I said, you just do what, don't, you don't have to stress out. Don't come out and do 20 minutes. I think just poke your head out. I have a bit in my act where I talk about my dad working at NASA and training astronauts. And he says, like, Neil Armstrong and John Glenn, and all these pictures come up. And Katy Perry, and everybody goes, if my dad was alive, you could hear him right now. He goes, what the fuck? And I got Ron White to do the voice for it, right? So they already know it. Just hear his voice, what the fuck? And everybody's like, Ron White. So I said, that sounds like Ron White. It sounds a lot like Ron White. And he walks out and he goes, well, no shit, Sherlock. And the crowd loses it, right? And he's still, I was going to come out here and say something, but you're fucking, I was having a good set, fucking blowing the roof off his fucking place. He says, he's throwing it, that dude had a joke, and he did some joke. And it was great, because I'm watching the whole show, he's like one of my men, heroes. He's sitting there watching the show, and then he's gone. So, like, I don't know, his bit's coming up, I don't know where he is. And you could smoke pot, the whole theater. And I'm like, oh fuck, I hope it's, Ron, you can't like smoke weed here. So I go off, if he comes out, there's this each of them. He comes, so I said, all right, no name for Ron White, and I did something like that. I said, yes, if you smoke weed, it's probably, he goes back in my business, there's another show back down, all these stripper girls, and they're all like, hey, no, you party. I'm like, what? Like, I didn't party in 19 years. I'm like, I don't party. Like, no, that's my friend Ron. He's smoking weed. Like, holy, she's got good shit. I mean, it would just bellow through the whole lobby, out into the lobby.
Yeah, he can go hard.
Oh,
I smoked weed with him and then done a set and like, I'm going to work my talking.
Yeah, no, he was so delicious. And then he left his weed in his wallet in my dressing room.
Oh, no. He's still wallet?
Yeah, fuck yes, that's wallet. And
he's here. He lives here.
He does. I know he's here. He said he might surprise me today. Later.
Oh, nice.
And you've done good. I don't know.
I do shows with him every week.
Every week.
Yeah.
Sounds great. He's
one of the main reasons why I moved here. He moved here in 2000, I think 17 or 18, I think 18. And I was like, wait, where are you, man? He's like, I moved back to Austin. I thought you wanted to the country. I can fly here from everywhere. It's like 3 hours, no matter where you go. 3 hours to New York, 3 hours to LA, perfectly centrally located. People are nice. Food's great. I was like, all right. He's right. You got to be thinking about Austin. And then when the pandemic hit, I was like, well, if I move to Austin, at the very least, watch it there. I'm like, there's a good comedy club there, but the comedy club very close. I'm like, but at least Rod's there. I'll have friends. I just had to get out of LA. And he was just raving about, like, come on down, man. Austin, fucking Austin.
Yeah.
He's also the one to talk me into opening up a club.
Awesome.
Yeah. It was totally wild. He hadn't done stand-up. It's a really funny story. He hadn't done stand-up in like 8 months. He was like, because of the pandemic, but I hired up there, and I got plans for her. I'm just going to enjoy life. And I'm like, okay, come on, man. Really? I'm like, you're so funny. I just can't believe that. And And so then Tony put on a show at the Vulcan. Tony had done like 1 or 2 shows indoors, like, which was crazy. Like, oh my God, we're doing shows indoors in 2020. This is nuts. And LA was freaking out. You're killing me. And so Ron was like, "Oh, fuck it, out of trouble." And then he decided to go on stage. He went on stage. The audience went fucking bananas. He got a huge standing ovation. The moment he went on stage, he murdered for 15 minutes. And then he came out and grabbed me by my shoulders. And he goes, "Whatever the fuck we have to do, we're going to keep doing this. You got to open that glove." I go, "Okay."
That's great.
That was the beginning of the comedy mothership. I'm crazy. Yeah, he was the original. He was the Christopher Columbus, but that's a bad example because that guy was a real piece of shit. You know, he was the pioneer.
Yeah, crazy. I'm out with that one. People go around my story. It's just incredible. Like, you know, we go out to these fancy, like, you know, these posh bars, having some money, fancy hotels. And I said, "Where do you want to go?" This is kind of like, you know, a whole little bar. And he said, "We go to the one at the Aria or whatever." So we go, and it's real fancy, and we sit down, and the waitress walks over to us. There's 3 of us, like his girlfriend, my friend. I said, "Oh, that's the Crown Rocks." "Oh, that's wine." And I said, "His wife," I said, "Would you like a look at me?" And Ron is good. He looked at me. He's like, "Well, no fucking shit." And I go, "Ron, you can't smoke pot here." He goes, "What the hell? Who the hell's gonna throw Ron White and Carrot Top out of a fucking bar?" And within seconds, Metro is standing there going, "You guys get the fuck out of here." And Ron's like, "You gotta be fucking shit." I said, "Ron, you can't, like, your cops are there." He said, "Well, they're good. They're good." I said, "No, we're not good. We gotta go." He just thought, he did that in my backstage for 5 weeks. I said, "You can't smoke pot back there." He said, "It's your fucking restroom. What does that mean?" Is that because I've got the other people, the girls, the show. There's a lot of other people backstage that I can't.
The next show is like
called Fantasy. Yeah, it's like a lot like my shows, except it's funnier and it's making people.
What is it?
It's just a girl.
We used to have something. It's really be interesting. It's called Crazy Girls.
Yeah.
It's like comedians hosted.
It was kind of like this one. They have a comic come in all their shows. Yeah.
It's for people that want excuses to see strippers, but they don't want to go to a stripper club.
Right.
So they date a show.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's smart, isn't it? So you wouldn't go to a strip club, honey. You went to a fancy titty bar.
It's such an odd place. There's nothing like that place. It's so strange. It's just got such a history. It's, first of all, the beginning of it, right? It's founded by a mob. Like, they literally want a place where they can get gambling. And then in order to have legal gambling, there's probably some sort of deal where they let the government blow nukes off and deal with them right now. So there's spots out there where you really can't even visit because they detonated 50, 60 hits. It's great. That's what killed John Wayne.
Vegas?
John Wayne was doing a movie in Nevada about Genghis Khan. It's a terrible movie. And he did that movie, and a giant percentage of the people that worked on the movie got cancer from it. Because they were literally like right down the road from one of his test sites. Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's fun, right?
Yeah.
But I always thought that's probably one of the reasons why they allowed them to do the gambling thing there. They probably made some sort of deal. Like, yeah, you can have gambling, but this is what we want to do. We want to blow off nukes.
Jesus. I feel like sometimes I've been on my stage with Luxor and something comes down and you crowd can see it, parcel or something. It's always like, oh, okay, it's far. It's asbestos.
Well, it's not nukes. Luxor was built in like, what, the early 2000s?
Yeah, who knew?
What was that place built?
Yeah, something like that.
Because when we filmed Fear Factor,
about 2000. Yeah, there were 20 of them. So yeah.
So I would think it was asbestos, but it's just such a weird place. Right? Oh, wow. No kidding.
Oh shit, I'm right. And I work there.
Not too far off, 10 years.
Look at that.
It was a great idea.
Yeah, it's still phenomenal. You walk inside it, I mean, it's just breathtaking.
I was there recently. I went to
Just
see
you walk in,
the
right? You walk in, it's like, I had to do a joke like this. Yeah, I had sex on a really hot chicken, and they found it didn't have the body set up or something.
That body is it's fucking creepy. Do you know the story behind that place?
I look well, a little. I mean, yeah, kind of.
They're mostly, well, they don't really know like where they're getting the bodies, but they do know that a lot of them are political prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's basically like people that ran afoul of the Chinese government, so they whack them and turn them into statues.
Mm-hmm. That's creepy.
Yeah.
It's right outside my theater.
Yeah, well, a lot of them they call like unidentified bodies. But the real problem there is like to be an unidentified body, you have to be unidentified for 30 days. But then in order to do the plastination process, where they turn you into a statue, it has to take place within 48 hours of death. So, someone's lying. Yeah. Someone's lying.
A lot more sense.
A lot of them.
What a great place to have a comedy club, right next to like the Titanic Museum and dead fucking bodies, right?
Yeah.
Then you get you more in the mood for a show.
I saw that too, the Titanic.
Yeah, Titanic Museum.
That's pretty dope. They actually have a big chunk of the Titanic on display. Yeah. God, what a wild time where people would just get on a fucking boat to travel across the ocean with no YouTube, no GPS, hope they didn't hit an iceberg. And that was like super fancy, high-tech travel. Imagine the people that traveled 30, 40 years before that. Wooden boats, not having any idea, just going on a promise to get a job, waiting on the other side of the fucking ocean.
Right?
Yeah. So my grandparents got it.
There are probably comics on this.
Looking at terrible comics. That's the worst job for college.
Oh, ever, right? Ever. I did one. That's my only one.
It's one of those things where a guy, there's some guys that like it. Like, I know Alonzo Bowden does, like, jazz cruises. Like, Alonzo Bowden he's a great comic, but he's also, like, a giant jazz fan. He loves jazz music. So he'll go on jazz cruises, and it's probably perfect for him, because, like, it's like if I went on an MMA cruise, I can talk about, right? It's like, you can talk about subjects that most people in a regular crowd are like, what the fuck is he talking about? You're talking about obscure jazz music,
Yeah. No, that would work. I had a lot of fun. Love to appreciate parties.
Have you heard what they're doing with AI music?
Yes.
They did 50, I sent it to Jamie today. They took 50 Cent's Many Men and made it like a soulful song that seems like it's from the 50s or 60s. Have you heard them?
No, but I've heard a few other ones, not the 57 one.
Dude, most of them?
Yeah.
It's so fucking good. I sent it to Brian Simpson and he said, that is the best fucking thing you've ever sent me.
So they just did that.
Yes, AI. It's not even a real human being's voice. And it's fucking good, dude. It's good where you're like, whoa! Listen to this. It seems weird hearing these lyrics with this kind of singing, because it's like hardcore gangster rap music, but with, listen to this stuff. It's kind of crazy what they're doing. Wish death upon me. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life.
Oh, isn't that great?
It gets better. Yeah. I put a hole nobody sings lyrics like that with those kind of lyrics. It's gangster rap with an incredible voice. AI is fucking scary, man. That's so good. If that was a dude who sang that, I was like, who's this guy?
Right.
You know, but this guy is fire.
That's the kind of stuff we're going to be. Yeah. I mean, the first time I heard about it, Randy Travis had a song out. I love Randy Travis. I was like, he's not doing it.
That's right. They used AI, but that was his decision, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he wrote the music.
Yeah, I think he did. But it blew me away. I got a whole fight in my crew like, AI, it's not fucking AI, it's AI. And then they came back and they said it right.
But the difference is, like, this is not a real person's voice. And it's probably a conglomeration of multiple different singers' voices. At least I guess. Is it actually?
I don't know where this started, but I'm looking at the one that I'm looking at. They are trying to sell this like it's they try to make it seem like you can cover this song from some guy named 50 Grand.
Oh yeah, but they do that stuff. They did that with the Chris Rock thing. When Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith, they tried to pretend that it was an old television show, and they did an AI version of this old television show where the guy goes on stage and slaps the comedian. It's really funny. It's AI is so squirrely. They're probably just trying to make money. That's why they did it. But goddamn, it's good.
With the radio transplant,
It's his voice.
but
So
I don't think
no, it is. So what they do is like it's my voice too. Like they use AI with my. There's a whole podcast with me and Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs. There's a whole podcast that somebody made with AI because you have Steve Jobs' voice and you have my voice. Thousands and thousands of hours. Every sound that I can make with my voice has already been made. So all the computer has to do. Weird noise. Weird noise. But all the computer has to do is just take a giant amount of your voices and then apply it. And then apply it differently. Emotionally, slowly, somberly, angrily. And you can just put it all together.
they just had one.
Yeah.
And it was like, what the? And it was me doing something, you know.
Do they do ransom phone calls where people
that's
call people and say, I think
That's what it was. That's what it was. It was like, it was hey, it's me, cared about money, so you could help me out. And then it was like I was broke and I was down and I needed the money.
So stop sucking my dick. And send money. Yeah, it's real weird because it's super good now. In the beginning, when we first started hearing it, it was kind of obvious because the inflections were off. Like the way he would say something, like the inflections in that song was insane. You know? That I'll take your life. Watch how you talk about me. Like, so that means that we associate with a soulful, incredibly creative person with an amazing God-given talent of a voice. But it's not. That's what's crazy. Like they nailed it. Even though I know it's fake, I love it. Yeah. And you love it too. Like we're listening, like this is great, but we know it's fake. That's kind of crazy. The Randy Travis thing is different because what they just did is he wrote it and then he can't sing anymore, but they have thousands of hours of him singing. They take that and then you just turn it into him singing. So it is him singing. It's actually his voice. It's just not coming out of his mouth. It's coming out of technology, but it is his voice, and it's his writing, right? So it's like it really is a Randy Travis album. It's just Randy Travis. Like you can enjoy someone that can't do it anymore, but is still alive. You know, like that guy had so many great songs. Oh my god, that guy
I could go on forever and ever and ever. No, he's had so many. I love my first big country. Says Kenny Rogers. My dad listened to Kenny Rogers every concert my dad went to was Kenny Rogers.
really? That's hilarious.
And then, no, I'm thinking. I feel more fan.
Yeah.
It is weird. So let's do see Kenny Rogers. I was like 12 or something. He said, "You want to go?" So my dad. I said, "I'm going to the first concert from Kenny Rogers." It's like huge. He's playing like arenas. Him and Tammy Wynette. We ride all the days. And they go. Yeah. Yeah. And this second concert I go to is Kenny Rogers, right? So I'm like, geez, all right. I don't think there's anything else but Kenny Rogers, right? Third time I go to this fucking thing, I'm like, yeah, can we go to like Alabama? Can we go to another concert? We love Alabama. No, Kenny Rogers is really. So then I meet Kenny Rogers in an elevator in LA. Like it's just a weird sight. Ding, ding, doors open. And he's standing, he gets on. I said, oh man, I don't bother you. Legend. He's like, thank you. I said, you know the first concert I ever went to? He says, when they saved me. I said, yep. He said, that's awesome. I said, you know the second concert I went to? He says, nope. I said, you. He says, wow, that's awesome. I said, you know the third? He goes, I suck off. He goes, fuck off. Where are we going with this? I said, my dad took me to your doctor 3 times in a row. He goes, well, you have a great dad. And then it was just kind of awkward. I kind of ran out of
exactly what we were talking about. Yeah,
and I did right, and I just looked at the numbers and went up and down. I said, oh, you know what? You have great chicken. And I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know what else to say. But he really did have great chicken. And that's what I said. And he looked at me like, fuck. I said, no, and the sides are great too. The chicken.
That song, The Gambler, how many people said turn into gambling junkies? Right? Romanticize gambling. So you gotta know when. I do. I can win. But you gotta know when to win. I wanna run. Didn't they make a TV movie about that? Wasn't there like a TV movie called The Gambler? I think there was a TV movie called The Gambler. Yeah.
We'll find out in a second.
Yep. Yeah, there's something about music that was created before the internet. You gotta have it. There's something about stuff that was created before the internet. It's so fascinating, right? It's like an archaeological dig. You know, like this is
like that. That's just great. Like, that looks great, doesn't it? It's like you want to watch.
I was thinking, it's like an archaeological dig. Like you're looking at the way people used to behave and talk before the internet.
Right.
You know, it's weird. And it's like oddly fake. You know? It's like oddly fake.
Interesting how you analyze that. Now I want to see what you're talking about.
Yeah, like I'm an amateur archaeologist here. This is a different time. Human beings from 1980 were like a different thing. Everybody would just leave the house. Everyone had a key. Nobody knew where anybody was at any given time. You left the house, you were gone. You didn't even have answering machines.
Yeah, right.
People were basically wild animals.
You're right.
And they only knew how to behave from movies and TV. Give me some of this. Oh, is it still playing the music? Oh, okay. Is this the theme song? I want it. Yeah.
That's great. That's so fun.
It's like, even the way it looks, it looks so cornball. It's just kind of amazing. You know, people just kind of accept it.
I love the fact of how you put it. There's not even any film.
Yeah,
Anthony, it's gone.
We're wild animals. People in 1980 were essentially wild animals. They were wild animals who had children. No one knew what was going on in the world. Everybody was completely uninformed.
Right.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. We were all worried that Russia was going to blow us up. Right. That was every day. Everybody's worried about Russia blowing us up. And no one knew what was going on. And everybody lived in bliss. And you only knew the people in your neighborhood. You didn't know anybody else.
No.
You didn't know, like, true. There wasn't even 1/100th of the amount of famous people back then. There was a tiny amount of famous. There was Elvis and a few other folks.
Yeah.
Just a few rock stars, a few comics. There's like Richard Pryor.
Yeah, TV shows.
That'd be animals. We were looking at you right. These are wild animals that have just been introduced to technology, and they're hating what it's like to be a grown-up. Like, they're just figuring it out. And now here we are, we're like the teenagers, we're the adolescents of civilization. So we realize that's kind of silly. And everything, there's stuff from then that's better than stuff that's today, for whatever weird reason. There's some music back then that hits you, because, like, you realize, like, how special this really, like, Prince, for instance. Like, I remember the first time I listened to Prince, I was delivering newspapers at the time, and I listened to I Want to Be Your Lover. And I was like, who the fuck is this guy, man? Like, this guy was coming out of nowhere. He was like, completely androgynous. Like, he was a beautiful man.
Yeah.
This long flowing hair, and the first album is him with his shirt off,
Yeah.
just staring at you. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then I Want to Be Your Lover. I heard that. I was like, oh my god, this guy's talented. But he was like out of nowhere talented. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck was like that guy before him?
Right.
He was completely different than anybody that came before him.
I think that would people compare with Michael Jackson because of the
He's very different too.
right. But the hip is because I know him Quincy, and I'm like, oh, he's trying to be Michael Jackson. I don't know, yeah. But he was.
But here's this. Oh, let me see this. Let me hear some of this.
There you go. There's the song.
Come on, man. What a song. It's you know.
No, him.
Bro.
You could take, it's so funny. This video, if you took the sound off this and you put it like Cinderella, it would probably match his Aerosmith. But look at how he's doing it. But he's like,
Right.
It looks like
He's so
rock and roll.
compelling.
Yes.
He was so compelling. Women were so confused why they wanted to fuck him. Why do I want to fuck that woman? They wanted to fuck him. They didn't like you crack the code. You figure something out.
And
like
they
when
did.
you're a 5'3" dude with an insane amount of talent, and you're wearing stiletto heels on stage, and everybody wants to fuck you.
Yep.
Because he was that fucking talented.
Yeah.
He was that talented. And then it's also his music was so wild. Like that song Head. I remember that song. That was like, what year was Head? Was it like 86 or something like that? Like what year was that?
I know the thing.
80? Wow, 1980. So this is before I was in high school, son. This is before I was in high school. They had a song about blowjobs.
Yeah.
Morning, noon, and night, I'll give you head.
Yep.
Till you burn it up, head. Do you love his bread, head? Love you to your dead.
You know, Prince reached out to our people one night and asked if they could come to the show when he was at the Rio. And we said, fuck Taylor, what do you mean? Of course we would. And they said, one caveat was that you can't curse.
Prince hates cursing?
Yeah.
For real, for real. Well, yeah, maybe he just wanted to fuck with you.
Maybe.
How much power do I have?
Yeah, I can tell you. Well,
I was like, want to hear swears tonight.
I would tell my people, I told us, like, he's not like a kid curse. I said, yeah, that's the one thing. I said, but like, he has a song called Cream, Get Off.
Yeah.
Cream, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Oh, became a devoted Jehovah's Witness, and as a result, stopped using the band.
Yeah.
Even implementing a cash swear jar at his Paisley Park studio to enforce his no swearing policy. Witnesses believe that using blasphemous or foul language is a sin, and Prince adhered to this tenet by removing swear words from his music and charging people for any foul language spoken at his compound. Well,
I'm already down like I'm already fined $200 today.
As much as I love that guy, I would not visit him. I would be like,
and what's the wife said? I think
I would. Maybe I talk to him once. I would just like if I'm going to go talk to a priest, I'm not going to go swear. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm going to try to be nice.
Yeah.
But like at a certain point in time, like I don't want to perpetuate this really stupid idea that different sounds that you make with your mouth are uniquely offensive. It's what you're saying. It's supposed to be a sound that I make so you know what I'm thinking. And if you have words that you can substitute for these thoughts that are, if you have a thought that is only expressed through fuck you, right? Like we know what fuck you means, and everybody says fuck you. For you to say that you can't say that anymore, you're manipulating language to make it have less nuance. That's never good.
Yeah.
Like it's already not nuanced enough. Like it still doesn't quite grasp exactly what you're thinking or what you're saying. In the worst case scenario, that is when someone writes down what you're saying instead of like hearing you say it in context with the conversation that you're having, right? So it's like anybody who says don't use certain words, like stop being a baby. Stop being a baby. These are just noises to make so that we can understand. All that shit is nonsense. It's stupid. It's stupid, and it was mostly created, I think. Well, first of all, on television, right? Television, you had advertising, and that was the only place where there was advertising. And so that was the only place that had a proven audience. But to keep that proven audience on NBC and CBS, you had to institute laws where you literally get fined like a serious amount of money if you swore on TV. And then cable came along, and everybody, Sam Kinison was like HBO, like, and you're like, what? This is way better. Like, why can't we just talk? But again, it's just cable people. Right. Kinison on HBO was 836. Right. No one knew what the fuck was going on, dude. No one knew what the fuck was going on back then. Fire. Yeah. Just amazing. When I was a kid, I was at my friend Jimmy Wallace's house and watched Eddie Murphy Delirious. I think we were all like, what year was that? I want to say I was 15, maybe. Delirious, 86. I want to say I was like 15 or 16. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I was like, this is insane. Oh no, he's talking about the honeymooners fucking each other in the ass. Like, what? Jackie Gleason is fucking Ed Norton in the ass. No, I didn't look at it again. Like, this is insane. How is this on TV? 86? 83. 83? Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable. So that makes, yeah, you're right. It makes me like 15. Fucking crazy. It was so good, dude. And it was new. It was like all of a sudden you're hearing someone just swearing on TV. It's like, this is crazy. How many even watch this? That's what I said. It was a big change in everything. Yeah. The cable. Well, cable and then VHS tapes. Where you go and like you could rent Delirious. Right. Wasn't it romantic? Right. Yeah, you go home, put it in, you get your popcorn out, and go watch Delirious. We were cave people. Yeah, we were cave people. We were telling stories about the fire. Yeah, literally. Yeah. That was our point with our case. In fact, bringing stuff I'm about to change. We didn't have any. We didn't have an answer machine. Yeah, we had nothing. We had nothing. I think we are the perfect. We're the perfect people to like really understand the change that society has gone through and how spectacular that change is, because we were there when there was none, where there was nothing. We're walking talkies were crazy. That was huge. Someone had a walkie-talkie that was nuts. Talk to your friend. Bro, what's going on over there? Over. It was the craziest thing in the world. You're talking to walkie-talkie. Or I knew a dude who had a CB in his car. They would just have random conversations with people. Bro, they would just start talking about stuff. Like, Breaker 19, what you up to? Yeah. They would just have conversations. People would meet people. Like you said, look at the band. Yeah. That's the time you're talking about. Too. Yeah. We had CDs, but they're also like, they were just, it was. But you were the cool guy if you had a CD in your truck. If you had a CD in your truck, you were cool. Yeah. Didn't Brooke Reynolds have a CB in his Trans Am? Yeah. Did he? Yeah, he had to. Yeah, he did. He made big. We're going to pull over here and feed your dog and bro. And forward, buddy. That is the ultimate cool guy. Yeah, he's got a walkie-talkie in his Trans Am with a cowboy hat on. Fucking right. That's my fault. By the way, it is one of my only movies that I own in my time. Pearl is another archaeological site. It's a dig. They've dug down to another time of human beings where this is the coolest guy in the world. A guy who runs from the cops in a Trans Am with a Firebird on the fucking hood. Yeah. And he's talking on a CD with a cowboy hat on. And that was the first movie. It's like Greek theater. Yeah. For the first movie they broke the cameras. The third, or they look into the third wall? Yeah. Yeah, that was the first one. What fourth wall? Fourth wall. When he first being chased. Yeah, I think he's going down he moves from an alley at the very beginning, chasing. And he's going like back and then like this and looks at the camera. It's like, that was fucking awesome. Like, he gave that look. Oh, Burt Reynolds has so much charisma. That's great. So
And
good.
the fucking sheriff, you guys can't. How great is that? Whole Give me a Jell-O sandwich and Dr. Pepper, make look I'm gonna cut it.
Yeah.
Where are you at? Who's chasing you? No one's chasing me. I'm the sheriff. No one's chasing me. You stay here and you make me think about it.
Yeah.
These kids on the car.
Dude, Jackie East was amazing at that.
That's an attention getter.
Yeah. He was so good at that.
That's called an attention getter.
Do you remember Burt Reynolds did The Difference?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That was insane. That was insane. That was when you could see him as an actual actor.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this guy was good. He was an actor. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't just smoking the band.
Right, sure, no.
The guy having a good time, super
Right,
charming,
right,
great
right,
mustache,
yeah.
smiling at the
Right,
camera.
right, yeah.
It was fun, man. It was like right out of him, right when he was done playing football.
Yep. That's why he killed the guy with a bow.
Yeah, man, that was a good move. That was a good move.
I got to meet that.
That's a very intense movie.
Pie fight.
Yeah, pie fight with Burt
No,
Reynolds.
I was on the slideshow. Burt Reynolds, this is crazy. Burt Reynolds was the lead guest. He came out and talked about being married 9 times. Mark Summers, who hosted the game show, whatever it was, he came out, and Burt moves down to the second chair, and then Mark's here's Jake, and he puts his back to Burt and starts telling him, something being, I've only been married once, and Bert's over there, kind of getting a little. Of course, he's got his back to it. Then he takes the cup and he says, "Who wants to take it?" He says, "Is this mine?" He says, "Hey, I don't give a shit." And he says, "Well, you've been married 5 times." And he's trying to be funny, like, I'm going to drink after you've been married 5 times. They got, oh, here it is. Now, here's the best part. I'm watching.
Whoa.
Oh, no, this is real shit. I'm a guest. I'm giving it
a drink on him.
Yeah.
Was this planned?
No.
No. And who's the other dude?
Mark Summers.
And who's
Now
Mark
look.
Summers?
Double Dare, thank you. Now watch how angry Bruce. Watch it. When he watch. He. They didn't have this plan, by the way. He hits him hard.
No. That hurt. Don't look at the torque he got in that right hand. I want you to watch this next. Bro, he got hip into that.
No, he was
He
fucking
got
good.
his right
And
shoulder.
at the end, if you watch it, you're going, "Hey, Carrot Top here tomorrow night."
At the end, look at this frame by frame.
Well, he's a fucking football player too. Look at that.
Bro, he clocked that dude. Look at his face. Look at that freeze frame. That guy should be ashamed of that look for the rest of his life. How dare you? How dare that face?
Right there, scary.
If I was friends with that dude, I'd be like, dude, we don't do that. He's gonna hit. He's gonna kill you, bro. Look at the torque he got. Bro, that was like,
And I'm backstage going, I'm like, no, we're gonna cut you.
actually, I just want to say that guy's got a great chin.
He's smiling.
Yeah, he better smile. He just got bitch slapped.
He's funny.
He took a great shot. I want to say.
He says, "We'll be right back with tomorrow night. Let Carrot down here." Fucking.
That was Salt and Pepper Jay.
Yeah.
The other guy took way too much shit.
Jay.
They gave him so much of a hard time. It's just like when Larry Holmes became the heavyweight champion of the world after Muhammad Ali. Everybody hated Larry Holmes. When Jay Leno took over as Johnny Carson,
He got a lot of great for that. He's a great shows too.
super nice guy.
The writing was great.
Never a dick.
No.
I always have a good time talking to him. He's always a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy, and like what he should be doing all along is really what he's doing now. This is car shows.
Right.
It's like that guy, if you talk to him about cars, he's so entertaining. He loves cars. He loves them. I mean, he knows more about cars probably than anybody I've ever met in my life. He's got an insane collection, and he likes everything. He likes old Datsun.
He's got a fire truck.
Yep. He's just a genuine fan of automobiles, and the way he talks about it is so entertaining.
Yep. No.
Because that's really what he wants to do.
He's also crazy, right? Because he's unstoppable. So he fell off that cliff or whatever the fuck it was, right? You heard about it. I just talked to him and he went to the song. And I said, how you doing? I said, you can still see like a little bit of bruising because it was about 2 weeks after he had the fall.
Jesus, he was out and about 2 weeks later.
What do you mean? He did the show that night.
What?
Yeah, he fell. Did he get a concussion? He said, he says, he's actually goes around next to the, La Quinta. I said, first thing I said to him, I said, are you okay? I said, what the fuck are you staying at La Quinta? He goes, I don't know, I can't stay for it. I said, no, but really, what happened? He said, no. He walked down the La Quinta, and there was a little hill, like not even like a hill. He was hiking.
Like slippery shoes on, probably.
He's there in the golf.
He's probably wearing dress shoes.
Right. And his denim, and so he just got and looked a little deep in the gut, and he slipped, fell, and hit his eye, right in the thing like that. So he went and got his gold crown. And he came out of his went, got his food, went to the club, and went on stage, bleeding.
That's so crazy.
And I said, what do you mean?
The show must go on.
They hold, the mic with his hand. So I went, the married guys, and I'm like, it's just amazing.
He told
my nail.
He told this insane story of a show he had to do with a priest and a mob guy, where the mob guy was yelling at the priest and swearing, and Jay's like yelling and swearing and like doing the thing, like saying what the mob guy said. I was like, seeing Jay Leno talk, like, I was like, what?
Right, you did. He
was talking like that.
What are you going to do? That's crazy.
Oh, yeah, he was doing this, like, super hyper-violent Italian mob guy, like, screaming obscenities at this priest, and Jay Leno's yelling it out. It's fucking amazing.
It was a show?
Yeah, it was a show that he was doing, like, before he made it. It was, like, back in the day. He did some sort of a show where, I think it was, like, a benefit or something like that, where there was a priest involved, and the mob guy got mad at the priest and was yelling at him. It's a fucking hilarious story. But that guy doesn't spend any of his night show money.
Yeah.
He lives all entirely on the stand-up. Which is crazy.
Right.
So he's just stockpiling it all at the La Quinta Inn.
That's right.
Like, someone needs to tell him. Like, money's fun coupons. You shouldn't be just throwing it away. But people that started out poor were just post college. Once you start making money, it's hard to believe that you're ever going to keep making money. You start panicking. That's what I gotta save this. I gotta save it.
Yep.
And then if you carry that into your 70s and 80s, somebody should sit you down and have a problem. I'm your financial advisor, and now it's time to go crazy. Yeah, you should be looking into cocaine. You should probably buy more cars. Like, let's spend some of this shit.
I think it's so expensive.
As your advisor, buy some really good shit. Let's do something. You need to start buying stuff. You should have way more cars.
That's right. You're right.
What are you saving up for, bro? This is the end time.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Family, that. Like, I know a lot of people have a lot of kids, a lot that you save up for them.
Them, like, giving kids like a ton of money.
Yeah.
Giving kids a ton of money is not necessarily good for them. Like, if you look historically at people that got trust funds, it's a weird road to go down and not have any ambition, or not have to have any ambition. Maybe you do have it, like, inherently. But for a lot of them, it's like they don't have to make it. They don't have. And I think that's, unfortunately, in this society that we live in, that doesn't seem to work. Like, in this society, it's very difficult to not be self-sustainable, not being able to take care of yourself. And if you can't take care of yourself, you got to kind of learn how to do it. You can't just be constantly relying on other people, because I think it hinders your growth as a person.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? I think it, like, fucks with you. Like, every guy that I've ever met that comes from a family that, like, gives them, not every guy, but a lot of guys that I've met that I've met some, they come from a family with a lot of money, and they've never had to worry, and they have trust funds, and they never really found a job. They're all weird.
Yep.
They're all weird. It's like cement that didn't get the amount of water that it needs when you're mixing it. It's always, like, weird.
Yeah. It seems like weird. I know too. Every comic, artist, whatever, they're all their stories are the same. That they came from nothing. But if you think about it, almost every comic and artist I know, they have money.
Yeah, but it's not mutually exclusive.
No, no, right.
Right? It's not. There are people that come from great families, very bad families, that just having fun. Right. It's a weird thing, man. Like, talent is an odd thing. It really is. A very weird thing. Like, there's certain universal truths, like you're going to find more talent probably in harder communities. Like, you got a better rock and roll in, like, the dingy fucking outskirts of town. Like, those guys are going to be Nirvana, right?
But I love hearing, like, a Billy Joel story where you can relate to it. Like, you know, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. You know, I literally, and nowadays, no kids don't do it.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, I did that. I
Billy Joel was an
office buildings, and I did everything, you know.
You know, he was a boxer.
He's a boxer.
Yeah, Billy Joel was a boxer. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how many fights did he have. I think he lost.
Why are you being funny? Really?
Billy Joel was a boxer. I think he was good. I think he was pretty good. Yeah, I think it was a good amateur level. 22 and 3.
Really?
Right. Was that professional? Golden Glove. So amateur level. So, yeah, legit boxer.
I just know
How about that?
I did not know that.
He's a guy whose music changed radically. Like, if you go back and listen to Captain Jack, it's like from Captain Jack to Uptown Girl. It's like, you know, it's like it's great music. It was a huge hit, but it's a different vibe. It's like your guy's in love now, and he's got a supermodel for a wife. He's worth $1 billion.
Yeah.
Captain Jack was this gritty, island story. Yeah, it's like, fuck, that's a good song.
Great song. You're right. You can see it. You know how their life changes. And like you said, I was got money. I got it. Yeah.
You ever heard the song "Billy the Kid"? He's got some great fucking songs.
Well, the one that is special, I just saw
wasn't it Billy the Kid? Is that the name of that song? It's a great.
It got me on
listening to that
the
forever.
entertainer. I thought that was
Yes.
He was ripping on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was ripping on showbiz.
Yeah, that's Billy Kid. That is a great fucking song. My parents had that album on vinyl when I was a kid. I listened to what year was that? 73. So I listened to that and I was like, this is our kid. Like going to like the beginnings of certain genres of music and certain kinds of music. And back then, that's how you got it. You heard it on the radio, you went out and bought an album,
you sat there and looked at it, and
the artwork over the
weird. But the entertainment was interesting because the record label had asked them to come up with a hit.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's why he wrote that one? No, I don't know. He just on a. I just watched. I remember exactly how it went down, but he said, "Yeah, you know, they were saying they need a hit off this album and to make this big hit." So he wrote that, and when they played it, they were like, "Fuck you! Don't get ready." So they got rid of one. The label dropped him. It's all about that. And they get the money, they take all your money, and they don't care about you. And I'm like, that's ballsy, right? They want to hit you, shoot you, basically. How much, you know, like the Bucks says, 20 years. Can you just, it's something special for me to have to roast and how horrible the Luxor is and how much, you know, it's just shit. They're like, what? It was a real album, a real song. And they were like, no, you're done.
They should have just took it off the check. Look, the guy became huge after that.
So that was a
fucking dumbasses. And you got rid of him.
Now they say that.
You got rid of him. He sold $1 billion albums.
Yeah,
he's got some great songs. Just the piano.
Yeah, alone.
Great.
That one song alone is great.
Oh, how about Scenes from an Italian Restaurant?
All right.
Oh my God, that is a fantastic song. It's a story. It's a story of people's lives. You know, and it's relatable. It's like it's real. It's raw. It's like a window into the bottle of red, right?
And I always used to make a joke about it on my show. Bottle of red. This is bottles of white. So apparently he didn't like red as much as white. He has plural. He said bottle of red, bottles of white. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, he must have had you like more white one, and that's how I pick up shit.
Are
Like,
you sure that's the lyrics, or did you just say
no, I think it's the no, I think it says bottle of red. Bottles of what? Now you got to look it up.
I thought you said a bottle of white. Whatever kind of mood you're into.
Oh fuck, I don't know. I think
Get you anytime you want.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
Italian
I thought
restaurant.
maybe I could be wrong.
That is a great fucking song. That's a great song.
Oh, red.
Bottle of whites. Right, a bottle of whites. Interesting.
I knew it was something. It's a bottles of what? Right. So
That's a weird way to write. A bottle of whites.
Wine, so it could be multiple kinds of white wine and one bottle.
Jimmy and Texas.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is,
So blend without a bottle of whites.
so I was onto something. Then I used to sing it. But what did you say?
And that's funny because I don't like the grapes, but don't you dare serve them up away. Some people don't want to blend. Set up the blend of the Cabernet and Merlot. You fucking high. That's straight up goddamn blend. I don't have a Chardonnay. How weird of you. I'm going to give you a little bit of this burn, a little bit of that burn, okay? So it's a blend. People that like get stripped down. I got a buddy who wanted a legit wine connoisseur. My buddy Matt. So I just called him up out of nowhere. Like at the restaurant and sent him a picture of the wine list. Tell me what you get. He looked at it for like 3 seconds. He like, this is great. What do you guys eating? Steak. Get this. You tell you how to do it. But he got scammed. Well, he didn't get scammed, but there was a guy that he's friends with that was a gigantic scammer. And I don't think this guy ever got him. But what this guy was doing was, they were all these wine connoisseurs, and this guy was selling really rare wine that was counterfeit. It was fake. So he infiltrated this thing, this like wine group, and he was a con man. And what he was doing was taking a bunch of different wines and mixing them, and then trying to sell it as this like 1970 impossible bottles from Bordeaux, right? So he would age the paper on the bottles and shit. Like, and they raided his house. They found empty bottles everywhere. And he was taking labels off of things. He copied them and printing them. And
I have that in loop.
you gotta get the real stuff. It's hard. You gotta get it from Portugal. Right. But this document really highlighted, in my eyes, at least for some of those people, that it's kind of bullshit. Like all this, you think you know the difference between like really good old wine, but this guy just tricked you. Yeah. He tricked a lot of them. A couple guys he did trick. There was one guy in particular. This guy was like, this is trash. Yeah, one guy was like, this is trash. And the other guy was just raving about it. Also, this question, like, what? Like, this stuff is just great. I thought it was great. Like, no, like, it was weird.
That's crazy.
But where's the wine movie guy? The wine. Well, this was a wine documentary.
No, I'm trying to think of the guy you said, no more fucking Merlot.
Oh, yeah.
Sideways.
That's right. That's right.
That guy came to our show.
Fucking
That
Merlot.
guy came to our show. He's a brilliantly nice, sweet guy.
Oh, that's awesome.
White guy. Just like in the movie. He's so nice. He came with Kieran Culkin, but Culkin's brother.
He's great. It's
Great. They were filming an Audi commercial or something.
What's that guy's name?
Paul Giamatti. He came back.
He's amazing in everything.
I said, would you, no, I should leave with a drink, and we want a drink. And they're like, yeah, I'll take whatever you got. I know the whole bar. I said, you want a Merlot? And just his face, he was so funny. He's like, I just said it, but I didn't say like I was trying to drunk. I said, this week I have wind blow. And he's like, I said, oh, I'm just fucking. He said, no. And we did a video together. I said, I'm just going to find somebody to find it. Sure, Merlot. Hands over to him. He's like, not fucking hell. He was such a great guy. They said
He was great in that Howard Stern movie.
he was, but
Private Parts.
Yeah, he was really good. I'm saying the NBC, NBC. Yeah, he's a good guy. On top of that, great guy.
The logo about name after that. I was in the Merlot business. I was a bit furious.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers, they're downplaying Merlot. I was like Merlot, and all of a sudden I have a shady opinion of it.
They did that with Ben South Park. So guy's junk. I'm like, fuck. You know,
Gotcha.
in a roundabout.
South Park.
They would do everyone's parodied me as all something stupid like it's just amazing
how
Indian
long-
casino and it said like carrot scallop, you know, kind of like calling it the show. So it's not like it was in like Simpsons or Family Guy or just
South Park's been around longer than anything ever that's still good.
yeah.
Like, how do they do it?
I don't know.
It's just weird that they're still so on top of it. It's they're so driven to like still push the boundaries and make it really funny. And it's been going on since shit. I mean, like the first video I think was 95 or 96 or something like that. The one that they were passing around, the VHS one with Brian Boitano.
Yeah.
What year was that? I think it was 95 or 96. Because I remember people on news radio were passing it around. And we were like, what the fuck is this? This is crazy. 95, yeah. Everybody was passing around. We're like, this is insane. This is so insane. And I don't think it had a home yet. I don't think it was on Comedy Central yet. Whoa. Which one was that? Which one was that? Which is the Brian Boitano? Which one? Brian Boitano? That's what everybody would say. We would be walking around the news radio set going, what would Brian Boitano do? It's fucking Jesus man. It's just, it's so ridiculous. The Brian Boitano thing was?
South Park bigger, longer.
Really? So what was the 95 one or the 94 one?
So they made fun of Brian Boitano and the Spirit of Christmas.
So that came out in 99? That was like the last year of Beach Radio. Oh, I don't know if I have a false memory now. Huh. What, that's the ninth, that's the first one. Yeah. There's no Brian Boitano in that one?
He says what was Brian Boitano in that, but that's not a song that's going to tell later.
Oh, right. But that's what he says. Okay. I thought it was going crazy. I thought I had a fake memory.
Yeah, Stan Martin, Brian Boitano didn't see this battle scene.
That's right. Okay. You thought he thinking it was great.
The song was good.
Right. But the show, where he says it, was on the show. So that was the first. I was like, am I losing my fucking mind? Like, no, I know it was on the first one. But it was just so groundbreaking. And the brilliance of it was that you don't have to have it look realistic. So you can get away with so much more. Like when he stuffs, what's her face, up his ass? Who did he, Paris Hilton, right? When he has slut off, he stuffs Paris Hilton up his ass. It's like, you can do that, right, if it doesn't look real. Right? Like if it was like super realistic in 3D, you can't do that. It has to look like South Park. Yeah. They can get away with so much. They kill kids. They kill Kenny every week. Nobody complains. Yeah. Poor fucker dies every week. It's like, imagine if this is like a graphic 3D video, that looks so hyper realistic. You can't do it. It has to look like complete nonsense. Then we'll let you get away with almost anything.
Right. Probably how they sold that much.
Well, if you think about it,
They bought it.
if there's like levels of realism that will allow you to get with more if it's like less realistic, right? Like that's why we used to allow like Roadrunner, like Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner with like drop dynamite on them. Yeah, that shit was always happening. It was always getting fucked up. That was okay because it was cartoons, right? But you couldn't have blood, like blood all over the place. But if you make them look so goofy that their head's just a big circle, and they have like then you get blood all over the place. Nobody complains. It's weird, right? It's kind of weird. Yeah. It's like the less realistic. Oh, you know what it is? They killed a kid. Like you killed a kid, you bastard, and no one has a problem. Which is because it's unrealistic. It's kind of weird, right?
I think that's exactly how you put it.
It's kind of unrealistic. It's a perfect cheat code. It makes everything more fun because you never feel guilty laughing. No matter what. When Cartman was in bed with Saddam Hussein, or let's say Hubert was in bed. There's just so many scenes where you're like, there's no way to do this unless you have cartoons. It's brilliant. Because you wouldn't never be able to get away with it. No. the one when they skirted around drawing the hum? They kind of skirted around. They never drew them. You know, like, there's a trunk. He's inside the trunk in a bear suit.
Yeah.
You can do things in cartoons that you just can't do in any other realm. It's a perfect medium for comedy. And you can keep the kids young forever, right? You know, they're always going to be in high school. Like, how many questions affected me in high school for 4 years? Right? Yeah, it's just they're in high school. That's how it goes.
That's true.
They don't have to grow up. Shut the fuck up. Why are they going to grow up?
See if they made. Now, what if they did make a cartoon? Wasn't it funny like that? Yeah. No, but you didn't see it for the kid.
It's sad.
Yeah.
Trailer park.
Yeah.
It's funny when he's the way he is now, and he's like a little kid.
He's still.
I like throwing his events. It's fun. Yeah. He's still a little kid. You know, you don't want to. Certain people don't understand them. And they're grown. Or when they're over the other side of it, the wheels start falling off. You know,
that's what I mean. For the special end episode, they should do it.
Yes.
It's all done. This is final. They're all aged and they didn't have to go to final. Still.
What they should do is do a 3D, which like hyper-realistic version of the show. Just do it all through AI. For the last episode. Have it the most violent. And see how people feel. I'll be like, brother, this is exactly what we've been showing you for 40 years.
That will be weird.
Yeah. It would be allowed to.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something. Sure, sir.
Cheers to you. Wow. Thank you for having me.
I look forward to seeing them going to. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah, that's fun. You know, that's my. Did one.
Did you do it at the club or did you do it at the
at the club?
At the club. Nice. Yeah.
It was fun and it was loud and intimate and it was just, you know, I told him before I did it that I'm not into critiquing people because I've been shit on my own career. I don't want to tell these guys what they're doing. Right? He's coming from me. Really, he said, no, it's not how it works. You just be you, just be yourself, and it was great because I could just. You know, there was something specific that I thought was kind of wrong, or I wasn't saying them in a very nice way. But most of them, they're good. These guys come out, they got their minutes, they pop them out. Yeah, of course, you'd see a couple, but, you know, the first 10 seconds in, you're like, okay, it's already not funny, you know, but they're just so nervous. They're like shaking, you know. But some would have really quality.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of fun.
Really
people out there. And it's also because of Kiltony, people realize that if they can put together a minute, it can change their whole fucking life. Yeah. Your whole fucking life. Look at Cam Patterson, she's on Saturday Night Live. I mean, look at these guys. They're killing it. Unbelievable. William Montgomery's killing it. You know,
there was a couple there out that night that they were really good.
Yeah.
And I think Tony tapped me on the chair of one of the next guy, you know. He came out and I was like, holy shit, he was solid.
Yeah. Artie's killing it. There's a lot of these guys that do that show. They do 1 minute and then they go, we'd love to have you back. And then they come back, they do another minute, the crowd remembers them from the old show. All of a sudden they have like 25,000 Instagram followers, then it's 100, then it's 150. Like these things start rolling. It's like, oh, you have a real pathway. If you work hard, if you really fucking focus, just really dial it in, really work on your material, really working, do as many sets around town as you can. You might be able to do this for a living. And if you can, it's the greatest fucking job in the world. So
there's already a couple that I've been watching there.
There's more now than ever before. It used to be, it was like, there was a bunch of like bad people and every now and then someone would come on with promise. Now it seems to me to be more slanted towards people that are, it's like a high level, or high percentage rather, of people that
are. And I'm there. They're really good.
Yeah. A lot of them are really good. And it's, again, there's a pathway. And
there was one that came out, I said, and I think it was kind of funny how the microphone was up high because the guy before him was like 6'5" or something. This guy comes out, he's like 4 feet. So it's already funny because they bring him on. And he goes, he grabs the mic and he takes it and puts it behind him and takes the mic and goes to his bed. And I'm like, so I got on, he said, well, I feel great. I said, one thing I would have done in the beginning, you already had a laugh. the microphone was, so reference it. At least reference it. Don't you don't have to do a thing. He goes, yeah, that'd be a prop. And I said, no, it's already a fucking prop. It's not. You didn't bring it. You didn't make it. It's there. It's a prop that's usable. Every comic uses it for the, everything from a guitar to for change on the beach. Every comic does that. Everybody. So I said, no, you don't have to make a prop joke. I said, just reference it. You should at least reference it. Like this is already not going well in something. And because the crowd was waiting for something, and he didn't do it. And then after the show, he said, I'm going to use that. It's good. I said, well, you have to follow a tall guy. It worked. Yeah, don't he says that?
Yeah, he set the microphone for
Right. That's what I said.
Yeah.
It only worked because it was improv. It happened.
Right.
And I told him, I said, you don't do it unless it happens. You don't want to have it set that way, right? It's done.
Well, I think for some people, start, doing something like that.
So the starting is hard for everybody.
It's not just that, it's like this overwhelming anxiety of 1 minute, and you can't believe you're on a stage, and in front of this audience. Well, that's their first show. Some of them first show, Madison Square Garden.
Oh, Jesus.
First time on stage.
No.
Madison Square Garden, and you're bombing.
I didn't know so they do that thing coming out with the Madison Square Garden.
And it's 100% random. People try to get people on, and Tony won't do it. Like, no, that's not how it works. No, what we do is, everybody just signs up, and I reach into that bucket, and I pull out names, and you can't rig it. You can't rig it.
And so I knew that part of it, but I didn't know they did it in Madison Square Garden.
They do it that way everywhere. Well, one thing they do in Madison Square Garden is they have like a Legends bucket. So they have a bunch of people backstage, like Jim Norton, right? Big J. Okerson. A lot of people did it. But I was there. David Tell. And then they pull it out, and then David Tell come up and do a minute or stand-up. It goes crazy. Or do 5 minutes or whatever. But he makes it so that even if someone is terrible for the first time, it's a minute, and then you have Shane Gillis and whoever else next to him making fun of it for the next 15, 20 minutes. It's going to be fucking hilarious. And it's also, you get to see, like, oh, this is a crazy thing to do. Like, this idea is just going to stand up in front of people and talk, and hopefully it'll be entertaining.
Yes.
Right. Sure, and sometimes it just goes horribly wrong. And everybody's like,
yeah, that's not. They're not always there. Everyone was pretty cordial, but I could see it going.
Bro, those New Yorkers don't fuck around, man. You start bombing a little bit, they smell blood.
I did my very first time ever, Catch a Rising Star. It's, all these old school clubs. I go there, it was like pouring down rain. It was snowy, sleety, snow rain. I remember I took my trunk in a taxi. I've never been to New York City in a club. And I go in with like 8 people. And and so the guy's like, what are you bringing up? And I just wheel my shit up. I go, not even bombing, it's worse than bombing. It's just like, never, nothing from the left. Nothing. Really? Yes. And I'm doing like my age shit. I promise, swear to God. I mean, I'm guys like, ice trade the levels. And it kills everywhere. Nothing. Fucking nothing. And I just go, all right, I think my opening line was I had more props than people, which I did. That got a little laugh and not even, right? Yeah, I've got more props than fucking people. Nothing. I get done. I didn't even know what to do. I'm shaking so bad. There was no comic. So I just went, all right, enjoy the next comic. I had my own mic and everything. Anyway, I'm like, just terrible. I was going to leave this shit. I'm going to get out of business, right? I'm going to go into comedy. This guy walks by and he goes, leave your shit there. He goes up and he said, murders, just absolutely murders. 8 people. It was like a stadium of people laughing. And I'm like watching this guy, like, holy fuck. It was Dennis Leary. I leveled 8 people. I couldn't believe it. I walked off, and he walked off, and he said, hey man, I said, that was unbelievable. He said, no, that shit, yeah, fuck, your shit's fucking amazing. The thing with the he was serious. He said that whatever, how about with the kickstand? Fuck, that's great. Whatever it was I was doing. And I'm like, you like fucking with me? Because I ate shit. And he was, no. But I've never gotten to tell him that again. That Dennis Lane watches the show. That was the most coolest thing a comic ever did. Just gave me a big hug. They were fucking great. That crowd sucked. I said, the crowd didn't suck. We just murdered them. They didn't like me.
Well,
It's a small. You said you were great. You were
8 people. You're bombing in front of 8 people.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to bomb in front of 8 people. It happens. That was one of the great things about the store is you get those 8 people crowd sometimes. The early days of the store, you would go up, if you got like a 11:30 spot on a Tuesday night, you might go up in front of 8 people. That can happen, because you probably won't really get on at 11:30 because a bunch of people stop in and do sets. So by the time you get up, you're probably like closer to 1. Yeah, but those shows show you what's bullshit.
Yeah.
They show you something about a small crowd shows you what you're saying is nonsense. Like sometimes you have to like figure it out. You have to. The brutal thing about comedy is you kind of really have to figure it out in front of people with the openness of speaking, right? But here's the thing: it's like one of the things about jujitsu. When you learn jujitsu, it's really important to not be afraid to tap. Because if you can just open your game up and not be afraid to tap, you can learn more. Because you don't do it tense and you do it more playfully, and it doesn't mean as much to you when you get tapped. It sounds totally counterintuitive, but if you can just relax and not use your ego, not try to win every session, just try to figure out why you're getting caught and figure out how to avoid it, but don't be worried about tapping. Just tap whenever you get caught, and then just let your ego deal with it, and then learn and move on. But you have to experience that. You have to get tapped. You have to get dominated. Like you have to figure out like what's good and what's bad. And I think that's the same thing. Kind of, there's an element of that in comedy too. You got to like possibly fail with this idea. Like I'm gonna throw this out. This is half cut. This is a weird idea that I have. I'm like, am I crazy? Like, do you think, is this where we're going as a society? Is this where we're going as human beings? And there's something there, and I'm trying to find it.
Yeah.
But I gotta risk not finding it. That's the only way you find it. Because there's writing on stage that you only get. There's certain lines that only come to you when you're willing to step out on stage. But you gotta. You might eat shit. You might have to transfer out of that. Like it's like you have to. It's a balancing act. This bit might not work at all, and then you might have to figure out how to segue into something guaranteed to be good or bad.
I do the same. But all my shit I think is full cook. I think I walked there and thought this is good, and it's been marinating for a while. And then I eat shit like,
Yeah,
that was a good bit. Damn it.
for me, it's
One night worked right the next night. I just did a joke last night. They killed the night before. Nothing crickets. I'm like, what's the same?
do you say this in you record yourself?
Yeah, I never listened to it.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
thing.
I said it a little differently.
I fucked up before when I didn't realize I fucked up, and I said something wrong. I realized I said it wrong until I listened to the recording. Like, wow, because I'll fuck words up sometimes.
Sure.
And just like I talk too much. I really do. I talk way too much. So my brain is just like autopilot talking sometimes. And
Well, I know it's different if I don't say it wrong. Something if I say it the same one night, it's a great laugh. Some nights it doesn't. I didn't do anything different.
I just saying it's like you got to listen to it. You got to listen to it to really hear, because there's a lot of times when you'll say something just slightly different, and that slightly different makes all the fun.
Well, but then I had one. It's a brand new term. There's a big billboard in Vegas, and it's for the Sahara pools. And so you've got this beautiful woman on it. Big, beautiful hot chick, and then it says, "You be at the pool." So I put it up on the big screen, and I said, "This is my favorite billboard. Look at this. Look at you be at the pool, hot girl." And so then you get there, it changes to a big gay pool party with like 75,000 dudes. It's a great picture. So I did last night. Got a laugh, but not like you should have gotten more. It's like, then you get there, and they're like, "Ava? Is anyone Ava? She was here earlier, just buried under all that cock or something." Last night, You're just killed. I mean, only for a minute they're still laughing and applauding. I'm like, it didn't do anything different. It was just the mood of that audience.
That does happen too. Maybe it was like you were doing better before that, so you had more momentum.
Maybe.
Right.
I'm just glad I don't have any.
I've seen your show. Your show in Luxor was really fun. I saw it. God, it's been a few years. I gotta check it out now. But I had a bunch of my friends come to Vegas to see your show. It's very fun.
Thank you. On Tuesdays I do it in Spanish.
Oh, do you really? Do you speak Spanish? Okay.
Tom Segura Tuesday night is Spanish night. I come in, hey, it's an audit.
Tom Segura, who looks totally white, speaks fluent Spanish and does stand-up in Spanish. So
I'm going to see him.
How many dates did he do where he did you and your mom's house? Yeah, whose podcast? Or Two Bears, One Cave, 20.
I'm doing
with his wife, Bird. Oh yeah, that's your mom's house.
Yeah,
they're both fun.
Yeah.
Bird's a great example. Bird's a great example of what we're talking about. One time we were at the Improv, and Bert did this joke, this new joke. The first set, it fucking killed. And the second set, it didn't do nearly as well, and he was confused. And I had seen both sets. And I said, oh, no, it's because in the first set, he said, like, he was at the, he was at the supermarket. I know this is already on special or something. I wouldn't say it. It was like, he was at the supermarket, and he was standing there talking to his wife. He's like, God, it's so cold in here. And she looks at him, and she goes, you are so fat. And he's like, what? She goes, your dick is hanging out. Like, he didn't realize that his fly was open. He goes raw dog everywhere. He goes raw dog. He had no underwear on, and his zippers were done. It's like, but the joke was the way it was, like, she said it that way. Right. Like, you are so fat. Like, you can't see your dick. So, like, the first show, he nailed it. He nailed the cadence. And the second show, like, something was off, and he forgot to say one part of it. And I remembered it from the first show. Like, it's weird. You know, you gotta listen. Because it's painful. You listen to your own voice. It's gross. You already know the jokes, so shut up. I'm so tired of listening to you talk. But you have to listen to it, because if you don't, you're not gonna figure out how to do it the best way you can. You know?
I think that's a great idea.
But there's a lot of people that don't do it that way.
I never want to see my self again.
Everybody's got their own process.
Now you do.
So I know some guys who are really funny that don't record any of their shows, and they don't write at all. They just go up a lot, and they have ideas, and they work them out on stage. They're really, really funny.
Yeah. I'm kind of in that with more of my stand-up than the prop shit I've done. But the stand-up I have like a bullet point. I don't write it out.
When you do prop stuff, like, how do you even come up with ideas? Like, what do you do? You like sit down with a whiteboard and go, what can we do?
I've never written. I've never sat down and said I'm going to write together.
So how do the gags? Like,
they come just like a lot of them happen by just in a conversation or a story or something. Sometimes I'll see a prop or a prop. It's not a prop yet. It's just a thing. Or I'll see a thing and I'll go, there's something funny about that. And I just think about it. And I was at a Home Depot. I made this like yesterday. I've never done it. I've never tried this. Tony said I've never done it ever. But I think it's funny. Guys get drunk and they punch walls all the time, right? And I had a friend backstage. I said, what happened to your hand? He's like, oh, yeah, fuck. I said, what'd you do? He's like, no, I punched the wall. I said, you punched the wall? I'm like, really? And I just thought, I thought this should be a stud finder. Like, he didn't get stud. So I said, there should be a beer with a stud finder. So you can find out where your drug you fucking bitch. And so I made it. So it looks incredible, but it's so silly. But it will be a crowd pleaser. Yeah. It goes beep, beep, beep. Yeah. You fucking bitch. You wait. You have a hesitation. But so that sometimes it's that way. Sometimes I just, come to me. I don't know. I was watching a cartoon, I think, years ago. These paper cups of string. the telephone when they were in a tree. Hey, Susie, and what's going on, Bobby? And I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is an old version of this cups. We need a new version, right? Because that's just 2 cups. So we have to have another cup that comes out for call waiting. And it was like, that was my free bird. I mean, I did that. I came up with, that was my closing bit. And I pulled some in the front row. What's your name? They go, I said, you seem so close to the strings. And she's holding it. I said, what's your name? And she said, and I said, hold on, I have to, hello? Yeah, I got to call you back. I'm talking to Rose, Tracy. And it was just murder that no one expected, call waiting. I'm going to, run call waiting. So that's like a cup. And then I had 3 cups for conference calling that came out of that. So it was like boom, boom, conference calls. And then I'd throw it, I'd say call forwarding, I'd throw it. And then I had a clear cup that was for caller ID. I said, I know you're there, pick up, I can see it. So it was like a bam, 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 a really good problem. It turned into like a routine.
It would be funny if you tried to say those things today. You'd be like, what?
That's like, that's a carrot classic. I call them once in a like, I do things sometimes in show where I do carrot classics.
Yeah.
Because this is stuff for people that grew up in the 90s. You'll remember some of these. And I do like the ice tray. I love it. And it's great. The biggest laugh comes when I go, I forgot to know what a fucking ice tray is. I mean, that gets the biggest laugh. Because no one has an ice tray. But the thing's still funny. They're like, oh, I get this clever.
Don't people still have ice trays?
Well, if you live in you live in like a trailer.
No, regular houses.
Like ice trays.
Yeah, when you put in water,
they have new ones now with the big cubicle.
Yeah, if you don't want an ice machine in your freezer thing, you can just.
So maybe that joke's still relevant.
It's horrible. I have fucking ice trays.
I have ice trays too.
I use them sometimes.
But Stephen, when you go to put it back in, you got to.
Yeah. But there's certain things that people just like pagers, make a pager joke today. They're like, what?
That's great.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I technological jokes, like if you think about like jokes about technology, when you date them, it's so weird. I used to have a joke about texting. Like, why are you making me read? I'm like, call me. You're on a phone. It's the best way to communicate.
Yeah.
Call me. Like, why are you making me fucking read it? This is so weird. It takes you 4 presses to get an S. That was back when people said you had text message.
Right.
I don't know, a flip phone guy.
Yeah, we had to make a 7 upside down on the pager. Yeah. Hello.
It was the most annoying people that would want to
That's so great. Why are you making? Why are we doing it?
It's so dumb. And I would just call him back. You couldn't text Joey Diaz. He'd yell at you. He would fucking. He'll text you now. But dude, for like 7 and 8 years, fucking yell at you. Joey was the last one to get a cell phone. He had a pager.
I was the last one to get a phone. I didn't get it.
Joey had a pager until like the year 2000.
I was a little more of that.
He fucking kept that pager forever, man. And you'd have to call his fucking pager. That's great. He was a wild boy. He was fun. He was just such a fun dude. But if you did not call him, he'd get angry. He goes, I'm insecure. I want to hear your fucking voice. Why you fucking reading text messages? Making me fucking text you like a little girl. What are you doing? You and Red Van would get into it because Red Van loves texting. So Red Van was like one of the first guys to text. He would text you back in the days.
Yeah.
When you press it 4 times and get an S. And then I remember people got those sidekicks. Remember, you're the coolest. Sidekicks. Keyboard. Remember that?
Yeah.
And some of their sidekicks got hacked. Right? Didn't Paris Hilton again? Didn't some cooter pictures pop up because her sidekick got hacked? Something along those lines.
Like that.
Or something happened where people stole their sidekicks and something happened. Was there something about that? Sort of privacy concern with sidekicks back in the day? Yeah. There was like strategic releases of stuff back then, like when they would accidentally have a photographer looking at their vagina out of the car. Notice that photographer on his knees with a camera pointing up. That's so crazy. Nobody has a camera pointing up. Yeah, like come on. That guy would go to jail. That's probably illegal.
Probably.
And meanwhile, you don't have any underwear on. That seems crazy. Like why do they have pictures of your pussy on purpose? You know, on purpose. Yeah, but it's smart. Yeah, I mean, if you want to market yourself and just get more popular, So you want to know your name. It worked.
Right.
We're talking about them right now.
Yeah.
And there was like a brief moment. People don't remember Pussygate. Because there was a time where these high-level celebrity-type people were accidentally showing their pussy.
Yeah.
Whoopsies. Here's my pussy. Just out there in the breeze. Just nothing but a curse.
So
Over raw pussy. Out there in the wild. At clubs, at fucking award shows. Wild pussy.
I never said that word on stage. Never.
Pussy?
You know,
Because of Prince.
yes. Because of respect for Prince. No, I just never have. And I think it was last one. No, never last. I don't know what. The crowd was just, I don't know, they were crazy. And I don't know, someone yelled something out, and I said, boy, I got. My son just do a horrible prop. It was a Bud Light bottle. The metal one. And I had these legs put on it like that. And it's hilarious looking. So I made a Bud Light so guys will drink it again. Just, and the guy's like, someone yelled out, I don't get it. I said, it's pussy. Like, how do you not get the joke? There's two legs spread. The beer goes like this, and like, see, you're eating pussy. And it was just like, the crowd was like, hey, Carrot can't say pussy. Like, what? They just didn't. I said, no, it's okay. I said, no, don't say it again. No.
Don't say it again.
No, I said, no. They're thinking, don't say it again. I said, no, I think you say it. I said, no, I said, yeah, we topped it. I mean, right? You can't top much as you put. You can't top it. So they're like, oh, they're laughing. I'm like, no, fuck's nothing. I said, well, we've reached the plateau of raunchy show. Yeah, it's more silly. I mean, there's an edge to it, but you swear whenever you feel it. Yeah. You just, I don't need to. But I do it for some parts that I don't need to. But I never say what's fun.
Swearing's fun. People that don't want to swear, that always makes me. That was like the Bill Cosby. He was always that Christian.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy.
That's one of the greatest bits.
He said,
Do the people laugh?
Yeah.
You give the name. Tell Bill now. Come and smile and shut the fuck up. Because you can hear it in Pryor's voice.
No.
You know?
Right. That's, He's brilliant, right? Rick Pryor.
Oh my God. Oh my God. My parents took me to see him live on the Sunset Strip when he was in the senior year. I was like 15 years old. It was incredible. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I will never forget this. It was the first moment where I realized like what stand-up can do. Because this guy was on stage and just talking. It was the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. Ever. I thought about all the movies that I had seen that were really funny movies. And I was like, there's nothing that's this funny. And this guy's just talking. I was looking around the theater. I'll never forget this guy. And there was people just going like this, just throwing their body up and down while they're laughing, holding their body. It's like, oh my God, oh my God, just dying laughing. I was like, this is incredible. He's just talking. It's incredible how funny this is.
That's groundbreaking.
Yeah, when you're 15, you're like, no way.
And you're right. And seeing people, like you said, physically
dying,
laughing,
falling down,
you don't see
dying,
that.
like they couldn't handle it. But
I opened for Steve Harvey one time in Birmingham, Alabama, and I get that stuff on the stuff. I never met him. He was years and years. I had like a truck. I didn't have I had like 30 props, and a third of them were really good. I opened. I get there, I do the first thing, and Steve says, you work a black crowd. I was like, no, like all black crowd. I said, no, I'm going from the black people. He said, no, all black crowd. I said, well, will they all black? He said, oh, yeah, all black crowd. I didn't know that. It was, you go one way or the other. He just said, if they stand up and they start going, they're not leaving, they're standing up when they laugh. I was like, hey, I go out here and I did a case for that, and I did one, or what it was, but they all got up, and they were like, it looked like they were leaving, but that's how they were, like you said, they were just rejoicing. And I couldn't believe it. I came off and said, I nice set. I'm like, that was so much fun. They were so into the show. And I said, I don't know if I was going to follow that. Because I did sort of got, I did really good. And I really did. I thought myself, that guy, you know, Stephen Short. And that was his crowd. He was pulling off the club. He was so loud. He was so piercing loud. And that's another thing. But I'm not in comedy. Whatever I'm in, I'm not in that. So he's in college with Running Back. That was like Running Back. That's oh my God. He was so powerful on stage. Just like sometimes you see someone perform. Yeah, everything. Eyes alone. It's just punchlines. Yeah, pop. Yeah, pop. He just was. There's some dudes that just know how to just right. Yeah, he's that way. Oh my God, it's so funny. I mean, that whole era tour, it's kind of interesting. That's right. It's been like King's Comedy and there's Blue Collar. Right. There haven't been really a lot of those, tours like that. There hasn't been. Because they were tours and they made films. Right. Kings of Comedy, how many films did they make? They made at least one, right? Yeah. How many? Kings of Comedy special did Kings of Comedy make? So then Blue Collar did a couple, right? 2 or how many did they do? They didn't like the specials. Yeah, tour was great. But they did specials. And they all went on to tour too. Yeah. But there hasn't been one like that. There hasn't been great. No. Interesting. It's funny. But it's also like everyone's very tour. It's just like there's more people from this style than I think of ever. I mean, that is unbelievable. It's what all the time. Joe came to my show about a month ago. Joe Coach. He said to me, he's a backstage fan. And he said, casually, he said, what are you doing on, February or something? I said, well, probably working. Wow, it's a heavy key. SoFi. I'm like, oh, what's going on at SoFi? He's like, hey. Yeah. I said, you? What are you doing this? He's like, me? It's like, it just blew me away. I'm like, you're playing SoFi? Like, yeah, it's been doing, it started sold out. Yeah. I'm like, and he's so casual. Yeah, I go to SoFi. Like, he's going to see Stone. I'm going to see me. Yes. Maybe our guy's another one like that. He's doing arenas everywhere. And he's just super normal, casual. Yeah. Which one's doing football stadium? Yeah. Oh, that's a great 1-2 combination. Yeah. That's a great one too. Yeah, you can't go wrong. Fluffy does LA by himself, right? Doesn't he do the Dodger Stadium by himself? Yeah, so insane. Yeah, Fluffy is a giant follower. I remember when we were at the Ice House, he had the record for the most amount of shows sold out in a row. And they have plaque on the wall. Yeah, these guys. Holy shit. SoFi Stadium. God damn. Jesus, that's nuts. Yeah, man. They're killing it. There's Shane Gillis is killing it like that. Tony's killing it like that. It's oh my god. That's incredible. Holy shit. Woo. It's fun times. Fun times comedy. Birds doing giant places. Birds doing giant places. It's really wild. It's wild to see. Yeah, I'm gonna meet him. Which one? Tom. Oh, you never met him? I don't think so. You love him. I don't know, but he's like 187 pounds now. Okay. Dude, he was at the floor. Did you see him? Stuff on the photo. Dude, he looks great. He was at the club the other day. I'm like, dude, you look fucking great. I mean, what do you weigh? He goes 187. He has been 187 since he was like in high school. Yeah, but he's like healthy. It's not like Ozempic. He had a good joke. Gaffigan. He makes me. He said, "Oh, I want my meat race." My fam said to me, "Oh, you look. Are you okay?" And I get that. I said, "I'm okay." Yeah, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Why? You look sick. He's like, "No, No, I just lost weight. Like, oh, Ozempic? He goes, no, Ozempic. I'm on the other one. But it's like if you have muscles, you're on steroids. If you're skinny, you're on Ozempic. Can anyone be happy with anybody just looking to this?
No one. No one's happy with
it. You look good. What do you? No, I'm not nothing.
The only time you're going to find people that are happy when you're doing good is if they're doing good. So if they're doing good, then they get to say, hey, they don't feel threatened.
Yeah. You look good.
So some people do. They feel threatened by other people doing well. So they don't. They want us.
Ozempic?
Yeah.
I mean, I would die if I
fucking with that guy has willpower. He's right.
Yeah.
This person, and they feel better. They feel better about themselves. Yeah. Because their lifestyle is good. Yeah. There's a lot of people. That's a giant chunk of population. That's why you're not supposed to read social media.
Like, and I hear my friends saying, I look at her like, yeah, she's got to be honest. I said, maybe she's just taking care of herself. Maybe she's good. She's eating apples and doing yoga.
Yeah. Also, some people, it's really going to help them. You know, if you're 600 pounds, that's probably a good idea. And what my friend was telling me, my friend Rachel was telling me, who actually was a pharmacy, he said the issue is the dosage, first of all, that people are getting these enormous doses. And, you know, variable by body weight, they should probably be getting a much lower dose. And he's saying they're showing now that if you mix it with certain peptides, I think it was IGF-1, is that what he said? I think he said IGF-1, that if you mix it with certain peptides, it eliminates the muscle loss and bone loss. And so what you do is, if you get on one of these things, if you're overweight, you're really struggling, and you just need something to just get you back on track, the idea is that you could get on this and then use it as like a kickstart to a healthy lifestyle. Okay, now you've dropped 30 pounds, you feel much better, right? Okay, you've been eating really good, right? Now let's get off this fucking nonsense that you're on that's making you lose your appetite, and let's now just maintain your body weight and just keep eating healthy, and it'll go on. Like, if you just do it the right way, you'll continue to progress. You know, you don't have to stay on that stuff. Long term, it's kind of sketchy. Like, I don't know, what are you doing? It's like, what is the actual GLP-1 chemical? What or whatever you want to call it, medication? What does it actually do? What does this peptide actually do that makes you lose your appetite? Because that's essentially what it is. It's supposed to just curb your appetite, which is the last thing I ever want to hear about. I fucking love appetite. I am appetite. Yeah.
We got from the airport here. It's all people that my sisters out. Where's the barbecue place? Barbecue.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about how to lose my appetite. You feel fuck yourself. I love appetite. So it regulates appetite by acting on the brain's hypothalamus to promote feelings of fullness and satiety, and by slowing down the rate at which food leaves the stomach, gastric emptying. It also influences the brain's reward system, reduces cravings for high-calorie food, and dampening the motivation to eat. These combined effects contribute to a reduced overall energy intake and a longer-lasting feeling of fullness after meals. I think it's like everything else, man. Like, you could probably use it responsibly, and it can probably help you if you're really obese. But I think there's way too many people that are hopping on it that just need a little discipline, right? Just get a little discipline. But that doesn't mean that some people shouldn't use it, right? And if they can figure out how to do it right, like peptides, then okay, maybe it's a healthy way for you to get into a good lifestyle. But the real thing is get healthy. That's the real thing, right? That's
I think it's predominantly with diabetes, I think, but then they found out that
exactly
help people that were
exactly.
Which, like I said,
And it's a huge money maker.
It's going. I just eat and throw up. That's what I do.
But see, that's one that I don't have a problem with people making money off of. Like, it's like, I don't know if problem with them making money off of any of them. Let me be real clear. But this one's like many, like, overall benefits if done correctly. For people, there's so many people out there that are fucking, they're 500 fucking pounds and they don't know how to stop. And they go to counseling, they think about getting their stomach stapled, and it is an addiction, just like gambling, just like anything else. You need some help sometimes.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what they need. Just something to fucking get you out of this terrible state and move you into a place of health. And then you feel better. This is a problem. Like, able to think better. You'll be nicer. You'll have a better life. You'll have more energy to do the things you like to do. There's no downsides to being healthy. There's zero downsides. Yeah. You know, the only downside is it sucks. It's a lot of hard work. But once you get there, the feeling of satisfaction of having accomplished something, like getting your body into a condition where it's like healthy, and you can do stuff. You can, take a fucking yoga class. You can do CrossFit. You can do stuff. It's physical. It works well.
Or just get implants like I did. So,
There's this one guy who got like the most implants.
oh, I know.
It's like human head dolls.
Yeah.
See that guy?
Yeah. No, that's really creepy, isn't it?
We talked to him a long time ago. Mike, whatever you do, Mike.
Mike's just like, oh, Mike, you look crazy.
I don't know if you got a mirror, but
Yeah, no.
that's the thing with people when they start doing that kind of stuff, they don't know when to stop.
Yeah.
And it becomes addictive. It's just like you becomes addicted with gambling. You get addicted to just fucking with your friend. That guy, there he is. He's got a back implant. $21,000 to do a back implant. It does look like you do crazy laps. I feel like that guy must be a rock climber, right? If you saw that, that guy's jacked. Look how jacked he is. All the way down to his wrists, and you're like, hey, why are those wrists on that body? That's crazy. Something's wrong. Like something just threw up. You know what I mean? It's like it looks great for like whatever it is. The boobs are on, but there's some part of your brain that's like, what's going on? Does he have fake abs too? Those are great fake abs. If those are fake abs, let me see that again. No, there it looks real. That looks normal. But one of the ones that you just showed earlier, like, okay, are those just real abs? Because if you could get those abs, if those are real, like you could have done the whole thing. You could have done the whole thing, fella. Like somebody could you lift weight, right? You didn't have to do that. Oh no, he totally admits to it, right?
Oh, yeah.
No,
I think that's his whole thing.
Yeah, he's letting everybody down. It's not like he's like, no, I'm just trying. God just keep blessing me. Oh, that's normal. Well, that seems totally sane. Hey, just how many, what is it like? What kind of damage are you doing to your body just going under 190 times? 190 times 100? Whoa. As soon as he got out of the house. Fuck you, Mom and Dad.
Yeah, I'm got orange cones
I'm
around his
getting
head.
lax.
Yeah, I'm getting lax. He doesn't, but he looks like a small frame guy.
Exactly. You get down his wrist, you're like, that guy is nervous. This is insane. Yeah. It's like, oh. Okay, well, if that's true, and it may be true, they might not be able to do that back then.
I think they I know they do that.
I know they do that sculpting thing. Yeah, where they sculpt the fat away and it makes it look more
I have a guy, those are pretty good. But
oh, that's that crazy guy. That guy's had a lot of those things too. So that's fake ass. Yeah, those look real. But that like I'm saying, like if somebody just talked that dude into lifting weights, hooked on the look. What is it? I think those are real abs, which are pretty good. Like he could have got a tight swimmer's body instead of when he did. Jesus, they also have sculpting thing with different type implant. They like write them out. Yeah, they cut all the fat away, so it exposes more of the abdominal area, abdominal sculpting keratin.
I think I had that tomorrow before.
Or type. You're gonna have to get drained.
Yeah, so I was coming out of the sides.
Pus.
Yeah.
Just have a wound. Cut your fat away.
So weird.
You'll look better.
Yeah, no. I have no.
Why does this work out? Jesus Christ, people.
Do a crunch.
Your body is who you are, right? If you have like a little bit of a gut, it's just fuck it off. That's just it.
And then
Show it to the world. This is who you are. Let it go. You're living good. You got a little gut. If you don't like it, lose weight. Yeah. I just don't know if maybe somebody does.
Like I said, somebody with really obese probably would help you.
Dude, we're just about 4 or 5 years away from them being able to genetically engineer you anyway. They're going to be able to like obesity. Obesity's going to be out the window probably. At least with people who have the money for the procedure. They'll probably just fucking lay paste around your body. Fat will burn away, and the fucking coming out look like Chris Evans, Captain America.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen, dude. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, well,
they're already doing weird stuff that's beneficial to people. They're already figuring out how to splice genes and turn off like gene expressions that cause certain diseases. They're getting involved in some really wild research when it comes to like manipulating the genome. And once it really gets good, once they really start, curing certain diseases, figuring stuff out, and ratchet up, and they can start, they'll start going. Who wants me to Who wants a giant dick? Who wants the biggest ass?
Right.
Yeah, it's just gonna 100% people are gonna all look like cartoons. We're all gonna be cartoony.
It'll all look like that.
We're all gonna look like Thor, and the woman will look like Prime.
The whole world. I mean,
Fun times. Fun times. Everybody gets to play.
Everybody.
Yeah. How much it must suck to just unfortunately be born really unattractive? Like there's people that got a terrible roll of the dice in life. They got weird. I'm right here for God's sake. You're a normal looking guy. Normal looking guy's done some stuff. But there's normal looking people like you and I, like elephantitis, man. That guy, remember that guy? Yeah. Imagine something like that where you could just completely change it. All simple as like Ken. Yeah. Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't everybody get a chance to be hot? What's a good looking boy? Everybody's awesome. Fun. It's fun, dude. It's gonna be awesome.
Everybody gets to play.
It's gonna be fun. Everybody's hot. It's gonna be great. And what if they figured out what's wrong with people's brains? Like, we thought that we just had to let people experience life and figure out their issues and make mistakes and maybe go to jail and get out. No. We can just rewire brains. Rewire everybody's brain so everybody's like really calm and peaceful and kind and compassionate. And you have to sign up for it. It's a compassionate program, and everybody has to get the updated software.
That's great.
And we'll all be super sweet to each other. We're gonna have to do it.
It's tougher.
Yeah,
I have a software update tonight.
Everyone's gonna be hot, and everyone's gonna be nice. It's gonna be a
Everyone's gonna have all their hair, their muscles,
and then all inventions will cease.
Yeah.
Instantaneously. They will never invent a single thing after that. There will be no more music.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna be hot. There's gonna be no motivation whatsoever for you to ever be like Prince. Like Prince became Prince because he was 5'3", and that was the way to get women to love him. He's so fucking talented that people just are blown away. And you're acting like a woman. They don't even understand it. They're so hot for you. Like he hacks the system. You're not gonna get that.
I met Prince one time. I met him. He was still cursing because I was on the Taik show and I was back in the hallway getting my makeup done for her. But I already came in makeup, so I was always ready. So I just walk out the makeup thing, and Prince is on the show. His door's right there, and mine is down here. So I walk over to James. I walk over and I said, "Can I introduce me to Prince?" He's wearing Prince. I said, "Well, no, this is protocol. Rather you walk me in as Prince, and you just say, 'Hey,' and he said, 'I haven't even denied him any of it. Come with me.' So he said, 'Well, go after this.' He goes to his makeup. I'm just standing there. Prince comes out of his dresser. He says, 'Where's my fucking teeth?' And I'm like, 'What's that?' He's my fucking teeth. And I was like, 'Oh, I'll go get it.' And he closed the door, and his cave's right there in the thing. I said, 'Where's Prince's fucking teeth?' And she's like, 'What?' I said, 'He's yelled at me to get his fucking teeth.' He said, 'He really doesn't know my show. He probably doesn't know you're on the show.' So I went and got teeth, and I walked in, knocked on the door, and he opened it, and his assistant opened the door. I said, this is Prince's teeth. He said, 'He doesn't have teeth.' And I was like, 'Okay, no.' And Prince is looking at me like, 'The door to the thing. What the fuck was that about? He goes, 'My fucking teeth. I have your teeth.' So listen, that seems insane. That's insane. It was just awkward. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. So the next time I'm in Vegas, I'm going to my own room.
You didn't talk to him at all after that?
No,
you on the show together?
No, he did his thing. I can't. Jay brings us all on at the end. So this is everything Prince and Carrot Top and Prince declined to go out. But the closest you can see us, you say, we have to do Prince, can't.
Do you think he was embarrassed that he told you to get his teeth?
No, I think he said it was no, maybe he thought, oh, should I? No, but he would have said thank you for my tea. It was like he doesn't want tea. I'm like, he just asked me.
That follows along with my theory about that kind of talent. I always think you have to be at least somewhat insane or have a relationship. You have to have a relationship with insanity, which is probably why he joined Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
And decided to stop swearing. It's like he wanted some structure, right? He's probably got a relationship with insanity.
I mean, we all know that. He's a bachelor friend, but the best one is going to my room at the MGM Grand, the top suites going on. That's the show, and they have the girls at the end of the, they check you in at the top. And one how's your show? And it's awful. And I start walking down the hall, and there's this big black guy standing right in the center of the hallway. So I'm walking towards him, and I'm like, I'm getting closer to him, so I said, hey, how's it going? And I saw him go like, I can't go by him. So I said, oh, I'm sorry. I need to go to Mikey's. You can't go past here. I said, I'm going to have to go to my room. He says, you're not going by me. He wasn't mean about it. He says, you're not going to go by me. And I made sure like, I can probably get by you. Can't be funny. I said, I can probably get by you pretty quick. Didn't laugh. So I said, all right, I'll go back to the girl at the podcast. I said, is that kind of big here? She said, who? I said, the guy in the hallway. No. Okay. I said, that guy. No. I said, let me go over there. She's like, I'll go with you. She walks with me. I said, I brought back up. I get this old lady. Right? I brought back up. We're getting through you. And he's like, sir, he needs to go to his room. I said, I'm sorry. He can't come by me. And I just I figured there's got to be something behind him. And I kind of just do one of these like, well, I just got to get, and it's Prince. I'm standing, he's only, this guy's 3 times his size, and Prince is standing behind him. So I say, Prince. And he goes, hey, can I go to my room? He goes, yeah. I said, can you tell him? And he goes, to who? I said, the guy. Like he's not with him? He said, yeah. Let Carrot Top in his room. He goes, well, I want to find him. He's just, Prince just standing behind this guy in the hallway. I don't know what he was doing. He was just standing. He was just standing. Probably right. And you saw him in his head. He was right. I don't know, but it was the weirdest. And he said, hey, I said, thanks, Prince. He said, no problem.
Oh, he's a weird guy. Oh, that's why he's so good.
Yeah. I just never figured that out. I was like,
I don't think anybody gets that good without being really out of their mind. Yeah.
No.
You gotta be out there, man.
He's standing there behind this guy. It wasn't like, a phone.
It's a funny thing to do.
Phones. It wasn't like,
that's a funny thing to do. Playing and stand out there with a giant.
You understand? Yeah. Maybe he was waiting on a girl to come out of the room. That's all I could think of.
Maybe.
But he was just standing. I look back, thank Prince.
Use a symbol because
he has the right to use the record.
That's so insane. You go back to the Billy Joel song, Miami Entertainer. Like this is that too. It's the same music business. Fucking with one of the all-time great.
I was reading about Billy Joel's first record deal, and he almost fucked everything up. He signed everything away for 15 years.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
1976. And I saw the performance song you're talking about. And it's like, I gotta figure this out.
Wow. Captain Jack. Oh wow. Captain Jack. Great fucking song. Have you ever seen him do it live?
No.
Oh, yeah. God damn. See if you can find an old version. God, can we play it and like cut it out? Yeah, let's play it and cut it out. Find an old version of him doing it live from like the 1970s. If you can, if it's possible.
Yeah, there's a whole thing in the documentary right now about Billy Joel.
Look at this. How quick is this? 1976, Captain Jack from Connecticut, live 1976. We'll come back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're back.
Oh, wait, going back to we talked about music.
How cool is this?
So I'm saying though, we have this. For you, I'm sure everyone has the same discussion about music and that. You know, these songs, everything from that era, in 60s, 70s, 80s, is still relevant and amazing. But just, it's hard to find. I don't know if they just don't play it too.
It's, you gotta find the artists, man. You gotta find the artists.
Go back and
there's a lot of artists.
I listen to, you know.
Yeah, but there's great guys right now. You know, there's Jelly Roll right now. Oliver Anthony, he's amazing. Teddy Swims, that dude. Do you know who that guy is? Oh my God, Play the Door by Teddy Swims. What's that? Just like we'll cut it out. We'll cut it out. Sorry. But I just want you to
here's you fuck with your crowd. You say, okay, now here, this is one of the best songs I've ever heard. Check this out.
Yeah, but
and you come back
go
and listen to it. You come back, you go, right? It's like this is like you listen to stuff.
Right. You get it.
That's great.
Yeah. See, they're out there.
Yeah, I know. You just gotta find out. I guess when I'm old like me, I just get stubborn. I go, oh, what do you listen to? I'm like, oh, John, I'm really Joel. Like,
I'll give you some shit to listen to. There's some great shit out there.
I try to. I just get so old.
You listen to Zach Bryan at all?
I love
Zach Bryan. I love Zach Brown too. Zach Bryan.
Oh, Zach Bryan.
He's the guy that was at the arena with Shane Gillis. You don't know him?
No,
oh my God.
He's
phenomenal. He's phenomenal. And another one of those guys is just like super talented, incredible voice. He was in the military, man. He was making songs like TikTok in the military. One of those things like Fine or something like that. And that's how he popped. Just like right out of nowhere.
That's great.
Like Sylvia fucking star. He was in the Navy. What arena were they at?
Notre Dame.
How many people is that?
A lot.
Is there a picture of them on stage?
A lot, yeah.
I want to see a picture of them on stage. That's so surreal.
Yeah,
those numbers are so surreal. Like, what's the size of that? That's so crazy.
It's like the Luxor.
Basically,
it's the same. What's the biggest show you've ever done? Stadium in Florida.
What is that?
But that was for it was for the phone company. It wasn't a Carrot Top show. I was the headliner for it. So look at that. Wow.
I can't.
Oh, I just imagine.
How did you know?
Well, my thing with stadiums, you know, we do a sound check where the stadium's empty, and it was, you know, 100,000 people. This side was going to be the alumni. This side was the kids, you know, all ages. You know, they had rules. You couldn't curse. You couldn't, definitely couldn't any sexual. So thank God I brought all this stupid shit, just, you know, meant for college, a bong with, you know, right. The open guy comes around and Frank Joker's like, yeah, I need this chick out, right? My guy comes running in, like, dude, like, this opening line was for me, this girl. And I said, no. He goes, yeah. I'm like, oh. Second guy goes out, same thing. He's just, they're beyond rotten, gross, dirty, right? And I get ready to go up, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna eat shit now. There's, you know, I went here, but the crowd wanted. They've heard all this. It was actually worked in my advantage. They said all this horrible, dirty stuff. That the crowd was kind of like, let's get Carrot Top. And I came up and I was like, you know, I did the exact thing I was supposed to do. Silly people, but both sides did love it. But the weirdest thing, I'd love to ask him that. You're going to play stadium. Yes, you say, you know, hey, and it goes, hey, 4 times. Backslap for them to go.
Oh, echo?
Yeah. So I didn't sound check. He wasn't doing that. So I went up and I said, I'm like, I'm Florida. I'm from Florida. So I was like, oh, Florida, my hometown.
Oh, no.
And I went, oh, in my head, I did what I was going to do in the next split second. And I said, wow, one thing cool about playing in the stadium, every show, the bomb is going to bomb 4 times. And the crowd went like crazy. I said, no, seriously, that ain't shit. And it just worked off that echo.
When you figure out how to work with it.
Right. In a split second. Like, yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
You gotta imagine not just ignoring the fact that you hear yourself 4 times.
No, I know, and you have to time that you're right. You're just thinking, you're holding up a thing, and you're like, it's a thing. And you have to hold it longer till they see it. Yeah.
I remember when I used to work at Great Woods Center for the Performing Arts. It's like a concert venue, and I was there when Bill Cosby was there. And the problem with comedy in that place is that it was outdoors, so the inside of it was all covered. Like there was like an inside space. It was open air, but there was a roof over it, and it was all covered. And then there was a lawn area in the middle, and they sold tickets for the lawn, but you could only hear the show inside the roofed area. Because once it got out, all the echo fucked it up so bad when it made it out to the lawn. You couldn't understand what the fuck it said. You had to be in there where the speakers were. And so everyone was furious. They were all complaining, like, check. Like, no one checked to see if you could hear someone talk out. That's crazy. These kids today, and no one knew what he was saying. And Dennis going down. I saw Dangerfield there. He was backstage. So backstage, when Dangerfield would do shows, he would get high as fuck. He would take off all his clothes, and he would put a robe on. That's so he'd go on stage with a bathrobe on, just raw dick and bathrobe, and slippers on. And dude, he fucking murdered. I guess I was like 19 years old when I was working there. And he went up there, and I was not even thinking about doing stand-up comedy yet. So I was just loving it, just as a pure fan. I was like, I can't believe why these people hanging out with a bathrobe on.
That's known for it.
Oh, yeah.
Vegas, you go in the casino.
I saw it. I saw him in a bathrobe, but I saw him go on stage in the bathrobe. And that was his move.
He did. I saw it. He walked up in his dressing room on purpose, undone. I swear to God. I said, hey, Rodney. Yeah, it's my mom. He said, hey, Mom. And he's just standing there. Yeah. And I was like, crazy, right? And he meant to. He's like, looked at me like, how's Mom doing? I'm like, great. She's like, you're damn.
In our dressing room at the club, his wife donated his notes from the appearance of the Night Show. So it's his handwritten notes. They're all framed with a photo of Scott. Yeah, it's pretty cool. One of the things I loved about him, man, is that he introduced the world to a lot of other great comics. He introduced the world to Kinnison, Hicks,
right?
Robert Schimmel, Dom Herrera, Jerry Seinfeld, like a lot of comics did. A lot of comics did those HBO Young Comedian specials.
Well, that's what you're doing as well, and Tony is doing that. All the comics on your show, which most shows don't have that anymore, right?
No, a lot of
the late shows don't.
A lot of shows don't. But comics that have podcasts all together.
But I mean, but you made a lot of people have podcasts. You first,
I think people are going to have podcasts with
I get a platform. Like fucking I'm on. How you got me on video? Other shows like late night shows don't have comics anymore.
They don't. But also they're just so awkward anyway. The whole show is it's not nothing place I chose to someone want to fucking watch, but it's basically publicity for a bunch of stuff, right? It's like someone's coming on to promote an album, someone's coming on to promote a movie. Nothing wrong with that, right? But the problem is it's not what the host is interested in, right? And I think the way that those shows are, you're handicapped in a way. Where you have to get on the famous people, you have to get on the rock star, you can't just have weird people come on. You can't have some guy work for the CIA come on and tell you about aliens. Right. This is what I know so far.
But that would be the whatever guest, like the third middle guest.
You can't do that though. You can't do it. First of all, you only have 10 minutes. Each guest is like in and out real quick. You have barely enough time to scratch the surface of like 1 or 2 stories. You don't get any better.
What I used to do, I do it. I did it. I don't know how many times I did this. It was always I did it I said, I'm trying to promote Chairman the Board, this movie. And
That's hilarious.
yeah,
The one time you want.
I really did. No, I did. I have this movie coming out. And
Yeah, I remember that movie.
yeah, they're like, I got a movie, Jay. I got to spin a movie. I had a weird, I would ask you guys in the first piece, it was the strangest, he said strange guest, made me think of things that you had to do in front of, I'll tell you mine real quick. So I was on Tonight Show, Dick Cheney was on. And I mean, it's just well, I had 5, maybe 6 props. Dick Cheney props on purpose, right? Because Dick Cheney's that. No, I had like 3 just because I'm topical all the time in the show.
Oh,
I already have them in my show. But then when they said, Dick, you're going to be on Dick Cheney, I said, well, yes. And so I started writing more. So I had like 6. And I opened it, right? So, but the weird part was I get there and the Secret Service, everybody's there. They, I can't get to my room. Princess guys, you can't go by again. So I finally rehearsed it to that. And people were like, you know, just going to be a guest. I said, well, that's just so good. And like, he's like, you know, I don't know. I said, well, you know, it's very topical. And I think it's funny that he's there, right? So this is right for the rich. He said, is he going to stay or is he going to leave? The Secret Service is surrounding me like them to go. And she was like, well, I don't know. What, I mean, I can ask him. And I'm thinking, what? Well, just between you and me, I mean, this is like behind the curtain, right? What do you think? Is it better if he's there and I do it and I keep cutting over to him? Or if he's gone and I do it and I keep looking like, thank God he's gone. What's funny? I don't know. I mean, I hear from him. I said, I think if he could stay, it would be better. It's really funny. I'm doing it right in front of the fucking crowd. So they said, okay. So we go back to talk. Okay, he's staying. So he goes back to the desk and they're like, we're talking about the phone. Came in like a depression, yeah. I did. Good friend of the though. Wacky guy from Vegas. And so I walk out and I do right up. I look over and say, hey, I had said it's funny that you're here. And I pull out, how would you find this? You pull it out and I have a Dick Cheney gun. It's a rifle. The thing goes this way. And you shot the guy right. And I mean, it's already like, holy fuck, right? I'm like, I found your gun. Oh, sorry, Bill. And it's like, the crowd didn't know at first because they're all looking at him. They're looking at him. Yeah. And he's got that one. Yes, right? So I go, right, and I do another one. I had an operation game. You know, the operation had his face on it because they wouldn't go get an operation. I had a book with the thing. It was just like 5 or 6 Dick Cheney jokes. Finally, I keep looking over and I'm like, good? You're not gonna have me audited or I'm gonna be killed here. And you know, Jason, now the crowd's really getting choosing like how many more fucking and he says, how many more do we I said I got one more and then we'll move on. So I do one more Cheney joke. Now he's kinda laughing but still kinda like this agony. Then I go and I do a piggy bank for gay guys and it's a piggy bank where the slot is in the asshole instead of the top of the thing, right? Great problem. It's a piggy bank for gay guys. I did a great set. I get done. I walk over, I sit down, and there's something going on. There's a ruckus, like Secret Service, you know, the writers, the producers, and Jay picks up, and he comes to Dick Cheney, and then he comes over and says, oh my God, that was the best thing you've ever done. Thank you, Tracy. She said, I look like you, thank you for being a good sport. Where do you find all this? I said, no, I make it. So I found it. Where do you find all this stuff? I said, I made it. He made that. It's pretty clever. His daughter is there. And apparently, all this Dick Cheney jokes were fun. But when I did the gay piggy bank, she lost her mind. Like, did Jack do that? No, I don't know. She
Lost her mind
like really mad that I did a piggy bank joke on the show. Forget I just did 5 jokes about her father. So that everyone was taking her out of the studio. She was losing her. She was screaming and shit. So they took her out of the studio.
That's it?
Yeah, he was like, I can't believe that in front of my father. And I thought you were making fun of me because I'm doing a dick chick. Yeah, he shot your dad.
The gay piggy bank is what's that
It was
off?
the gay piggy.
This Liz Cheney?
You know, plus the daughters.
How many daughters is
I
that?
don't know. That's why I think it might have been.
How many two?
There's two.
One of the daughters.
One of the daughters. I don't think it was
Allegedly.
alleged.
Could have been impossible. Could have been impossible.
It was a
Crazy person pretend to be one of the daughters. Dick Cheney's daughter Liz are both staunchly against Donald Trump despite being Republicans, but why are Liz and Mary once feuding over same-sex marriage? How are they fighting over that? Let's find out. What's that? When was this? I know you're trying to have it now. I'm curious. Like what article? What? A year ago, someone's upset about same-sex. What are they saying?
something to argue. I had another problem that
Hold on. What's that again?
a year ago, so we got into it. That's what it
Right. Well, what is the same-sex marriage dispute? Sorry. People are still arguing about that. Yeah. Okay, and they believe in same-sex marriage. The other one doesn't. It'd be funny if it was the other way around. And Jay was like, "I want."
I don't know which daughter. I don't need to. I'm assuming it's how we live with it. Yeah.
Maybe it's just like two daughters just hate on each other. I don't think you should get married.
I had another one that was kind of strange because it was a dumb joke. It made me think of these same-sex marriage. So, probably gay marriage became legal in certain states before.
Right.
I had a big map that I pulled up, and I said, "Hey, gay marriage is now legal." And this is a map to show people that what the states were. There were these little penises on springs, whatever. And it was just dumb. I go, hang on. So I rehearsed it, and the crew is fucking going crazy. They're like, this guy fucking dildos. You can't do a dildos on ABC. And so this lady comes over, she goes, "You can't." I said, "I know. I think it's silly enough. They're just on springs." And I always liked her. She said, "No." I said, "All right, if I come up with a different idea without the comment, can I do it?" She's like, "Yeah." So I thought, I take the springs off. I had the guys back there at the Tonight Show print out Ryan Seacrest faces, like 4 of them.
Right.
And I put them before the gay marriages. Now, Ryan Seacrest is a good friend of mine, and everyone was making fun of him, right? He would say back then, "Oh, he's gay," and he's not, clearly, but the joke would be, kill him. It's funny. So I come back and I go, "How about this?" She's like, "Oh my God, that's." I said, "I know him. He's not gonna. He'll probably text me and say, 'Why would you do that?'" Jay comes over. He's a good friend of mine. I said, "No, Jay." I said, "He's a friend of mine too. It's funny. It's not anything." It's like, yeah, if you really,
That dude does not seem
do that
sensitive. Is he?
No.
No.
And
Right?
Jim was very protective of it. I said, "No, I just tell you like everything. That's my friend. I don't think it's everything." I said, "Well, I can put you want me to put like I said, like Dick, Richard Nixon dicks or something." He said, "Just get rid of it. I think it's funny." Fuck.
Yeah.
So
Well,
fighting us in Brian Crease head.
that's the problem with having editorial access to someone's act and doing a Tonight Show set. It should be like no. It should be like, look, if you want fucking the Black Crowes to play, they sing their song. You know what the song is. You know what the lyrics are. That's fine. But with a comic, you can't tell them they can't do something.
Well, especially for the business. I had 40 other props. I didn't need to.
They're even swearing. Like, what are you doing? Being silly. It's silly. Like, come on.
I did break the law with him once. Which did. I was doing a bill, a podium for Bill Clinton. It was the closing bit. And I would do the stupid voice too, like I did not. And there was this presidential seal on this podium. It had a true false buzzer button. Go, bing, 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 and it would be just so stupid. Like, I did not have any hit the button. I did not have any. I will not raise any. And then, I fucked her, ding, 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 something. get the joke now. But the closing punch of the whole thing was right after I'm doing the podium. That would kill. I could just stop in that. I had a foot pedal where Monopolisky's head would come up on a parade. Straight. Took engineering to do it. And so I go, I did not. And then I hit the foot pedal. And the parade would come up. And I go, not now. It's just, that's all. It's just not now. In the rehearsal, it was like, that's destiny for God. I had a great, here comes my lady. I knew it. I said, oh, fuck. Everything. Stand up for practice. I said, oh, and I gave her a hug. I said, this is the first time I've come and I got approved. And she says, yeah. I look like my dress. And I'm like, I can't believe I get to do this. My closing thing. Right before. I'm talking a minute before she walks in. She's like, okay, you can do the code. You can't put her head down. And I said, why you can't use your hand to force her head down? That's just that can't. If you come up, you just can't force it down. I don't know. Is there any way? Because I made it. They don't want my they look at it like, I don't know. I made it. I didn't. Is there a way I can release and go down without me touching it? And they're like, I don't know. They looked at it. I'm only 5 minutes. That's fine. So I do the whole thing. I said, I did not eat. And the head comes up. I said, not now. I use my elbow. She didn't put it down. And of course, the crowd is killed. And it would have filled it to death. I said, not now. I get done. I come over. And I can see her fucking fuming. She comes running over me. Because they always come and say, what a great set. You did so good. Tracy just did. She said, that was funny. I said, that was. Jay's like, I'm going to get there. And then she scans her back steak. And then, fuck. And I cut it. I said, so over. Thank you. Okay. I get fired. No, they've already moved it out on the west, the east coast. It went live. I said, we got what? You can't force her head. I said, I didn't use my hand. She just looked at me like, you fucking like so clever. I said, well, you said don't use my hand. So everything was fine. But it did get bleeped out, and it went, fuck the joke up. But I did not, and then it edited right to just good night. Like, there was that punchline.
Yeah.
Well, you ever get in trouble for something like that? No. Well, this is when I got in trouble. I got banned from Fox. I think for life for this. And this is
for something else.
This is really weird. Yeah. I was doing country, Billboard Music Awards, and they asked me to do a little bit with Chris Rock. It's Chris Rock and me. And it was such great together because it's like, top, and I'm out there stupid with Chris Rock and stupid. So, I go out with the other person and I had like 4 props or something. And the guy came over and in the middle of the show, it's already happened. Our bit's coming up in about 40 minutes. He says, I need you guys to go walk in. And Chris Rock's like, bye. What else? He said, just come up with something. And I said, well, I can't go. I can have my guy go back to the MGM and grab a few more props. So that'd be awesome. It's just like, yeah, perfect. We'll kill the time without having to change too much. But I can just pull out more shit. I go and I tell like the TV type, the thing, how you spelled the, and then they have one of the seats, the toilet seats. So I added, it was a great joke. It was a toilet seat with a seatbelt. So you need a Taco Bell, right? You sit on it and I put it on. And and the sound effect in the show is saying, you see me have a problem, man. It's a great, stupid little bit. But there's about 20 toilet seats leading up to that one. I was like, I'm not kidding. 30 toilet seats. And one that held the whole woman's hair when they grow up, and it something with spikes on it. So the last one was the seatbelt, right? So it's very clean, right? It does great. We walk back, and I'm thinking they're going to high five me because we just saved the show. We added time time they needed. The guy's like, they banned me because I said Taco Bell because it was sponsored by Taco Bell. How the fuck am I supposed to know it's sponsored by Taco Bell? That's some real shit. Yeah. I'm like, well, I didn't say fuck. They said, no, you said Taco Bell. I'm like,
Oh my god,
how do I get fined for that? You thought you're banned for life.
That's hilarious.
Because I said Taco Bell. I didn't know. I mean, I'm not the guy. They should have come to me and said, don't do anything but Taco Bell.
Yes. 100%. That's not on you.
No.
That's a normal reference for a
Oh,
comedy.
no.
That's funny.
Yeah, not funny, really. I mean, funny now.
They would have been pumped if you said Del Taco.
Right?
Yeah.
No, but if they told me that, I would have.
Yeah.
I would have done that.
Hey, brother, this was a lot of fun. Thank you
Yeah,
for doing this.
thank you.
It was a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to seeing you on Kill Tony. And anybody who wants to check them out, Fairtop is at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada on a regular basis. What's the best way to find out when?
Just text me. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's Las Vegas. I mean, carrotop.com or Las Vegas. You know.
All right. Hey, thank you. That's a lot of fun. Yeah. Bye.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
What up, dog? How are you? We're back. We're back again. How many text messages? Exchanging back and forth. We're like, what the fuck?
Oh, it's not. It's so deep.
It goes like, this is, to me, this is one of the most exciting moments in terms of like politics, in terms of like who's in control, like having RFK at the helm of the HHS and having him like really pushing to get peptides through, really pushing to stop all this bullshit that's been going on, and seeing all these fucking roaches come running out when the lights come on. It's been crazy.
It's definitely been crazy. And for anyone who doesn't know my background, if they haven't heard our previous podcast, I started out as a drug rep for EY Liberals, and I did that for 3 years. So I saw behind the curtain. This was right out of college. And then I was a med device rep. And then I owned labs, Buzz Labs, toxicology labs, pharmacogenetic labs. I tried to go educate clinicians on all this preventative care stuff within the insurance framework, within the system. And I've been blowing you and I did, I think the first one 4 years ago, where I was trying to blow the whistle on there is a lot of corruption, collusion, and corporate capture throughout every one of these organizations, top to bottom. Every alphabet organization, whether we're talking the EPA, the CDC, the NIH, the
See
FDA.
the guy, CDC just resigned. The guy who he has like literally a pentagram dog collar thing on his chest. Do you know this guy?
Oh, I know what you're
This
yeah.
fucking freak who's upset that they're not giving babies hepatitis B
So
shots.
he literally in an interview yesterday said his biggest concern is that they're going to get rid of hepatitis B shots. Children aren't having sex or shooting up drugs. Why do they need a Hep B shot?
Because they're paying. Because Hep B shots are paying.
Yeah.
They're paying.
Well, and that's
It's money.
The problem is, as you like systematically walk through these systems and the history of each one of these organizations, I can show you time and time again. And I went from, coming on this podcast and trying to educate people on the importance of taking themselves out of that system, doing blood work, getting proactive and predictive, preventing chronic disease. Don't put your hands in the face of these broken systems. And that led to getting to meet RFK and being a part of the Maha movement, testifying in front of the Senate. And then I've testified at the state level. And Joe, the fucking level of fuckery and shady shit that I've seen now behind the scenes, getting line of sight into the government side, because I was on the outside
in the periphery, somewhat aware of the government stuff, but now having got behind the curtain, dude, it runs so much deeper and it's so much darker and it's so much more controlled than I ever realized.
Well, it's all right. There's so much money. I mean, it has to be one of the biggest industries in the country, right?
Oh, I think HHS and even HHS, which all falls under Secretary Kennedy now, I think it's between 70 and 80,000 people, right? And so when people are asking, why are we moving faster? Why are we doing this? Why aren't we doing that? It's like, you're trying to move the Titanic. There's all these divisions within HHS, the CDC, the NIH, the FDA, and it's whack-a-mole. And every day a new fire pops up. And every day we've got industry lobbying, politicking, and using chess pieces to obstruct, delay, deny, depose, and prevent any sort of change. And you've got legacy employees. There is literally a memo at the NIH that's being circulated around about how to subvert and ignore President Trump and Secretary Kennedy's mandates, which isn't President Trump and Secretary Kennedy, it's the American people's voice. The American people voted for change. We're over the corruption. We're over the collusion. We're over the corporate capture.
And for most people that I know, this was one of the biggest factors in this administration. Like voting in Trump, and one of the biggest things was getting Kennedy.
Change, yes. I believe that the Maha moms in this healthcare movement and the frustration with the broken healthcare system was a deciding factor in Trump winning this election. And my fear is if we don't keep the pressure up at these midterms, it doesn't matter Republicans or Democrats. Historically, both sides have been corrupted. And both sides have made catastrophic mistakes. And if we walk through like each one of these organizations, like back to even the FDA. Okay, so most recently, I'm in Europe and I've got eyes and ears everywhere. Or you tell me where the best place to start is. I want to. There's so much ground to cover. Okay, so Secretary Kennedy set up a meeting for me with the FDA back in January. And he said, I want you to come with an open mind, open heart. They're going to do the same. And I want you to just sit down and lay out for these folks what you've seen, what you've experienced, and help them understand what compounders, telemedicine companies, stem cell companies, regenerative medicine practices, cash pay practices across the country are experiencing because of the FDA's choices and decisions made in a vacuum. And so I went to this meeting, flew to DC, sat down with all these folks. They're taking notes. They all seemed really friendly. There was probably 8 or 9 people in the room, and I left it. And a day later, and everyone's like, "How do you think it went?" I said, "They seemed very receptive. Like everyone was nice. Everyone smiled. Everyone just seemed friendly." And the guy, I get a call from a person at the FDA, and they say, "I want you to know they're going to smile." And I said, "What?" And this person said, "They're going to smile." Like, what do you mean? They're going to smile to your face, and they're going to ramrod all of the things that you went in to talk to them about. So, like, one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about was the GLP-1s. Forget whether good or bad. Let's just shelf that for the moment. GLP-1s have their origination at the National Institute for Health.
Let's explain to people that's Ozempic.
Yes, correct.
Those weight loss.
All these blockbuster weight loss peptides. But it's bigger than them being a weight loss peptide. They fall under the category of peptides. And it's a slippery slope. Because if we allow the pharmaceutical industry to capture peptides, it will shut down all future innovation of peptides for compounding pharmacies, for telemedicine, for any of these things.
Unless they have patents.
Correct. And you and I talked about this the last podcast, and I was spot on. All the things I was telling you, I have now confirmed, having gone to meetings with the FDA. I said in that meeting, I said, so what happened is Eli Lilly is now one of the largest makers of this weight loss peptide. It's essentially Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. They have lobbied hard with the FDA to say, we can meet the needs of the American people. There's no reason why anybody should be compounding any of these peptides. They're dangerous. You guys don't inspect compounding pharmacies. There's no FDA oversight. These products are made in garages, and there's no FDA ingredients in them. They're not the same product. XYZ. Just go down the list of all the narratives that they're spinning to the FDA. And when the FDA is only hearing one side of the story, and 60% of their funding comes from industry, what you will see is time and time again, they side with industry. So the FDA defaulted right before to their generic answer, right before Secretary Kennedy and Donald Trump took control. They expired the exemption that was allowing compounding pharmacies to make cost-effective alternatives that patients could utilize. And this is crucial. The reason that you're seeing side effects, the reason you're seeing this cascade effect of issues is because they are not treating patients with the most efficacious dose for that patient. They're treating patients with a dosage that reimburses the highest reimbursement rate on the insurance formulary. And I can prove this. They are overdosing people literally, they're not taking the time to do the consult to educate the patient on diet, lifestyle, and nutrition. There is zero doubt that GLP-1s are overutilized as well. There's zero doubt that they should not be a frontline defense. There is zero doubt that they don't come with some sort of risk factors. But most of those risk factors are found in higher dosages. So why would you start a patient on a higher dosage? Why would you rapidly titrate them up to a higher dosage where you're causing catastrophic muscle loss? It's because it reimburses more. It's not because it's what's better for the patient. It's because it's what's better for Wall Street. Okay. And then their answer is compounding pharmacies, we titrate at a lower dosage. We're unique to the patient. So what we try to do is start you at a micro dose. And then also what we do is compound it and add other peptides. So like one example, they're literally working to patent a combination of a GLP-1 and IGF-LR3. We've been making that for 5 years, like 4 years.
Say that again.
GLP-1,
what is an IGF?
the weight loss, and IGF, insulin growth factor, LR3, time-release insulin growth factor. And the reason being, IGF preserves lean muscle mass. IGF preserves bone mineral densities. IGF helps reduce visceral fat. IGF has a cascade of benefits that allow us to microdose a GLP-1 at a much lower dosage where you don't get the muscle waste. And so this compound in trials right now is showing 20% body fat loss and 20% loss relative to the GLP-1s, but all of it's body fat. Almost all of it is fat. You're not losing the muscle. And compounders are already making this stuff, right? And so where I'm going with this is Lilly lobbies the FDA and Novo Nordisk, and they say these drugs are dangerous. Let's look into that. Step one. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk both have warning letters from the FDA for their manufacturing facilities. Novo Nordisk was cited as having cat hair and pest activity. I don't know if it's rats, if it's roaches in their sterile rooms. This is the FDA's own inspection. Eli Lilly has been cited time and time again for his egregious actions, destroying records, hiding clinical data, a barefoot woman in their sterile room. The FDA uncovered all of this through whistleblowers. Furthermore, there's over 2,000 major pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities that have not been investigated in 5 or more fucking years. And so my message to the FDA was, 1, you're wrong. You've inspected me 3 times in 18 months. 2, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are not making a safer product. They're not at a higher level of manufacturing specs. You guys look at them less often than you do compounders. And they don't make dosages unique to patients. So we're titrating dosages down, allowing patients to optimize the benefits, minimize the side effects. Not a one-size-fits-all approach. And then last but not least, it's cash pay. We aren't billing insurance carriers. We aren't billing Medicare, Medicaid, and we're not charging $1,300 a month average wholesale price. We're able to ship these products for a couple $100 to your doorstep with a nutritional consult. And so it's a better mousetrap. And what you'll see time and time again is if industry's getting beat, if big pharma is getting beat, they just change the rules of the game. And so where this is going now is so much bigger and grander, Joe. So I asked the FDA, what made you think that this is no longer on a backlog list? Because it was an emergency backlog list. So the FDA provides a list every year where they tell compounders, we can't get these drugs, we need you to compound these drugs. Think of it like the VAT signal. That signal goes off, we jump to it, we start compounding those drugs. The exemption expired under Biden, right before Secretary Kennedy and Trump took control. The old regime at the FDA ramrodded it through. Now it's not exempt. Now 503B pharmacies cannot compound it because they don't make patient specific, which means a lot of those products are no longer available. But they did that decision based off the fact that these crucial diabetic patients be able to get the drugs they need. This is where the plot thickens. We called over 30,000 pharmacies for 12 months. I turned all of this into the FDA. Less than 6% of the lower dosages were available for patients, which meant what? They had to go to the higher dosages, which meant what? All of these programs get billed a higher reimbursement rate, a higher billable rate. Eli Lilly and Novo aren't mad that compounders are making the product. They're mad that they're getting exposed for the corruption, collusion, and manipulation of our healthcare institutions time and time again. And it's going to get 10 times worse as I lay this out for you. But I'll pause.
Okay, so pause right here. So what is a response to this? So you lay out this information. What can be done, and what is the response?
So they were friendly. They smiled. They were jotting down notes. One of the head clinicians, one of the clinicians from the FDA, Haley, who's never practiced medicine, he said there's no medical need for peptides in this meeting. And he's like, but today we're going to talk mainly about GLP-1s. There's a need for GLP-1s. Okay, I dig it. Where did this guy do his, he is a clinician, but his first stint in politics was in the state of Indiana, in Indianapolis, Eli Lilly's headquarters. I worked for Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly owns the state of Indiana. And they absolutely own the state, or the city of Indianapolis. And this guy did his first stint in politics under a congressman, in the state of Indiana, in Indianapolis. And this congressman has released multiple tweets and messages and attends Eli Lilly factory openings and is a huge proponent of Eli Lilly. And this is just one example of the issues with that system.
There's also this peptides like the medical use when GLP-1s are fucking peptides.
That's literally what I said. I said, you do understand that a GLP-1 is a peptide. Insulin is a peptide.
Yes.
There are over 150 peptides that Big Pharma is attempting to patent right now because the future of medicine is peptides. And here's why. We aren't compounding a drug. We're taking something found naturally in nature, a signaling cell found in your body, just like stem cells, just like amnion, just like all of these crucial building blocks to our health, longevity, that are deficient in our foods, deficient in our diet, deficient in our lifestyle. We don't get enough sun. We have too much screen time. We're inactive. And all of that shit's taken in our bodies. Shocker, right? And as we age, there's a precipitous decline in peptides, in building blocks. For example, GHK, copper peptides. We know we have roughly 30 to 40% of the level of GHK in our bloodstream in our 40s that we had in our teens. Why is that important? It's an important signaling cell that tells your body that you're young. Your cells are young, your skin's elastic, heal this injury, heal this wound, reduce this inflammation, right? It's safe, it's benign, it's found in nature. We're synthesizing. That's what peptides are. And Big Pharma got beat to the punch by compounding pharmacies. And compounding pharmacies have an array of peptides in their tin belt. And the war on peptides has gone beyond the GLP-1s, and this is what I wanted to explain. So, it's very complicated. I got to make sure I nail this right because it's important for President Trump to understand this. President Trump, the art of the deal, the master negotiator, is attempting to play hardball with Big Pharma. And he is going to negotiate a deal for best in class, for best in the world drug pricing for the American people. And that's very admirable. And I respect the hell out of him for trying to get it done. But the devil is in the details. And my fear is, historically, big government has been co-opted and colluded by pharma. And when they're not able to pull a lever and move a chess piece, they outmaneuver them. And it's already happening. Eli Lilly's CEO announced he's going to raise the prices of drugs in Europe to offset the price reduction in America. But what that really means is we're not going to get the price concession that President Trump is working on, right? Because what he's doing is the same thing we already see with the pharmacy benefit managers that I've explained on this podcast before. The PBMs artificially inflate the price because they get a rebate on the back end from the big pharmaceutical companies that's hidden, that's not disclosed to the public. Then when they negotiate a deal with Medicare, Medicaid, TRICARE, they tell the government, we're giving you 30% off. You're giving us 30% off a bullshit price that you created because you set the market. And if we give these people a monopoly, we already know where it goes. We can see it time and time again. Eli Lilly's price of production on insulin became 1/10 of what it used to be, and they charged 10 times the dollar amount of the retail price of insulin. And I've also, Jamie, on any of this stuff on the Ways to Well website, I did the JRE experience links again because I'm referencing so many things that people are going to say, no way. So really,
So go to waystowell.com.
And there's JRE links. There's a links page where I reference everything I'm talking about. So the industry's already moving the needle. That's just one piece of it, though, Joe. Here's where it gets even more fucked up. This is how crazy this shit is. It just happened with thyroid medicines, okay? Animal-derived thyroid has been around since 1890. We have compounded it for over a decade. I have had not one adverse event in a decade, not fucking one. We ship 6,000 bottles of medication a day at my pharmacy, Rabbi. We have had minimal side effects in literally over a decade. Big Pharma has lobbied the FDA to say these thyroid medicines are dangerous. We need you to shut down animal-derived thyroids. Why? Because they're attempting to launch a thyroid medicine, and they want the thyroid labeled as a biologic. Why would you label it as a biologic? Because by labeling it as a biologic, you subvert President Trump's mission to reduce the price of a drug, because it's not a drug. I'm selling you a biologic. So now I can bend you over the barrel and screw you again on the price. Here's where it runs even deeper. This is where it gets crazy. A patent on a drug is usually 5 years. You know what the patent life is on a biologic? 12 fucking years. So Eli Lilly, all of these Novo Nordisk, all of these entities are attempting to put pressure on the FDA to reclassify drugs as biologics. They want GLP-1s as biologics. They want HCG as biologics. They want all of these amazing compounds that we've been providing for people for over a decade to all be reclassified as biologics. And that is the fucking straw that will break the camel's back, the final death blow to telemedicine and compounding pharmacies. Because the third part of the equation is you cannot compound a biologic. The FDA stands, it is illegal for me as a compounder to compound a biologic. So now you give a monopoly to Big Pharma. You get rid of all price competition in a market where the president's main goal is to reduce the price of drug costs. If you want to reduce the price of drug costs, the way you do it is through competition. And we saw with the GLP-1s. The only price concession that any of these motherfuckers have given the American people in the last 20 fucking years is because the pressure of an open market. People quit going and buying these retail drugs at $1,300 a month because they couldn't get the dosage they wanted. They're getting titrated up to these mega dosages that are causing muscle wasting, bone mineral density loss, loss of vision. There's a $2 billion lawsuit against these scumbags right now. And I'm sorry, I bit my tongue historically and tried to be like politically correct to an extent on here, but I can't do it. Like, this is insane. And I go back to, if RFK and this administration was not in power, all of this would have just happened. So I texted the secretary and his team, and I said, I have to ring the bell on something. And I've educated them on what's happening and all the moves that are being made. And the FDA was reviewing in a court document that nobody knew about. This is the problem with having 70,000 employees. There are legacy employees that have tight collusion relationships with industry that have been there 20 fucking years, that they're going to do what you let them do. And their offense is run the Big Pharma offense. We're gonna obstruct compounders. We're gonna prevent telemedicine. We're gonna push people back to sick care. We're gonna launch drugs into the marketplace. And let's look at the history of safety, Joe. If we look at, again, I'm gonna keep hammering on Lilly. Lilly in a lawsuit against Mochi Health last week, and a federal judge is suing Mochi for using GLP-1s for weight loss, and their claim is you are violating our patent, which you're not because it's patient unique. You are, and it's a peptide which is naturally found in the human body, and you didn't create the peptide. The NIH did, our taxpayer dollars, because we fund the NIH. That's where all of these originate. Out of the last, there's so much, but out of the last 210 blockbuster drugs between 2010 and 2016, 210 blockbuster drugs. How many of those do you think Big Pharma started at Big Pharma versus started at the NIH?
So, most of them
Like 100% of the compounds of these blockbuster drugs have their roots at the NIH.
so taxpayer funded, and then these pharmaceutical drug companies get a monopoly on them.
Boom. And then we get rammed in the ass for the next, if they give it away for the next 12 years.
And we fund it.
100%. And so the FDA, my argument to the FDA in
What a
this,
scam.
it's nuts.
What a scam.
And my argument to the FDA in this meeting was these compounds are safe. One, they're safe. They're naturally occurring in nature. They're prescribed under the supervision of a board-certified clinician. They're compounded at a compounding pharmacy that is inspected by the FDA, right? That you've inspected me 3 times in 18 months. All of our API and ingredients are sourced from the same exact suppliers as Novo and Lilly and all of the big pharmaceutical cartels. We all buy the ingredients from the same places. The only difference is, and this is what I told Secretary Kennedy and the FDA, the difference between me and Novo and me and Eli Lilly is I actually manufacture and produce my products here on American soil and employ over 500 hardworking American people. Ask Big Pharma why they're moving all their facilities to India and Ireland, to escape the scrutiny of the FDA. They don't want you in their factories. They don't want you able to challenge them or stifle their ability to print cash. Right? I can't play by those rules. I can't jockey that. The state of Texas is currently suing Eli Lilly. Ken Paxton sued Eli Lilly like 3 weeks ago because of fraudulent activity where they were providing kickbacks to providers. And this is important too. If you have a clinician and you go to your doctor and they will not prescribe you a medication, you need to understand you, the patient, get to decide where that prescription goes. Not your doctor. That is not your doctor's decision. So when a doctor says, I'm not going to let you go to a compounding pharmacy, you need to fire that fucking doctor. That is not their choice. They cannot force you to go pay $1,300 at CVS. That is not their choice. And there are academic institutions like Methodist Hospital that have policies that say, we're not going to prescribe compounded medicines on GLP-1s. You've got to go to the retail drug because we think compounds are dangerous. Where is this coming from? Where in this court document I was going to that just came out last week, Eli Lilly sued Mochi Health, claiming that they're violating the corporate practice of medicine. So they're not just attacking the compounding process, they're also trying to obstruct via the FDA, and they're now suing everybody and their mom in this industry who compounds or runs a telemedicine practice. And Lilly is challenging that telemedicine is legal. Eli Lilly is literally challenging that telemedicine is legal because one of the ways that so many patients are getting accessibility to cost-effective care is telemedicine. And Lilly thinks if we can shut down the pathway of telemedicine, we can force them to our own company, which Lilly launched their own little telemedicine branch that you can call in. But in the meantime, they're claiming that these companies are violating the corporate practice of medicine. They just want to phone them up with 100%.
So what can be done?
We're doing it. Candidly, we're doing it. So I leave that first meeting with the FDA. I get that message from this individual at the FDA. I thought, I'm going to wait. I hope this person's wrong. Let's see what happens. And when we were in Europe, I get a call from another source that said, hey, they're doing it. They're in a court document. The FDA is going to make a stance that says there is no medical necessity for peptides, which would in effect ban over 50 peptides that have been being compounded. Now remember, Pharma, they already put, I think, over a dozen peptides on a bulks list a year ago. That's all separate from the GLP-1. Why did they do that? Because of the lobby of big pharma. You have people at the FDA who are legacy employees of the FDA, who have legacy relationships with big pharma. We've already gone over how many heads of the FDA have gone to work for industry and then come back to work for the FDA, and then guys that are revolving door. They're swapping spit, they're lobbying together, they're going to dinners together, they're spending time together. And the CEO of Lilly is up Trump's ass. I was with another high level person at HHS, and their phone kept ringing. I swear to God, kept ringing, and they looked at their phone and they go, God, man, these people from Eli Lilly are aggressive. And all of this was happening in the dark. And so what we can do is what we're doing. This podcast, getting President Trump's attention, gaining the attention of Secretary Kennedy and the team at the FDA. And Secretary Kennedy and his team are playing whack-a-mole. Because you got to think, it's not just the FDA. It's the CDC, it's the NIH, 80,000 employees. I think they have 200 appointees from the new administration. You're literally, it's like the Spartans versus the Persians. You got 200 hard hitters trying to fight 80,000 people that have been co-opted. And I'm not there to say all those people are bad. There's a lot of good things that have been done at all of these organizations. But there's also a natural innate bias when a big chunk of your funding pivoted in the 90s, where over 60% of the FDA's funding is based off fee schedules. And those fee schedules generate the revenue that create your jobs. And you have an open door policy to meet with the FDA, but you're not meeting with compounders. And you're not reading the emails from compounders, right? And so when I told the FDA, what made you decide this backlog was over? They said, well, industry told us they could meet the need. I said, okay, well, did you see the email I sent you where we contacted over 30,000 pharmacies for 12 months and they can't meet the need? Less than 6% of prescriptions were available. They cannot meet the need. They're going to force people to higher dosages, and it's going to cause a catastrophic health consequence to the American people, and it's going to bankrupt our systems. Did you not see these emails? And they just sat there dead quiet. And so, jump forward, I get wind that in a court document, and it's all in secret, right? All this shit happens in the shadows, and then they play dumb. Oh, we didn't know. What do you mean? We didn't understand. That's just a court document, Secretary Kennedy. Bullshit. It's a court document that sets precedent, and that precedent says that peptides have no medical necessity, while at the same time you have big pharma trying to patent 140 fucking peptides as biologics that we were already making for the last decade. Is it about safety? Is it about safety? Because all of the adverse events that have been reported, almost all of them, a huge majority of the adverse events, which aren't even that many, came from black market peptides. And that's what Lilly in the court case 2 weeks ago presented to the judge all the adverse events, and the judge said, where are they? And Lilly said, right here in this Reddit form. I swear to God.
Oh my God.
And the judge said, are you really telling me that your documentation of adverse events is coming from a Reddit forum?
You should send them to the Flat Earth Reddit forum.
Let's see what else is going
So
on here.
that's
It's just like a sliver, Joe. Like a fucking
my
sliver
God.
of what I've been living.
One of my favorite narratives is that they're trying to do good. That's one of my favorite narratives. One of my favorite narratives, whenever there's any sort of a large-scale government organization, is that we are trying to protect people from harm. They're fucking never. No one is trying to protect everyone at every level of the government, whether it is about climate change, whether it's about geopolitical relationships, whatever the fuck it is. It is all about money. There's not a single thing that you can point to. Well, the government really cares here. This is the one. This one is a huge, corrupted organization that really cares. Like, there's not one.
And you can go back. Of course. Like, that's where it's like,
it's money.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I know people want to label it as that. If you go back, the FDA's predecessor, I think, was the Food Something Act of 1901. And as they went to try and create this organization, industry assembled. Who's industry? Big chemical, big food, big pharma.
Well, Rockefeller literally set the tone for the entire medical establishment in this country by using petroleum-based medicine.
Got it.
Yeah. And people don't know this. Like, most of your medicines in this country are formulated with the use of petroleum. And that is because of Rockefeller.
Yep,
Because
100%.
he had a monopoly on that.
And that's why the side effect profile is higher. And that's why peptides don't have any of these things. Again, we're synthesizing short chain amino acids found in our body that we're deficient in. And so as we begin to see a precipitous decline in all of these raw elements that allow our bodies to heal and recover, we can bring you back to a state of homeostasis through the utilization of peptides. And Big Pharma is realizing they got beat to the punch, and they're scrambling to capitalize and monopolize this entire sector. And the only way they can do that is to try and horse trade with President Trump and the administration and pretend like they're going to play the game, but they're not going to play the game.
There's
They're
no
just going to
way.
move the goalposts.
There's no way Trump's aware of all this.
But he's got too many things he's fighting, and that's where I'm trying to ring the bell.
I've talked to him.
Yeah.
It's no way.
Yeah.
With the way that guy's mind works, there's no way he's absorbing all this.
So the message that Secretary Kennedy gave me, and this is where I'm like, it isn't woo-woo, it isn't bullshit. I can tell you, I texted that guy 2 times in my life, and both times he's called me within 10 minutes. And I texted him, I said, I have an emergency. This is a big deal. I want to make you aware of something that's happening at the FDA. And he called me and said, what's going on? And I laid it out for him. And he said, what the fuck are you talking about, basically? I had no idea. And it's not, he's playing whack-a-mole. He's got 500 fires. You've got some legacy employee at the FDA that's going to try and make this statement in a court document that's flying under the radar because it's not an overarching policy, right? And then even in the subsequent meetings, so RFK said, give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, I'm on calls with the FDA. And he's like, how soon can you come meet with the FDA again? So we set an emergency conference call. I do a call with the FDA. He said again, his Secretary Kennedy's team said, they're going to approach this with an open mind and an open heart, and it's going to be a different tone than the last meeting. And I'm going to try and attend that call or have one of my staffers attend that call. The call went down at like 8 in the morning when he was in Alaska. And then another mole came to me. Because I have moles. I'm playing the game they play now. I'm not going to fuck around. And my mole called me and said they scheduled the meeting early because they knew he'd be in Alaska and they knew he couldn't be on it. And that call did not go well. It was a bunch of legacy FDA employees basically saying, we're gonna stay the course. We're not opening peptides up to the American people. And so I had to text his team and go, hey, the call didn't go well. And then they're like, our intel's telling us the same thing. And so he stepped in and said, this is a mandate. We are not going to dictate to the American people that they can or cannot use preventative care and peptides. This is a mandate. You need to figure this out, and we need to open accessibility, and we need to bring peptides back for the American people through safe, compliant compounding pharmacies, not black market, which is springing up everywhere. We're going to have another opioid crisis. I explained this to them too. Everywhere out there are peptides that you can buy online now with no checks and balances, with no FDA inspection, with no validation testing, with no way of telling if there's any contamination, cross-contamination.
Or if they're even clear.
Yeah.
I've had people buy ibuprofen online, and that's a peptide that when you do it, it has a very strong reaction. Like you feel it in your body. Like immediately after, there's nothing. They get nothing. I'm like, well, it's probably bullshit.
Yeah.
You're buying bullshit peptides. But the point is, like, if Kennedy is not aware of all this, there's no way Trump is.
Yeah.
He cannot.
No, they have too many things they're fighting.
He's literally involved in Rwanda having like peace talks with enemies that have been enemies for 20, 30 years, trying to bring them to the table. All this shit that's going on with Gaza and Palestine and Israel, all this shit that's going on with Ukraine and Russia. You think he even understands peptides?
Yeah.
Like, look at him.
Yeah. Well, the healthcare system's complicated, it's nuanced, and the challenge is you have some of the best litigators and attorneys in the world on payroll for these big pharmaceutical cartels.
Of course.
And they fund 60% of the FDA. And the history of the FDA is that I've said over and over again, it's captured, but the truth is, all of these organizations were born in captivity. They were born in captivity.
Yeah. That's the craziest thing.
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper, brought to you by Pfizer.
They're even doing it right now, making it look like the world's turning. I don't know if you saw Bernie Sanders tweeted, RFK's got to go, all these people. But the truth is, last week they announced the approval ratings, and RFK is up 7 points in the approval rate, the highest rating of any elected official. The American people are not turning on RFK. Even the CDC debacle that people are turning in the news is making out to be a debacle. You lost legacy employees. You lost this dude wearing sex gear and shit on covers of magazines. Wants everyone to get Hep B. Nobody's saying you can't vaccinate your kids. Nobody's saying
why
not to.
There's no reason.
I know, but all they're saying right now is we don't want to keep mandating without science, without evidence, and we want to understand: is there a potential risk of side effects when we hit a child with this many vaccines before the age of 2?
Did you see the conversation that Kennedy had where he was talking about, they were talking about measles? He said, we have had 4 deaths from measles in the last 20 years. Do you know how many cases of autism that we've had? And he rattled off that.
Oh, yeah.
The numbers.
Yeah.
You know, in California, it's literally 1 in 12 boys now.
Yep.
Do you know how insane that
He
is?
said that at the Texas legislature when Abbott signed off on the bills that I helped testify.
But yet, you're having guys like Bernie Sanders who doesn't know. I'm an old school Bernie bro. I love the idea. Yeah. Bernie doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah. Bernie didn't know what the fuck he was talking about when it came to climate change. It's a real thing. Climate change is definitely happening. Like, what are you saying? Like, what does that mean? Has the climate ever been static? Like, when you confront him on the details, he really doesn't know what he's talking about.
To me, what's frustrating
is narratives.
Yes, their narratives.
So the narratives is that what we've done with vaccines is stop all the diseases. Okay, are you sure? Do you really know that? Have you ever looked at the history of the eradication of diseases and the introduction of sanitation, running water? Have you looked at any of that stuff? Nutrition, vitamins, any of that stuff? Do you know anything about polio for real? When I tell people the polio statistic that 95 to 99% of polio is asymptomatic, it's one of my favorite questions. Yeah. I'm like, what percentage of polio? You know,
do you also follow that? So
the DDT story.
So do you know that the CDC? There's so many. The CDC was created in World War II to stop the malaria spread. Okay, and the first thing they did was ink a deal with a little chemical company called Monsanto, where they began to dump DDT into all of these countries to try and kill malaria. And they spread an array of health issues that lasted generations and gave immunity and did all these things. That was the foundation of the CDC. And where it gets even crazier is, guess how nobody talks about this shit. Do you know where the CDC's headquarters is? Their headquarters in Atlanta was gifted to them by Coca-Cola. The CDC, to this day, is in a fucking giant building that was given to them by Coca-Cola. And in a FOIA request, there is a fucking email from one of the executives at the CDC, I don't remember, like the 70s or 80s, where they're literally going back and forth with Coca-Cola and saying they're going to do all they can to shut down this bad information on sugar. It runs so deep. And then you go to the EPA. You go to the EPA and its relationships with Monsanto. The EPA, in a FOIA request, one of the heads of the EPA, with regards to glyphosate, in disclosure documents, literally sent an email saying, if I pull this off for you guys, you owe me a fucking medal. All of this shit's out there. I put all of it on the website. You can go find all of this stuff. It is there. And so systematically, FDA, CDC, EPA, NIH, every one of these systems have been built, co-opted, corrupted, and developed alongside industry. And even when you talk about chronic disease, so many people, there's a big podcast that dropped that if anyone, it gets into antidepressants. And a lot of people don't know this because I want to quantify peptides, because you're going to have academia go, well, the difference is drugs are investigated and peptides aren't, and there's no placebo-controlled double-blind studies. One, there's a lot, and we can systematically break that down too. They just haven't gone through an FDA approval process because that costs $2 billion. Well, who established $2 billion to bring a drug to market.
What a great way to be a gateway.
Boom. It was established by Big Pharma. Big Pharma told the FDA, let's build this model, right? So then they capture the molecule at the NIH level, bring it to phase 2 and 3 trials, bring it into human trials. The cost of doing that is not what they make it out to be. And then it's a pay-to-play system. And it's an obstructionist system that stifles and prevents innovation, because if I'm a biotech startup or a compounding pharmacy or a stem cell company or a peptide company or anybody who wants to get into that space, I am going to be forced to sell my company at some point to Eli Lilly or Pfizer or one of these big conglomerates in order to get it through the FDA approval process. I can't afford $2 billion. And so what you've given Big Pharma is the keys to the Ferrari. And they control all the Ferraris that hit the marketplace. But then they co-opt and corrupt the data. So here's an example. When we talk about science, follow the science, follow the evidence. I worked for Eli Lilly. That was my first job out of college. We sold antipsychotic drugs like Pets. Patients would come in and doctors would say, Brigham, I don't know what's going on. This lady put on 30 fucking pounds in like literally a month. This is not good. There's something going on here. And so when we go back to the main goal, safety, where was safety on that drug? Out of 12 blockbuster drugs in the last, I think, 15 years of Eli Lilly's history, 10 of them have black box warnings. Black box window is the harshest warning you can get. The studies oftentimes don't represent long-term data, and the studies oftentimes aren't looking at all of the multi-faceted aspects of human nature and life, like comorbidities and what other medications are these people taking and how do all these impact each other. Average American's on 4 or more prescription drugs. All right, so I want to lay out for a minute the antidepressant because this one's crazy. How do you think we diagnose depression, anxiety, ADHD, any of these mental health disorders? And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that these disorders don't exist, and I'm not saying that there is not a medical issue with patients.
Well, it's all completely subjective. It's not like a test that they can give you and do your syphilis.
Correct. There is no blood test. Correct. There is no brain test.
Correct.
There is no chemical brain test.
Well, not only that, let's be really clear. The established criteria, the idea behind it being that there is some sort of a chemical imbalance has been disproven.
Correct.
So
even in autopsies.
It's not real.
Even in autopsies. And you know who perpetuated and created that narrative was Big Pharma. Big Pharma created that narrative, sold that story. It was never a serotonin deficiency. There's zero evidence to show that. So the screening tool we use to tell you if your child has ADHD was developed by a doctor in the 70s who was a consultant for Rabbi.
Oh,
now, jump to the 90s. Eli Lilly, Pfizer, everyone's launching antidepressants into the marketplace under the guise that these selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, are going to fix your chemical imbalance in your brain. The measuring stick to decide whether you're depressed or not was a questionnaire developed by a consultant for Pfizer. A doctor who worked for Pfizer developed that test, and the goal of the test was to simplify depression so simplistically that any primary care in America could prescribe an antidepressant. It was a simple questionnaire. They set the rules, they set the protocols, they set the everything. But there's no quantifiable data that says that actually
it's just a question. It's totally subjective. So what is this questionnaire? Can we take it and find out if I need pills?
Yeah.
Let's take it right now.
I can tell you.
Should we take it?
Yeah,
let's take it. I want to see if I need pills.
Let's see. Hold on. That'd be hilarious.
I've never met a single person that's depressed and has a great life. Is that weird? I've never met a single person that's healthy, has a family, where everyone's doing well. Yeah. They have a good career that they enjoy.
Well, that's why what's that dipshit? Colbert is like, it's multifaceted in healthcare. Yeah, dumbass. It is. Colbert, Colbert Report guy.
Oh, that
he just attacked Maha a few weeks ago and was like, he was saying that to try and go after food and the drug companies is insane. And so if you follow even depression,
it's super healthy. I like to see him in underwear.
If you follow depression, when did we skyrocket in depression? When did depression skyrocket? It skyrocketed in the 80s. What happened in the 80s? we move to an ultra-processed food diet. There is more compelling evidence that most depression is tracked back to insulin response and eating ultra-processed foods and sugary foods than any other aspect. We're all going to go through highs and lows. We're all going to have tough times. But when we're systematically, chronically inflamed and poisoning our bodies through our food systems,
You're exhausted and depressed.
and it leads to all these. I don't have cell in here trying to.
I get exhausted and depressed if I eat a bowl of fucking Fruit Loops. I mean, think about it. As healthy as I am, ADHD self-reported scan.
That's the ADHD.
All right, let's try this one out because I'm pretty sure I have this. How often do you have trouble wrapping up the final details of a project once the challenging parts have been done? I'm kind of, I don't know what to qualify for that one. Never. I get shit done. Okay. If it's a project, I get shit done. Okay. How often? But that's just a decision that I've made. Never. How often do you have difficulty getting things in order once you have a task that requires organization? Oh yeah, I have a problem getting things in order. Often. Let's go with often. How often do you have a problem remembering appointments or obligations? Sometimes. Let's say sometimes with that one. When you have, but that's just overwhelmed. I'm just overwhelmed. Shit going on. When you have a task that requires a lot of thought, how often do you avoid or delay getting started? Sometimes. Let's say sometimes. How often do you fidget or squirm with your hands and feet when you have to sit down for a long time? Often. How often do you feel overly active and compelled to do things like you were driven by a motor? Always. Very. How often do you make careless mistakes when you have to work on a boring or difficult project? That's not applicable. Boring or difficult projects, careless mistakes. What are the options here? Let's say rare.
Okay,
Let's say
special
rarely.
test
That one.
PHQ-9. Sorry.
Okay, so let's just go through this
Yeah.
real quick. How often do you have difficulty keeping your attention when you do work that? How often do you have difficulty concentrating on what people say to you, even when they're speaking to you directly? Well, it depends on the person. If it's you, no problem at all. But if it's someone who's saying some boring shit, yeah. So, what's the middle one? Sometimes. Let's go with sometimes. How often in this place you have difficulty finding things at home or work? I'd say often with that one. How often are you distracted by activity or noise around you? Often. How often you leave your seat in meetings or other situations you're expected to remain seated? Never. How often do you feel restless or fidgety? Often. How often do you have difficulty unwinding and relaxing when you have time to yourself? Always. I always have difficulty. What's the most one with that? Very often. Very often with that. How often do you find yourself talking too much when you're in social situations? Probably, I don't know. What's too much? My social situations are all with professional talkers. That's a weird one. I don't think well, because I do podcasts a lot, I'm pretty good, like not talking. So, what's the options again? Rarely. Let's say rarely, because I'm pretty good at that. But it does happen. When you're in a conversation, how often do you find yourself finishing the sentences of people you're talking to before they can finish? Again, depends on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to a fucking moron, and then they're laying things out to me that are like super obvious, but they're going really slowly, I'm like, let's go! Pick it up. Yep, I got it. So, it depends. Sometimes, what are the options there? Rarely. Let's say rarely, because I rarely talk more. How often do you have difficulty waiting your turn in situations when turn taking is required? It's difficult. Like, what would I be doing that as a turn? No, I don't know. How often do
You're
you...
going to think, too, they're asking children this, which is
Right.
going to be a lot.
For adults. Okay. How often do you interrupt others when they're busy? Again, I got a weird life, so that doesn't really come up. I'm not interrupting them. I'm not like showing up at someone's work and interrupting them, so that's never. That's it. Okay. Let's find out. Do I have a problem?
So here's where this gets wild, though. So now look back retrospectively. Okay, when I was a Lilly rep and they're talking about Prozac and we're going to cure depression, and depression is caused by a serotonin chemical imbalance in the brain. So we now know all that's hogwash. We don't really know what was causing depression, the anxiety, and all these cascade effects. In their own retrospective studies of every SSRI on the market, what we now see is on a 52-point depression scale, SSRIs scored 2 points higher than placebo. 2 points higher. It's not statistically relevant. It fails to differentiate statistically from placebo. There are two things that do differentiate from placebo. Exercise is 5 times more potent than placebo or an antidepressant in studies. Red light therapy is even higher, 2 times higher than any antidepressant that's ever hit the market. But now you put a person in a chemical straitjacket where you have wrecked their system. You have now created more harm than good. And so step 1 in medicine, do no harm, right? Step 1 for the FDA, make sure these drugs are safe. They're not safe. Even there were lawsuits in the early days of suicidal ideation and violent thoughts because a lot of the pharmaceutical companies tried to hide that they were seeing in trials that children were having suicidal and violent thoughts in the early days of being on SSRIs.
Yeah.
Because it numbs the emotions. It shuts down the emotional response. It damages relationships. These are catastrophic things that you're giving these people for what?
We're also connected to almost every school shooting. Yeah.
You said it.
Yeah. And that's something that no one wants to say. No one wants to talk about. That no one in the news wants to talk about. You would think that if there's something to correlate, if there's a correlation, if there's like some statistical thing that you can look at and say, wow, this is kind of crazy. This one particular medication is involved in almost every mass shooting.
Mhm.
And when you say mass shootings, like here's the thing that gets thrown around about when they talk about like mass shootings. Mass shootings, the problem with the statistics is it connects gangs. You have gang, like what happens in Chicago every weekend, like last weekend in Chicago, 54 people got shot. When people say, Trump is doing a terrible thing, bringing the National Guard, ask the people of Chicago if that's terrible. If you want this to continue, like, do you have a better solution? If you have a better solution, I'm not in favor of bringing the National Guard into every fucking thing, militarizing America. No, I think that's terrible.
And the argument against guns is that people are getting shot in Chicago, but if you look at the states that have the highest gun violence, it's the states that have the strictest gun laws.
Yes.
Bad guys are still going to get
Exactly. And so there's that. That's one. So this is when you're talking about school shootings. So school shootings you find almost all mentally ill in whatever field. We don't you don't have to politicize it, but it's all mentally ill people who are almost all of them on psychiatric medication. I mean, every single one of them, all the way back to Columbine. But yet, no one brings that up. That seems insane. That seems completely co-opted. If you have an industry that is literally sponsoring the fucking news on CNN, literally proudly, not even hiding it, right? Brought to you, they want everyone to know that they're sponsoring the news. And, the way it's been described to me, Calamine was saying, this is not so that they can sell more drugs on the news. This is so that the new.
I can find out about my son. Okay, yeah, that's good. Okay, like from marriage. Okay. It is not me. I just ate, and I am stuck. I sincerely appreciate it, bro. Why are you so generous today? Okay, how's that work? Okay, what? Yeah. Are you? weight of the clip, and it spins and it shakes.
Yeah, it's first rated for bus, but
Excellent. Excellent. So it was the flip flop that got you, not the spin, right?
yeah, I don't sell houses. Yeah, there's some really courses in this.
Excellent. Very well. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, we've done since you guys spoke. Just you guys took out people. Right.
Oh, yeah, I'm positive there's no chance to work, but that's good.
And I just show up. I'm about to make my bed. I'm about to reset my street. I'm about to pray. And I'm about to create robots to get the message out to the masses. I recently watched a news one. I've been live streaming a podcast. You know what that is?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, very well. So, yeah, just live streaming that. It's a good people in that community. And just doing that. How about you? What have you done?
Enjoy that.
Are you slinging dick? Actually, are you slinging dick that's going out of style?
I'm sorry.
Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
I do.
Alright, maybe someday then.
Yes, maybe soon.
You never know. Okay. Yeah. Alright. And what other platforms do you watch? Alright. Who do you like on YouTube?
Don't specifically. I watch it.
Sure. How about it? Who are your favorite kick people?
I like them. I like exercise.
What do you like about ice? What do you like about exercise?
Or it's old boy. Goes back.
Yeah, I've heard some of this. Tell me about it.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's how it is.
Right. What happened to All right, Audrey. Well, thank you so much for your generosity. It was certainly appreciated. The thought that counts. You take care, my friend. Peace, baby. All right. Peace. Trust Audrey and everybody. What up, Pam? How are you? Excellent. Come to my Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi.